Chapter 1 AM Whole New World. Hey look, it's that loser. The crowd of boys laughed at me as I walked past them to reach my locker. It was a hot summer afternoon and the sun had been glaring down at me for the past 20 minutes as I walked to school. The school building wasn't much of a consolation, however, as it wasn't much cooler inside as it was outside. My clothes were a hot, stinky mess from all of my sweat. I just wanted to relax and get away from everything. As I went to touch the handle of my dirty, vandalized locker, I was greeted by the sensation of a viscous, honey-like liquid covering my hands. As I pulled open my locker, I was met by the sight of ink all over all of my belongings. Suddenly, I heard the bully, Louie, behind me burst out laughing. Ha ha, look at that, your shit's a bit wrecked, isn't it? A dribble of deep black ink came out of the bottom of my locker. How are you going to class now, idiot? I closed up my locker again. There was nothing I could do about that now. I guess I would just go to class without my things. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my back, then I fell down to the ground. Ha ha. Louis was looking down at me with a despicable grin on his face. His cronies, Molly and Jack, were standing beside him, also laughing at me. Look at this bitch. Let's pour some water on him. Nah, that'd cool him down. He's already covered in sweat. They continued joking and bullying me as I lay on the ground. There was nothing I could do. No one liked me. No one would help me. Even the teachers would ignore me. Or so they thought. I would get my revenge soon enough. Human behavior isn't always goal-oriented. Suddenly, everything went white. I couldn't see anything. What was going on? You are now being transported to the apocalypse. Suddenly, I felt the sensation of dirt on my hands. I looked around and all I could see were thick pine trees and numerous bushes. The area was quite dark from all the light being blocked by the trees. It was also quite cold, very cold. The sudden change in temperature was quite confronting for my senses. My head was a little dizzy, but slowly, I pulled myself up off the ground and looked around. I'm in a forest. What just happened? Where was everyone? I could hear nothing except the distant clatter of insects and the scarce call of some birds in the sky. I was covered in dirt and mud which had stuck to the sweat on my clothes. I tried to wipe as much of it as I could off my body. You have been given the rank system Minion controller. You have received 1x woodcutter minion and 1x warrior minion. You can buy more minions in the shop. What was this? Suddenly, two small humanoid-shaped, robotic creatures appeared beside me. They were dressed in bland grey clothing and were very geometric in shape. One was holding an axe and the other was holding a short sword. Huh? Suddenly, a menu appeared in front of me. 1x woodcutter minion standing by. 1x warrior minion standing by. Beside each other the minions, I saw a few choices. Experience 1/10. Health 100%. Stamina 100%. Actions, scout, chop wood, fight. There was interesting information. I still wasn't sure what was going on, however. I decided to begin walking around the shrubbery of the forest. The two minions followed behind me like dogs, following no matter where I went. What the hell? I opened up the minion menu once again and looked at the actions for the woodcutter minion. Actions, scout, chop wood, fight. I decided to just assign him to chop wood, although I still wasn't sure what this place was and what I was doing here. Immediately, at my command, the woodcutter minion walked away from me, into the forest and began doing its task. It had walked out of sight so I couldn't see what it was doing anymore. The warrior minion was still standing behind me holding its short sword. I decided to explore the area a little bit more to see what I was doing. Pushing aside some leaves and branches which blocked the way, I managed to make my way to a pretty large open grassy area. In the middle, there was a very large sundial. I made my way towards it and looked down to observe it. I noticed that it was split into two portions. The first portion was just a normal sundial with the time. However, the other portion had some message carved into it. Zombies will spawn. What? Zombies? Surely not. I quickly glanced around the area as I heard the crackling of some plants. In the distance, I saw my woodcutter minion returning to me. As it reached me, I was shown another system message. Your woodcutter minion has collected 12x wood, 1x apple, 25x leaves. Your woodcutter minion has gained 9 experience since its last expedition. It is now slightly tired. Suddenly, I was shown another screen. 12x wood, 1x apple, 25x leaves. I was now given the option to send it on another expedition. I chose chop wood once again and it made its way back into the forest. Judging by the sundial, there were approximately 2 hours before sunset. It said something about zombies which worried me, however, I still had hardly any information. My best bet was to find some way to make it through the night. I had no food or water or shelter. I was going to be needing that if I wanted to stay alive here. I noticed that beside the Minion menu, there was another menu called Shop. Woodcutter Minion Recipe, 10 tokens. Spear Minion Recipe, 7 tokens. Minion Speed Boost Potion, 1 token. Recipe? So it looked like if I wanted more minions, I would have to first buy their recipe from the shop and then craft them. My main question was, how was I meant to get these tokens? I scrolled down further and noticed that there was more. There was also a specific sell section. I looked at the price of the items in my inventory. 1x wood equals 0.01 tokens. 1x leaf equals 0.0001 tokens. 1x apple equals 0.02 tokens. Yikes, I would have to gather 100 wood before was able to even get a single token. If I was going to survive out here, I was going to need to be efficient with my time. Chapter 2 Leveling Up in the Apocalypse. I continued exploring the dense, rich forest for a little while. I found out that I could gather wood by punching the tree. It hurt my fist a little and there was only a tiny dent on the actual tree, but the number of wood in my inventory increased with every punch. I gathered wood for a little while until my woodcutter minion came dawdling back to me once again. It was like some sort of video game. Your woodcutter minion has collected 13x wood, 1x apple, 20x leaves. Your woodcutter minion has gained 8 experience since its last expedition. It is now quite tired. Your woodcutter minion can level up. As the items filled my inventory, I opened up the minion menu once again. Experience 1 and 7/10, ready. Health 100%. Stamina 100%. I was quickly shown the next screen. Plus 10% efficiency. Plus 25% health. Plus 3% luck. New skill, plant sapling. I opened my inventory and had a look at what items I had. 31x wood, 2x apple, 45x leaves. I knew that my minion was quite tired but I would need more items. I sent it out to chop wood again and it strolled away from me, slightly lethargically. I trudged through the dirt and vegetation and stood in front of another tree. My hands were in pain but I pushed through, punching the tree for wood. Plus 1 wood. Plus 1 wood. My warrior minion continued standing beside me. I figured that there likely weren't going to be any major threats so it would be good to send it out for an expedition of some sort. I had a look at its actions. Actions: scout, hunt animals, fight. The most useful one was likely hunt animals. I decided to send my warrior minion out and have it gather some resources. Now I was all alone in the forest. Both of my minions were away and I simply stood here by the tree, punching it every once in a while. It had been approximately an hour since I last looked at the sundial. The color of the sky was now a much more eager shade of orange. It wouldn't be soon until we were shaded by complete darkness. I punched at the tree, gathering small amounts of wood every time. You have leveled up. Level 0, Level 1. Rewards. Unlocked, crafting menu. Unlocked, scout minion recipe. Inventory space, plus 100. Hold on, I could also level up myself as well. I guess that was how I was meant to unlock stuff on my own. I managed to gain some minion recipes and a crafting menu. I opened up the crafting menu to have a look at what I could make. From what I saw, there wasn't that great of a number of things to craft. However, I assumed that that was because I didn't have many resources in my inventory. I had a look at the things I could make and one thing caught my eye. Beside each of the crafting items, there was the recipe written next to them. The recipe that looked most appealing was something called an instant temporary shelter. There was a little image that showed something like a triangular hut which could fit one person inside if they lay down. There was also a description which explained that it only lasts a single night before breaking. To craft it, it was 50 wood and 50 leaves. I looked in my inventory. 41x wood, 2x apple, 45x leaves. I was pretty close to the resources needed to make it. All I needed to do was wait until my woodcutter minion came back, which wouldn't be too long. As I looked up at the sky, I could clearly tell that night was coming. The dark shadows cast by the trees were getting larger and larger, swallowing up portions of the land in darkness. The purple-white-crimson sky also showed signs of slowly dissipating, gradually being replaced by the dense grey clouds and blackness of the night. After a few minutes, my woodcutter minion came back. Your woodcutter minion has collected 19x wood, 1x apple, 22x leaves. Your woodcutter minion has gained 11 experience since its last expedition. It is now very tired. I could see that it was very tired. It was leaning down and holding its knees as it caught its breath. My warrior minion hadn't come back yet. I quickly opened up the crafting menu and crafted the instant temporary shelter. It appeared as a sheet of paper in my hand, however, I could tell that if I used the paper, it would be able to conjure the specified shelter. I decided to take a seat on a moss-covered log in the middle of the forest. I opened up my crafting menu and looked once again at the crafting recipes. I had a quick look at the Scout Minion recipe. It showed that to craft a Scout Minion I would need 5 apples and 2 meat. I didn't have enough of either of those things, so I decided to just continue letting my woodcutter minion rest and waited for my warrior minion. The night had almost completely come, and that was when my warrior minion finally came back. I saw a few drops of deep red blood dripping from its blade as it dawdled toward me. Your warrior minion has collected 2x meat, 3x rocks. Your warrior minion has gained 15 experience since its last expedition. It is now a little tired. Your warrior minion can level up. It had gathered enough meat for me to craft the Scout Minion, however, I still needed 2 more apples. Seeing that it would be pitch black soon, I left my 2 minions on standby and placed my instant temporary shelter. A big pile of wood suddenly formed in front of me in the formation of a little shelter. The bottom of the shelter was covered with somewhat weaved leaves which provided some sort of platform to lay on. The entire shelter appeared quite weak and unstable, however, it was definitely better than anything I could build myself. The entire forest was pitch black. I was just about to go into my shelter to sleep. Then suddenly, I heard the blood-curdling scream of someone in the distance, followed by loud footsteps and ruffling of vegetation. Chapter 3 The night is cold. The frantic sounds in the vegetation grew in ferocity. It became louder and louder, until finally, through the trees, someone charged out. Help! It was a young-looking girl, around the same age as me. I quickly observed her to see if she was a person who could be trusted. Based on her body language, she seemed to be genuinely afraid. There didn't appear to be any signs showing that she held any malicious intent. She was covered in dirt and leaves. Her hair was filled with debris. There's a zombie. What? Even once she stopped running and hid behind me, the loud rustling noises in the distance didn't subside. Sensing the danger, I ordered my warrior minion to stand in front of me and my woodcutter minion to stand beside me. The noises continued getting louder and louder until finally, a disgusting, horrifying creature appeared in front of me. From the blood dripping down its chin to the pale yet soiled skin, from the rustic dirty clothing to the wounds all over its body, it was definitely a zombie. Instantly, my warrior minion charged forwards to confront it. It appeared that it was automatically programmed to defend me. It swung its sword at the repulsive creature and sliced into its flesh. The zombie changed its attention to focus completely on my warrior minion. I quickly opened up my minion menu as the two of them fought. Experience 6/20. Health 73%. Stamina 60%. Actions: Scout, Hunt, Fight. It was obvious that my warrior minion was struggling to keep up with the zombie. I selected the Fight option on my woodcutter minion and it too rushed in to fight the zombie. The two minions fought together and slashed at the zombie with their respective weapons. The zombie swiped at the minions and tried to bite them. Suddenly, the zombie managed to get its jaws on the head of my warrior minion. Just as it was about to bite off my minion's head, the woodcutter minion slashed at the zombie with its axe and cleanly sliced off its head, barely saving my warrior minion. I called the minions back and they stood beside me. I checked the minion menu. Experience 19/20. Health 42%. Stamina 5%. Experience 48/20. Ready. Stamina 14%. I noticed that my warrior minion had gained quite a large amount of experience from the fight. It was already level 2 after its expedition, but now it had gained enough experience to level up again. Plus 15% strength. Plus 25% health. New weapon. Lesser steel sword. It had managed to get a stronger weapon from its level up. Thank you for saving me. The two of us took a seat beside my instant temporary shelter and took a few deep breaths to recover from the traumatizing situation which just occurred. At first, I couldn't recognize her in the midst of all the chaos. However, now as I looked at her more closely, I could tell who she was. She was Ashley, one of the students who went to school with me. She used to be neither nice nor mean to me. The two of us never really spoke to each other. She looked at me suspiciously. Anyways, I was with a group of classmates, but we ended up getting split up in the chaos of the night. They'll probably find me. She spoke so fast I could hardly understand her. I assumed that she was likely still recovering from all the shock. I gave up trying to talk to her. There were probably lots of people here that had lots to gain from enslaving each other. Her caution was understandable. In the distance, I could hear someone calling out for her. Ashley, where are you? I quickly recalled my minions to me. I couldn't trust anyone in this place. Having them find my settlement would be extremely risky. It would probably be a good idea to move the next day. Go back to your group and don't come back here. I will kill anyone I feel is a danger to me. Oh, okay. She quickly got up and rushed into the forest towards the person who was calling out to her. I stayed on high alert for a few more hours before deciding to get some sleep. It seemed that her group wasn't going to come and raid me. I was awoken by the bright sun peeking its head through the dense leaves of the tall trees which inhabited the forest. As I slowly crawled my way out of the instant temporary shelter, I noticed that nothing big had happened. My minions were still standing outside. They had fully recovered from their injuries and tiredness from the previous night. Now that the new day had come, I knew what would be here at night. Only one single zombie attacked me during the previous night, but I assumed that there would be stronger and a greater number of zombies as the days go on. I opened the Minion menu and sent my woodcutter minion out on another logging expedition. I also sent my warrior minion out to hunt some animals. I wanted to craft the scout minion as soon as I could, as numbers were the best thing to protect me from the zombies that were to come. A few moments after I left my little shelter, it disappeared and poofed out of existence. It wasn't lying when it said it only lasted a single day. The main thing at the moment was that I wanted to get more minions. At the moment, I wasn't getting a lot of resources. Just the amount required to craft the instant temporary shelter would take up most of my resources for the day. I wasn't sure what time it was, so I made my way to the sundial, which was a few meters away from where I set up camp for the night. Looking at the stone structure, I estimated that it was around midday. I guess I really slept in. Considering that night came around 7 p.m. last night, I had around 7 hours to prepare. I needed to increase the efficiency of my resource gathering as much as I could, preferably. I would also like to start building a base of operations, so I didn't have to migrate around every night. The 7-hour countdown began. Chapter 4: To survive you have to adapt. I considered punching a tree for some wood. However, I decided that it was more pain than it was worth. Instead, I decided to explore the general area around the sundial, walking between the trees and looking around for any open spaces. After almost having my face covered with vines, spider webs and bark, I was able to find a decent open grassy spot around 20 meters away from the sundial. This way, I could still go over to the sundial to check the time when I wanted. I cleared the ground for debris and had a think about what I was going to do. I decided to look in my crafting menu for more permanent housing. However, even the most downgraded shelter cost more wood than I could feasibly have in my inventory. The best thing I could find was a permanent stone fireplace which could be replenished with more wood. After almost an hour, my woodcutter minion came back. Your woodcutter minion has collected 30x wood, 3x apple, 41x leaves. Your woodcutter minion has gained 10 experience since its last expedition. It is now somewhat tired. I opened my inventory to see how many resources I had. 41x wood, 5x apples, 62x leaves, 2x meat, 3x rocks. I had finally gotten enough resources to craft a scout minion. Excitedly, I opened my crafting menu and crafted a scout minion. After a few seconds, just in front of me, a small white cloud of dust swirled in a vortex. Suddenly, the smoke dissipated. Before me, another minion had spawned. It looked just like my other minions, except it wasn't holding anything in its hand. I looked at my minion menu. Experience 0/10, health 100%, stamina 100%, actions, scout, fight, learn. I realized that it didn't have any resource gathering abilities. It seemed to just be a plain minion with nothing except the ability to learn. I looked further into the learn ability and some text came up. Combat, resource gathering, utility. I was given 3 options on what it could learn. Beside the menu, it also said that trained scout minions are less efficient than a specialist minion like a woodcutter minion or a warrior minion, especially in terms of experience gain and speed. I assumed that at the moment, even though it had the fight ability, it was probably nowhere as strong as my other minions. I decided to choose resource gathering, and it suddenly walked up to a tree and appeared to observing the tree. I had no idea how long this was meant to last, so I decided to send my woodcutter minion to chop wood again. I still had a decent amount of hours to prepare for night, so I didn't really need to worry yet. A few moments later, my warrior minion also returned. Your warrior minion has collected 5x meat, 5x apple, 12x rocks. Your warrior minion has gained 16 experience since its last expedition. It is now a little tired. Hold on, I already had enough resources to craft another scout minion. I had gained 5 apples from the return of my warrior minion. I opened up my crafting menu and crafted another scout minion. As soon as I crafted it, another small vortex of white gas appeared in front of me. A few seconds later, another scout minion appeared. I now had 4 minions. With my second scout minion, I decided to also make it learn resource gathering. At the moment, I wanted to maximize my resource gain before I focused on other things. It also walked beside a tree and pulled out a book, observing and learning. I decided to send out my warrior minion on another expedition. At my command, it turned and walked off into the forest. In the meantime, I decided to take a seat and have a look at what I could craft. The stone fireplace I was looking at before required 10 rocks and 50 wood. I had enough resources to craft it, so I did it. In my hand, a piece of paper with a drawing of the fire pit appeared. Like the instant temporary shelter, I saw that I could place it anywhere I wanted. I was already in a relatively open space. There were trees surrounding me from all sides, but there was enough room for a fireplace and a shelter for the night. You have leveled up. Level 1, Level 2. Rewards. Unlocked Minion Control Menu. More crafting recipes. Inventory space, plus 250. I had unlocked a Minion Control Menu. I decided to have a look at the menu. There were a lot of controls, but the main thing was that I could automate my minions. There were some building block-like things where you could code minions to automatically perform tasks. I decided to make one for my woodcutter minion. I could toggle the automations on and off. On, chop wood, return, repeat. With this simple command, I was able to automate it so that I didn't have to send out my woodcutter minion every single time manually, although I would have to stop it once I wanted my minion to stand by. I browsed the new recipes for a little while. There were quite a lot of things, from better housing to farming to weapons. The main issue was that they were all quite expensive in terms of resources, and it'd take quite a long time to gather enough with my current manpower. My main goal at the moment would be to increase my manpower. I cleared the ground for any sticks or pebbles laying around so I could at least have some sort of cleanliness. I decided that this would be the place for my temporary settlement for the time being. After a little while, I decided to explore the general area while I waited for my minions to return. There was still around 5 hours left till night, so I wasn't in too much of a hurry. I pushed through the leaves and branches of the dense forestry until I found something on the ground. As I got closer, I managed to see what it was. Blooded clothes, blue lips, pale skin. It wasn't a dead zombie, it was a dead person. Chapter 5. I don't want to see. Holy shit. I jumped back and turned around, looking away from the body. That was a real person. Fuck. I had never seen a real dead body before. The corpse was somewhat degrading, but I could tell that it was a male. I turned and walked away without looking at it again. If I'm not careful, that could be me. Slowly, I made my way back to the crude camp thing that I set up previously. At the moment, the only thing I had was a small stone fireplace, but that was enough to act as a symbol of my tiny settlement. Eventually, I made it back and took a few moments to catch my breath. I did not want to see that. I took a seat on the log near the fireplace and waited until my warrior minion returned. Your warrior minion has collected 6x meat, 5x apple, 13x rocks. Your warrior minion has gained 11 experience since its last expedition. It is now a little tired. Your warrior minion can level up, plus 25% strength, plus 35% health, plus 10% speed, plus new item, lesser wood shield. Suddenly, a small yet sturdily built shield appeared in the left hand of my warrior minion. After his level up, I decided to send him out on another expedition. I was a little unnerved by the dead body, but it was important that I make use of my time efficiently in order to gather as many resources as possible. I had actually gotten enough materials to craft another scout minion. My warrior minion was at the point that I could basically craft a new scout minion after every expedition. It was great. I crafted another scout minion, bringing my total number up to 5. I made sure to also make it learn resource gathering. Suddenly, I heard some footsteps in the forest. I took a few steps back as I had no idea what it could be. It was much louder and more chaotic than the footsteps of my minion, so I stayed on guard. My woodcutter minion and warrior minion were out on their expedition, so all I had were the 3 scout minions. Suddenly, out from behind the trees, appeared a girl. "Hello?" she whispered. She slowly ambled towards me and looked at my scout minions. "What's the matter?" I asked. As I got a closer look at her, I could tell that she was still in her school uniform, just like me. However, I couldn't recognize the school at all. I couldn't really tell, but she seemed like she was a few years younger than me. Do you have any food?" she asked. I had used up all my apples crafting scout minions, but I still had some animal meat in my inventory. I would have to light my fireplace and cook it, however. Where did you come from? She was silent, struggling to get words out of her mouth. I don't know. I was going about my day, then all of a sudden, I woke up in a forest. Sounded like a similar scenario to what I was in. I guess I can spare you some. Thank you. I've been really hungry since I can't find food. I had been surviving off purely apples and the breakfast I ate the previous day, so I was also feeling a little peckish. I made my way over to the fireplace and lit it with wood. A bright orange flame grew as the area became warm. I took the meat out of my inventory. I picked up a few sticks and positioned them so that I could cook the meat directly above the fire. I created a little tripod of sticks and the fire quickly began cooking the meat. How long is it going to take? She asked. Honestly, I don't know. I've never cooked meat like this before. I guess I'll cook it until it's decently brown on the outside. She looked at me with eager eyes. I sat and watched as the meat cooked. Eventually, the edge of the meat was getting significantly brown, to the point that the edges were beginning to char and turn black. All right, I'm sure it's cooked. She waited as I took the meat off the fireplace. I handed her one of the pieces and she quickly bit into it like a little chipmunk. I quickly dug into my steak as well and munched down on it. The two of us ate in silence for a little while until I finished my food. So which school did you come from? She bit into the steak and then answered. I came from Valenciennes Girls' School. I remember hearing about that school. It was a pretty prestigious school somewhat near ours. I was surprised that I didn't recognize the uniform though. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to ask, what's your name? I'm Rosie. Suddenly, my warrior minion returned, giving her a little fright. Your warrior minion has collected 9x meat, 6x apple, 15x rocks. Your warrior minion has gained 12 experience since its last expedition. It is now quite tired. I looked up at the sky and saw that it was slowly becoming night. It was probably a good time to recall my woodcutter minion. I turned off his automated actions and waited for it to return. Rosie, what system do you have? I have the botany system. It's really hard to level up though. I can't understand all of this. Well, I don't really know what to say to you. Do you have many resources on you? I don't have much, only some plants and some wood. That's fine, I suppose. I'll make you a shelter for tonight and we can try to work together tomorrow. Thank you. Suddenly, I looked over to my scout minions and one of them had finished learning resource gathering. I opened the minion menu and had a look at it. I was then given more options on what it could learn. Mining, woodcutting, farming, hunting. I was given another selection of choices. I decided that the easiest choice was to just make it learn woodcutting. It seemed the simplest to manage and it would always be useful. Once again, it pulled out another book from thin air and began studying. The sky darkened and my woodcutter minion returned. There wasn't a return message as all of its resources were already instantly deposited into my inventory. It also leveled up again. Plus 20% efficiency, plus 25% health, plus 5% luck. New skill, clear tree. I decided to take a look at my inventory to see how many resources I had managed to collect. 129x wood, 19x apples, 201x leaves, 16x meat, 33x rocks. It had collected quite a large amount of resources. My expanded inventory was already almost full. It was about time to prepare for the night. For some reason, Rosie was whispering to herself. Chapter 6 Friendship in the Deepest Peril. I added some more fuel to the fire as the two of us sat facing it. With the new clear tree option on my woodcutter minion, I decided to get it to cut down some of the trees around my camp. This way, I would have more space to build some more permanent structures. With my resources, I crafted 2 instant temporary shelters and placed them down in the open grassy area. It was really beginning to get dark. The sun had completely set and aside from the light emitted from the fire, it was pitch black. I opened my minion menu and set up another command. On, rest 1 hour, standby, repeat. If entity detected, alert. I implemented this code onto all of the minions. This way, I could allow for the minions to get some rest whilst also watching over the camp in the case of zombies, and if they did notice one, it would alert the rest of the minions. On the warrior minion, I set another command. On, rest 1 hour, standby, repeat. If entity detected, alert. If health 30%, alert me. With the extra line of code, the warrior minion would alert me once it dropped below 30% health. This way, I would only be awoken if something really serious happened during the night. With this, I would be able to get more rest and wake up earlier the next morning to start gathering resources. Instant temporary shelters were not a very efficient use of my resources, but I physically couldn't gather enough resources for a permanent shelter. I also had no way of literally building one from the wood I gathered, so this would have to do for the time being. Well, I'm going to go to sleep now, I said. Why yeah, I'll go as well, is that one mine? She pointed at one of the instant temporary shelters. Yeah. The two of us called it a night and slept. I woke up to the sound of some clattering outside. I quickly got out of my instant temporary shelter, but I noticed that it was just rosy and it appeared to be dawn. I decided to get ready for the day and looked over at my minions. They were all standing together and it looked like nothing extraordinary happened. I checked the minion menu and noticed that my warrior minion and some of my other minions were a little injured, but it was nothing major. However, as my eyes adjusted to the light, I realized that one of my minions was missing. I checked the minion menu again and I finally realized there were only 4 minions on the menu. One of them likely died during the night. Crap. With the start of the new day, I decided to forget about the death of one of my minions and sent the others out on expeditions. I had lost one of the 2 scout minions who were studying resource gathering. However, the one that didn't die actually finished learning resource gathering, and I looked at the menu. Actions: Scout, Fight, Gather Resources, Learn. Both of my scout minions now had the Gather Resources option. I was able to specify which resource to gather, however I did notice that it would be at a decently low efficiency. I considered letting them specialize a bit more, but I wanted to gather some more resources today and try to craft some more minions. I sent all of my minions out on expeditions and told my scout minions to gather apples and wood where possible. With that, they walked off into the woods. I walked over towards Rosie. So what does your botany system do exactly? She pulled a little color packet out of her pocket. I looked at the packet of seeds and saw that they were just bin seeds. I guess we could plant them, I said. Yeah, but where? I looked in my crafting menu and saw a small raised garden bed. It only required 20 wood to craft. I decided to make it and the blueprint appeared in my hand as usual. There's a bit of space here. I placed the small raised garden bed in an empty space and suddenly, a rectangular wall of wood appeared, with nothing inside. I guess we have to fill it in with dirt. Okay. The two of us got down to our knees and began shoveling the dirt into the garden bed with our hands. The soft, wet dirt covered my hands as I dug it up and poured it into the garden bed, handful after handful. I should have gotten one of my scout minions to do this. After a few minutes of heaving, the two of us eventually managed to fill the garden bed to the brim with dirt. Do I put in the seeds now? I guess so. I'm not really sure what else you're meant to do with plants. Okay. She scattered the seeds into the garden bed and then we looked at each other. So how do we water them? She asked. That's a good question. Have you looked at your system menu yet? System menu, how do you do that? I'm not really sure how to explain it, just think about it I guess. She appeared to be concentrating really hard. Ah, I see it, she exclaimed. That's good. Do you have any abilities or anything? Yes, I have one called water. That sure is convenient. She made a gun shape with her hand and pointed at the seeds in the garden bed. Suddenly, water appeared in front of her finger and splashed down at the seeds in the dirt. All right, you can take care of the plants then, I said. Okay. As she continued to place seeds and spread them out evenly, I decided to recall my scout minions and look at what they have collected. I was quite underwhelmed when I looked at the number of resources that they gathered. Your 2 scout minions have collected 1x apple, 12x wood. They have gained experience. They are now quite tired. The number of resources they gained was quite minimal. However, looking again at my inventory, I already had a decent amount of resources and it was enough to craft quite a few scout minions. 21x wood, 20x apples, 101x leaves, 16x meat, 33x rocks. I had enough apples and meat to craft 4 new scout minions. I quickly opened my crafting menu and crafted them. A huge cloud of white smoke formed in front of me as the minions came into existence. Chapter 7 Build a Civilization. I now had 6 scout minions in total. With that, I wrote a few new line of code. On. Learn resource gathering. Then. Learn wood cutting. Then. Gather wood. If nighttime, then. Stand by. I found out that at their base resource gathering level, they were incredibly inefficient and the amount of resources they gained were quite minimal. It would be better to just let them continue learning and specializing. I decided on woodcutting as it would be the easiest to manage and I would be able to convert them to tokens if I needed to. I set the code to on for all of the scout minions and promptly, they all began learning. They were at somewhat different stages in terms of learning, but the code specified that once they were finished, they would be able to gather wood, so their time wouldn't be wasted. I still didn't know what stage 3 learning entailed, or even if there was a third stage. I would look at it once they achieved that level. Once I finished organizing the minions, I decided to have a look at my crafting menu to see what I would build next. I didn't need any water-related mechanisms, as Rose's ability was sufficient to take care of anything water-related. The main thing I wanted was some sort of permanent shelter. At the moment, all I had were instant temporary shelters, and they were very inefficient in terms of resource expenditure. I had unlocked quite a few things but no real shelters. I considered making a few more garden beds. I could always train future scout minions in farming and get them to make use of them. Rosie was also free for most of the time, so she could just take care of any plants. I walked over to Rosie. "Apparently I just leveled up," she exclaimed. "Really? What did you unlock?" "I unlocked a shop, and I also got a few more packets of seeds." "In that case, I'll make some garden beds." I opened the crafting menu and made 3 more garden beds. My woodcutter minion had deposited some resources into my inventory during the day. I placed them all near each other. They were joined by the edges. After that, I helped her fill them all with dirt. It was quite a tiring process. "Geez, that was more work than I expected." "Yeah," she replied. With the extra garden beds set up, she increased the number of crops we were growing. As I looked up at the sky, I realized that the day had gone by quite quickly and it was almost night again. Suddenly, I received a notification. "You have leveled up. Level 2, Level 3. Rewards. Builder Minion X1. Builder Minion Recipe. More crafting recipes. Inventory space, plus 450. What was this? In front of my eyes, a pile of smoke surfaced until within the dusty whirlwind, a new minion appeared. I guess this was the Builder Minion. As I scoured through the new recipes I unlocked, I noticed that there was one called a small hut. It was the best shelter that I had unlocked. The recipe was 400 wood and 50 rocks. It also had a build time of 1 day. I assumed that that was what the Builder Minion was for. I had a quick look at my inventory. 163x wood, 9x apples, 261x leaves, 16x meat, 53x rocks. I didn't have anywhere near enough wood, so it would be a little while until I would be able to craft a small hut. My woodcutter minion could only work so fast, so I decided that the best strategy would be to build an axe and cut wood myself. It would also be useful for clearing some of the trees around the camp. The recipe for a lesser stone axe was 20 wood and 10 rocks. I crafted it and suddenly in my hand, it appeared. I made my way over to a tree and began swinging at it. Plus 8 wood, plus 5 wood, plus 6 wood. It was quite an efficient method of gathering wood. However, I had never swung an axe before, and as a result, I did not realize how much of a toll it took on my arms. After just a few swings, I was forced to take a breath. "I'm going to go have a look at the sundial," I told Rosie. I put my axe back into my inventory and began making my way towards the sundial, which was just a little while away from the camp I set up. As I was walking, I decided to have a look at the minion menu and see what I could get the Builder Minion to do. Actions: Scout, Build, Repair, Gather Resources. It also had the option to gather resources, although I assumed that it would be similarly low output, like the Scout minions. It wasn't like there was anything else for it to do though. I decided to set up some code and get as much use as I could out of it. On. Gather resources, wood, apples. Return, repeat. I knew that it wouldn't be great, but something was better than nothing. Finally, I reached the sundial and looked at the time. The shadow was a little distorted today, but I could see that it was around 6 p.m., so there wasn't a great deal of time before night. I should be retrieving my minions around now. I set a return order on them and began making my way back to my camp. On the way back, I had a look at a few more recipes. There were recipes for different tools and weapons, various small buildings and structures, and some minion boosters which seemed interesting. There was something called a booster totem pole. It cost 200 wood and apparently boosted minion efficiency by 5%, and you could also attach other boosters to it. It sounded quite good, but I wanted to save my wood for the hut, so I would likely build the totem pole later. I still didn't have any shelter to sleep under for the night, so I was probably going to be forced to build instant temporary shelters again. After a few minutes, I arrived back at the camp and saw that Rosie was sitting on a log beside the fire. All of a sudden, I heard growling in the distance. Chapter 8: To Survive, Be Strong. "Did you hear that?" she asked. I was just setting up the fire. However, I did hear the noise. It wasn't even really night time. "Yeah," My warrior minion and woodcutter minion had returned. I recalled my builder minion, but it was still on its way back. We all watched the opening in the forest where the sound came from. The growl was distinctly human, to be specific. It sounded like a zombie. All the minions I could gather were all standing around us, forming a little semicircle. My warrior minion and woodcutter minion stood at the very front with my scout minions on our sides. We all stood and waited as the noise slowly got louder and louder. Suddenly, out of the woods, came another zombie. However, this one was different to the one we fought before. Instead of running, it crawled on the ground on all fours, like some sort of animal. It was also incredibly fast, instantly dashing to us and attacking. All of my minions rushed to it and began fighting at my order. The movements of the zombie were incredibly erratic, like a feral cat. It screeched and screamed as it slashed violently at my minions. My warrior minion led the attack, swinging down at it with its sword. It managed to connect a few times with the zombie's flesh, but none of the attacks were fatal to it. Suddenly, I heard another noise coming from the other direction. I quickly recalled my woodcutter minion and 2 scout minions to watch out flank. Out of the woods, another zombie appeared. This one was standing upright and significantly slower. However, right behind it were 2 other zombies. My woodcutter minion and scout minion began fighting the zombies which were coming from the side. Rosie tucked herself closer to my side as I observed the fights that were occurring. After a few strikes, I realized that the crawling zombie was slowing down. It was significantly less sturdy than the upright variants. Before long, the crawling zombie was defeated and I quickly reassigned all of the free minions to help my woodcutter minion on the other side. The scout minions didn't do much aside from distract the zombie and kick and punch it every once in a while. Even so, they effectively supported my warrior and woodcutter minions, who were my main combat force. The warrior minion slew the zombies, one by one. They were no match for its sword. After a few moments, the corpses of the zombies disappeared into the ground as I opened my minion menu. All of my minions had sustained quite a large amount of damage. I realized that the zombies were gradually getting stronger and stronger. I would need to rapidly strengthen as well in order to keep up and overtake them. It would also be a good idea to group up with some more people, although that would require me to search the area and communicate with others. Several of my minions managed to level up, increasing in health and other various stats. My builder minion also returned a few moments later. "Shit, that was close," I said. "Yeah, that was really scary. I should get some more minions to watch over as we sleep." I opened my inventory. 213x wood, 11x apples, 291x leaves, 16x meat, 53x rocks. I had enough materials to craft 2 more scout minions, bringing my total up to 8. The 2 new scout minions appeared in front of me and I had to make a choice. I originally wanted to get as many resource-gathering minions as I could, but from the looks of it, I was going to need more combat-oriented minions. I decided to write a separate code for these 2 new minions. Learn, combat, then stand by. I still had no idea what the second stage of combat learning was, so I couldn't write the next line of code. I would wait until they learned combat and then see what came next. It was annoying that I couldn't keep exponentially increasing my resource collection, but staying alive was still the main priority. With the new scout minions, I would wait until the next morning to get them to learn. At the moment, I included them into the garrison force so I could get some sleep safely. I turned on their nighttime code. On. Rest 1 hour, standby, repeat. If entity detected. Alert. If health 30%. Alert me. I set them all with the alert me at under 30% health as I didn't want to be unexpectedly losing minions again. With that, the 2 of us called it night and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, I was awoken by one of my scout minions. I got out of my instant temporary shelter to the darkness and heard the sound of fighting. I made my way to the fireplace and lit it get some light. I saw quite a few zombies and quite a few zombie corpses strewn all over the ground. It looked like my minion had been in quite a large fight while I was asleep. From the looks of it, the battle was almost over and only a few zombies remained. I checked my minion menu to look at the health of my warrior minion. Experience 21/40, health 44%, stamina 34%. It had taken quite a decent amount of damage, but it looked like they had it under control. The only minion that was under 30% health was one of my scout minions, so I set it to rest whilst I let the other minions take care of the rest. I had no idea what time it was, but it was pitch black outside. I hoped that there wouldn't be another wave of zombies, otherwise we might be in trouble. I made my way back into my instant temporary shelter and tried to get some more sleep. I was a little anxious as I rolled around on the leaves trying to get to sleep. The best I could do was to hope that my minions were strong enough to take care of the zombies for the night. The more sleep I miss out on, the less time I would have the next day to make preparations. Slowly, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. I woke up the next morning uninterrupted. I made my way outside into the light and walked over to the other, instant temporary shelter. I saw that Rosie hadn't woken up, so I decided to just let her sleep for a little longer. Judging by how bright it was outside, I guessed that it was around 10 a.m. I instantly activated the code on all of my scout minions and then began learning. I also sent my warrior and woodcutter minions out on expeditions to gather more resources. Now that I knew that the nights were going to get more and more rough, I needed to rapidly increase my supply of minions in order to protect myself. I also pondered the idea of trying to find more people to work with. This was going to be my life for the time being. Chapter 9 Minions for Survival. I decided to look in my inventory to see what to do. 1x Lesser Stone Axe, durability 91%. 213x Wood. 1x Apples. 291x Leaves. 12x Meat. 53x Rocks. All of my scout minions were currently learning, so there was nothing I could do with them. I decided to take out my axe and start chopping wood. It was the best thing I could do with my time. I also decided to have a quick look at the shop. Archer Minion Recipe, 19 tokens. Plus 50 inventory slots, 1 token. Minion Speed Boost Potion, 1 token. There were some different items that I could buy. The only problem was that I didn't really want to sell any of my items for tokens just yet, as I needed them for crafting. Slowly, throughout the day, the number of resources in my inventory gradually increased. After a few hours, my woodcutter had almost gathered enough wood for me to build a hut. "Hey William," I suddenly heard Rosie speak to me. "Yeah? I got assigned some missions through my system. I need to collect some flowers and other plants, so I need to explore the forest. Is it okay if you send one of your minions with me so I can feel safer?" I had a quick look at my minion menu. One of my scout minions had finished learning combat, archery, swordplay, magic, shield /utility. I was given options for a second stage of learning. I decided that it could wait and I would send it out with Rosie. I looked over at the plant beds and saw that some of the plants had already sprouted, much quicker than I expected them to. "I'll send one of my combat scout minions with you." "Thank you." I gave it the command to learn swordplay when it could, but to prioritize protecting Rosie. It didn't spawn with a sword, so I opened my crafting menu. I could craft a basic stone sword with 35 rocks and 50 wood. It was a significant cost, but I decided that it was worth it. After doing so, I gave the sword to the scout minion and the two of them went off into the forest. All of my other scout minions were still learning, although some of them managed to finish their stage 1 education and go on to stage 2. I decided to take out my axe and start chopping down some more trees. Plus 9 wood, plus 11 wood, plus 9 wood, plus 9 wood, plus 7 wood. After a few hours, it was past midday and my inventory was almost full. 1x Lesser Stone Axe, durability 91%. 433x Wood. 31x Apples. 200x Leaves. 43x Meat. 101x Rocks. Token balance 0.392. At this point, I had quite a lot of resources. The first thing I did was instantly craft scout minions with all the apples and meat I had. I was able to make 6 scout minions, spending 30 apples and 12 meat in total. With these new scout minions, I had a new plan for them. I added 2 scout minions to my initial code for the learning of resource gathering. However, I specialized them in hunting instead. I ordered the other 4 scout minions to scout the area, with a few lines of code. On scout, if entity observed, group, if health 50%, return. This way, I could get maximum scouting range but also maximize the safety of the minions. The main thing I wanted to find was other people. I noticed that I could also code my minions to say things. I added another line of code. If person detected, say, "Are you looking to group up?" Then return. The only problem was that I worried that I might lead some unpleasant people to myself. I needed to carefully gauge if they were a good candidate. I needed to think of what to do in the case I actually managed to find people. For the time being, I think it was just good enough to scout the area and get some more information on what I would be working with. The next thing I needed to do was get the hut built. I crafted the blueprint, but unlike all the other structures, it didn't immediately place it on the ground. Instead, it informed me that I needed to give it to a builder minion. I called my builder minion over and passed it the blueprint. It observed the blue piece of paper for a little bit before it walked over to the area I wanted the hut built. Slowly, it took resources and began constructing the hut, from the bottom up. The crafting recipe specified that it would take an entire day to build, so it was likely that I wouldn't be able to live in it tonight. Therefore, I would have to build more instant temporary shelters. While I was there, I decided to look at the crafting recipe for a builder minion. It was 500 wood and 20 meat. Quite expensive. The sun was starting to set once again. I recalled my minions and waited for them to return. After a few moments, suddenly, several of my scout minions finished training. With that, I was shown the third stage of learning for resource gathering, wood cutting, lumberer, tree farmer, woodcutter. I didn't really know what was specified by each of the different specifications, but I decided that I would just use them to gather more resources for the time being. Rosie still hadn't returned, but the minion I sent with her was still alive and healthy. There was still an hour or so until it would really be getting dangerous. I lit the fire, lighting the area with a rich orange flame. Chapter 10: The Harsh Winter Nights. A few minutes after I lit the fire, Rosie came back. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the almost silent night. It was a little windier today and the smoke all fluttered into my eyes, causing a slight irritation. "How did you go?" I asked her. "I leveled up again. I also collected a lot of different plants." "That's good. Have you unlocked anything new?" "I got something called a sanctuary. It's like a little greenhouse I can travel to." That sounded interesting. "How do you get there?" "I don't know. I just decide to go there and then I get transported." From the sound of it, it appeared to be like some otherworldly pocket dimension where she can travel to grow plants. Although, I couldn't be too sure of what it was. I guess the systems that people had varied quite a bit. Although, I can't help but think that something's off. She summoned some things from her inventory. I collected some fruit and vegetables for us to eat. Ooh, that looks nice. I opened my crafting menu and looked for some cooking utensils. I didn't have any metal to craft a knife with, so the best thing I could make was a stone crockpot. With 20 rocks, I crafted the crockpot and attached it to the makeshift cooking device over the fire. I didn't really know what to put in it, so I put some pieces of meat inside and she put some vegetables and water, making some sort of stew. I realized that we also needed bowls and spoons to eat with, so I crafted 2 sets, spending 40 wood. As the stew cooked, there was quite a nice aroma emanating from it. I would have preferred to have some spices of some sort, but that was completely out of reach at the moment. The two of us sat around the crockpot, watching as my minion stood on guard around us. The area was getting quite crowded as I now had 17 minions by my side. My builder minion was still hard at work constructing the hut. As we watched the water vapor evaporate out of the crockpot, I decided to talk to Rosie about her past. "So how was your life before we were all transported here?" I asked. Honestly, it was quite good. I had just gotten my life back in order. She began telling me her story. "It was a warm summer day when I, Rosie Moran, first found joy in life. Before this day, I had just been living life on autopilot. Every day was just waking up, getting dressed, packing for school, getting on the bus, sitting through monotonous classes, getting back on the bus, going home, eating dinner, watching TV and sleeping. There was never any variation and there were never any changes. On the bus, I would always try to sit by myself, even when the bus was practically full and people were forced to sit next to others. I would plug in my earphones and pull out my phone, looking at my background or opening some random app I had no interest in. At school, I technically had friends, although they were more like friends of purpose than friends. I struggled to constantly keep up with the need to put up a front, to put up a persona. Eventually, I completely stopped speaking to anyone. As I looked down at the classwork the teacher handed out, I thought nothing of it. I would do it later. Life was boring. There was nothing that interested me anymore, nothing that made me smile and nothing that made me excited. That was when I met her. I had seen her walking around the school from time to time, always a bundle of energy, a happy-go-lucky girl, I would think. However, on one fateful night, I managed to get a glance at her at the absolute bottom of her life. Her happy, friendly persona was nothing but a front. I wanted to walk away without interacting with her. However, just as I was walking by, she turned her head and stared straight at me. "Did you see, Rosie? You Her face was contorted. It was a face I had never seen her make such a face before. I grabbed my long hair in fear as she stared at me with eyes that look as if they could kill. She took a deep breath. "You won't tell anyone, right?" No, of course not." "Okay, well, since you've seen what I did, you might as well hear everything." "Huh? I'll trap you in with more information." She stood up and grabbed my arm. You are now associated with me no matter what. I looked up at her. This is our secret. She pulled me further into the alleyway. I was scared for my life. This person who I'd hardly spoken to before, this person who I thought was the nicest person in the school, was now dragging me by the arm into the darkness of the abyss. At that time I didn't know what was happening, but I never knew that she would be my first true friend. Where are you, Mackenzie? I almost forgot that everyone here had their own story, their own lives before this catastrophe, or at least that's what I think this is. Is the stew almost done? She asked. I honestly have no idea. You want to taste it? I'm not sure. I guess I'll try one of the vegetables. She grabbed the spoon and scooped out a piece of what appeared to be celery. After blowing on it to cool it down a little, she nibbled on the end and tasted it. I don't really know. She finally concluded. Oh well, it's been almost 2 hours, I'm sure it's fine. The entire surrounding area has risen by at least 5 degrees just from the fire. All right, let's eat then. She scooped the stew into 2 bowls and the 2 of us tucked in. It was nice to have a warm meal for the first time since I came here. After finishing our meals, I set up the commands for the minions to look after us during the night. I had quite a large number of minions at this point, so I wasn't as worried about being overrun during the night. Eventually, I prepared to go to bed. Chapter 11. Every empire starts from a shabby hut. Rain relentlessly beat down on the wood above, raindrops seeping through the cracks of what could barely even be called a hut. From the pitter-patter of the rain to the whistling of the wind, various noises filled my ears. It was during times like these that my mind wanders to my dreadful past, replaying all of the pain I had to endure. Then again, it was all a result of that choice I made. I was awoken by the bright sun. The ground was moist and some water had dripped into my sleeping quarters, but aside from that, there weren't any major issues. I checked my minion menu and saw that some of my minions were injured, although none went into critical levels of health. I checked all my scout minions and noticed that most had learnt their stage 2 education. As a result, I decided to send them all out on expeditions. I now had 10 minions fit for resource gathering and 2 more basic scout minions. I was at a point where my inventory would be filled before the day even ended, so I decided to add some extra lines of code. When resource gathered, sell. I gave this line of code to some of my resource gathering scout minions in order to lower the strain on my inventory and get some tokens. I would like to unlock more minion types if I could. With that, I sent the minions out on their expeditions and took a seat to ponder what I'd do for the day. I wanted to get greater automation and build my forces more rapidly. As the minions went out into the forest, I suddenly got a notification. Level 3, Level 4, rewards, unlocked, advanced system controls, more crafting recipes, inventory space, plus 450. New addition, everyone now has the ability to view the status of the top 5 survivors. Everyone has the ability to view the status of the top 5 survivors. What did that mean? I opened up a new menu. Global rankings. New gen humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 1094. 2. Noah Gate, 998. 3. Oliver Moran, 975. 4. Jeremy Atkinson, 812. 5. Callum French, 711. Your rank, #79,091,586. Your estimated progression score, 14. What on earth? I was surprised to see my score being so low. I thought I was progressing at a pretty rapid rate. I decided to wake Rosie up and ask what score she received. The top 5 survivors all had somewhat European-sounding names. I wonder if that was just a coincidence or something deeper. After I managed to wake Rosie up, she lethargically checked her rank. My rank is #1,984,065 and I have an estimated progression score of 78. What did you get? She asked. Mine is much lower than that. Really? All things considered, I believed that maybe my minions weren't counted into my EPS. That was the only thing I imagined that could be affecting it so much. I could only assume that the global rankings were not completely accurate. Even so, considering the level of progression that Rosie is at, some of the people at the top had insane scores. I doubted that I would be at such a high level even if the EPS system was accurate. With new motivation at hand, I summoned my axe and made my way to the nearest tree. +8 wood, +5 wood, +6 wood, +9 wood, +11 wood, +7 wood. As I continued frantically chopping down trees, Rosie ventured off into the woods once again, with one of my minions as a guard. I completely forgot to ask if the third-ranked Oliver Moran was related to her. I did notice they had the same last name. The person named Mackenzie that she was talking about last night was the first ranked, which was quite interesting. I made my way to the builder Minion, who looked like it was almost finished building the hut. I decided to have a look in my crafting menu for possible furniture I could craft. There were some tables and chairs which could be made with just wood, so I crafted a few of them. The main thing I wanted was to get some sort of bed. I had the problem of not having anything resembling wool or fur. I initially came in with the assumption that I would have gathered at least some fur from all the animals that my warrior minion supposedly slayed. With that, the best thing I could build was a simple bed frame. The leaves I had could be made into some sort of weave cover, although I would have nothing resembling a blanket. I was sleeping in just my clothes anyway, so it wasn't a great big issue. I decided to have a quick look at my inventory to see what resources I had gathered. 1x lesser stone axe, durability 72%, 493x wood, 33x apples, 280x leaves, 51x meat, 102x rocks, token balance 1.026. I had over an entire token at this point. I decided to craft some more minions with the great number of resources that I gathered. Using up all of my apples once again, I crafted 6 more scout minions. I realized that I had been pretty short-sighted in terms of education. I was at the point where I was freely gathering minions at a very rapid rate. I decided that I would do some experimentation. I looked through the different subjects that they could study and assigned one to each of the ones I hadn't looked at yet. I put 3 scout minions in utility, 2 more scout minions in combat, and a single scout minion in resource gathering. This way, I would be able to cover more ground and observe what each of the different education systems brought. I had a single token, but it likely wasn't going to be enough to buy anything substantial in the shop at this point. However, just based on the number of people that had been transported here, I was surprised that I hadn't met more people yet. I assumed that there were likely several large groups which were working together in order to survive in such harsh conditions. For example, many people with weaker systems like Rose's botany system would struggle profoundly, especially due to the lack of combative abilities. I wonder if having more people would make this easier. Chapter 12 Wandering Visitor. Hello? As I was chopping down a tree, I was shocked by the voice of someone behind me. It was a distinctly male voice. I quickly turned around and looked at what originally appeared to be just a normal person in medieval-style clothes. However, as I looked at his head, I noticed some oddly large and pointy ears. Hello, I responded. Do you know where we are? He asked. He was holding a very large hunting bow and had an almost empty quiver of arrows on his back. He didn't look like a threat and in fact looked like he was struggling. I don't really know exactly where we are. Oh. He sighed. I took a breath before asking him the question I wanted to know. Are you an elf? He took a second to respond. Yes, I am an elf. Whoa. I guess you haven't met the other civilizations here. Other civilizations? You're part of the new-gen human race. There have been several other races who have inhabited this place before all of you. I see. You don't need to worry, there aren't that many other civilizations. There are the elves, the beast people and the monsters, which is the name given to mummies and skeletons. All of the civilizations are human-like. What about the zombies? The zombies are a separate phenomenon. What does that mean? They aren't a part any population, they are more like an invasive species. So do you guys have problems fighting the zombies? We all have to commit large armies to fight them as well. After all, we haven't exactly been here that long either. What do you mean? From the information we have, the new-gen humans were transported here around a week ago. We are the oldest population and we have always inhabited this place for around a month. Oh, by the way, was there something you needed from me? Well, I may have been banished from the main elven city. Seriously? Why? It's a long story, but it all had to do with some political issues and disrespect. Oh, yeah. So I don't really have anywhere to live. Do you mind if I stay with your city for now? Well, I doubt us humans have any big cities at the moment. I'm literally living in a small wooden hut at the moment as well, and I only have one friend with me. I see. Well, is it okay if I stay with you guys anyways? I suppose so. I have been looking for more people to work with. That's great. I'll help wherever I can. By the way, what is your name? I asked. Elric. I'm William. So what can you do? I asked. Well, my only talent is archery. Even my archery skills aren't that great. So can you hunt animals and stuff? Yeah, I can definitely do that. He walked off into the forest and searched for animals. I used this moment to have a look at my inventory and see what to make. At the moment, it would be quite difficult for us to all live in one hut. I'd likely have to build another one at this rate. My builder minion had finished building the first hut, so I might as well get a second one on the way. 1x lesser stone axe, durability 64%, 623x wood, 43x apples, 340x leaves, 61x meat, token balance 3.216. I had quite a large amount of resources anyways. I crafted another wooden hut blueprint and handed it to my builder minion. After taking a look at it, it began construction of the second hut next to the first one that was already built. The hut was around the size of an average kitchen and had enough space to fit maybe one bed and a few pieces of furniture. It wasn't a great living space, but it wasn't too bad either. I decided to craft some more scout minions as well. Most of my other scout minions were either gathering resources or learning. I was getting to the point where I was struggling to control them all separately. I hadn't actually checked the advanced system controls that I had unlocked last level up, so I observed it. Create minion group. It was a better way of organizing all my minions. I had a little think and decided to split my minions up. Resource division, 18 minions. 1x woodcutter minion, 6x scout minion, woodcutting, 2x scout minion, resource gathering, 1x scout minion, hunting, 8x basic scout minion. Combat division, 9 minions, 1x warrior minion, 2x scout minion, combat, 6x basic scout minion. Utility division, 3 minions, 1x builder minion, 2x basic scout minion. It made it quite a bit easier to control and organize my minions. I would be able to write more generalized code and issue orders to entire divisions at a time. I still had several unassigned scout minions, so I chose some subjects for them to study. I was gathering resources at quite a fast rate, so I decided to assign half of the resource division to automatically sell their resources to the shop. I wanted to gather enough tokens to buy some better items at the shop. Suddenly, I heard a voice. The apocalypse has increased in difficulty. What? Increased in difficulty? Did that mean there were going to be stronger zombies? I couldn't help but feel a cold sweat run down my spine. The day was starting to wane and night was incoming once again. The second hut wouldn't finish construction until the next day, so this night, we would all have to stay in one hut. As Elric returned, I introduced him to Rosie. So he's an elf who I met. Apparently he was banished from his village. Ah, so that's it. Okay. She replied. I'm Elric, nice to meet you. Why yeah, nice to meet you too. I set up the campfire and began cooking some stew. Rosie added some vegetables and I put in some meat. I've got some spices if you want. Really? I was actually just wanting some spices. We know perfectly we're able to make a delicious stew. We plopped all the ingredients in the stone crockpot and watched as the fire slowly cooked all the nourishment inside. By the way, William, did you hear that the difficulty has been increased? Yeah, we should probably stay on high alert tonight. We discussed several different things as the stew brewed in the crockpot. The smoke from the fire filled the air as we made preparations for the night. Chapter 13 Hope and Despair for the Elf. The night had come and the three of us took refuge inside the hut. I had armed several of my combat scout minions with various weapons from stone swords to spears to axes. I put all of my minions on guard and we sat down and had a chat. I only had one bed, so we decided that we would go to sleep a little later. I had crafted 3 chairs and Elric brought some tea bags, so we sat around the table and drank some hot tea. So Elric, you say that the elves have a major city? Well, that's what I describe it as. It isn't extremely modern by any assumption, but there's probably a good several thousand elves living there. Ah, is there like leadership and stuff? Yeah, since all of our leaders got transported over, we simply just upheld the previous monarchy and continued as we did back in our world. I see, so do you guys have many cities? Well, we have a few cities that I know of just a few kilometers away from the main one. Ah. We silently sipped on our tea for a little while. Do you mind telling us why you got banished from your city? I mean, I guess so. He took a deep breath. It was an unpleasant winter night when I, Elric Floshm, had to make one of the most difficult decisions of my life. I had just come back from a hunting expedition with my friends. That was our main source of income now that the economy had been mostly re-established in this new world that we were in. I didn't have many other skills, so this was about all I could do. Even so, just living off these measly earnings wouldn't be nearly enough to be living this relatively lavish lifestyle. The main reason why I could afford most of my luxuries was due to my sister, Ilana. She was one of the greatest elven archers of our generation. As a result, she was hired as one of the guards for the royal family and paid substantially for it. Most of the elves didn't even know that we were related. However, it was this night when everything would come crashing down. I heard a loud banging sound come from my front door. The confident person that I was, I angrily made my way to it and ripped it open. "What do you want?" I asked. Suddenly, I was greeted by the sight of my sister, who collapsed to the ground in tears. "What was going on? Ilana, what's wrong?" "The royal family, they think it's me," she muttered. "What? What do they think is you?" They think that it was me who killed Ardl." "What?" He was shot by one of my arrows. It was at that moment that I finally connected the dots. My sister had been framed for killing one of the royals. I was in shock, but most importantly, I was angry. But what could I do? The royal family had absolute power in this city. Seeing my poor sister in such a state, I couldn't help but feel immense pain in my heart. "Don't worry, Ilana, I'll fix this. A useless elf who can't even master the one thing that his family was known for." There wasn't much I could do, however. There were some things that only I could do. The messenger pigeons, each pigeon has a specific tag and each pigeon can only send messages from its owner. As I let my sister rest on my couch, I began writing a note. After giving it to the messenger pigeon, I sent it off to the royal palace. With that, I left the city. I would have to find somewhere else to live. And that's about it, said Elric. "No way. That's so sad," responded Rosie. "Don't worry about it. I've always wanted to come out and explore the rest of this world. But your life was so good back there," Rosie continued. Don't mind that. I've met you guys now, so it's not like my life is bad." "Are you still being targeted by them?" "I don't think so. I'm pretty sure due to my sister's position, they've decided that just my banishment is enough, although I can't be sure." Suddenly, we were interrupted by one of my minions. "Alert! Minion health has dropped below 30%. "What?" We all hurried to the front door of the hut to see our camp completely surrounded by various zombies. "This must be because of the difficulty increase," I said. I noticed that all of my minions were hard in combat, punching and kicking, swinging various weapons and tools. The disgusting feral zombies constantly latched onto them and tried to bite their heads. I was met by the sound of regurgitation and the squeals of moldy lungs. The zombies were truly horrific creatures. Suddenly, Elric ran over and grabbed his bow and his quiver full of arrows. "I'll help them." He made his way outside and began aiming his bow at the zombies. I quickly looked at my crafting menu. I was going to craft a stone sword. At my command, it was crafted and appeared in my inventory. "Rosie, no offense, but you're not very good at combat, so you can stay inside." "Oh, okay." I ran outside and looked around. My combat abilities were lacking at best, so there was not much I could do. The sword was only a last resort, and the main purpose of my coming onto the battlefield was to more efficiently control and organize my minions. I ordered them individually to target specific high-danger zombies and work together to cull crowds. Elric was quite proficient with a bow despite his self-deprecation. One by one, he shot the zombies with very high accuracy. Not a single arrow of his missed a target. The arrows stuck into the zombies as they fell to the ground before disappearing. "I don't have very many arrows left," he said. I noticed that he used a very particular type of curved metal-pointed arrows. They looked very unique, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. "I can craft you some more arrows, but they won't be like the ones you're using." "Yes, that will work, but I won't be as accurate with them." "That's fine, we're just killing zombies after all." Chapter 14. Kill the dangerous zombie. The swarm of zombies continued trying to break through my minions. I crafted a big stack of arrows for Elric so he could continue shooting them down from a distance. I noticed that it was working quite well. The density of zombies was getting smaller and smaller. Eventually, we were getting upper hand. Suddenly, all of the zombies turned around and ran back into the forest. "What is going on?" I asked. "When this happens, a special zombie appears," Elric replied. "A special zombie? There are zombies who have special abilities called Zen. These zombies are much stronger than the others, so much so that all the other zombies flee whenever they show up." "No way, that means we'll have to face it?" "Yes." "How strong are they?" "They vary in strength, but all I can say is that this fight is going to be a tough one." I called in my minions to form a tighter circle around us. They were slowly healing from the wounds they received during the fight. I looked out into the dark abyss that was the forest, as the area went eerily silent after all that commotion. Suddenly, I felt goosebumps all over my body. I felt as if there was some sort of presence crashing down towards me, like I was being watched by a hunter, like I was being looked down on by an overwhelming strength. I couldn't help but feel sweat drip down my forehead. I looked over at Elric, who also appeared to be tense. "What's the plan?" he asked. I really don't know. I'll sacrifice my minions until we can find a way to defeat it. Do you have any idea how to? I might be able to with my Corwick arrows, however I only have a few and these zombies have regenerative abilities. I need to shoot it right at its weak spot. So you're saying you want me to distract it until you can get a clean shot? I suppose so. Alright, luckily I've got a lot of meat shields. I positioned my minions in a formation that would allow for the most amount of stalling. I would maneuver them in order to keep the zombie locked for as long as possible. Seismic hold. Suddenly, I felt as if gravity had increased strength tenfold. My legs were being crushed under the weight of my body. It was like there were a boulder on my head, pushing me into the ground. I noticed that the movement for many of my minions was also heavily disrupted, as they struggled to even make the most basic movements. I looked ahead as a very large, fat zombie appeared from the forest. However, for 1 second, the ability stopped and I was able to quickly make some movements before the ability reactivated and I was unable to move again. I see what was going on. The zombie's ability was one that could somehow increase the pressure on everything around it, like a crushing grip. However, it had to be reactivated every few seconds, meaning we would get an opening to make precious movements. I noticed that one single attack from the zombie was almost enough to kill one of my minions. Once again, the ability was released and I was able to quickly make some positional changes. As quick as I could, I spread my minions apart to avoid multiple being caught in a single attack. I also tried to engage the zombie with my minions one at a time to avoid any one minion being killed. I looked at Elric beside me and he had pulled out one of his Corwick arrows. The pressure was suddenly reapplied and I was no longer able to move. Can you get a clean shot from here? I asked. I would be able to, but I don't know where that zombie's weak point is. How are you meant to find out? The best way would be for me to just shoot at all the possible weak spots. Special zombies only have 3 possible weak spots: their heart, their head or their stomach. Can you do that? I only have 2 Corwick arrows though. I used the others against the other zombies and they're strewn around the area. Are there any other ways to figure out their weak spots? Generally, zombies try to protect their weak spots. If we observe them for long enough when they are in battle, we can deduce where it is. As the zombie continued bashing my minions one-sidedly, the pressure was released and I was able to make some more small adjustments. I sent a few of my minions forwards to attack the zombie and the 2 of us observed the zombie's movements. There was only a tiny window of opportunity for an attack and my minions did not manage to move fast enough in order to get a significant response from the zombie. It then continued its rampage, slamming its thick, rotten arm into my minions. Luckily it seemed to lose interest after hitting a minion a single time, so my minions would be able to live on a slither of health every time. We would be able to last a few minutes at this rate. However, when it's knocked down a significant number of my minions, it is likely to target us next. Have you been able to spot its weak point? I asked. I feel like it's either his head or his stomach, however, I still can't really tell and it's best not to risk it just yet. A few seconds later, the pressure was released once again and I was able to send my minions in again to attack the zombie. I carefully examined its movements and noticed that it was very subtly protecting its head as my minions rushed in to engage it. The ability then activated again and we were once again practically frozen. I think the weak point is its head, I said. How sure are you? Elric asked. Not a great deal, but I think it's worth a gamble. As we waited for the next time we would get an opportunity to strike, Elric slowly pulled a Corwick arrow out of his quiver. Chapter 15 One Shot, One Chance. Elric placed the arrow on the strings of his bow and slowly drew it until it was at full extension. At the current moment, the arrow would not be able to make it to the zombie. We would have to wait until it let go of the pressure again. As we stood, basically frozen, it continued smashing my minions. At this point in time, there was very little I could do except distract it. I still had around 6 minions who were uninjured. I tried to maneuver them around as well as I could, however, there were only very minimal effects. Then, the pressure was released. As soon as Elric felt the release, he let go and shot the arrow. It flew through the air, whistling as it traveled straight to the zombie's head. It was the longest second of my life as the 2 of us watched the arrow. Splat, it pierced straight into the zombie's head, sticking itself in like a spike. The zombie fell to the floor and it tried to rip the arrow out of its head. No good, that wasn't its weak spot, said Elric. The 2 of us watched as the zombie snapped the arrow straight out of its head, throwing the shards onto the ground. Crap, I only have 1 arrow left. Since the zombie was trying to recover from being shot, it didn't reactivate its ability, so I decided on another plan. It swung its arms erratically, smacking several of my minions who were charging at it. However, that was what I expected. As my minions in front fell to the ground, my goal was revealed. Behind the meat shield of minions stood my warrior minion. With its newly upgraded weapon, I trusted that it would be able to deal significant damage. It had managed to get close enough to the zombie to slash it with its sword. Strike after strike, my warrior minion cut into the zombie's flesh. The zombie still hadn't reactivated its ability. I concluded that it was likely that the zombie needed to concentrate in order to activate it, or at least not be actively getting bashed. As my warrior minion fought the zombie, both Elric and I saw what we needed to see. He quickly pulled out another Corwick arrow and drew his bow. The zombie's weak spot was its heart. The arrow flew through the air, straight towards the zombie. There was a satisfying squelch, then the zombie fell to the ground. Slowly, it began evaporating, like water on the sidewalk. Its flesh gradually melted, leaving behind nothing but a disgusting green goop. Both Elric and I took a deep breath. Thank goodness. You weren't lying when you said it would be tough. I sat on the ground and looked up at the dark, endless sky. With a much-needed break, I reorganized my minions and brought all the injured ones back to allow them to heal. Almost all of my minions were injured in some way. Elric and I decided that we would sit out and keep watch until my minions had healed for some time. You said you weren't that good with the bow, but from what I could see, you were really good. I mean, I'm not terrible, but compared to my sister, I'm nothing. How strong is your sister? Let's just say that if she wanted to, she could defeat an entire army consisting of special zombies. Seriously, she can shoot several arrows at the same time with pinpoint accuracy. I can only really hit a general area from a relatively short distance away. She can hit objects from hundreds of meters away. Wow, she sounds amazing. She really is. We outside, periodically looking around for any stray zombies. I think we'll be good to get some sleep now. Yeah, he agreed. We made our way back into the hut. Rosie was sitting on the bed anxiously waiting for us. You didn't get any sleep? I asked. How do you expect me to get sleep when you two are risking your lives fighting zombies outside? It seemed Rosie didn't exactly have it easy either. We decided to call it a night and found various places around the hut to sleep. It wasn't great, but at least it felt more secure. My minion stayed on watch the rest of the night. I was woken by the sound of Elric fiddling with some arrows. What time is it? I don't know, but it's somewhat bright outside. I slowly lifted my body up and pulled myself to the door of the hut. It looked like it was before midday based on how bright it seemed. Suddenly, Elric approached me. You humans have these abilities called systems, right? Yeah, although they are not really abilities. So what does your system do? Well, aside from all the minions. Well, my system is based on minions so I can level them up and stuff, like a video game. I explained the concept of systems to Elric. I see, so that's what it is. Oh, okay, he continued. So do you want me to hunt some animals so you can sell the drops to the shop? Yeah, that would be really helpful. Alright, I'll just quickly polish my bow. He grabbed something out of the backpack he was carrying. Well, I should send my minions off on expeditions now. I turned on some of the code I had previously written and watched as all of them went off into the woods. I needed to decide what I was going to do. The second hut was nearing completion so my builder minion would be available again. I looked through my crafting menu and looked through what things I could craft. As I was looking through my crafting menu, I was suddenly distracted by the sound of something coming from the forest. It was a very faint sound, I barely even noticed it. Even so, it sounded like the voice of a person. Someone was crying for help. Well, there wasn't much else for me to do. I guess I'd make my way over and see what it was. It would be good to keep increasing the size of my group. Chapter 16 An apathetic person. I slowly made my way into the woods. I still had the stone sword I crafted earlier, but that was basically all I had in terms of combat power. I had already sent out all my minions to do various things. The forest was filled with the crunching sound of me walking through various pieces of greenery. There was hardly any flat land in this rich forest. Eventually, after walking past several trees, I was met by the sight of a girl lying on the ground. Are you okay? I asked as I walked closer. She didn't respond. I slowly walked closer to her until I heard another sound coming from a little deeper in the woods. I quickly summoned my lesser stone sword and raised it. All of a sudden, another girl walked out. I put my sword back into my inventory. I didn't sense any danger as she approached. Heyo, she greeted. Hi, do you need something? I thought I heard someone so I came out here to have a look. You must be referring to the girl I just beat. Yeah. What system do you have? She asked. Why does that matter? I'm just curious, unless it's something you want to hide. I expect that if you want to hear mine, you should tell me yours first, I responded. She laughed and then took a few steps closer to me. She had long blonde hair which looked like it was almost in peak condition despite the circumstance we were in. She was also in a school uniform, one that I could not recognize. You're an interesting one, she said. What about it? She giggled. Did you come to act as the prince for that pitiful girl? I don't see why that concerns you. Of course, it concerns me. I just beat her after all. There was a moment of silence. I waited for her to continue but nothing else came out. Her facial expression showed confusion. Ah, my bad. I expected you to tell me the reason instead of just leaving me hanging like that, I said. She laughed again. If you won't tell me what your system is, at least answer this question. She said. What is it? Would you say that you're strong? I thought about it for a little while. No. You're lying. I'm not. Oh well. So are you going to tell me why you randomly beat someone up? I asked. Well, she was trying to rob me, that's all. She flipped her hair with her wrist and looked off into the distance. So is there anything else you want to know? She asked. I looked over at the girl who was still lying on the ground. It looked as if she had slowly begun regaining her consciousness. There was some slight movement. At first, I thought this blonde girl was bad news. I was planning on drawing my weapon and calling in some minions to fight alongside me. However, I noticed something about the injured girl that caused me to change my decision. I see what was going on now. Instead, I decided to look at the blonde girl who was standing in front of me instead. Do you want to join us? I asked. Join you? That's an interesting proposal. So what's the answer? It depends. What do I have to gain? Well, we have shelter and some other things that we could share. That's certainly something, but I'm not interested. Why is that? I don't like sharing. She replied. What an awkward person. Well, I anticipated as much. There wasn't much more I could offer, so I decided to kneel down and look at the girl who was lying on the ground. She was weakly trying to pull herself up from the ground. As she pushed down to the ground, the blonde girl walked over and attempted to kick her straight in the back. I grabbed her leg, which caused her to look at me apathetically. Hey now, I'm just having a look. In her hand was a knife of Kali. I just wanted to observe this weapon from a little closer. I had already deduced that the blonde girl was not the aggressor. The aggressor was definitely the girl laying on the ground here. Even so, I still wanted to see something. Just recently I saw the condition required to forge a knife of Kali. Why are you kicking someone who's already on the ground? She's getting back up, is she not? There is no need for that. I'm trying to talk to her. I let go of her leg and she took a step back. You're pretty confident, she said. I would hardly call myself that. I would assume that you have a pretty strong system. I have no method of defending myself right now if someone tried to attack me, I said. That's an interestingly worded statement. What part of it is interesting? The right now part. She continued. You know what? I am willing to join you. Who said the invitation was still active? She giggled. I see now. All right then, what do you want from me? I thought about it for a little while. There wasn't really anything I wanted. However, based on her personality, I had some worries. Even if she joined our group, she might still cause more trouble than she was worth. In the end, my goal was to recruit the strongest people I could, irrespective of their personalities. I could always deal with that. Whatever the case, I could read her, and as a result, a person like her could never be a threat to me. You have to follow all of my orders. So you want me to be your slave? If you want to interpret it that way, don't you think that's a little much? She said, while satirically holding her body. Don't worry, I don't want any of that type of stuff. Sure. Well, in that case, I'm allowed to give you a condition as well, right? I'll hear you out. I want you to leave that girl on the ground to die out here. I thought about it. I guess this girl was underestimating me. It didn't really matter. I had planned to do that from the beginning. I decided to leave the knife of Kali on her body since I didn't have much use for it. I don't like using very short-range weapons. The knife of Kali is basically only useful for killing other people. It seemed basically useless against zombies. I don't need a thief anyways. I'm willing to accept that. You really are an interesting one. Alright, I'll follow your orders then. Good. By the way, what's your name? Are you sure you want to know the name of your slaves? Don't act like that. Alright boss, my name is Chloe Afford. Hold on a second. Where have I heard that last name before? Why did it seem so familiar? I guess I'd think about it later. Follow me. Woof. Stop it, I'll dump you into a river. So scary. She laughed. I led the way and the two of us began making our way back to my settlement. Pushing the branches of trees out of my face, I made extra sure that I wouldn't accidentally twist my ankle on this uneven ground. It wasn't a long walk back to the huts, and there we were met by Rosie, who was watering some of her plants with her sister. "Hey, William, who's that with you?" "This is Chloe, she'll be working with us." "Ah, nice to meet you, Chloe." She looked to Rosie for a brief moment before responding. "Likewise." I made my way over to the second hut, which had just finished construction. Chloe was still following me, looking around at the various things in our settlement. After a brief moment, she opened her mouth for the first time in a while and spoke to me. "So what do you want me to do?" "Well, what's your system?" "Ah, that's a secret. You were going to follow all of my orders, weren't you? Are you going to order me to tell you?" "Ah, you know what, fine, keep it to yourself, just go collect some items from the forest that are useful." "Isn't it dangerous out there though?" She sulked. "It's an order." "Ah, you're so ruthless." I couldn't help but wonder about how strong she actually was. Earlier, when I was observing the injured girl on the ground, I saw a knife of Callie in her hand. The knife was an incredibly strong weapon, especially considering the relatively cheap cost in terms of materials. However, there was one condition to craft it, and it was to commit a cold-hearted murder of another person. For Chloe to defeat someone wielding such a powerful weapon, she must have been strong. Well, strong enough. Chapter 17. Reap the rewards of your labor. It was past midday. Everyone was doing their own thing, so I decided to check my inventory. 1x Lesser Stone Axe, durability 63%. 1x Lesser Stone Sword, durability 100%. 566x Wood. 101x Apples. 500x Leaves. 73x Meat. 110x Rocks. Token balance 11.216. My inventory was full and I had gathered quite a lot of tokens just from the minions who were automatically selling their gathered resources. I decided to take a look at the shop to see what I could purchase. Plus 50 inventory slots, 1 token. Archer Minion Recipe, 19 tokens. Woodcutter Minion Recipe, 10 token. I was finally able to afford the Woodcutter Minion Recipe. I decided to purchase it and it swiftly appeared in my crafting menu. I looked at it and saw the cost. It was 200 wood, 10 apples and 10 meat. It was significantly more expensive than the Scout Minions, but they were indeed a lot more efficient and better at their specific specialization. I thought about it for a little while and decided to craft 2 Woodcutter Minions. That was all I could craft with the amount of wood I had. However, I still had a significant amount of meat and apples, so I crafted 16 more Scout Minions. All of a sudden, my number of minions increased drastically again. I opened my advanced system controls and assigned them specific roles. Resource Division, 26 minions. 3x Woodcutter Minion. 1x Scout Minion, Mining. 6x Scout Minion, Woodcutting. 5x Scout Minion, Resource Gathering. 3x Scout Minion, Hunting. 1x Scout Minion, Farming. 6x Basic Scout Minion. Combat Division, 17 minions. 1x Warrior Minion. 4x Scout Minions, Swordplay. 4x Scout Minion, Combat. 8x Basic Scout Minion. Utility Division, 3 minions. 1x Builder Minion. 2x Basic Scout Minion. As I finished organizing my next wave of minions, I assigned them to learn various tasks and reorganized some of my other minions. As I walked around, I wondered how I would deal with Chloe. She had certainly quite a troublesome personality. It's quite difficult to predict what she is thinking about, and she seems to have this air of mystic. It was going to be annoying trying to make everything run smoothly with her here. However, right now, I needed allies, and especially, I needed strong allies. I have been noticing something peculiar occurring. As the days went on, I've grown more and more aware. There is going to be a problem and I am going to need all the strength I can get to fix it. I decided that in order to further progress my settlement, I would need to get steel to craft more advanced tools and other items. In order to do so, I was going to need mining Scout Minions. I already had one, but it likely wasn't going to be able to do much on its own. I had already sent it out on an expedition and I decided to call it back to see how many resources it had gathered. After around 5 minutes, it returned. Your Scout Minion, Mining, has collected 1x iron, 13x stone, 3x coal. Your Scout Minion, Mining, has gained 8 experience since its last expedition. It is now slightly tired. It really wasn't a great deal of things. I looked through my crafting menu. In order to craft a simple iron sword, it would take 20 pieces of iron. At this rate, I was never going to be able to get enough. I also wasn't able to just go and mine the ores myself unless I wanted to venture down into a cave, which I didn't really want to do. My best bet was to just wait for some of my scout minions to finish learning and let them do the dirty work. I needed to craft some furniture for the second hut I made. With the wood I had, I crafted a table, some chairs and various other random pieces of furniture I could decorate the other hut with. The others should be coming back soon as the sun was beginning to set. I spent a few minutes placing the furniture into the hut and came back out as I was greeted by Elric. "You're back from hunting?" I said. "Yep, I managed to catch a rare boar." I looked at the beast in his hands. It was a very elegant-looking boar with a mane and several other very noticeable features. It looked like it had been cleanly shot in the head with an arrow, as there weren't any other wounds on its body. He passed it to me. I looked at my shop and looked at how much I could sell it for. 1x wood equals 0.01 tokens. 1x leaf equals 0.0001 tokens. 1x apple equals 0.02 tokens. 1x stone equals 0.02 tokens. 1x meat equals 0.02 tokens. Artemis boar equals 4 tokens. It sold for significantly more than any other item I could sell in the shop. Seeing as there wasn't much else I could do with it, I sold it in the shop, being rewards 4 tokens for doing so. As soon as I finished, I noticed that Chloe had returned. "Who is she?" asked Elric. "Oh, she's Chloe, she'll be staying with us." "Ah, all right." I made my way over to her. "So what did you collect?" She looked up as if she was thinking. "I got 24 iron, 4 gold and a diamond." "Seriously? I would never lie to you." "Show me then. Or, you really don't believe me?" A brief moment went by as she began taking some things out of her inventory. Suddenly, in her hand, there appeared a bunch of different ores. She stuck out her hand and passed me the items. "Here you go." "What on earth? How did you get all this?" "Do you really want to know?" "I would like to at least." "All right, I'll tell you if you say please." "Please, can I see how you got all those items?" "Okay." She raised her arm and there seemed to be a large amount of energy concentrating at the end of her hand. Suddenly, a large yellow excavator-like drill mechanism appeared on the ground. It was a big machine with a very large and very long drill attached to it. I was surprised by the sheer scale of the machine. "This is my system." Chapter 18 Traitor. As I received all of the ores, I looked through my crafting menu again. I now had enough resources to craft a standard iron sword. It was 20 iron and 50 wood. It looked significantly better than the lesser stone sword I was currently wielding. Chloe looked at me with a smug look on her face. "Good job, I guess. Tay, you can praise me a little more, you know." I pat her on the head. "Is this what you wanted?" "Not exactly, but it's not too bad." After a little while, Rosie also returned from her journey into the forest. She was holding a large number of fruits and vegetables. "Look what I got. Those will be good for dinner tonight," I replied. I began setting up the crock pot for dinner. Everyone gathered around it, taking a seat on various logs I had placed around the area. The bright orange smoke was hypnotic as the bottom of the crock pot slowly heated up. Rosie poured in some water and vegetables and I put some meat in as usual. "Hey, William," Chloe called out to me. "Yeah, I can take care of this if you want." "All right then, I had something I needed to do." "Okay." She took over looking over the crock pot and I made my way back into my hut. Most of my minions were still outside as I wanted to gather resources for a little longer. With my new, standard iron sword, I snuck out without anyone noticing and began making my way into the forest. I went the same path I took the previous day until I finally reached the place where the injured girl was. Where is she? I looked around the area and saw that she wasn't there anymore. I had wanted to speak with her in order to check my suspicions about a particular person. It was someone who I had suspected for a while now. However, since she was no longer here, I would have to wait for another day. I made my way back through the forest towards my settlement as it was starting to get really quite dark. However, I was met by a very bright light in the distance. Not only light, but there was also a huge cloud of smoke above it. As I made my way closer, I realized that the area was quite warm. There had been a fire at my settlement. I rushed back and saw that one of my huts was on fire. Elric, Rosie and Chloe were all nowhere to be seen. It's finally happened. Suddenly, the first person I saw running towards me was Rosie. "William, someone set the hut on fire." She grabbed my arm and pulled me back. "Let's get out of here," she yelled. "Wait." I walked further into my settlement and looked around the area. I couldn't find Elric or Chloe. I ordered all of my minions to return as I tried to figure out the situation. "Rosie, where did the other two go?" "I don't know. I think they ran away. Suddenly, Elric appeared. Rosie appeared visibly shocked at his appearance. William, Chloe was with me when we were watching the crockpot, but now she's gone for some reason, he stated. Elric, it's fine. Huh? I needed to find Chloe first and foremost. I searched the general area, looking around the burning hut which looked like a large bonfire. The wood slowly burned into char and black dust. I looked into the hut from the outside, but there was no sign of Chloe. The only other place she could be was in the forest. I ran into the forest, looking around at the various trees. My vision was heavily blocked, so I struggled to look far into the distance. William, what are you doing? I continued searching around the forest until finally, I managed to see a slight movement. As I made my way closer, Rosie suddenly ran towards me. She grabbed my arm again and pulled me back towards the settlement. William, it's not safe, let's get your minions first. I shook her off. She stood silently as I ran further into the forest. All of a sudden, behind a tree, I saw Chloe tied behind a tree. There was an extremely thick rope that attached her to the tree. She was simply sitting there waiting. The rope was also stuck inside her mouth so she couldn't make any noises. I quickly removed the ropes as she slowly got back up. Took you long enough. Don't you have any sense of danger? I'm not dumb, you know. I don't really have time for this. We need to go back and deal with her. The two of us ran back towards the settlement. Before us, Rosie stood, with a large ring of water surrounding her. It was flowing around freely as if she was manipulating it herself. Asterisk. I figured it out a few days ago. Rosie's movement had been suspicious. First of all, despite claiming to have a botany-themed system, she didn't appear to have any abilities related to plants. Whenever she went out on expeditions, she came home with wounds. However, that wasn't enough to suspect her. She might have just been lying for some other reason. However, once I met Chloe, and more importantly when I saw the girl on the ground, I realized it. It was true that Chloe had beaten up the girl. However, I noticed something quite suspicious. The accessory that the girl was wearing was the exact same accessory that Rosie wore. The knife of Callie. She also had some plants on her that I have only ever seen Rosie collecting. I finally figured it out. Rosie was lying. Asterisk. How did you know? Rosie exclaimed as she violently cycled fresh water around her. I'll admit, you were pretty subtle. How did you find out? Several factors. Her face was covered with anger. Hey, Rosie, I tried to speak to her. Someone else is making you do this, aren't they? Why does that matter? I'm your enemy now. Well, if it's someone else, I'll just have to deal with them instead. She shot a jet stream of water towards me, just barely grazing my cheek. Who is it? Who's making you do this? She stopped listening, instead, putting more energy into her attacks. Ah, what a hassle. Chapter 19 Lost Hope. Rosie. When was it when people began calling me a psychopath? Asterisk. Elric took a Corwick arrow out of his quiver and placed it onto his bow. Look at you guys, preparing to kill me like nothing ever happened. Rosie didn't look as if she was truly evil. I noticed small tears forming on her eyes. It was hard to notice, but they were definitely there. A large amount of water orbited her like a barrier. I took a few steps towards her. Willia. It's fine, Elric. I could feel droplets of water splash onto my face as I made my way closer to her. Her ability didn't seem extremely strong. Not that that really mattered. I was going to kill her with my own hands. Hey Rosie, you weren't lying when you were telling me that story, were you? She shot another sharp stream of water right toward me. The blade of water cut my arm this time. It seemed that she was purposely avoiding my vital areas. As I looked at her, I noticed that her face had gone dark. She was hiding her eyes under her hair. The entire area was still illuminated by the intense fire that was rummaging in the background. I continued walking closer to her, step by step. She appeared to be annoyed by my movements closer to her. However, she didn't attack me. As I made my way closer to her, the veracity of water splashing against me increased. It now felt like a hose, pouring water on me. I still hadn't even reached her main barrier of water which was orbiting her. Ah, this sure was refreshing. I plodded closer enough to her to finally be able to reach her water barrier. I stuck out my hand and caused a break in the barrier. The water splashed onto my arm like a permanent tide on a beach. It was an odd feeling. It was cold and crisp, like the water from the Arctic Ocean. She looked up at me, finally showing me her eyes. Gee, go away, don't look at me like that. Suddenly, her mood changed. She raised her arm and began gathering water in the palm of her hand. This was going to be annoying. If the water blades from earlier were any warning, this attack was likely going to hurt. I wasn't just going to take it sitting down. I quickly opened my crafting menu and crafted a stone shield. As the water was released from her hand, I summoned the lesser stone shield and blocked it. The force of the water was enough to cause cracks to form on the shield. It would likely only be strong enough to take 2 blows. I was going to need something stronger. Almost like we could communicate telepathically, Chloe threw a shield toward me. I didn't really need it, but since she was giving it to me, I guess I'd use it. I picked up the wise diamond shield. Rosie began charging another water attack in her palm. This time, I simply raised the diamond shield and easily blocked the water blast. Rosie kicked the ground in anger. Why do you have to be so annoying? She was like a child having a tantrum. Something about this still didn't seem right. Her actions, her personality, something was off. I knew it from the beginning. Suddenly, the barrier of water around her was released. I could now see her plainly, standing out in the open, hair swaying in the breeze. Her attacks pushed me back a little, and once again, I began walking toward her. Rosie, you and I are alike. Well, I was lying, but whatever. She charged a different water attack in her hands. This time, water gathered in her hands like a ball, a levitating ball of water. We can work together. She acted as if she couldn't hear me. Suddenly, she released the ball of water, shooting it straight toward me. The blue, liquid ball flew through the air, traveling towards me. Water dripped onto the ground as it glided through the air. I raised my shield once again. The ball of water suddenly exploded as it hit my shield. The shockwave was strong enough to send me crashing into the ground. Ow! I slowly pulled myself up. However, as I looked towards her, I realized that she was charging her water blade attack again. The moment she released it, I quickly rolled to the side in order to dodge it. The dirt beside me was shot up like it was hit by a grenade. The area around had already practically all become mud from all the water. I quickly heaved myself up and faced her. She was charging more attacks on her hands and she showed no sign of stopping. I was going to have to accept a few more attacks. I readied my shield as she fired another water ball toward me. It crashed into my shield, forcing me to the ground once again. It was incredibly hard to keep on my feet after being hit by such a violent explosion. The shield was strong enough to sustain most of the damage caused by the shockwave. However, just the force was enough to send me falling to the ground. Once again, I got up on my feet and raised my shield again. However, it looked like she was using a different attack. Instead of hitting me with a strike of water, she instead relentlessly poured water onto me. The volume was so great that I was struggling to keep my eyes open. I could hardly see anything as my entire view was blocked by the water. Behind the blanket of water, I noticed that she was charging another explosive water ball attack in her palm. With all my strength, I heaved up the shield whilst being drenched with water. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my arm. The water ball had crashed into my shield again. I couldn't even see it coming. The flow of water was relentless. I did not get an opening for a single second. Chapter 20 New Start Rosie. I constantly sustained attacks from Rosie. Non-stop, blast after blast, I was forced to raise my shield and be knocked to the ground. My entire body was starting to get sore from the constant beating. I needed to, however, commit to my ideal of not fighting back, at least for the time being. It was the only way I could win. It was painful. Whilst I had had many experiences being beaten before, I never once was in a position where my decisions held so much weight. Every time the water hit my shield, I felt as if my arms had just been beaten by a baseball bat. Every time, it became more and more difficult to pull myself up from the ground. It was really getting hard to move my body around. I had been completely soaked several times through. Luckily, the heat emanating from the fire was enough to keep me warm. However, it would only last so much longer. After that, I would just be a wet, freezing cold person standing on a windy cold night. Hope was not lost. I could tell that her attacks were slowly getting weaker. I knew that there had to be some sort of limitation on her abilities, and I was finally starting to see it. She could only continuously attack me like this for so long. Again and again, I pulled the shield up and blocked her attacks. The water splashed all over my body, splattering all over my already wet clothes. The weight of the attack felt as if I was being pushed down by a sumo wrestler. It was tiring, really tiring. Even the shield felt like an infinitely heavy dumbbell, pulling down against my arms. Eventually, after countless attacks, even she had to slow down and catch her breath. "Why aren't you fighting back?" she asked. "I still want you here with us." "But why? I'm trying to kill you guys." "That's not what it looks like." After hearing my words, she choked on her words and looked as if she couldn't say any more. Tears flowed from her eyes before she quickly covered them with her hands. She looked down at the ground, not even making eye contact with me. "And no, the reason I ever came here was to sabotage you." I walked closer. That's a lie. No, that's not a lie. I still wasn't exactly sure of her intent. She was incredibly dangerous. Her attacks could easily wipe all of us out if she was actually trying. Her voice cracked as she hurried to rebut my statement. You're just going to manipulate me so you can find out who the mastermind is, she cried. I have nothing to gain by doing that. She began gathering water at her palm for another attack. All that matters is that you stay here with us. Where you came from doesn't matter. No, 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 no. Her voice trailed off. We're friends, aren't we? Suddenly, she looked up at me. The story you told me. I explained. What you said wasn't the full thing, right? What do you mean? The full truth is that you weren't forced to be her friend. You wanted to be her friend. You were always looking for someone to confide in. She continued to gather water in her palm. You're afraid, I said. You're just afraid of getting too close to someone. She fully charged her next attack. The water gathered at the point of her palm had concentrated into another powerful weapon. Bits of water dripped to the ground, but the main core of the water was as solid as a rock. Ha ha ha, you're just a coward, aren't you? I shouted. She suddenly looked at me in shock. Huh? I am not. They made me d. Stop hiding behind your excuse. What are they going to do if you don't follow through? I mean, but. Come on, prove it to me. Prove to me that you're not scared. I stuck my hand out towards her. I knew you were a traitor from the moment you got here, but do I look like I care? I took a deep breath. I want you to stay here. It doesn't matter where you came from and what your reasons are. The water on her hand slowly began to dissipate. Forget everything else. Stay with me. I'll figure out the rest. All you need to do is to take my hand. As tears freely flowed down her eyes, she began taking steps towards me. Why aren't you angry at me? Anger, hate, sadness, who cares? Maybe I really should be angry at you, but at the moment, I don't care about any of that. Water began cycling around her again. It looked like her heart was still locked. Eventually, she began taking more steps towards me. However, water was still orbiting her like the moons of Saturn. All of a sudden, she stopped again. I just can't. I promised. Who cares about promises? What does your heart want? don't Kano. I dropped my shield to the ground and looked at her. If you want to kill me, now is your chance. I am willing to gamble my support for you. Whatever your heart wants, do it. Tears were flowing more rapidly from her eyes. They were now a shade of red. Her hair was all messy and covered most of her face. However, through the tough, dense facade, Rose's true feelings lay dormant. Under the bleak, unyielding mask she was wearing, Rose's true feelings lay dormant. I needed a few more seconds. The silence was deafening. At this moment, nothing was happening. The fire had stopped, her water barrier had ceased and there were no noises. However, a few seconds later, the sound of zombies appeared from just outside the forest. Elric and Chloe quickly rushed off to fight against the horde of zombies which had just arrived. Still, Rosie and I stood, facing one another. I'm going to kill you. Water began gathering in her palm once again. Well, that's your decision and now you're going to take responsibility for it. This entire time, I had been buying time for my warrior minion to sneak up behind her. She suddenly noticed the presence of my warrior minion and quickly launched an attack at it. In the split-second opening, I summoned my stone sword from my inventory. In the dark, bitter woods of this new world, with the icy-cold wind blowing against us, I killed her. I won't let anyone betray me and get away with it. Chapter 21 Repair. It was the next day. I was awoken by the feeling of Chloe pulling at my hair. As my eyes gradually adjusted to the light, I looked around to see the situation. Fitting 3 people in a tiny hut was quite difficult. However, we made it work. Aren't you going to thank me for being your bait last night, hero? That did happen last night. I must admit, you're definitely something. I'll take that as a compliment. Hee. I slowly pulled myself up from the makeshift bed that I slept on. It was about time to organize my minions for the day. You have leveled up. Level 4, Level 5. Rewards. Unlocked. Minion housing. Minion manager X1. Minion hut recipe. Inventory space, plus 2000. I unlocked a new feature on this system. I looked at my menu and opened the minion housing menu. When there is housing available, minions will spawn at the rate dependent on the number of empty houses available and the housing rank. Current housing rank, F. Current housing available, -46. I had unlocked a new recipe for a minion hut. It was slightly smaller than the normal hut and cost significantly less. To craft a single minion hut, it would be 200 wood and 20 stone. The only issue was that it also needed builder minions and each hut would take 2 hours to build. 1x lesser stone axe, durability 62%. 1x lesser stone sword, durability 99%. 5x iron. 4x gold. 1x diamond. 1966x wood. 131x apples. 500x leaves. 93x meat. 310x rocks. Token balance 12.773. I was currently able to craft 2 more builder minions. I decided to craft them and also craft as many minion huts as I could. I looked at the minion manager. It was like a substitute for me, able to order the minions to do tasks without the need for me to change their programming. It also had the ability to distribute my resources. I left a little slack in terms of resources, but I would invest most of them into building more minion huts. I wanted to increase my manpower as much as possible. When wood 350 and stone 100. Craft minion hut. Then place minion hut adjacent to an already existing minion hut. At the moment, all I could do was wait for my minions to collect more resources. I looked over at the hut which was being repaired by my builder minion after being burnt to the ground the previous day. I didn't really mind. One of the reasons I built that second hut was to bait Rosie into burning it down. Last night, I managed to deduce several things about Rosie. 1. She gains experience by using her water-based abilities. 2. She can earn new abilities by using her experience points. 3. She has a water tank which needs to be replenished once it runs out, either by soaking in water or simply waiting for it to refill itself. It was an interesting system. It was a lot less complicated than mine. Judging by its nature, it is a mostly combat-oriented system. Eventually, I wanted to take revenge on those who ruined my life at school and then rise to the top of the global leaderboard. However, the final thing I wanted to do was somehow find a way to possibly return to our old world. The new world wasn't too bad, but I had some unfinished business. The others had gone out to collect various resources. I was once again left alone in my settlement. My body was still a little sore after the fight the previous day, however, it was worth it. I was going to build an army of pawns to eventually take over this world. I wanted to find more people, but before that, I should probably stabilize my minion situation. I decided to write a few more lines of code into my minion manager. At the end of the day, report, resources gathered. I wanted to keep a track of the rate I gathered resources. This way I would be able to organize them more efficiently. At the moment, I would just check my inventory every once in a while and just guess the efficiency of my minions. I also wrote another line. When apple 5 and meat 2. Craft scout minion. It was annoying having to constantly craft scout minions. I decided to write some code in order to craft them whenever I had enough resources. I added that to the end of day report so I could accurately keep track of everything without having to micromanage everything. It was probably a good idea to get them to learn some new skills. However, I would set that tomorrow. I wanted to gather resources as much as I could today. I sat on a log and casually thought about what to do next. I had all my goals in mind, but there wasn't exactly a great deal I could do on my own. It was probably a good idea to get some more equipment for myself in case I was ever caught without my minions on hand. I really needed to have a break. I scrolled through my almost endless screen of crafting recipes. There were so many items. Baths, tables, chairs, cupboards, beds, tools, machines, minions, they all floated past my eyes in a blur. What did I even want? At the moment, I wanted to focus on increasing my strength. There were going to be more zombies tonight that I would need to take care of. What a pain, this new life of mine. I suppose I could go gather some resources manually. Chapter 22 City Building. Several hours later, my minion manager walked up to me. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered. X 1243 wood. X 20 leaves. X 71 meat. X 488 rocks. X 2 iron. Other. X 24 scout minions crafted. X 2 minion hut built. Hut repaired. It was much easier to keep track of everything once it was displayed like this. I was gathering resources at a very quick pace. At this rate, I would be able to start expanding my settlement. Suddenly, I received a notification. Bug alert, global rankings have been debugged. I opened up the global rankings. Global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 1624. 2. Noah Gate, 1122. 3. Oliver Moran, 1121. 4. Louis Talman, 989. 5. Rodine Sadiganard, 865. Your rank, #29. Your estimated progression score, 743. Suddenly my EPS had been updated. It was much higher than it was previously. I guess the bug fix meant that my EPS now was accurate. Even so, I thought I was improving rather quickly. However, there are quite a few people who are above me. Mackenzie Franklin had more than double my score. It would be quite a bit of work to continue pushing up the rankings. I took a seat on a slightly moist log as I waited for the rest of my group to come back. I fueled the fire and it began flickering in the small fire pit. This fire was quite small in comparison to the great hut fire yesterday. The fire grew and hypnotically flared in my eyes. It was a nice view, the orange, red and yellow, dancing around in the air. The sky was starting to darken. It wouldn't be long until the zombies arrived. I continued waiting beside the fire pit. For some reason, the rest of my group was significantly tardier than normal. I wonder what they were doing. I set up the stone crock pot and boiled some water inside. I still didn't have any vegetables or spices, so I had to wait until the others came back. An hour passed and none of them came back. The sky was now starting to seriously darken. There was practically no light coming from the sun anymore. The weak purple-orange rays of light were blocked by rough grey clouds floating in the sky. "Heyo, William." Chloe was the first to return. I looked at her clothes, which were a mess. They were covered with dirt and mud and blood. Parts of the cloth had been ripped off and there was obvious wear. Creased almost covered her entire clothing. Her hands had dirt mixed with blood, traveling all the way up her forearm. She was holding a crimson-red stained platinum sword in her right hand. It looked like something had happened. "What happened?" I asked. "Oh, nothing much. I went out and gathered some more ores." "Why are you such a mess?" "Hey, that's not very nice. I got in a fight, that's all." "With what?" She returned her sword to her inventory and pulled out a dark piece of clothing. "A person. I'm not sure what they wanted. I tried to get some information out of them but they didn't say a word. All I have is this clothing that they were wearing." She passed what appeared to be a dark grey hoodie to me. "Who did this belong to?" "I think they were trying to kidnap me." The person was armed with a lot of ropes and a large bag. They also concealed practically their entire body. I'm not sure what their goal is. That is a little concerning. I checked my Minion menu. I was surprised to find that several of my minions had died and others had been severely injured. Something seems to be killing my minions as well. How about we hunt them down? I'll think about it. It's not great to have people threatening us and hurting my resource collection. "Okay, so what's for dinner?" she asked. The others haven't returned, so I don't have much to cook. I only really have meat and water." That doesn't sound too great. Did you manage to see the others while you were out?" "I haven't seen them at all. There was a chance that they may have been attacked by the group of people that Chloe were talking about. It was pitch black in the forest, so there was no reason for them not to return. It was also highly unlikely that they would get lost. They seemed to be able to return without issue every other time." "You think that they may have been attacked?" I asked her. "That definitely is a possibility." What a hassle, right after what happened last night as well. "I guess we can search for them tomorrow." Aren't you more worried about them?" "Not really." "How cold of you. They're your precious friends, aren't they?" "Oh yeah, I did say that." You're quite the liar." I decided to just cook the meat directly on the fire. It looked like we weren't going to be having anything else tonight. As my food cooked, I looked over at the two new minion huts. Quite a few minions were crammed inside. The space was starting to get too small to fit my very large amount of minions. Most of the minions were just wandering around the area, not too far away from the abyss that was the forest. Chloe passed some of the resources she gathered to me. There were several different ores, all of which my minions would struggle to gather in their current state. I watched as the steaks cooked above the fireplace. The smell permeated through the air as the edges began to brown. I figured that it was likely that my minions gathered less resources than normal because of these attackers. I guess I'd really have to go deal with them. By the sounds of things, I assumed they were human and not some other race, but I still couldn't be too sure. "Is the food ready?" Chloe asked. "Yeah, grab one." "Thanks." The two of us ate our steaks in silence as I thought about what I was going to do tomorrow. It would probably involve me taking action. Chapter 23: The Brutal Nights of the Apocalypse. As the two of us finished eating, the sounds of the ruffling of vegetation filled the area. It came from all sides, like a piece of cardboard being ripped apart right next to my ears. In the dark, cold forest, disgusting creatures would come out and attack any unsuspecting victims. "Looks like it's just the two of us tonight. You can watch my back." "Oh, you trust me that much?" "Sure." She put her hands on her cheeks and squeezed them. So much pressure. I found a good spot in the open where I could get a good view of the entire battlefield. The zombies were going to show up very soon. In all directions, I could see the thick, brown trunks and dense green leaves of the trees. Just a little further, however, there was nothing for the eye to see except pure darkness. The ruffling eventually increased in ferocity. I broke up my minions into groups of 5 so I could more easily coordinate them. I positioned them so that there was a group every few meters. If they all managed to stay alive, there shouldn't be any openings for zombies to get through. If stragglers do make it through, I would have to rely on Chloe and my own strength. My minions weren't nearly fast enough to catch up to a zombie if it ran straight towards me. I had just barely enough minions to completely surround the area, so I didn't want to expend any just standing next to me. Horrible rotten creatures eventually started peeking their heads from the forest. I kept my minions back until they approached us. From every angle, the entire area was filled with the bodies of these decaying monsters. Slowly, they began approaching us. They came like a swarm. Suddenly, several incredibly fast zombies charged out of the forest. They ran on all 4s like animals. They were immensely fast, like a cheetah. With erratic movements and unpredictable attacks, my line of minions was starting to get into intense combat. The crawling zombies swiped and jumped at my minions. I had equipped most of my minions with basic weaponry like swords and spears. However, these zombies were uncomfortably fast and my minions struggled to hit them with their slow reaction time and heavy weapons. "Those things are bad news," Chloe said. "Do you think you can go engage them? I don't want them cutting down my wall of minions before the main wave." "Wah, that's a bit much, don't you think?" You're useless." She pouted. "Can you use a bow?" I asked. "Well, I suppose I could. I'm nowhere as good as that elf boy though." "It'll do." She grabbed a large metal bow from her inventory. It was much more complex looking and heavy than the longbow that Elric used. It appeared to be much more technical than the standard wooden longbow. "I've never shot one before, so don't make fun of me." She aimed it towards the swift zombies which were causing chaos in my front line. After adjusting it, she let go and the arrow zipped through the air, hitting a zombie in the leg. It slowed the zombie down a little, but it still managed to continue attacking my minions. These things are pretty hard to use. Hit them in the head next time. That's easy for you to say. She pulled another arrow out and aimed it again. There were around 8 hasty, crawling zombies which my minions struggled to hit. The main wave of sluggish walking zombies was also about to reach my front line. There would be problems if my minions continued to be whittled down by the crawling zombies. After a few seconds, she let go of the tense string and the arrow zipped through the air. This time, it hit a zombie in the neck, instantly killing it. "Yay, good job." Chloe continued to fire her bow as the zombies approached us. I needed to focus on managing the movement of my minions since the main wave of zombies was about to crash into my front line like a tsunami. The zombies got closer and closer until they suddenly began attacking my minions. The crawling zombies were still around, making a mess of my troops. I focused my minions to engage in groups and to pull back whenever they took a significant amount of damage. However, I quickly realized that the situation was rather dire. With our reduced manpower, especially without Elric, these fast zombies were constantly staying alive and attacking my minions. I needed to get rid of them quickly. With no other option, I pulled back several of my warrior minions and focused them on the fast, almost unhittable zombies. They were the only minions which could somewhat consistently engage with them. Chloe was shooting arrow after arrow, gradually whittling down at the wall of zombies which were approaching. Suddenly, one of the crawling zombies broke through the line and charged straight toward me. Shit! I drew my silver sword and prepared to fight it. It quickly pounced and tried to jump on my face. Chloe swiftly got in the way and it smashed its face into the hard surface of the diamond shield she was holding. Liquid and flesh splatter on the ground as I tried to recover from hitting its head. I moved in and sliced it as fast as I could with my silver sword. In one swing, I was able to cut off its head and it evaporated into the air. That was close. Suddenly, in another direction, another crawling zombie broke through the line and started charging at me. This is not good. Chloe was forced to stop firing the bow and change to her platinum sword. The lustrous blade glimmered as it fell down towards the head of the zombie. Cleanly and swiftly, the zombie's head flew off, and green liquid splashed all over the ground where the body hit the soft loose dirt. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 24 Peril in a nearby camp. Deep in another part of the woods, a separate group of students fought for their survival. "Molly, I need support over here," Louis called out. The small group of friends defended with everything they had. The zombies were now beginning to get past the first layer of traps that they had set to defend their small settlement. With a measly group of 6 people, the students lacked the capability to rest. The small group had split up into 2 groups, 3 people per team. Molly rushed over to Louie and conjured a bomb in her hand. "Block your ears." She threw the bomb into the crowd of zombies, blowing them to smithereens. Limbs, blood and flesh splattered all over the ground, decorating the ground with decayed pieces of human anatomy. One of them yelled in pain in the distance. "Ah, they are biting my leg," Jack screamed. "Crap, Molly, do you have any more grenades?" Louie asked frantically. "No, I'm out for 50 seconds. As they spoke, Jack's flesh was being chewed by a zombie. The viscous red liquid flowed all over the ground. He screamed in pain as the zombie clung to him. "Someone help me." Louie turned around and ran towards Jack. He pulled out a lesser stone sword and swung at the zombie that was biting Jack. More zombies approached from behind as he frantically tried to free himself from the jaws of the vicious zombie. As soon as Jack was freed, Louie was then attacked by another zombie. The two of them scrambled to try to get away, but not without sustaining scratch from the zombies. On the other side of the settlement, things were not looking much better. "We need reinforcements here. If we don't get back up soon, we'll be overrun. Henry, can you see how things are going on the other side? I just heard a scream from the other side. I think they are probably struggling as well. Damn it. When will we get a break from this bullshit?" Geordie shouted in vain as the zombies continued to endlessly pour into their camp. They had struggled to whittle down the numbers of the main wave, and there seemed to be a never-ending stream of zombies walking straight into their base. He took out his silver sword, which he had spent a very large amount of time grinding for, and raised it. Swing after swing, he slashed frantically at the increasing number of zombies which were slowly but steady flowing in like a fog. The flesh and blood of the zombies flew out as the sword sliced into them. "Gar, Ashley, can you move your turret over here?" It took a few moments before he could hear a reply. Finally, a panting Ashley shouted in response. I can hardly hold up over here. I just can't." The turret fired bullets into the swarm every once in a while. It was a pretty low-level turret, so it wasn't nearly strong enough to be able to make a significant dent in the horde. "Fuck all of this, let's just accept that man's offer. But we'll lose all of our freedom. Fuck our freedom. At this rate, we'll all die." In the middle of the settlement, there sat a man, wearing a dark hoodie over his clothes. He had come a few hours prior, giving the camp an offer. He was initially turned down, but as their situation rapidly deteriorated, the students were basically left with no other choice. Beside the man, there sat a boy who had come with him. The boy said nothing the entire time, leaving all the talking to the man. The two of them watched as the other students struggled to survive in this horror. After a few moments, he was approached by a boy, covered in blood, sweat and the flesh of the zombies. His face showed complete defeat as he lethargically walked up to them. "We accept your offer." "Good." The moment the two heard that, the boy made his way towards the front line. Despite how quiet the boy was, his strength was undeniable. He slowly ambled towards Ashley's group and looked at the horde of zombies which approached. Both Ashley and Henry were at the brink of collapse, and it was obvious that they weren't able to continue fighting. This boy, Callum French, was at one point the fifth-ranked human on the planet. He raised his right arm, balls of light gathered around him. They floated just barely above his shoulders and the entire area was illuminated. At his command, rays of light rained down and struck the zombies. The balls of light were like cannons, shooting lasers into the horde of zombies. The lasers fried the zombies like a magnifying glass, sizzling holes in their bodies before they collapsed to the ground. After just a few cycles, the size of the zombie horde had significantly decreased. His light penetrated through the skin of the zombies until their bodies eventually disappeared into nothingness. The man guided Ashley and Henry back towards the center of the settlement as Callum began making his way to the other side, preparing to fight the other horde. He slowly walked across the settlement, past the wooden huts and fireplaces that the students had built. Eventually, he was greeted by a severely injured Jack alongside Louie and Molly, who were also on their last legs. Again, Callum simply conjured a few balls of light, which floated around his body. After quickly scanning the zombies, he fired them, burning the zombies from the outside. His rays of light cut them down, one by one, until the second horde was practically eliminated. The dying corpses gradually dissipated into the air as Callum brought the balls of light back into his body. The group of students eventually gathered at the center of the camp where the man stood up on a log and spoke to them. "As per the deal, your settlement is now ours and you are now members of our group." The students appeared disheartened, but this was the only outcome for them. In exchange for their freedom, they got to live. Chapter 25: Long Nights and Tiresome Fights. These guys smell terrible. Her face scrunched up as she walked past the slowly evaporating corpses of spoiled flesh. Sighing, she approached the zombies that managed to break through the front line of minions. Managing to slip in between two of the zombies, she slid past them whilst hacking at their disfigured legs, causing them to collapse as they desperately swiped into the air. She quickly pivoted her momentum by plunging her sword into the ground and approached the zombies who sat in a pool of their own blood. With a sharp glint in her eye, she swung her sword in a flash and decapitated the struggling zombies. She looked back at me with a playful smile, beaming as she cut down the crawling zombies. "Hey, stop looking at me like that. So annoying." I shook my silver sword, and blood splattered on the ground, the edge of the blade gleaming with a murderous glint. I guess I had no choice. Zombies were slowly sneaking through my line of minions. For some reason, the number of zombies tonight seemed to be much denser than the previous night. My minions were enough to take out all of the zombies. Granted, Elric was keeping watch the previous night, but I doubt that he really did that much. There must be some difficulty gradient that I didn't know about. It was probably around time to start building my army. I had already built plenty of resource-gathering minions, and the people around me appeared to be quite belligerent as well. I would probably need to send out escorts with my resource-gathering minions. Oh well, that can wait until tomorrow morning. The slight stream of zombies which broke past my front line wasn't exactly that much of a problem. Even with my quite lacking sword skills, it wasn't too difficult to cut them down. If anything, the fatigue I felt in my arms was the worst of it. Once the two of us took care of the stragglers, I focused my attention back on the main battle and remotely controlled my minions. I controlled them in groups and focused on cutting down the density of the zombies. At the moment, the main issue was not the actual attacks of the zombies, but if we do get overwhelmed, my minions simply wouldn't be able to cut them down fast enough. They had relatively tough flesh, and even for strong minions, it takes a lot of strength to cut through huge piles of bodies. I carefully maneuvered them. I made sure to cut holes in the zombies' advance and force them to not be able to push with too great of numbers all at the same time. Eventually, the number of zombies got smaller and smaller. They were no longer coming in like a broken dam. Instead, they slowly walked into my wall and got cut down. After a little while, there were only a few zombies coming at a time, which could be easily taken care of by my minions. I took this opportunity to have a rest and look over the area. Chloe was standing beside me. She had just put her weapons back into her inventory. AAA, that was tiring, wasn't it? I guess so. Hee, your face is like a doll, never changing. She teased. Now that I thought about it, did I appear cold to everyone else? Oh well. By the way, Chloe. Yes? What were you before you were transported here? A human, of course. Oh my. My mistake for asking such a poorly worded question. Take 2. What was your life like before you were transported here? Aren't we getting intimate? Just tell me. Not just yet. I want to get to know you a little more. She took a deep breath. The air was filled with a melancholic tension. Once I feel like it, I'll tell you everything. I was able to get a decent night of sleep with my minions on guard. Several of my minions took significant damage in the main fight, and a few were even completely destroyed. However, the number was small enough so that I could easily replace them. As I pulled myself up, I was met with a message. You have leveled up. Level 5, Level 6. Rewards. Unlocked. Elite Minion Positions. Unlocked. Minion Leadership. Advanced Warrior Minion X1. More crafting recipes. Inventory space plus 3000. Elite Minion Positions. Suddenly, I was prompted to another screen. You have 3 positions to assign. All elite minions are capable of minion leadership, and all elite minions will have priority when it comes to automatic resource allocation. You may freely change the allocation of the positions, however, there is a 2-day cooldown. Rook, unassigned. Increase strength and attack of minion by 300% and give them overload skill. Bishop, unassigned. Increase stamina of minion by 400% and give them desperate defense skill. Knight, unassigned. Increase speed of minion by 75% and give them farsight skill. From what it looked like, I could assign a minion to each of the positions and they would receive the subsequent buffs. I decided to have a look at my minion menu to see which ones I would assign. All of the positions were somewhat combat related, so I was most likely going to just put my warrior minion and my other combat related minions in. Only when I opened my menu did I realize how many minions I actually had. Resource division, 37 minions. 3x woodcutter minion. 2x scout minion, mining. 10x scout minion, woodcutting. 6x scout minion, resource gathering. 6x scout minion, hunting. 1x scout minion, farming. 8x basic scout minion. Combat division, 30 minions. 1x advanced warrior minion. 1x warrior minion. For x scout minions, swordplay. For x scout minions, archery. 12x Scout Minion, Combat, 8x Basic Scout Minion, Utility Division, 5 Minions, 3x Builder Minion, 2x Basic Scout Minion. I thought about it for a little while before I assigned all of the elite roles to the minions. Rook, Advanced Warrior Minion, Level 1. Bishop, Warrior Minion, Level 9. Knight, Scout Minion, Archery, Level 4. The Archery Scout Minion wasn't really a great choice, but I didn't have enough Specialist Warrior Minions to fill all the positions, so I figured that a Farsight skill would be best utilized with an Archer-type Minion. There were a lot of different systems I had to consider now. I would need to make sure that I keep track of all of them. Anyways, time to take care of these kidnappers. Chapter 26 Human Hunting. I thought about my strategy to catch these kidnappers. I decided to go see what Chloe was doing. She was sleeping in the other hut. I had just about finished organizing my minions for the day, so I didn't have much else I needed to do. I made my way over to the crudely built and newly repaired wooden hut which had previously burnt to the ground. I knocked on the door. Chloe. After a few moments, I heard a thump, then some footsteps before the door opened before me. "Ah, you're awake already?" she muttered lethargically. "Get ready, we're going to kill some people today." There's no better way to start the day than hearing something like that. Just hurry up. Okay. She closed the door again and began preparing some things. I decided to take this opportunity to observe my new elite minions. I decided to keep them nearby since they were only useful for combat purposes. Beside me stood my Rook, Bishop and Knight. Rook, which was my advanced warrior minion, held a longsword in one arm, instead of the standard shortsword held by other combat minions. It was a little bit bigger and slightly sturdier looking as well. After around a minute, Chloe came out of the hut and greeted me again. "Ooh, did you get some new minions?" she asked. "Well, that's basically what happened. So, how are we going to find them?" "I sent out some scout minions to search for them until I get a message. We'll just patrol the woods until we find one." Chloe conjured her platinum sword and held it in her hand. The two of us, along with my 3 elite minions, made our way into the forest. I could explore as much as I wanted, as I could always get my minions to lead me back to the settlement. The only thing was that I didn't really want to wander too far into enemy territory. Step by step, I made my way through the forest, making sure I didn't trip on the vegetation and unstable ground. It wasn't all that difficult to traverse. The branches of the trees sometimes gave a pretty good ledge to hold onto. It was quite dark, even in the middle of the day. Only slight rays of light penetrated the dense, bushy leaves of the trees. We walked through in a straight line, hoping we'd eventually find someone or something. Somewhat in the distance, I could see the silhouette of a robe or maybe a cape. The person was also holding a large stick that looked somewhat like a staff. The figure walked closer to me. Their entire body was covered by some sort of black cloth, however, their face was exposed. It was a middle-aged man. His clothing looked pretty similar to the clothing of the previous kidnappers. "Looks like we've got company. You can take care of him, right? Just don't kill him. I'll need to speak with him." Of course." The man began taking steps backwards. Suddenly, I noticed that he was lowering his staff towards me, and instinctively, I moved my head to the side. The front of his staff flashed white before a crystal formed and was shot out from his staff, piercing the trees behind me. That was fast. I noticed the sound of trees crashing to the ground. The entire area suddenly was encapsulated in a greenish tint, like some sort of radar. Without a moment of hesitation, he pointed his staff again at me. This time, it flashed red. The crystal forming at the tip of his staff was much larger, with an explosive aura around it. Chloe rushed forwards to engage the man. I got my elite archer, Knight, to raise its bow and aim at the midge. Well, at least that's what his power seemed to be like. Dirt scattered all over the place as Chloe's harsh footsteps pushed through the uneven ground. Crap, this person was targeting me for some reason. I didn't have a shield on hand, so I would have to dodge his next attack. His attack seemed extremely fast, so I wasn't sure if I would even be able to make it out unscathed. The red bolt was suddenly released from his staff. It traveled straight towards me at a very fast speed. I jumped to the side as fast as I could, but the explosion of the trees behind caused quite a mess in the area. He almost immediately began charging his next attack. Chloe swung her platinum sword at her, and the man was forced to raise his staff in order to block the blade. The prismarine white blade crashed into the hard wooden staff, causing a dent. However, the staff was stronger than it looked, and the man created more distance between the two of them. After missing several shots, Knight finally managed to fire an arrow on target, hitting the man in the leg. It wasn't enough to send him toppling to the ground, and this time he aimed his attack at Chloe. His attacks didn't take very long to charge, and after gathering some sort of energy, he fired it once again. Chloe pulled out her diamond shield, and the attack blasted into it. The shockwave sent both of them crashing to the ground alongside several fallen trees. However, Chloe regained her footing first and kicked the staff out of the man's hand. The wooden staff bounced around on the ground before landing a few meters in front of me. Slowly, I walked forwards and picked it up off the dirt. Chloe stepped on the man's chest and held her blade on his neck. As she disabled him, she looked over at me, waiting for me to make my way over. I walked up to the man and looked down at him. He looked up at me in fear as he lay in the loose dirt and scarce grass of the forest floor. So, I'll be expecting an explanation. Chapter 27 Interrogation Investigation. He croaked in pain before finally opening his mouth to speak. I won't tell you anything. Looks like I have to think of some torture techniques. However, before I could think about methods of maximizing pain in a human being, Chloe decided to speak up first. Hey buddy, she pressed the point of her blade into his neck. That's not an option, I'm afraid. A gentle stream of blood dribbled out from his neck. Slowly, the sword was pushed further and further into the skin on his neck, a centimeter at a time. Wait, no, stop. She didn't take any notice of these words, continuing the slow descent of her blade. More and more blood began flowing out of his neck. Wait. Okay, I'll tell you anything, just don't kill me. Well, that was easy. Why were you trying to kill us? It was an order. It didn't seem like he was lying. Who was the order by? A man. I'm going to need more specifics. I can't give any more, they'll punish me. What a pain. How about this? I promise to protect you with all of my resources, under the condition that you'll tell me everything. They are our enemy, not you. Really? Not really, but what needs to be done, I promise. I gestured for Chloe to withdraw her sword and take her foot off of his chest. Slowly, he coughed a few times before getting into a seated position. Okay, as long as you can stop them from hurting me. I have plenty of manpower to do that. He took a deep breath. The unworthy me had finally gained his trust. It was a pretty high-stress situation, so his decision-making wasn't exactly top-notch. Even with his trust, I would have to take his words with a grain of salt. So, they have someone who's really strong. They offered to defend us from zombies in return for making us a part of their army. Do you have any description of this really strong person? I think he was in the top 5 ranked people in the world at one point. He can shoot light and stuff. Shoot light? I'm going to need more details. He's a high school student and he makes these balls of light which shoot rays and burns the zombies. I don't know much more. Looked like that was the extent of the description I was going to receive. Judging by the fact that this person might have been in the top 5 at one point, they were likely quite strong. Although, if they aren't there anymore, they may have either lost their position to another, or they may have been judged incorrectly like I was. Now, where are these people located? I asked. They take over settlements, so they have a lot of different bases. This sounded problematic. If they had lots of different settlements to work with, it would be quite hard to take them down at once. Where did you come from? I asked. I came from my old settlement which was taken over by them. By the way, what's your name? It's Jonas. Well, I didn't seem to recognize it. So where is your old settlement? It's about a few hundred meters that way. He pointed deep into the forest. As soon as he signaled, I sent Bishop to scout in that direction. I gave it the command to return if it locates a camp. I didn't fully trust this man's words either, so I wanted to send a scout to check before I pushed in. Anyways, I was running out of uses for this person. So are you guys going to protect me now? He asked hesitantly. Sure. I still had information to claw out of him, although I would like to discard him soon. Just judging by his personality, I didn't really want to have him around. Granted, Chloe's personality wasn't exactly normal, but it was reassuring in its own way. This man would be nothing but a liability. Chloe walked up to me as I thought about what I was going to do. It was probably good to go back to camp for now and gather resources and prepare for the next day. If Bishop comes back with news that there is in fact a settlement, we will probably raid it the next day. Chloe, my minions and I began making our way back the way we came, through the dense shrubbery and thick, dark brown trees. The loose dirt crackled as we walked through. There were scarce patches of grass, although they were more rare than you'd expect. Like a stray dog, the man followed behind us. It was annoying, but I wanted to wait until Bishop came back before I got rid of him, just in case he was incorrect or lying. I guess I'd have to deal with this for now. I was still holding onto his long, solid staff and I wondered what I was going to do with it. I looked in my shop to see if I could maybe sell it. 1x renewed magic staff equals 15 tokens. Wait, I actually could sell it, for quite an extravagant amount as well. That was quite nice. Without hesitation, I agreed to the digital offer and the staff vanished from my hands. As the man watched the staff disappear, he spoke to me from behind. Could I have my staff back? Sorry, but I didn't put it into my inventory, I sold it. His face suddenly looked at me with shock. What do you mean? We're going to protect you, aren't we? What do you need the staff for? I guess so. We continued on our way back to my settlement. The sun was pretty much in the center of the sky, so I assumed that it was near midday. I still had plenty of time before night, so I should probably make some improvements to camp. I unlocked some new crafting recipes so I might be able to make some nice upgrades. After several minutes of walking, we finally reached the large open area. My huts, my campfire and my various other pieces of architecture all sat there waiting for us. Now let's see what I can craft. Chapter 28 Demonic Weapons. There were a very large number of weapons recipes that had been unlocked. I looked at some of their descriptions. They appeared to be split into 3 main categories: standard, magical and demonic. Each weapon had different requirements to be crafted, from extremely large amounts of resources to contracts to sacrifices. However, each weapon had its own unique abilities and effects. I scanned through them one at a time, having a look at what I was going to get. I decided to look at the swords first. Diamond sword, 1x hardened diamond, 200x wood, platinum sword, 4x platinum, 50x iron, 10x gold, obsidian sword, 5x obsidian, 10x ultra hardened stone. All of the standard weapons didn't have any special effects, however, they all had stats that were significantly higher than the weapon I was wielding. Some of the items needed, such as hardened diamond, was crafted from another material. For example, hardened diamond was crafted from 50 diamonds and ultra-hardened stone was crafted from 1000 rocks each. Further down, I reached the magical weapons. Fire-breathing sword. This sword can produce fire that covers the entire blade. The fire cannot be extinguished unless the user commands it to. 1x flaming ember, 10x hardened iron, 5x platinum. Blood blade. The sword gets permanently stronger the more blood it consumes. It favors human blood over animal blood. 10,000x meat. Knife of Electromasters, can conjure thousands of volts at the blade, can be turned on and off at will. 10x hardened copper, 10x hardened zinc. There were even items that required several different materials to craft. The flaming ember required 10 hardened coal and a flame rod, which apparently requires 100 coal, 50 iron and 1000 wood. It was a significant investment. However, the best weapons were still to come. Reading the description of the demonic weapons, they sounded incredibly strong. Each demonic weapon contains a demon. The demon can be summoned to perform various actions or to strengthen the weapon. Only the user of the weapon and other users of demonic weapons are able to see a summoned demon. If your willpower gets too weak, the demon may escape out of the weapon, resulting in the weapon becoming obsolete. To seal a demon within a weapon, you must complete a contract. The crafting recipe seemed somewhat esoteric. Mayor Lucky Eye sword, 1x Mayory contract, 100x ultra hardened stone. Azazel Noyo sword, 1x Azazel contract, 5x flaming ember. Nijatian Mo, 1x Ninja contract, 50x hardened iron. There weren't any descriptions next to each of the weapons, but it was implied that they all had unique special abilities. From what I saw, I decided that I would try to get Mayor Lucky Eye because rocks was something that I could easily train my minions to gather, and it was simple enough to just constantly gather rocks. I wasn't exactly sure what the contract entailed, but I could get it whenever I was ready. I looked at my minions and contemplated how I would begin grinding for these weapons. I would get the majority of my scout minions to become mining scout minions in order to efficiently grind for this weapon. With my new elite minions, I didn't really have to worry about the combat side of things as much, although if I did want to raid the settlement, I likely would need a significant army. It would be somewhat awkward to try to organize my minion in this way, but it should be doable. Resource division, 61 minions. 3x woodcutter minion, 2x scout minion, mining, 10x scout minion, woodcutting, 6x scout minion, resource gathering, 1x scout minion, farming, 32x basic scout minion, combat division, 30 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 4x scout minions, swordplay, 4x scout minions, archery, 12x scout minion, combat, 8x Basic Scout Minion. Utility Division, 5 minions. 3x Builder Minion. 2x Basic Scout Minion. For the time being, I would begin training my minions in mining. Aside from that, I wrote a line of code for my minion manager. On, when, rocks, 1100. Craft, ultra-hardened stone. There was no way I was going to fit all of the rocks in my inventory, so I was practically forced to craft the rocks into ultra-hardened stone whenever I had a pretty large number. With that, I decided to have a look in my inventory. 1x Lesser Stone Axe, durability 52%. 1x Silver Sword, durability 94%. 1x Lesser Stone Sword, durability 79%. 15x Iron. 7x Gold. 3x Diamond. 2998x Wood. 156x Apples. 500x Leaves. 209x Meat. 504x Rocks. Token balance 29.872. I realized that I didn't need the stone short sword anymore, so I decided to sell it to the shop. 1x Lesser Stone Sword equals 0.5 tokens. It wasn't a great deal, but I had no use for it anymore. At this point I had over 30 tokens. I decided to look in the shop and see what I could spend it on. Minor Minion Recipe, 25 tokens. Permanent Minion Efficiency Buff, 10 token. Spear Minion Recipe, 7 tokens. That's perfect. Conveniently, the Minor Minion Recipe was just sitting in the shop. This way, I didn't have to constantly train Scout Minions into mining Scout Minions, and I would be able to work with more efficiency. The Permanent Minion Efficiency buff was also quite tempting, but at the moment, I really needed Minor Minions. With that, I purchased the recipe and had a look at it. To craft a single Minor Minion, it was 500 rocks and 20 meat. It wasn't actually as expensive as I expected it to be, although I did have to claw into my rock supply in order to make more. It wasn't too bad of an investment. I already had enough to craft one, so I decided to craft it. With that, I had my first Minor Minions. Slowly but surely, I'll grind enough resources to craft the weapon. I'll probably include a short index at the end of every chapter. It'll explain some new things as well, so it is recommended that you read it. Index. Overload. Whenever this minion destroys an entity, it gains a temporary passive strength buff. The more enemies and the stronger the enemies are, the greater this minion scales in terms of strength and speed. Desperate Defense. The lower the health of this minion, the stronger and fast it becomes. When it detects that it is being overrun, it will invoke the Overload skill and also the Vampire skill. Farsight. The minions is able to zoom in its vision like a camera. The further away from an enemy it is, the stronger its attack becomes. Vampire. Whenever this minion damages an entity, it regains a portion of health and stamina dependent on the amount of damage inflicted. Chapter 29. Gather countless resources. As always, my minions would always be collecting resources. However, I'd like to speed up the process if I could. At the moment, I didn't really know how to gather rocks by myself. I guess I could pick them up off the ground, but that would be so inefficient I might as well just sleep instead. I could craft a pickaxe, but I didn't know where to go to gather the rocks. My scout minions traveled the general area and informed me of a pretty big mountain just a few hundred meters from here. I assumed that if I just smacked the side of it, I would just gather it like how I gathered wood. However, before I did that, I wanted to talk with Chloe. Chloe, how exactly does your ability work? Huh? You want to know about my excavator system? Yes. Basically, I just summon this machine and get it to mine down into the ground. I can upgrade it and stuff using tokens, and it gets better and better. Can you specify what you want it to mine? I can make it focus on a specific material, yes. Can you make it focus on just rocks? You want it to focus on just rocks? What for? For a weapon I want to craft. Okay, just for you. Thank you. She appeared to be changing some settings before she made her way into the forest. I'll gather the resources now. Okay. Alright, now that Chloe was also gathering rocks, the process should be a little bit faster. In total I needed 100,000 rocks in order to craft enough ultra-hardened stone. I decided to write another line of code for my minion manager. On, craft Minor Minion. Now that I had resolved everything, for the time being, I decided to begin trekking into the forest and make my way to the mountain. The man was still here, however, so I wanted to make him do something useful at least. Actually, scratch that. I noticed that Bishop had returned from its scouting expedition. No settlement was detected in that direction. Oh my. I made my way toward the man. You. He looked up at me. Why yeah? He looked up at me in fear. He must have been planning to rob us while we went out to fight the settlement or something, or maybe he still had loyalties to the people he was a part of. Whatever the case, he wasn't useful to me anymore. I wonder what happens when you kill another human? I summoned my silver sword from my inventory. Any last words? I asked. And no. Wait, there's a reason. I don't care. In one swing, my blade fell through the air. He made one last beg, but he was more of an annoyance than a helpful tool. The sun glimmered on the edge of my blade, which was fit for an execution. Good night. The blade slashed through his body and he fell to the ground. After a few seconds, the ground was stained with the deep red color of blood. As he died, all of the items in his inventory fell onto the ground. X124 wood, X70 leaves, X11 meat, X48 rocks, X1 map, X1 mana crystal, X2 grenade. He didn't have many items, but a few things were of interest. First of all, he had a map. Upon looking at it, I noticed that it showed quite a large part of the map. On it, there were also a few settlements labeled. I still wasn't sure if I could trust it though. He also had a mana crystal, which I didn't know what it did. I assumed that it was either a material used in crafting recipes or maybe a power source. Finally, he had 2 grenades on his person. After inspecting them for a few seconds, they were like traditional military-style grenades. I wasn't exactly sure how he managed to get them, as they didn't seem to fit with the theme of his system. My only thought was that someone else provided him with them. Maybe they were like a last-ditch weapon or something. I was surprised that he didn't use them as I was about to kill him. I guess I must have caught him by too much surprise that he might have forgotten. Now that all the problems had finally been dealt with, I could go and gather some resources. Beside me, I now had all 3 of my elite minions, Rook, Bishop and Knight. There were still a few hours until it became night, so I definitely had time to spend. I looked at the map and saw that the mountain I wanted to visit had already been drawn in. It matched up with where my minion said it was, so it seemed that the map could at least somewhat be trusted. I crafted a silver pickaxe and began my trek towards the mountain. I made my way into the harsh, dense forest and walked through the loose dirt and numerous tree branches. In just a few minutes, I managed to see the edge of the large mountain. The number of trees lessened as I saw the great big mountain. It was covered in grass, like a field of green. I still had a little distance to go. Up close, the mountain was really quite enormous. It towered into the light blue sky. The top of the mountain had patches of white. It was tall enough that snow had gathered near the top. There was a small area where there was exposed stone. I made my way over and took my pickaxe out of my inventory. With 2 hands, I swung the pickaxe and smashed it into the side of the mountain. After doing so, my entire body felt the impact, but there was no noticeable dent in the mountain. Even so, I was informed that I had gathered some rocks. +2 rocks. Chapter 30 Enchantments and Repairs. An hour or so later, my arms were now feeling like noodles. Using a pickaxe really takes a toll on you when you've never used one before. However, I had gathered quite a large amount of rocks. I checked how many rocks I had gathered in total. It appeared to be around 800. It was enough to craft a single other minor minion, so it was progress, I guess. I continued staring at the grey mountainside as I took a break. The sun was still bright and strong, so I still had more work to do today. After a short breather, I heaved myself up and lifted my pickaxe once again. Rotating my entire body, I slammed the pickaxe into the mountain, causing small particles of stone to be dispersed. +2 rocks. Again and again, I continued working with the pickaxe. +3 rocks, +1 rocks, +2 rocks, +3 rocks, +3 rocks, +3 rocks, +1 rocks, +1 rocks. This was getting really tiring. My arms couldn't go on any longer and I was forced to take another break. I guess this was what I was going to be doing for the rest of the day. It wasn't like there was really anything more productive for me to be doing. After another short break, I lifted the heavy pickaxe up from the ground. My arms were practically numb at this point, but on the bright side, it wasn't like I could feel the pain either. I swung it, smashing the rough mountainside until the lactic acid buildup in my arms made it physically impossible to keep on going. I continued to do so for the next few hours. After collecting quite a large amount of rocks, I decided to start making my way back to the settlement. The sky was beginning to darken and before long, we would be fighting zombies again. Through the woods, I observed the map a little more to check its accuracy. It had marked some places with some symbols which I decided to check the reliability of. For the most part, the mountain was accurate and so was most of the forestry, although most of the world as I knew it was a forest. After a little while, I got to camp and took a seat. Chloe looked like she had already returned and she began walking toward me. Hey, you're back, I was waiting for you. How much stone did you collect? Or no greeting? Well, I collected a few thousand. She began transferring the items to me. Anyways, where did the man go? I killed him. Ah, but weren't you using him for information? Turns out he was lying to us. You hate liars, don't you? But aren't you a big liar yourself? I don't have anything against liars. It's just that he became useless the moment I found out that he was a liar. Are you a psychopath? Speak for yourself. But William, I am a normal girl, that's the truth, even if I don't seem like it. That phrase seemed to have some self-awareness in it. The truth was, I didn't know anything about Chloe, and I was starting to realize that there was more to her than what meets the eye. Oh well, that would be for future me to find out. Anyways, what are we having for dinner? The same as last night. Hey, can't we have something new, such as, air? As we were talking, my Minion manager came over to me. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered. X 1461 wood, X 20 leaves, X 79 meat, X 984 rocks, X 2 ultra hardened stone, X 6 iron, other, X 31 scout minions crafted, X 3 minion hut built, X 3 minor minions crafted. Slowly but surely, my army was growing larger. There weren't any casualties today, but several of my minions did come back injured. The attackers were still out in the forest, but having combat minion escort the resource-gathering minions was a good idea. I began cooking the meat on the fire as usual. So do you have any leads on where you think the kidnappers might be? She asked. Well, I managed to acquire a map when I killed the man and there are quite a few markings on it. Can it be trusted? I was confirming the accuracy of it today and it seems to be correct for the most part. Ah, that's good. Are there any settlements labeled? There are 2. I took out the map and showed her. I would like to finish crafting my sword, so you'll probably have to deal with them by yourself. I'll send Rook and Knight with you though. Oh, you want me to fight them off by myself? If it gets really bad, just send one of my minions back to inform me. Hey, don't worry, you'll be fine, probably. Hey, that doesn't sound too good. Oh well. After a decent while, the steak began to char on the fire and the smell of it filled the area. I took mine and bit into it. It was pretty bland, but it was food. The 2 of us ate in silence as I thought about how to optimize my resource gathering strategy. Suddenly, I received a notification. You have leveled up. Level 6, level 7. Rewards. Unlocked. Enchantments. Unlocked. Enchanting menu. Unlocked. Repair menu. All equipment +1 enchantment slot. More crafting recipes. Inventory space +3000. Ooh, what was this? Enchantments. I opened up the enchanting menu. Select equipment to enchant. I selected my silver pickaxe. Silver pickaxe. Available enchantment slots 2. Enchanting cost 2 tokens. 2 tokens wasn't too bad, so without much thought, I paid the price and waited for my enchantment to appear. New enchantment. Reliability I. Decreases durability loss by 60%. Okay, so the first upgrade only affected durability, although it seemed to be a pretty large buff. I had 2 open enchantment slots on my pickaxe, so I could put on another. For another 2 tokens, I enchanted it again. New enchantment. Lightweight I. Decreases weight of equipment by 50%. I pulled my silver pickaxe out of my inventory and noticed that it was in fact much lighter than it was before. That was quite a welcome surprise, as now it would be significantly easier to grind 4 rocks. With that, I was given the option to enchant it again. You must replace one of your current enchantments if you wish to get another dot. I decided that the reliability enchantment wasn't that necessary. Time to spend 2 more tokens. Chapter 31 Hunter-Gatherer. I received another enchantment for 2 tokens. New enchantment. Destroyer I. Increases the power and cleave of the tool by 80%. The new enchantment seemed to be better than the reliability I enchantment. It gave me the option to switch them, so I was left with only the lightweight I enchantment and the destroyer I enchantment on my silver pickaxe, costing me a total of 6 tokens. The sun was pretty much completely set, so I had to make some preparations for the night. I had quite a few minions now and I could somewhat rely on my elite minions to take care of the zombies during the night. I put all 3 elite minions on standby and got them to separately command the rest of my minions with their minion leadership abilities. With that, I could sleep with at least some certainty. I had a quick look at my minion tab. Resource division, 62 minions. 3x woodcutter minion. 3x miner minion. 17x scout minion, mining. 10x scout minion, woodcutting. 6x scout minion, resource gathering. 6x Scout Minion, Hunting, 1x Scout Minion, Farming, 8x Basic Scout Minion, Combat Division, 35 Minions, 1x Advanced Warrior Minion, 1x Warrior Minion, 6x Scout Minions, Swordplay, 6x Scout Minions, Archery, 9x Basic Scout Minion, Utility Division, 6 Minions, 3x Builder Minion, 2x Basic Scout Minion, 1x Minion Manager. I had over 100 minions now, especially with the strength of my elites. I shouldn't have to worry about being overrun during the night. I set up a few lines of code and let the minions take watch over the night. Chloe and I returned to our huts as I lay down on the bed. I had crafted a slightly more comfortable cover, but I still didn't have a blanket as such. I could have made some animals into a cover of some sort, but I preferred to just keep building my army. Comfort wasn't really that great of an issue for me anyways. As time went on, I heard the groaning of zombies outside. It was then changed to the sound of sword swinging and flesh ripping. To the sound of the battle, I slowly closed my eyes. If anything major were to happen, one of my elites would inform me, and with that, the world slowly went into nothingness as I drifted off to sleep. I was softly awoken by nothing in particular. With my new enchanted silver pickaxe, I prepared to go off to the mountain once again to grind 4 more rocks. At this rate it might take weeks until I had enough. At the moment, the best I could do was get Chloe and my minions to gather as many rocks as I could and for me to dig at the mountain. I had planned for Chloe to check out the settlements nearby, but I assumed that she would be able to do multiple things at once. Whatever the case, I decided to leave that to her while I went out to gather more resources. My body was a bit sore as I pulled myself up from the bed. The mining the previous day had taken quite a toll on my arms. However, my pickaxe was significantly lighter now, so it would be easier to use. I opened the rough, rustic wooden door of the hut and pushed it as it screeched on its crudely built hinge. It was probably around time for me to upgrade my living quarters. However, I wanted to focus on my weapon first and deal with this later. I began trekking towards the mountain once again as I sent my minions out on their respective expeditions. Most of them were slightly injured due to the night, but there weren't any casualties or major injuries. I had set up groups of 4, with 3 resource-gathering minions and 1 combat minion to guard. It was a good way to keep the damage to my minions at a minimum during these unstable times. After a few minutes, I arrived at the lonely mountain I was at the previous day. Practically nothing had changed. I made my way to the same spot I stood at yesterday and extracted my enchanted silver pickaxe from my inventory. I raised it, tensing my body, before swinging hard into the dense, tough rock of the mountain. The pickaxe crashed into the stone and a small gust of cleave scraped some of the surrounding rock off of the side. Particles and fragments of rocks were scattered across the floor as my pickaxe smashed into them with quite a strong force. +2 rocks, +3 rocks, +1 rocks, +1 rocks. One single swing had collected much more rocks than it did yesterday. It had collected almost 3 times as many rocks in one single swing, and the swings were also much easier to do. My resource gathering speed had increased significantly, so I continued to smash into the uneven, rocky wall. Swing after swing, I smashed into it, littering the ground with countless pieces of dust and fragments of rock. With every swing, my pickaxe flew into the rock, smashing it and cleaving all around the area, eventually gathering quite a lot of rocks. I continued for a few more minutes before I needed to take a break. Even with the lightweight enchantment, the pickaxe still wasn't exactly light. In about an hour, I managed to gather over 500 rocks. It was enough to craft another minor minion. I shook my arms a little bit before I stood up once again. I wiped the dust off of my pants and continued to swing my pickaxe into the rough stone edge. Again and again, my pickaxe continuously smashed into the rock. The satisfying alerts of rocks being collected were quite motivational to look at. I continued at it, swinging in a smooth circular motion. I was beginning to get used to the movement and could do it more quickly than I was before. For almost an entire hour, I hammered away at the mountainside. I took another break to catch my breath and rest my arms. At this rate, I might be able to get the sword within a week. I continued mining for the rest of the long day. Chapter 32 Stockpiling. Several hours later, I looked up at the setting sun. I had just spent an entire day mining 4 rocks. I had just stared at this plain, grey rock wall for 6 or 7 hours straight, smashing it with a pickaxe every once in a while. Well, it was going to be worth it. In total, I collected almost 4,000 rocks. My arms had no more strength in them. I could hardly support my body with the leftover energy in my biceps. I slowly began making my way back to camp. On the way, I decided to craft all of the rocks into minor minions. At this point, I decided that I had enough of them. From now on, all the rocks I collect will be turned into ultra-hardened stone to stockpile for the demonic weapon. After walking through the dense shrubbery and loose soil, I eventually made my way back to my settlement. The sun had mostly set at this point and the day was all but over. My Minion manager made its way over to me to give me my report. I've got the end-of-day report. Total resources gathered: X 1627 wood, X 20 leaves, X 54 meat, X 3409 rocks, X 7 iron, X 1 gold, other, X 37 scout minions crafted, X 4 minion huts built, X 5 minor minions crafted. I now had 16 minor minions in total, which was quite a large number. Aside from that, I had gathered a total of 2 ultra-hardened stone and 3409 rocks. I was around 5% of the way to crafting the sword. However, my rock gathering rate will be a lot faster in the coming days. I looked around for Chloe, who still hadn't returned. I had sent Rook and Knight with her on her expedition, so there shouldn't be any really big issues. I still worried a little that maybe their trump card, the X5th ranker, might be staying at one of the settlements, and if she coincidentally ran into him, there could be some big trouble. There was no point aimlessly worrying about it, so I started cooking dinner for the night. I set up the fire and began cooking some meat. It was the same meal I had had for a while now, but until we get Eric back I likely wouldn't be able to eat anything with flavor. Several minutes later, I heard a ruffling in the forest. I stood up and walked over to observe what it was. Bishop was standing beside me just in case there was any conflict. Suddenly, Chloe appeared, covered in blood and bruises. "Hey, I'm back. You're not in great shape." "Well, whose fault is that?" "All right, so how did it go?" As she continued making her way into the settlement, I noticed that there were quite a few people following behind her. As they got closer, I noticed that they appeared slightly different. Instead of the normal clothing that we would wear, their bodies were covered with bandages. The bandages didn't seem to be for wounds or anything, they simply covered their bodies, and for some reason, they were perfectly clean. However, aside from their relatively odd attire, they looked exactly like normal people. Mummies? I did hear about them when Elric was explaining to me the dynamics of the world. Yeah, apparently they can manipulate the bandages on their body or something. Okay. Well, it was nice to have some more people with us. There were 5 mummies in total, 3 girls and 2 boys from what I could see. They all looked around my age and appeared to be completely human aside from their bandages, except the fact that they were perfectly clean confused me. Just from walking around in the forest, one would expect at least some dirt to stain their attire. However, the bandages on these mummies were completely and utterly clean, pure white. I guess I should cook some more food for everyone. I took out a few more pieces of meat and began cooking them on top of the fire. The same thing for dinner again. Expect this every day for the time being. Chloe pouted. Anyways, how did the mission go? I noticed that Rook and Knight were both severely injured, and their health was below 10%. It gave me the impression that the settlement put up quite a strong fight. Well, they had quite a few soldiers who fought against me as soon as I got there. She brushed some dirt off of her dress. They weren't exactly extremely strong individually, but as a group, they did manage to deal significant damage. Did you manage to find out any more information? I didn't really do any interrogating. Well, that's fine. You can raid the other settlement that's marked on the map tomorrow. Hey, don't you think that's a bit much, even for me? I suppose so. Fine then, you can help me gather rocks for my weapon. Okay. I looked over at the mummies who were all staring at the pieces of meat I was cooking. Their faces looked in awe as they watched the fire slowly cook the steaks. I guess they mustn't have eaten very well while they were enslaved. I did want to see what use I could get out of them. So what do you guys know how to do? I asked them. They turned and looked at me blankly. I guess I was nothing but a stranger to them at the moment, so no wonder they are not too eager to speak to me. I looked over at Chloe and nudged her to speak to them. Come on guys, tell William here what you can do, she said in a soft voice. One of the boys spoke first. The 3 of us were trained to be soldiers. Chloe did say something about manipulating their bandages. I looked over at the boy. Can you show me what you can do? I grabbed a stick off the ground and stood up as if I was initiating swordplay. The boy hesitantly stood up and raised his arm. I noticed that some of the bandages on his arm began levitating slightly and moved around without any external forces. So you can control your bandages. That's interesting. Suddenly, the bandages unraveled and started traveling straight towards me. It latched onto my arm, wrapping itself around me. I tugged against it, but despite how it looked, it was quite strong. All right, that's enough, Chloe announced. He unraveled the bandage from my arm and it returned to him. Chapter 33 Mummies in the Apocalypse. I turned and asked the girls what they could do. I can cook. Why yeah, I know how to do housework. Same. What a conservative society. It seemed that these girl mummies were mostly taught how to be housewives or maids or something along those lines. Granted, in terms of aesthetics, they were relatively cute. I didn't exactly have many jobs for them to do, but I'm sure I'd be able to get some use out of them. As smoke filled the air, I looked at the steaks which had finished cooking. Well, we can discuss this later. Are you guys hungry? They all nodded their heads. I took the meat off of the cooking station and passed them to each of the hungry mummies and Chloe. They quickly dug into their meals and began chomping down on the steaks. So Chloe, you think we can fit 5 mummies in your hut? Huh? She was still chewing on some food in her mouth. Why all of them in my hut? Don't tell me that you want to sleep with me. I'm afraid I was thinking more along the lines of you sleeping with them. Or I'd be down to sleep with you. I'm fine. Well, on a serious note, I don't think they'll all fit, I'm afraid. I guess we'll split them then. Okay. With the sleeping arrangements sorted, I finished my food and set up my minions to stay on watch during the night. I noticed that one of my scout minions had died during the day. It seemed that even with escorts, my minions were still being harassed. There wasn't a great deal I could do without fighting them all out. Now that I thought about it, the name kidnappers wasn't really all that accurate for the people who kept on attacking my minions. I guess I'd call them the cloaks since they all seemed to wear black hoodies. I had more grinding to do the next day. When I woke up, I looked down at the 2 boy mummies who were sleeping in my hut. I couldn't really be bothered to deal with them, so I left them for Chloe. I stretched a little as I got up from my bed and made my way to the rustic old door. I was greeted by the soft, mild sunlight as I took a breath of fresh air. Another day, another 6 hours of mining. Slowly, I began trekking through the forest once again. My body wasn't as sore as yesterday. It seemed that it was slowly adjusting to the hard labor. After a few minutes of pushing through grass, branches and leaves, I made it all the way to the mountain for the 3rd time. Now, every single rock I gathered would be used only to craft my demonic weapon. I took my pickaxe out of my inventory and raised it. Staring down at the dull, grey rock face, I swung my enchanted, silver pickaxe with my entire body, slamming it into the stone. Dust filled the air and littered the ground as I collected the rocks. +2 rocks, +2 rocks, +1 rocks, +1 rocks. Again, I planted my feet on the ground and raised my pickaxe. The fresh day meant that I had more than enough energy to swing the pickaxe a few times. With no fatigue in my arms, I swung the pickaxe again, smashing the hard yet brittle stone at the mountainside. +2 rocks, +3 rocks, +1 rocks, +3 rocks. How satisfying it was. I raised my silver pickaxe again. 2 swings in, I still had plenty of energy. With the strength in my arms, I swung the relatively light pickaxe and it crashed into the stone. The waterfall of dust and stone fragments raining onto the ground was great motivation for me to keep going. I continued swinging, slamming the stone wall more and more times. After almost an hour, my arms had begun to fatigue and my swings were getting more and more lethargic. I decided that it was time for a break, so I took a seat on a smooth, large rock on the ground. I looked around at the dark green trees and occasional birds which flew by. Now that I looked at it like this new place wasn't all that bad. Taking a breath of crisp, cold air into my lungs, I exhaled, letting my worries float away. After a few minutes, I stood up again. It was time to continue mining away at this infinite stone wall. Like a water wheel, my pickaxe swung, hitting the stone over and over. Eventually, the ground was covered by another entire layer of grey. I continued to fill my inventory with rocks until I couldn't anymore. In over 2 hours, I had collected just over 2,000 rocks. Opening my crafting menu, I crafted the rocks into 2 pieces of ultra-hardened stone before I took out my pickaxe again. I still had plenty of hours to go. I could likely continue mining for over 6 hours today as the sun had just barely reached the middle of the sky. I wanted to get the new weapon sooner so I could wield it against stronger enemies. After almost another hour of continuously swinging the pickaxe, my arms were really struggling once again. I still could only go on for so long before my arms physically couldn't continue swinging. A short break usually was enough to regain most of the energy, but as the day went on it was obvious that my gathering rate was decreasing. Despite that, I was getting quite a large amount of stone. I had gathered 3 ultra-hardened stone in total and it was just barely past midday. Feeling that the strength had returned to my arms, I pulled myself up and began mining again. I felt like during the last few days, I had worked out my arms as hard as a professional bodybuilder. At this rate, I'll be much stronger without even participating in any direct combat. With more motivation at hand, I continued to mine away at the rock wall. Chapter 34 Ultra-Hardened Stone. Several hours later, the sun was beginning to set again. I felt as if the entire day had just flown by. After all this, I was somewhat curious as to what the global rankings were. Global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 2121. 2. Noah Gate, 1445. 3. Oliver Moran, 1398. 4. Maya Keller, 1103. 5. Rodine Sadiginard, 1032. Your rank, #23. Your estimated progression score, 823. It seemed I was moving up the ranks, albeit slowly. I still wasn't exactly sure what the estimated progression score measured. Was it like a ranking of your level or maybe how capable you would be in combat? There was no way to know for sure. I felt as if it was going to be more important in the future though. There was likely more to the global rankings than being purely cosmetic. From just looking at the movement of the upper ranks, I realized that it was only going to get more difficult to claim the ranks. The gap between me and the top 5 appeared to be growing. I was surprised, especially because I had quite a resource-gathering-oriented system. Granted, it wasn't purely resource-gathering, unlike Chloe's. I hoped that once I crafted the demon sword, my rank should increase somewhat. I started to make my way back once I noticed that it was starting to get dark. In total, during the entire day, I had managed to gather 7 pieces of ultra-hardened stone. It wasn't an insanely large amount, but once I collected some from my minions and Chloe, I should be well on the way to crafting the demonic sword. However, on my way back, I remembered that I also needed to form a contract with the demon. I still wasn't exactly sure how to do that, but there was a message which said I was allowed to initiate the contract-making process at any time. I would deal with that once I was closer to gathering the necessary materials. This way, I would be able to face it with more strength. Well, at least that's what I assumed it was going to test. After several minutes, I arrived back at camp and was instantly approached by my minion manager. I've got the end-of-day report. Total resources gathered: X1833 wood, X20 leaves, X51 meat, X458 rocks, X8 iron, X2 gold, other, X41 scout minions crafted, X5 minion huts built. At the moment, I had a total of 31 ultra-hardened stone. I was almost a third of the way to crafting the weapon. In a day or two, I should have collected enough. I looked around the camp. It seemed that the mummies weren't around and neither was Chloe. I was somewhat curious as to what they were doing, but it didn't really matter all that much. I wanted to see how much stone Chloe had collected on her expedition. Since I was already here, I decided to set up for the night. I lit the fire with some wood and began cooking some meat. I assumed that the mummies were going to be staying with us again, so I decided to cook lots of pieces of meat. Soon enough, I wanted to try to find a mummy settlement and return their children. They were all of similar age to us, but I felt like it would be a better idea to try to form good relations with the mummies than to aimlessly use them. They weren't exactly all that useful, and there was a good chance that I would be rewarded for returning them. My 3 elite minions were standing by since Chloe didn't want to attack another settlement today. I decided that I would change my focus to eliminating the cloaks once I finished crafting my sword. That way, I could get Elric back and also prevent my minions from constantly being attacked whilst they were out gathering resources. I decided to scroll through my crafting menu as I waited for them to return, and I noticed that there were also quite a few pieces of armor I could craft. The only issue was that I had never worn armor before and it'd likely be quite heavy. I thought about it for a little bit and decided that I'd just skip out on any heavy armor at the moment. In this state, it would be more of a liability than an asset to me since it would just weigh me down. A forearm guard and shoulder pads might be useful, but even they would have limited uses. I decided that I would just focus on offense. After a few minutes, I decided to take the steaks off of the cooking station and place them on wooden plates. For some reason, Chloe and the mummies hadn't returned yet. I contemplated sending some minions to search for them, but I decided to wait a few more minutes. I looked up at the leaves which swayed hypnotically in the wind. It was pretty cold and the breeze was rather rough. Now that I thought about it, considering that the days weren't even that cold, we probably weren't even in winter. If anything, this felt like autumn or spring. It was completely possible that there would be a much more violent winter in the future, and if so, I would need to make preparations. It was probably a good idea to ask one of the other races here about this. I started to eat my steak after noticing that the others weren't returning. Almost an entire hour later, Chloe finally trudged through the forest back into the settlement. The mummies were all following behind her. However, I noticed that the number of mummies had increased. "You guys came back pretty late," I said. "Yeah, I was out gathering resources and then we found more mummies running around the forest," she replied. "Oh, are they like lost or something?" Apparently they had run away from captivity a few days before I attacked. "Ah, I see. Apparently they know where their main village is." "That's perfect, you can take them there tomorrow." "Are you sure you don't want to use them?" "Nah, just make sure you take any rewards they want to give us." Hee, all right. I pointed at the several plates of steaks that I had prepared earlier and they all made their way over to begin having their dinner. Chapter 35 Final Stretch for Resources. The night went by without any major issues. Until the next difficulty increase, my current army of minions would be enough to look over us every night. This allowed me to get plenty of sleep to recover from the hard manual labor of the days. The previous night, Chloe had collected 6 ultra-hardened stone worth of rocks and a plethora of other gems and ores. Granted, it wasn't an incredibly large amount, but she was likely multitasking with all of the mummies. Most of the time, I would just sell the items that she gave me. I didn't really have anything I wanted to craft with them anyways, and I wanted to stock up on tokens in case something really good appeared in the shop. Now that the next day had come, Chloe was off with the mummies to try to find their home and I was left once again to make my way to the gloriously laborious mountainside where I would spend the majority of my day. It was relatively early in the morning, but Chloe and the mummies had already left, so I decided to make my way as well. It was the same walk as always, walking on the same path, passing the same trees and trekking through the same vegetation which had slowly become worn down from the walking. After a few minutes, I made it to the mountainside once again and prepared to chip away at the fragile yet indestructible rock. I took out my pickaxe and raised it up to my chest. New day, new me. Full of energy, I swung the pickaxe into the stone, smashing it and crumbling the weak, pitiful mountainside. Rock fragments flew everywhere and I collected the fallen resources. +2 rocks, +1 rocks, +1 rocks, +1 rocks. Ah, the beautiful sight filled my eyes as I saw the number of rocks in my inventory increase. I chipped away at the rock wall like I was some sort of maniac. To any outsider, I was just aimlessly smashing away at a wall of stone for hours on end. I was now religiously mining rocks like it was in my faith, like the god of the world was someone with a rock-breaking fetish and I was trying to please them with every inch of my body. I cut away at the rock like I was kicking over the sandcastles built by every single child on earth. It was as satisfying as popping bubble wrap, as satisfying as cutting a loaf of bread perfectly. The numbers filled my eyes as I continued to rotate my body, smashing my pickaxe into the grey wall of sediment. +1 rocks, +3 rocks, +4 rocks, +1 rocks. For almost 2 hours straight, I swung my arms non-stop. It was at the point that I felt like I was trying to pull them through mud. It was like I was trying to raise a barbell every time I moved my body. Even the light pickaxe felt like a full bag of rice. I really needed a break now. After one more swing, I dropped my pickaxe to the ground and took a seat on a nearby rock. I took in a big breath, then exhaled, then took in a deep breath, then exhaled. I was pulling oxygen into my body like a vacuum sucking a pile of bins up from the ground. I had overexerted myself. I shouldn't go on for so long without a break. Finally, after a few minutes, my body managed to recover from the intense strain and I was ready to pick myself up and gather more rocks again. I summoned my enchanted, silver pickaxe into my hands and braced myself for impact. The tip of the pickaxe cut into the rock wall, swiping fragments and dust onto the ground. +2 rocks, +1 rocks, +2 rocks, +1 rocks. I had gathered quite a large amount of rocks. Well, obviously I did. I had spent hours on end, looking into a rock face like it was a mirror and I chipped away at it with all of my strength. An hour later, I took another break and looked down at the path I had walked to get here. Even just after 3 days, there was a significant imprint on the ground. You could easily tell exactly which way I walked just by looking at the slightly distorted vegetation and print in the dirt. Once again, I lifted myself up and raised my pickaxe. Maybe I was a psychopath. Twisting my body, I swung the pickaxe into the wall. For several more hours, I continued this cycle of mining and resting until the sun had all but set for the day again. The sky went from bright blue to a darker purple-white crimson. The clouds had begun to fill the sky and the moon was soon to show its face. After a few more swings, me and my arms had decided that we'd had enough. I gathered more rocks than the previous day, and after converting the last of my rocks into ultra-hardened stone, I took a deep breath and prepared to make my way back to the settlement. In total, I had gathered 10 ultra-hardened stone. As I made my way back, I shook my arms a little bit since they were slightly numb from all that harsh exercise I did. If I wanted to push myself up the ranks, this was what I needed to do. After a short hike back to the settlement, I saw Chloe sitting by herself beside the fire. She looked up at me as I made my way out of the forest and smiled. "Hey, you're back." "Yeah, did you manage to deliver them home?" I asked. "Yes, their chief gave me this." She pulled out a little pile of bandages and showed it to me. Apparently it's an item that speeds up healing on the area it's applied to. It also provides protection in general when you wrap it around an area. That'll be useful for the future. An item that speeds up healing and also provides protection would be quite useful. It was light and soft. It could provide protection without being a liability. I touched it a little bit before pulling up my sleeve and wrapping it around my arm. I began preparing dinner for the day. My Minion manager made its way over to me. "I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered. X 1994 wood, X 20 leaves, X 41 meat, X 654 rocks, X 23 ultra-hardened stone, X 9 iron, X 3 gold, other, X 47 scout minions crafted, X 6 minion huts built." My minions had managed to gather 23 more ultra-hardened stone, alongside Chloe's extra 8 ultra-hardened stone that she had gathered. My total was now up to 72. I only needed 28 more before I had enough to craft my demonic sword. I finished my dinner and rested my body for some action the next day. As I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside, I slowly picked myself up from my bed. My body was still a little sore from all the physical activity, but it was nothing debilitating. At the moment, I would get enough resources from my minions and Chloe so that I didn't need to go out and gather any rocks myself. However, half of the recipe was the contract with the devil itself. I looked at the recipe again. Mayor Lucky Eye sword, 1x Mayory contract, 100x ultra-hardened stone. So I needed to get a contract with the devil Mayory in order to craft the weapon. I had a look at the menu, which had a separate section called contracts. Attempt a contract with Mayory. Begin. /n. Are you craving more chapters? Join my Discord to find out more. I have several free coin coupons which you can redeem. Find them in the Discord. I got them from winning the WPC quite a few times. https://discord.gg/t395tt4huu. Chapter 36 Mayor Lucky Eye Part 1. You have entered Mayory's world. Suddenly, I was transported to an entirely new space. It was filled with nothing at all. No matter where I looked, my eyes were filled with the hopelessness of emptiness. It was a realm consisting of nothing. What was this place? Finally, after a few seconds, I felt my feet touch a surface. I looked down at the ground, which was completely white, like an experimentation facility or maybe a newly built house, except everything was white. I placed my hands on the ground and pulled myself up. Standing uncomfortably on my own 2 feet, I began walking forwards, step by step, one at a time. As I took a few short steps forwards, the entire surroundings changed. I was transported into a seemingly normal neighborhood. However, I couldn't move or interact with the surroundings. I could only watch as the area moved around like a movie. I was looking down at some ordinary houses and an ordinary road. Suddenly, the area began moving. I looked down at my body, but the body wasn't mine. It was that of some girl. I was looking through the lenses of someone else's eyes. They began walking down the road. For some reason, I could feel every sense they were feeling. The chilliness of the wind, the texture of the clothes on my body, the warmth of the sun. I could feel it all. All of a sudden, words appeared in front of my eyes. Act 1 Scene 1, where? Sadness, animosity, courage, rage, love, despair. Act 1 Scene 2, nurture. You are worthless. Why was I here? These powers of mine. No, I must find something else to nurture. What was this? I felt as if I could hear this person's thoughts in my own head. I couldn't even tell which thoughts were mine and which thoughts were theirs. I was looking at the world through the eyes of this girl. Act 1 Scene 3, eyes. Flames tore through the walls of our house. Shards of glass smash into the ground, and the flames flickered, changing in veracity. Smoke filled the air. I watched as everything we once had slowly sizzled into ashes. It's okay, at least my family isn't inside. It's okay, at least my family isn't inside. Why was I lying to myself? The area around me lights up. Light blinds everyone and everything around me. People frantically cover their eyes in pain. The earth around me cracks and splinters. Trees, telephone poles, people, cars, and houses, all lifted into the sky. A whirlwind of objects forms, with me at the center. I couldn't help but feel the sensation of a tear flowing down my cheek. Act 1 Scene 4, Hand. Oh well, such is the nature of my power. I suppose I'll destroy everything. What was the point anyways? It's not like I have anything to live for. Act 1 Scene 5, Heart. Mary. Amongst the chaos, someone calls out to me, "Stop this. Why would I care about what these selfish, hateful people want? I'm sorry. There's nothing for you to apologize for, boy, just accept this fate. All your emotions." The whirlwind of things expands, engulfing everything in its vicinity. "I'll hold them for you." The voice of the boy quietens. "I feel your despair. Houses smash into each other, sections of earth rip out of the ground. I'll give you something to live for." Suddenly the voice of the boy is clearer. "Lean on me, I'll share your emotions." "You're lying. Go away." The battered and bruised boy grips my arm. "I'll feel everything that you are feeling." The mayhem continues, expanding, destroying everything. Suddenly, the boy pulls me into his arms in an embrace. "Mary, I'll go through this with you." Everything went white. Crap. It took me a few seconds to regain my composure. I was back in the pure white world. What did I just witness? It looked like someone's memories. They must have been Mary's memories. I ran my hands across my body to check that I was back in my own body. Her thoughts were gone from my head. I took a few moments to slow my breathing. Why did I see those memories? Her house was burning down. She began destroying everything around her. After that, someone called out to her. Before everything stopped, I struggled to understand. Again, I pulled myself up off the ground and began walking around once again. My head was aching slightly after witnessing that memory. The feeling of hearing her thoughts and feeling those unnatural sensations was an eerie feeling. My balance was a little wobbly at first as I tried to move around this empty world. There was nothing to look at, nothing to keep my balance with. I raised my around to my sides and walked like I was on a tightrope. Where was I meant to go? Suddenly, I was again transported to another place. This time I was inside a school. The bright sun and clean green grass filled my view. More words appeared in front of my eyes. Act 4 Scene 2, Recess. The bell rings for recess. I watch from a distance. The awkward interactions between Noah and his girlfriends. I can't help but wonder, would I be happier? Would I even be happy to see him again? I walk around the courtyard of the school. Now that Sasha doesn't spend much time with me, I feel kind of lonely. Sitting alone on a bench, I see a boy. Something about the boy catches my eye. His curly black hair, his blue eyes. Where have I seen this before? I heard that there had been a new transfer student, but I had not actually seen him. For some reason, he seemed familiar. No way. Could it possibly be? If there was any time for me to speak to someone, it would be now. "Hi. Hey, you're the new transfer student?" "Why yeah." Oh. I had not actually spoken to many boys at this point. What was I even meant to say? "Please, boy, say something to me." So do you like the school at the moment? What was I thinking? Who at this age asks questions like this? I'm as dry as the Sahara Desert. I suppose I do. What the hell is this? Why can't I communicate like a normal person? Think. Surely there's something interesting to talk about. The boy opened his mouth to speak. Thank goodness he's asking me something now. "So, what's your name?" As soon as I hear those questions, I instantly panic, looking down at the ground. I can't help but blush. What am I doing? This is the easiest question to answer on the entire earth. This might not even be that boy. Come on, I'm better than this. My name's Mary." "Oh, Mary, that's a nice name." My heart was beating faster than ever now. What the heck am I thinking? That response is something out of a fast food worker's dictionary. Why am I getting so worked up about this? There's no way he would just show up at my school. Thanks. Damn it, I didn't even ask for his name. You know what, it's now or never. "Hey, can I sit next to you? I'm literally going to die of embarrassment. Why am I so forward? We literally just met." Sure, I suppose. Why am I doing this? I suppose I need some shame in my life, don't I? Well, I guess I'll take a seat now that I've gone this far. "So, what's your name?" "It's Jack." "Oh, hi Jack. I guess this will be the second beginning of our story." I was beyond confused now. Why was I seeing these random memories? It was so awkward. These thoughts that were even mine were constantly forced into my head. This girl had a really weird thought pattern. Why were these memories being shown to me? Chapter 37 Mayor Lucky-Eyed Part 2. I tried as hard as I could to comprehend the memories I was being shown. Was this some sort of test? What was I meant to do? As soon as the memory ended, I was again transported to the empty world. Every time I was transported here, I felt as if I was in the middle of nowhere. Everything was just pure white. There was nothing to do, no puzzle, no combat, nothing, just emptiness. I looked around, trying to find something. Yet no matter where I looked, it was like I staring into the center of the sun. There was nothing to see. Again, the scene changed and I was transported to the school. Act 4 Scene 3, Lunch. I couldn't concentrate on any of my classes after all that embarrassment at recess. I bet he thinks I'm a weirdo now. I walked to my locker and grabbed my lunch. Or so I thought. Turns out I did not bring any lunch. This day is just getting worse and worse. I walk out towards the courtyard. Unexpectedly, the boy was standing outside my house room. Hey, Mary. Oh hey. I don't really have anyone to eat lunch with, so I was wondering if you wanted to eat lunch with me. Suddenly my mind went blank. Why was this boy here? Isn't he supposed to be cringing at me? Oh God, why did it have to be today of all days I forget my lunch? I am really sorry but I forgot my lunch today. Why did I say that? I can still sit with him. I'm an idiot. I guess I'll go have a cry in the toilets. That's okay. I mean, I'll buy lunch for you, my treat. What is going on at this point? I don't even know what is happening. You know what? Forget everything. I'll just do what my heart desires. Seriously? Well, that would be nice. I promise I'll pay you back. Don't worry about it, it's my treat. We awkwardly walk towards the canteen. Is it BLT okay? Yes, thank you so much by the way. Honestly it's okay, don't worry so much about it. I looked down at my shoes. I felt something I never thought I would feel again. Well, I guess I'll wait for you at the seats. Alright. I walk over towards the seats. Everything went white. I fought to catch my breath. I didn't understand any of this. It was like I was watching some poorly written rom-com, but just a few scenes prior, I was shown something quite traumatizing. Was there some pattern I needed to find? I braced myself to be moved into the next memory. I assumed that I would be watching quite a few more memories before I managed to figure out what was happening. Not long after, my eyes were shown another scene. This time, however, instead of looking through Mary's senses, I was simply floating in the air, intangible. No one could see or notice me, but I could look down and see the view. Act 4 Scene 4 Boy. Jack waits patiently in line. Sweat discreetly dripped down his neck. He has had his heart broken in the past. He has been drawn away from his classmates ever since the incident. Maybe this girl would be the one to heal him. He felt something special. Maybe he found someone he could trust. Next please. Just 2 BLTs and 2 large orange juices please. Was that all for today? Maybe I'll have this little cupcake as well. Sure, that'll be $13.50. He walks over to the seats. He looks around for Mary. She was not sitting where he was expecting her. That was okay. He continued looking around, gradually more frantically. Where was she, he thought. He desperately searched around. Where was Mary? Not this again, he thought, not this again. Where was Mary? His breathing was irregular, panting for air, desperate. Please note this again, he thought. Mary, why did you abandon me? He stood still in the middle of the seating area. Everything went white again. Why? I don't understand. What am I looking for? All these scenes, all these memories, why was I being shown them? Without much delay, I was shown some very large text in front of my eyes before I was transported once again. Act 4 Scene 5 Boy. A few moments earlier, I watched as Jack waited in line. I'll pick a very obvious spot so he can easily find me after he gets the food. Wait, is this a date? I've never actually been on one before, so I don't really know. I quickly fix up my skirt and part the hair on my face. My heart was beating faster than ever. For some reason, I couldn't help but smile. Mary, help. It was Sasha. Wait, I'm in the middle of something. This is really serious, you have to come with me. But Sasha grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the canteen. Sasha did not lessen her grip. She pulled me with all her strength until we reached her house room. She scrambled in her locker until she pulled out a phone that was not hers. This is Noah's phone. I see. Are you going to return it to him? I'm really busy. Yes. No. Look at this. She swiftly unlocked Noah's phone. After frantically tapping the screen, she shows me a private message with him and Millie. I can't believe this. He's gone and gotten a third girlfriend. I really don't have time for that scoundrel. Was 2 not enough for him? He just had to go and get a third. I was not going to hang around for these shenanigans. We can talk about this later, I need to go back to the canteen. Before Sasha could utter another word, I rushed off towards the canteen. I'm so sorry, Jack, I'll be there as fast as I can. I sprinted as fast as I could. As I reached the canteen, I desperately searched the seating area. Jack was nowhere to be seen. All I found were 2 BLTs, 2 bottles of orange juice and a half-crushed muffin abandoned on a table. I was again returned to the world of emptiness. My brain, what was I looking at? Suddenly, I heard a voice coming from everywhere. In this pure white abyss, someone was speaking to me. Chapter 38 Mayerlaki Part 3. Hey there, I assume you've come to make a contract with me. The voice was deep and distorted, but just slightly. I was able to make out the fact that the voice belonged to Mary, the devil, and the person within the memories. Yes, I replied. Pay attention to the next memory. If you don't figure it out, there'll be consequences. As suddenly as it came, the voice disappeared. A few moments later, I was moved back into another memory. Act 4 Scene 6. Where is he? I quickly scramble out of the canteen. I can still find him. Why is there no one who can help me when I'm in need? I run into the middle of the courtyard, looking like a fool. I randomly look around, hoping that he would just be here somewhere. What was I doing? Hey Mary, what are you looking for? He quickly sensed the panic in the situation. It was Oliver. He was with a few friends. I hadn't talked to him before. Did you see Jack come through here somewhere? Jack? Is he that new kid? Yes, have you seen him? Yeah, I saw him running into the boys' toilets. He must have really needed to go. That's not the reason, but thanks, Oliver. Thanks. I walked towards the boys' toilets. Well, he's probably in there. I'll just wait out here. It's the least I can do. It all went white again. I need to think. What was I looking for? Something here is off. All these memories, they were all connected, even the memory of the catastrophe. The boy she was looking for. She seemed to think it was Jack, but for some reason, it didn't sit well with me. His behavior, her behavior. I needed to think. Hey, are you ready to answer my question? Asked the voice, echoing through this infinite domain. Wait, I got it. Yes, I'm ready. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of me. She was wearing a dark purple dress that dropped down to just over her thighs. Aside from that, she wore nothing else. It was overly simplistic. However, on the top of her head, there were 2 small horns. She was a devil, so I guess horns were part of the package. She looked down at me before showing a sly smile. Here's the question. She stood up her on toes. What was wrong with the memories? There was a moment of silence. After the 3rd memory, I realized it, but only during the 4th memory did I really see what was really wrong. I chuckled. The boy from the disaster, it's not Jack, is it? Suddenly, her entire expression changed and then she started to laugh. Impressive. It's Oliver, isn't it? She then seemed shocked but didn't respond for a little while. Am I right? I asked. Yes, you're correct. The 2 of us shared a moment of silence. Do you want to see the last memory? She asked. Yes. For the final memory, I was once again transported into the past body of Mary, living through her grief, her pain and her redemption as if it were my own. The surroundings changed, no longer white. I was looking out as if it were any normal day. Act 4 Scene 7 Jack. After a few moments, Jack exits the toilets. He jolts in shock as he witnesses me sitting outside the toilets. Mary, what are you doing here? Oh well, he did this to me once before, I suppose I'm allowed to do it to him. I run towards him and jump at him, catching him in an embrace. Thank you so much for what you did to me 5 years ago. His expression is ice cold. This isn't right. You are Mary, are you sure you have the right person? Wait, what? You saved me all those years ago, right? I don't remember doing something like that. Wait, what? You don't remember? The catastrophe? You mean the one that happened in this city? I wasn't even here 5 years ago. It wasn't him? No way. He slowly drags me off his body. Is this why you've been being so friendly with me? Silence fills the air between us. Well, I'm not the boy you're talking about. I'm sorry. I stand frozen as I watch him slowly walk away from me. His face showed a cold expression. What have I done? That was it. The final memory. Well, it didn't seem like the end. If anything, it felt like the start of something else. I found myself once again sitting on the blank white floor of Mary's world. The long-haired girl with horns on her head looked down at me from a few meters away. Was that really it? I asked. That's it for now, there's more to it, but I'll explain in a second. She took a few steps forward. So, what is it that you desire? She asked. I want power. Is that it? For now it is. She giggled a little. Then There was a slight echo to her voice. It seemed to travel quite well throughout this edgeless world. It was smooth and calming. Yes, I don't have any good memories anyways. Are you sure? You do have a lot of bad memories, but I can also see some good memories in here. Those good memories. I don't need them either. Ah, well, in that case, I'm sure we can form a contract. She stretched her arm out towards me. Don't worry, I won't take your memories all at once. Whenever you desire more power, call out to me and I will provide, in exchange for more of your memories. Asterisk. I was back in my settlement. I looked around. I saw all of my minion huts scattered around the area, in a somewhat uniform way. I saw the two main huts, the makeshift cooking station, the fire pit, my elite minions. They were all here, waiting for me. As the cold air of the apocalyptic world brushed against my skin, I finally realized that I was back. In my hand, I held a sheet of paper. It was extremely tough. It felt as if it could never be broken. On it, there were the words, Mary contract. Ah, well, that was over. I looked up at the setting sun. That process had taken me pretty much the entire day. Now all that was left was to collect the remaining resources. Chapter 39, Crafting the Demonic Sword. As the night drew near, I recalled most of my minions. At one stage, I would like to allow my resource-gathering minions to continue collecting resources during the night, although I still couldn't think of an effective way to do so. I lit the fire and waited for everyone to return. The fire flickered in my eyes as my minion manager made its way toward me. I've got the end-of-day report. Total resources gathered. X 2100 wood, X 20 leaves, X 38 meat, X 755 rocks, X 27 ultra-hardened stone, X 11 iron, X 4 gold, other, X 52 scout minions crafted, X 8 minion huts built. I was just slightly off the amount of craft the sword. I guess I'd have to wait until Chloe returned. What a hassle. I continued to sit on a log, staring at the hypnotic flame. I was still trying to fully come to terms with what I had just seen in Mary's world. There was still so much I didn't know about everything. Finally, after almost an hour, Chloe returned. Hey, William, you're back. I sure am. Did you manage to collect enough resources for your demonic sword? I got the contract today. I still need one more ultra-hardened stone, though. Of course. She grabbed one out of her inventory and passed it to me. Thanks. With 100 ultra-hardened stone in my inventory, I opened my crafting menu and scrolled to the demonic weapons section. Finally, after all these days of work, I would finally be able to make the weapon. Asterisk. The resources disappeared from my inventory as I began crafting the sword. There was a large cloud of gray smoke and gas gathered in my palm. For several seconds, the flares of dust and smoke and various other particles bounced around in my hand. It appeared to be pulling energy from the space around it. After a few seconds, a long, deep purple rapier was conjured into my hand. It was incredibly lustrous and hard, yet surprisingly light. The guard was very eloquent, with metal twirling and twisting like a piece of modern art. The lush, dark purple blade reminded me of the dress that Mary was wearing. It was truly amazing. You have obtained one of the 7 demonic weapons. You cannot enchant your demonic weapon, but it grows with you. Communicate with your demon to obtain more power. As I looked in my crafting menu, it was true that the recipe had completely disappeared. I guess only 7 demonic weapons can exist at one time. I wondered if it was possible to get more than one. I assumed it was, although I didn't really want to go through all that pain again when I've already got a strong weapon. I raised Mayor Lucky Eye and swung it around a little. It was really light and moved through the air like a butterfly. It was much easier to wield than the silver sword and felt much cleaner and much more durable. I walked over to a tree and swung it laterally. The blade cut through the trunk of the tree like a hot knife through butter. It ripped through every fiber within that thick tree trunk like they weren't even there. The dark, purple blade was extremely fine and immensely sharp. The tree toppled over and was caught in the leaves of the surrounding trees. Apparently, each blade was meant to have its own special ability, but in order to do so, I would have to call for my demon. The night was deep on its way and my minions were already prepared to fight the zombies. I didn't really need to use my weapon or even fight at all since my minions were strong enough to take care of them for now. I was going to test out its special ability as I would likely need it against the cloaks. I looked around at what I could use as a dummy before catching Chloe in my line of sight. Hey Chloe, come over here. Don't tell me you're going to use me as a testing dummy for your new weapon. I would never. She began making her way over to me. I signaled for her to stand on the side facing into the forest. I didn't want to accidentally destroy any of my buildings in the crossfire. I concentrated my thoughts and tensed my body as I held Mayolaki in front of me. I held onto the grip as hard as I could. Cut her down, Mayuri. I swung the blade and a thick purple aura gathered all around it. A huge shockwave was produced as air concentrated in front of the blade. The shockwave blasted into Chloe as she summoned her diamond shield and tried to block the attack. Even so, the attack was strong enough to cause her to completely lose hold of her shield and fall to the ground. Several trees behind her were also smashed down, falling down to the dirt and causing a chain reaction of collapses. "Hey, I thought you said you weren't going to use me as a dummy," she said as she wiped the dirt off of her dress. "I must have accidentally hit you in the crossfire. You'd hurt an innocent little girl like me? You're a sadist." I walked towards her. "By the way, when I was hit by your attack, I now have this effect on me and I can't seem to get anything out of my inventory." "You can't pull anything out of your inventory?" "Yeah." I helped Chloe to her feet and picked her shield up off the ground. Suddenly, I heard a feminine voice coming directly from my head. "That effect is called System Disable. It stops the victim from being able to use some things in their system, such as opening their inventory or upgrading their system for a few seconds." "Ah, I see. It's strong, but don't use it too much now. After a little while, you should feel some pain in your arms. Think of it as a restriction or a drawback. The pain gets worse the more times you use it in a row." Interesting, it was a really powerful ability, especially against other people. I just needed to use it at the right times. Chapter 40 Cloak Hunting. There wasn't any need for me to stay up at night as my minions were enough to take care of the zombies. I was woken up by the sound of my hand smacking my sheath which I had placed next to me on the bed. Ow. Oh well, it was about time I got up for the day anyways. I pulled myself up and stretched out my arms, relieving some of the overnight soreness. After that, I made my way to the door of the hut. I had decided that I would be dealing with the cloaks. I opened the door and made my way to Chloe's hut. I knocked on the hardwood of the hut and a dense thump sound rippled inside. A few footsteps later and the door was opened and I was greeted by a bright, smiling Chloe. She had changed into some different clothes which was quite surprising. I guess she might have some system shop or something else that gave her new clothes. She was wearing a concerningly large t-shirt and shorts which were hardly visible. "You're dressed pretty casually," I said. "Oh, thanks for the compliment." It wasn't a compliment. "Anyways, get ready, we're going cloak hunting today." "Cloak hunting? Ah yeah, that was the name I gave the attackers or kidnappers and stuff. That's a good name. Thanks. Anyways, are you ready?" "Sure, I'm ready now." She made her way outside and the two of us walked towards the forest. I kept my 3 elite minions by my side and commanded my minion manager to take over whilst I was gone. I gave it permission to make decisions while I was away. I had already set up most of my minions for their expeditions for the day, but I worried that I might not be back by night. My minion manager has full authority to maneuver and organize my minions for the night so that they don't get killed by zombies while I'm gone. With that, I was fully prepared to go out. With Mayolaki on my hip, my group began making our way into the deep dark forest which still gathered hardly any light despite it being daytime. We trudged through bushes and vegetation, pulling our feet up with every step as we ripped them away from the greenery. "Where are we going?" Chloe asked. "We're going to the other settlement." "Yes." Based on the awkward scale on which the map was drawn, I guessed that the journey would be somewhat of a long one. However, it was pretty hard to tell since the map wasn't that precise. We continued trekking through the forest, walking through dirt and rocks and tree roots. We practically stepped on a different surface for every step we took. We continued on the path for several minutes. Aside from countless different plants, we did not manage to find anything interesting. Following the map, we continued on our hike, pushing forwards through the rough terrain. After almost half an hour, I finally saw something that looked like a settlement in the distance. There were several wooden huts and a few people walking around. From this distance, I couldn't exactly tell what they were doing, but just based on the number of people I could see, this was a relatively large settlement, much larger than mine. The two of us hid under some bushes as we observed them from a distance. I kept my elite minions a few meters away as we tried to stay unnoticed. Based on a few seconds of observation, I could see a few people walking around building some structures. However, the majority of people appeared to be putting on some dark hoodies, emblematic of their group. There was a very large container in the center of their settlement where a plethora of weapons was stored and several people appeared to be picking their preferred weapons out. After a few moments, there was a person wearing a pure white hoodie, in contrast with the rest of the group. My assumption was that they were a leader of some sort. I ordered Knight to come closer and try to shoot the white-hooded person. It took aim and fired its arrow, zipping through the air. I should have expected, though, that it would miss. The arrow alerted all of them of our presence, and I decided that I'd just show myself at this point. Chloe and I stood up and began making our way down the hill, toward their settlement. We were met by the scathing glares of a large group of dark-hooded people. I drew Mayor Lucky Eye and prepared to fight. Chloe had also grabbed her platinum sword out of her inventory and got into a fighting stance as we continued down. I sent Rook ahead in order to clear some of their attention. There was some shouting from their direction before we were flanked by another group. It seemed they already had a group of people who had begun trekking into the forest. We were now being engaged from two directions. None of us had actually engaged in combat, however, as we observed each other from a relatively short distance. I tensed my body as I prepared to fight several humans at once. All of these humans likely had systems that I had no information on. I would need to stay cautious until I was able to accurately identify the strengths and weaknesses of every one system. I kept an especially close eye on the white-hooded leader. They probably had the strongest system which would pose a threat to me. "You ready?" asked Chloe. "Yep." I sent Rook to charge into their pack. The Minion rushed down into their front line as they rapidly began pulling weapons out of their inventories. There were a variety of weapons from spears to scythes to swords. I also began noticing some weird phenomena which I could attribute only to the use of systems. Chloe and I looked at each other before we split up. She would take care of the second force which was coming from the side. I would go down into the settlement and fight their main forces. I left Knight with Chloe and took Bishop with me as we made our way towards Rook, which was already in combat with several of the cloaks. This was going to be a grueling fight. Chapter 41 Fight for Your Life. In front of me stood three tall people who had most of their faces covered by their dark, ominous hoods. One was holding a large, crudely made, machete-like blade, another was holding a long silver spear, and the final one was holding what appeared to be a plain walking stick. Just in the few milliseconds of observation, the person holding the plain stick worried me the most. For someone to be using such a poor weapon, they must have some sort of combat-related system to back it up. With practically no information at hand, I could not afford to allow them to get any attacks off on me. I made sure to keep all three of them view as I raised Mayor Lucky Eye for my first attack. I swung down straight towards the stick wielder and he held up his stick to block my attack. It was extremely sturdy as I couldn't cut it even with my demonic weapon. There was definitely something up with his weapon. I jumped back and regained my posture as fast as I could. I was given no opening to attack as the other two started flooding me with a flurry of attacks. I blocked with my sword and the sound of metal clattering filled the area as our weapons smashed into each other. I carefully watched their relatively predictable attacks and blocked them accordingly. They continued pounding down at me with their sharp metal weapons as I was forced back into a defensive position. I didn't want to use any more of Mayo's strength until I fought a stronger opponent. For a few seconds, I continuously deflected their attacks until I noticed the stick user conjuring a sword behind him. A long silver sword was summoned, floating above his shoulder like a magical pet. A thick blue aura gathered around the sword as he appeared to be controlling it with telekinesis. I wanted to focus all of my attention on it, but I was still frantically defending against the other two attackers who were constantly pounding me with swings and slashes. I needed distance. I quickly took a few steps back whilst blocking their attacks with my demonic sword. I kept an eye on the cloak in the background as he controlled a floating sword freely in the air. Why did he need a stick though? If that was his ability, what was the stick for? Until I managed to figure that out, I would be fighting an uphill battle. Looking at the two cloaks in front of me, I assumed they were resource or utility types since they didn't appear to be using any offensive abilities. This meant that the only real dangerous one was the other. I looked around and noticed that both Rook and Bishop were tied up in their own separate battles. There were way more cloaks than I previously saw. From a brief glance, I counted at least 8 just nearby. I still didn't know how many Chloe was facing. I tensed my body and tried to get on the offensive against the two in front of me. Currently, they were just berating me with no repercussions. I managed to get a good deflection, causing one of them to fall off balance. In the opening, I swung Mayor Lucky Eye, slicing straight into his chest. Ow! Why did I just feel a sharp pain in my left arm? I looked down. Crap! The floating blade that the other cloak was controlling. It was in my arm. I jumped back quickly as I figured out what was going on. I must have missed where it was while I was too preoccupied fighting the other two. The blade pulled itself out of my arm and floated back into the sky. I looked as my arm was stained with a deep red. Damn it! Luckily, it perfectly cut me where the bandage was. The bandage was relatively effective in minimizing the damage and I could feel the opening slowly healing. I needed to be careful though. I was lucky this time, but if it goes into my chest or my head, I'm dead. Wait, if he could have stabbed me in the head or in the chest, why did he stab me in the arm? Surely he didn't just miss, right? I looked over as I saw him doing something with the stick. Without any time to spare, I was once again forced into a long dragged-out fight. The one I managed to cut was on the ground holding his chest in pain. However, the other one was still vigorously fighting me. It was much easier to fight one opponent at a time. However, I watched as his machete swung around me. Every time, I had a split second to position my blade in order to block it. Every single hit was a close call. The heavy weight of the machete felt as if a boulder was crashing into me with every single strike. I sustained several cuts around my body just from the machete bouncing around my skin like a dolphin. The loud banging of our two blades smashing into each other completely filled my ears. I could no longer hear anything else that was going on. In the grey and purple blur of our weapons clashing with each other, I tried to catch a glimpse of the cloak that was controlling the floating sword. I still had no idea of the conditions required to use it, but based on the previous attack, there seemed to be something stopping it from instantly killing me. I managed to block several of the cloak strikes from in front of me, and with my much lighter blade, I was able to counter and stab them. They quickly moved their body, causing my blade to cut directly into their shoulder instead of their neck. I ripped out my blade and took a few steps back as they shouted in pain. Suddenly, in the brief opening, I managed to see the floating sword traveling towards me. However, in the corner of my eye, I managed to see its controller. The cloak was drawing on his leg with the stick. Suddenly, I realized the condition required to control the floating sword. Chapter 42: Life or Death. Controlling the sword wasn't as simple as merely guiding it to my neck with one's mind. It appeared that the method of control was quite crude, requiring him to have to draw the path on his leg in some way in order to move it towards me. The two cloaks who were previously fighting me at a relatively short distance were both injured enough to stop engaging me. I now needed to take down the third one. Through the loose, uneven terrain, I pushed off of the ground and rushed towards the cloak. He quickly saw me coming and adjusted the movement of his floating sword to zip towards me. The path was obvious, so I was able to raise Mayor Lucky Eye and block it without much trouble. I had now gained a few precious seconds and closed the distance between the two of us. He was now within my striking distance. His close combat abilities were next to none, so I planted my right foot into the ground and swung Mayor Lucky Eye with all of my strength. In one clean strike, I sliced straight through his body, cutting him down. However, I wouldn't get much time to have a break. I looked around and noticed that all three of my elite minions were still in combat. I wouldn't be able to bring any to me for support at the moment, though there was a very big issue at hand. I was just catching my breath when I noticed a white cloak dashing towards me. Crap, I'm not ready for a boss battle yet. I raised Mayor Lucky Eye as I braced myself for another round of fighting. He ran straight towards me and kicked me with an extremely powerful right kick. I felt the muscle in my left arm contract in pain as his leg smashed into it. The momentum sent me tumbling to the ground, getting a nice taste of the dirt and blood splattered across the floor. Without any hesitation, he began charging at me again. I needed more power. Mayuri, give me more power. Okay. Suddenly, Mayuri appeared in front of me. Her body was somewhat hollow, as if she were a hologram or a spirit of some sort. However, despite that, her deep purple dress and long hair were clear as day. Time seemed to slow down. I'll be taking some memories. The moment she finished her sentence, she disappeared once again, vanishing into the air. I didn't feel as if my body were any more energetic. However, I noticed a blackish tint bordering the blade of Mayor Lucky Eye. With all the strength left in my body, I pulled myself up from the ground and swung my sword at the white cloak. A blade of black aura was ejected from my blade and sliced through the air straight toward them. The air swirled as the black matter tore through. The strike smashed straight into his body, sending him crashing to the ground. My arms were hurting. A few seconds later, he slowly got back and began making his way over to me again. Crap. I recalled Bishop as fast as I could as I began backing up. I stood no chance against this person alone. Even with Mayor Lucky Eye, it seemed that a weapon could only do so much against a combat system. He ran towards me and kicked me in the stomach with a strong left foot. I noticed that he was winding up a punch, so I raised Mayor Lucky Eye to try to block it. His jab connected with the blade with a thump as he also backed up a little. A few moments later, Bishop had arrived, somewhat injured and tired. I needed its help right now if I was going to defeat this cloak. I knew that Bishop has the desperate defense ability, so I hoped that it would be effective against this overwhelming enemy. He had noticed my minion's arrival and appeared to be acting a little more cautious. We stared at each other from a distance for a little while before he charged in for his next attack. His cape fluttered in the air as he dashed towards me with extreme speed. In response, I raised Mayor Lucky Eye and prepared to strike him down. As he got closer to me, I ordered Bishop to stand in front of me. Now that Bishop was in the way, the white cloak was forced to kick it away. In the brief moment of time that was bought, I wound up Mayor Lucky Eye. I concentrated my thoughts and tensed my body as I held Mayor Lucky Eye in front of me. I held onto the grip as hard as I could. Cut them down, Mayory. A thick aura gathered around the blade. A gigantic shockwave of air was explosively launched from the blade. It blasted directly into the white clock without any time for them to effectively block my attack. The attack was enough to send them crashing into the ground, spattering dirt, bark and rocks all over the sky. I quickly closed the distance, prepared to strike again. Based on my observations, this person was way too fast and way too strong to be normal. He likely had something along the lines of a martial arts system that boosted his physical capabilities. However, I wouldn't be able to know the specifics. I hoped that System Disable would be able to weaken him to some extent so that I would be able to finish him off. Even while he was on the ground, he managed to kick me in the shin, causing me to lose my balance. I ordered Bishop to charge at him and try to slice him up. Bishop swung several times, but the white cloak's movements were still extremely smooth and technical. Bishop missed several shots before finally connecting its blade with his body. The cut drew blood, staining the white cloak as he tried to get up from the ground. However, I was already right up next to his face. Mayor Lucky Eye cast a shadow over his face as the blade fell straight down. In one clean strike, the white cloak was killed. I would have liked to ask him some questions. Oh well. Chapter 43 Enhancement Agents. I took a few moments to catch my breath. Bishop finished off the rest of the cloaks around me, so my general area was relatively quiet all of a sudden. I still didn't know how well Chloe and Rook were doing. I decided to loot some of the bodies. X74, wood. X30, leaves. X9, meat. X8, rocks. X1, enhancement agent. In the inventory of one of the black cloaks, there was nothing that interesting aside from the enhancement agent. I wasn't sure what it was. I looked at the other two. X9, wood. X31, leaves. X9, meat. X56, rocks. X1, enhancement agent. X54, wood. X2, meat. X8, rocks. X1, enhancement agent. They all seemed to have these enhancement agents. I looked to see if there was a description of what it did. However, I wasn't able to find anything. Hey Mary, do you know what these enhancement agents are? I'm not your personal dictionary. Don't just ask me random questions. Ouch. It looked like I wasn't going to have any luck with Mary either. I decided to loot the body of the white cloak, the supposed leader of this settlement. X9, wood. X31, leaves. X9, meat. X56, rocks. X27, iron. X4, gold. X8, enhancement agents. What seemed interesting was that this person has many more enhancement agents. Originally, I assumed that the white cloak just had a combat system or something that was boosting his physical ability. However, there might be something about these enhancement agents that would explain his increased strength. He certainly had many more than his underlings, so it could explain his increased strength. I looked at the enhancement agents and wondered what I could do with them. If they really increased your physical abilities, then I should be able to equip them somehow as well, right? There didn't appear to be an option to equip them or anything. I guess I just hold on to them until I could find out how to use them. I used this time to reorganize my inventory. I would likely be looting quite a few more corpses, so I should make some room. 1x Lesser Stone Axe, durability 52%. 1x Enchanted Silver Pickaxe, durability 24%. 43x Iron. 29x Gold. 4x Diamond. 1x Platinum. 7466x Wood. 32x Apples. 500x Leaves. 19x Meat. X11 Enhancement Agents. 4x Ultra Hardened Stone. Token balance 43.773. My inventory was starting to get quite full once again. It was beginning to get quite jarring looking at such a large list of items. You have leveled up. Level 7, Level 8. Rewards. Shop level increase. 1, 2. More crafting recipes. Inventory folders. Finally, I had a way to organize my inventory so I didn't have to look at so many different things all at once. I also managed to get a shop level increase. I assumed that meant better things in the shop, although I'll check it in a second. I was given the option to sort my inventory into folders, so I created a few: vegetation/wood, mining, and miscellaneous. Now that I'd organized my inventory, I decided to check out the new shop. Elite Minion upgrade token, 30 tokens. Spear Minion recipe, 7 tokens. Minion speed boost potion, 1 token. Grand exchange. It was called shop and now, which was interesting, but the main new feature was the grand exchange. I looked at it and checked it out. Top items: 1x1 wood, cost 500 tokens, seller Mackenzie Franklin. 2x1 enchanted diamond sword, cost 43 tokens, seller Rodine Sadiganard. 3n/slasher. 4n/slasher. 5n/slasher. I guess you needed to be of a significantly high level in order to use the grand exchange, so it seemed that for a pretty long time, it's going to be worth no more than some quick comedic relief. Oh well, I decided to begin making my way around the settlement to try to pick off the remaining cloaks. I could hear the sound of swords clashing and metal clanging in the distance, so I made my way in that direction. There were quite a large number of huts in this settlement. It somewhat reminded me of a small village. After strolling around some wooden huts and the various other buildings that this settlement had, I found Chloe, who had just about finished off the cloak she was fighting. "Hey, William, I'm finished over here. Are there any more of them? I think my minions have it covered." "Ah, that's good." I walked over to some of the cloaks that she had cut down and looked at their inventories. It seemed that Chloe had already looted them. "By the way, do you know what these enhancement agents are?" she asked. "I think they give a boost to physical abilities, but I don't know how to use them." "Ah, I see." She made her way over to me and we began walking around the settlement, checking out all of their buildings. There's not much in here. There wasn't really anything of worth in any of the huts. Even the items that were scattered around the place were all low-tier items that weren't worth picking up. After we searched around for a few minutes, we decided that the place really wasn't worth looting. Despite their strength in numbers, in terms of individual wealth, they were pretty poor. I called some scout minions to the settlement and ordered them to search the place. It was better for my scout minions to act like vacuum cleaners and scavenge up anything that they could sell for tokens. After doing so, I looked up at the sky and noticed that it was already quite dark. The fighting had gone on for longer than I had expected, and now we didn't have time to make it back home before the zombies arrived. "Looks like we'll be camping here for the night." Or, I wanted to sleep in my bed. "I doubt we'll be doing much sleeping tonight." Hey, that's not what I meant. I could recall some of my minions to this new settlement, but I decided that it might be a better idea to leave them at our home settlement, as there was a chance that it might get destroyed if we leave it unattended. However, as a result, we would have to survive the night with only the two of us and my elite minions, who were somewhat injured. Chapter 44: A night in a different settlement. With much less manpower than normal, I had to think of a different strategy for the night. This settlement was quite large, meaning there would be no way to stop the zombies from coming in entirely, so patrolling the border was not an option. The only other option was to allow the zombies to come in and to fight in and around the various huts that they had. It would be like guerrilla warfare except against zombies. I decided to keep Chloe and my elites close by at all times to minimize the amount of space we would take up. Our best plan was to either continuously whittle them down until they eventually die out, or to just stall until daytime. There was also a chance that a special zombie might appear. However, that would actually be beneficial for us, as it is much easier to fight one decently strong enemy than to fight a horde of weaker zombies. As night came along, I quickly cooked some meat on a fire and we had a very brief dinner. There wasn't really much reinforcement we could do since the huts were so weak that it would hardly make a difference. It was very likely that we weren't going to be getting any sleep tonight. As the area got darker, I lit the biggest fire I could in their central fire pit to provide the entire with light. The huts cast large menacing shadows on their opposite sides. However, aside from that, the fire was enough to illuminate most of the settlement. Eventually, the sound of zombies in the distance became louder and louder. I ordered Knight to start shooting at them. However, I wasn't going to engage them in close quarters combat until they were really starting to pile up and overrun us. It wasn't worth the energy to try to cut them down while they were just around the border. Are we going to wait for them to come to us? That's basically the strategy. Chloe also pulled out her platinum bow and began shooting at the zombies. Her aim had drastically increased since the first time I got her to use a bow. Her growth was scarily fast. She was almost as skilled as Elric with the bow. Nearly every single one of her shots hit a zombie in the head, splattering their rotten heads and causing them to tumble to the ground. Hee, how am I with the bow now? You're pretty good. Thanks. With more motivation, she continued to shoot down the zombies, slowly whittling away at their front line. However, with just bows alone, they were eventually going to reach a density where we can't stop them. I still had 2 grenades in my inventory that I collected from the man who was living with us for a little while. They could be used in an emergency, but I wanted to keep them for as long as possible. Such grenades are really valuable in such a place, especially with no modern weapons. After a few minutes, the zombies began closing the distance between us. As a group, we began sneaking through the settlement. If possible, I wanted to lure as many zombies as I could into a single and try to cut them down with Mayor Lakii. My arms were already somewhat stiff from the first time I used her power, but I could probably sustain another without suffering too much. We snuck around the side of the huts, carefully observing our surroundings. I ordered Knight to shoot any zombies which were too close for comfort. We managed to move around the camp, luring the zombies behind us. With Rook and Bishop taking care of any zombies which may be lurking in front of us, we were relatively safe for the time being. Suddenly, I was ambushed by a crawling zombie. It immediately jumped up at me, aiming straight for my neck. Its disgusting body and decaying flesh were extremely pungent up close. It moved erratically and lunged straight for me. Reacting quickly, Chloe cut it down with her platinum sword, slicing the zombie in half. The rotten blood splattered all over the ground. I decided to stop around the back of several huts. There were a few paths for zombies to close in, but the relatively narrow paths should make it easier to cull them. The zombies were definitely strong enough to break down the weak, thimble huts if they really wanted to. However, if we didn't actually stay inside them, there was a good chance that they would just try to go around. I stationed Bishop and Rook at a channel each, and Chloe and I watched the other few. Knight continued to shoot away at the zombies as they gradually approached. There were a few more crawling zombies which rapidly approached us. Chloe drew her sword and so did I. As the zombies got closer, I raised Mayor Lakii and cut them down as quickly as I could. It was still somewhat difficult to hit the unpredictable crawling zombies, however the lightness of the sword meant that I had time to recover even if I missed the first shot. Eventually, we managed to clear the first wave of crawling zombies, which bought us some more time. Without them, the battlefield felt a lot less urgent. However, several minutes later, the zombies once again began grouping up and began pushing in at a rate faster than what my elites could handle. Chloe, I'm going to swing, watch out. Okay. As she moved out of the way, I concentrated my thoughts and tensed my body as I held Mayor Lakii in front of me. I held onto the grip as hard as I could. Cut them down, Mayori. A thick aura gathered around the blade. I aimed as precisely as I could to try to hit as many zombies as I could. I assumed that it was strong enough to cut them down in a single strike. As the shockwave of air traveled towards them, an entire row of zombies was sent crashing to the ground, taking with them some zombies behind. Chapter 45 Regurgitation. As a row of zombies tumbled to the ground, I looked at the pack once again. The shockwave was quite powerful, however, it wasn't infinitely strong. After destroying the zombies at the front, the ones behind slowly began making their way through. My arms were seriously hurting now. This is what happens when you overuse my power, I was informed by Mayori's voice. Suddenly, the remaining zombies stopped in place. They were frozen as if they had suddenly seen something that shocked them. A few moments later, they turned around and began fleeing back into the forest. I knew what was coming. It's going to be a special zombie, I said. We quickly made our way to an open area near the center of the settlement. I looked out into the dark abyss that was the forest, as the area went eerily silent after all that commotion. The intense pressure that I felt in the last fight against a special zombie was back. It felt as if my entire body was being crushed, my senses were being overloaded, and I felt an overwhelming feeling of dread. Out of the forest, a relatively tall but thin zombie showed its horrific head from out of the thick green leaves. There was some sort of greenish-gray liquid dribbling out of its mouth. As it looked around, it managed to catch a glimpse of us and began walking straight toward us. Regurgitation. All of it sudden, a huge amount of regurgitation arose from inside of its mouth. The big pile of liquid was like a projectile, covering the sky above us as it splashed down. Shit. Chloe pulled out her diamond shield and blocked the corrosive liquid which rained on us. However, as she observed her shield, it turns out that the outer layer had been dissolved and it melted off like volcanic lava. The color and structure of the shield had been compromised as it began rotting away from the regurgitation. This isn't good, it's burning through my shield. From the looks of it, if it was corrosive enough to burn through a diamond shield, we were likely going to have to dodge it at all costs. If that liquid hit our bodies, who knows what would happen to our skin? We began running between the huts, taking cover from the acid-like rain which was coming down against us. It seemed that the zen ability of this zombie was pretty simple. Chloe pulled out her platinum bow and began taking aim at the lanky zombie from afar. It seemed our best strategy was to shoot at it from a distance and avoid its attacks at all costs. I thought about it. I could probably send my elite minions in to engage it in close quarters combat, although I ran the risk of losing them entirely. Just before, when the first attack of regurgitation hit them, they lost almost a third of their health from it. I didn't want to risk losing one of my elite minions unless it was really dire. Chloe managed to hit a shot at the zombie from a distance. The arrow cut straight into the zombie's flesh, however, it only managed to hit it in the leg. The zombie fell off balance but it ripped the arrow out of its leg. We have to try to hit in the head, stomach or heart, I told Chloe. I know that, it's just really hard you know. She loaded another arrow onto her bow and aimed it at the zombie. Regurgitation. Suddenly, it threw up again and a wave of acidic liquid flew toward us. Shit. I grabbed Chloe and dived behind a hut. The liquid splashed all over the huts and dissolved its room. It meshed the wood into a dark, viscous liquid. The entire foundations of the hut fell apart and even the walls came crashing down. We rushed behind another hut as we kept an eye on the zombie. Chloe fired another arrow at the zombie. Luckily, the arrow managed to hit the zombie in the stomach. It suddenly stopped and held onto its stomach in pain. However, it still appeared to be alive. A moment later, the zombie pulled the arrow out, spurting some blood on the ground. Not long after, the wound healed itself up and it was as good as new. These zombies had some serious regenerative abilities. It was practically impossible to kill them without hitting their weak spot. Chloe loaded another arrow into her silver bow and aimed it at the zombie again. However, this time, the zombie began running towards us. The long limbs and tall body of the zombie made its run technique look really awkward. However, there was no doubt that it was fast, really fast. We turned and also ran away as fast as possible. At point blank, we'd all be covered in its vomit and we'd have no time to react. We rushed around the huts, trying to put some distance between us. It chased us from behind, awkwardly turning and running as we hid around corners to try to lose it. Chloe quickly turned and fired another arrow. However, the arrow flew past the zombie and missed completely. Crap, it's hard to shoot while moving. We hurried further and further away. We could not afford to have the zombie catch up to us. Regurgitation. The zombie regurgitated again, shooting a dangerous liquid toward us. We were forced to dive around the corner as we had hardly any time to avoid its attack. In the acid, 2 of my elite minions ended up being hit and lost a huge portion of their health. This isn't good. Chloe, can you shoot again? I'll have to stop to be able to fire an accurate shot. I'll try to distract it with Bishop. I sent Bishop toward the zombie as Chloe took aim. It was risky since Bishop was low on health, however, at this rate, we'd all die. With Bishop's desperate defense ability, I hoped that it would be able to distract it for a decent amount of time. Chapter 46 Wandering Trader System. Chloe's arrow flew through the air. It landed on the zombie's neck. Crap, I missed. Regurgitation. The zombie went through another acid reflux, gathering toxic vomit in its rotten mouth before spewing it toward us. With each strike, the zombie was closing the distance on us. We were forced to dash behind cover again in order to avoid the strike. A huge splash of toxic liquid frantically dissolved the feeble wooden hut we were hiding behind. Our possible covers were slowly getting worn down. Several of the huts were already destroyed and the remaining ones are quite spread out so it wouldn't be easy to move between them. Chloe pulled out another arrow and placed it on her platinum bow. She peeked around the corner of the melting wooden hut and fired another arrow straight toward the zombie. This time, the arrow stabbed directly into the center of its chest. The arrow sunk into its heart chamber and it fell to the ground in agony. I got Knight to take aim at it and Chloe loaded another arrow just in case. The zombie squealed on the ground as we prepared our next attacks. Suddenly, even though the zombie appeared to be in pain, it raised its head at us. Noticing what was happening, we quickly ran away as it gathered vomit in its throat. We just barely managed to make it behind another hut before it regurgitated again, shooting a rain of acidic liquid. It quickly dissolved the hut we hid behind, turning the wood into a viscous black sticky mush. With her arrow already loaded, Chloe aimed her bow at the zombie and fired again. However, the arrow hit the zombie on the arm, only causing it a slight inconvenience. Knight also fired at the zombie but the arrows were too weak to deal any significant damage. The zombie tossed and turned a little bit before pulling out the arrows which were lodged in it. As fast as she could, Chloe placed another arrow on her bow. Its weak spot is its head, I informed her. Alright, let's hope this one hits. The arrow zipped through the air, traveling like an aeroplane. It flew straight toward the zombie as it did nothing but look. It managed to lodge itself into its head. The zombie fell to the ground as its entire body began disintegrating. Its already rotten flesh began evaporating, like water from a kettle, rising into the sky. The zombie squealed and screamed, but it was slowly vanishing into nothingness. As the zombie died, I took a moment to catch my breath. Thank goodness, we should be safe for tonight. Yeah, let's hope. All of my elite minions were quite injured, but Bishop was especially low on health. Experience 87/200. Health 7%. Stamina 22%. Actions: Scout, Hunt, Fight. I looked around the camp to try to find a suitable place to stay the night. After the special zombie, there was only a very small dribble of zombies left around the border of the forest. We would finally have a break from the fighting and get to sleep for the night. There were still a few huts that weren't yet destroyed, so I set my elites on standby and decided to get some sleep for the next day. I was awoken by the sound of someone knocking on my door. It's midday. It was Chloe's voice. I slowly pulled myself out of bed as I stretched my sore body. I'm coming. I slowly made my way toward the unfamiliar door and pulled it open. I was greeted by a happy, smiling Chloe. Why are you so happy? I asked. No reason. Whatever. We should start making our way home, I said. Aren't we going to try to find their main settlement? I need some time to recover and gather my forces. Judging by today, I'm going to need almost all of my minions if we are going to fight their main army. I guess so. Suddenly, we heard a sound coming from the forest. At this hour, a man walked out from the forest. He was dressed quite formally, like a merchant or something. We made our way over cautiously and greeted him. Hello there. Before you attack me, let me explain why I'm here. He looked around and seemed surprised by the lack of people. Wait, where is everyone? He asked. Everyone? I assumed that he was referring to the cloaks that we had slaughtered. Yeah, usually there are a lot more people in this settlement. I drew Mayor Lakii. He suddenly jolted in fear. What do you want? I asked. Wait. I'm a merchant. I have a merchant system that lets me trade with other people, he said frantically in a weak tone. A merchant? Suddenly, a notification came up. Would you like to initiate a trade? Okay. X1, light sphere, 4 tokens. X1, fishing rod, 2 tokens. X1, enchantment stone, 20 tokens. Is this all you have to offer? I asked. Yes, my shop only refreshed once per day, and once I'm sold out, that's it for the day. I looked at the items. All right, I'll buy all of them. All of them? Are you sure? I'm sure. Suddenly, I received another notification. +1, light sphere. +1, fishing rod. +1, enchantment stone. -26 tokens. The items were automatically transferred into my inventory. I had quite a large number of tokens to spare from all the gatherings that my minions had been doing, especially from my various minor minions. These were all relatively novel items, so I wanted to see what they did. Considering I haven't seen them in the crafting menu, I assumed that they'd be quite hard to get normally. Alright, you said your shop refreshed once a day? Yes. What type of items do you usually sell? Well, it depends, as my system levels up the types of items I can sell and the quantity increase. Every time I sell to a new customer, I gain some product related to their system. I see. Come over to our settlement once a day so I can see what you have to offer. But some Tim. I drew Mayor Lakii. I have a system that could track you down whenever I want. I assume you don't want any trouble, so come over to our settlement once a day. Oh okay, is this not your settlement? No, we recently just killed everyone here. Chapter 47 Recovery. The trader looked up at me. So what's your name? I asked. It's Eugene Pariston. Others call me Gene. Okay, Gene. I drew on one of the maps I held and marked out the settlement that Chloe had overtaken a few days ago. I didn't want to give him to the location of our settlement just in case he decided to try to bring an army. The other settlement was relatively close to our main camp anyways, and I'd like to make it into a secondary village for us. Did you get that? I asked. Yeah, so I'll go there every morning. Yes, wait there until we arrive. Oh okay. He was still looking at my sword. I withdrew Mayor Lakii and placed it back into its sheath. Alright, we'll be going now, I announced. Chloe made her way over to me and the two of us walked up the small hill back into the forest. The trader seemed to be somewhat in shock, but not long after, he began walking back the way he came as well. As we trekked through the rough forest terrain, I opened my inventory and had a look at the items I bought. X1, light sphere. X1, fishing rod. X1 Enchantment Stone. First of all, I took out the light sphere. In my hand, I held a large fluorescent ball. It was extremely bright, lighting up the entire area just on its own. I looked around at the dark shadows being cast by the trees as the bright light illuminated the place. Ah, that's bright. I guess it was just a permanent light source. It was a bit large and awkward. Whilst it was definitely quite bright, it wasn't going to be all that useful as something aside from being a piece of furniture. Being able to light up my hut at night might be somewhat helpful if I needed to do something, and it just looked pretty cool anyways. I returned the large ball back into my inventory and took out the fishing rod. As I held the fishing rod in my hand, I observed it, and for the most part, it just looked like a normal fishing rod. I had never gone fishing before, so I had no idea how to actually use one and what the different parts of a fishing rod are for. There wasn't a fishing rod crafting recipe in the crafting menu, so I didn't know if I just wouldn't unlock it until later or if I just didn't have a fishing rod recipe entirely. I didn't have any bait or anything, so it was basically useless. I wanted to have it just in case it could be of use in the future if I ever come across some bait or find someone who knows how to fish. Chloe, do you know how to fish? Oh me? I fished a few times when I was little, but aside from that I haven't. Alright. I returned the fishing rod to my inventory and looked at the final item. I observed the enchantment stone, which had a line of text next to it. Use this to increase the number of enchantment slots of a piece of equipment by 1. After reading the description, I wondered if I could put it on. Maya lucky I summoned it and tried jamming it in my sword. It hit the blade with a thump and had no effect. I guess it doesn't work. I'd hold on to it for now until I got a better weapon or tool to put it on. It would be a waste to put it on my silver pickaxe or any of my other equipment. While I was thinking about that, I decided to look through my crafting menu to see if there was anything else useful that I could craft. After a few more minutes, we finally arrived back at our camp. It was practically empty since my minions were automatically sent on expeditions. As I walked out of the forest towards the settlement, I was approached by my minion manager. I've got the end of day report. X2114 wood, X20 leaves, X22 meat, X418 rocks, X29 ultra hardened stone, X13 iron, X3 gold, other, X53 scout minions crafted, X8 minion huts built. My army was growing at a rapid rate. I had several hundred scout minions and there was nowhere near enough space in the settlement to hold them all. My camp had expanded significantly since I began, but the area was already getting congested again. I recalled a few woodcutter minions and ordered them to start cutting down the trees around the camp. I wanted to increase my border and increase the amount of space I had to build more buildings. I had a very large number of minion huts already, but my rate of minion production was faster than the hut building rate. Chloe made her way to an empty spot and began using her system to gather resources. I looked in my crafting menu and decided to craft some more builder minions. I had a quick look at the housing tab. When there is housing available, minions will spawn at the rate dependent on the number of empty houses available and the housing rank. Current housing rank F+. Current housing available -236. Yeah, I really needed more huts. With the plentiful resources that I had, I built as many builder minions as I could. After that, I coded all of them to build minion huts whenever possible. I had also moved the priority onto building an army over increasing my resource gathering. I wrote a line of code for my minion manager, who was in control of assigning the new scout minion something to learn. Let scout minion learn. Resource gathering 30%, combat 65%, utility 5%. This was the best distribution I could think of. I wanted to expand my forces before I took on the main army of the cloaks, which I assumed was still a decent distance away. Based on what the man said, they apparently had someone who used to be in the top 5 ranks, which meant they were likely incredibly powerful. In terms of physical strength, I wasn't really on a level to compete with someone who has a combat system. I wanted to increase my personal combat ability, but I figured that my minions would have to do most of the fighting. Chapter 48 Reorganize your forces. I decided to have a quick look at the global rankings. Global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 2309. 2. Noah Gate, 1749. 3. Oliver Moran, 1498. 4. Maya Keller, 1232. 5. Rodine Sadiganard, 1227. Your rank, #19. Your estimated progression score, 921. I was slowly climbing up the rankings, however the people near the top were progressing at an unprecedented rate. The gap between me and the top rankers was only growing. If I wanted to catch up, I would have to further optimize my strategy. I had a look at my minion setup and thought about what I could do. Resource division: 152 minions, 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 52x scout minion mining, 25x scout minion woodcutting, 36x scout minion resource gathering, 6x scout minion hunting, 1x scout minion farming, 18x basic scout minion. Combat division: 135 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 60x scout minions swordplay, 42x scout minions archery, 12x scout minion combat, 19x basic scout minion. Utility division: 26 minions, 13x builder minion, 10x scout minion utility, 2x basic scout minion. My army was quite beautifully large. Even so, I worried about how well I would be able to fight someone who was in the top 5 ranks at one point. Just judging by the current progression of the top 5, they seem to be extremely capable of improving. I had a pretty resource gathering based system, and I doubted that there were many people with systems which had better resource collecting abilities than mine. Even something like Chloe's system would be pretty slow on its own, due to the lack of variety in what she collected. I could change my system and program it to collect anything I want at a certain time. I was definitely running out of space in my original settlement. I thought about it for a little, but I decided to try to populate the settlements that we took over with my minions. It was easier than trying to constantly expand my one camp, which was starting to get more and more difficult due to terrain issues. I sent 50 sword scout minions over to the camp closest to ours. I took out my map and labeled it as Camp B since the main camp was Camper. While I was there, I labeled the other camp we just took over Camp C and quickly scribbled down how many minions I was going to send to each. I was going to need to travel to Camp B once a day anyways just to trade with the wandering trader. There was quite a lot of space over there, so I would be able to build quite a few more minion huts in order to improve my minion housing. Now that that was in order, I decided to look through my crafting menu to see if there was something nice I could craft. I scrolled through, looking at armor and weapons, until I finally found something that caught my eye. It was a crafting recipe for something called a power flux. When activated, increase the combat ability of all minions by 40%. It has a 5-minute cooldown. The crafting recipe required 1 standard flux and 5 hardened iron. The recipe for a standard flux was 50 iron, 10 gold and 2 diamonds. I had a quick look in my inventory: 62x iron, 33x gold, 4x diamond, 2x platinum, 876x rocks, 7x ultra hardened stone. I already had enough resources to craft a standard flux. After doing so, it appeared in my inventory with a short description. When activated, increase the speed of all minions by 20%. It has a 4-minute cooldown. It had an ability on its own, although the power flux was still significantly better. The standard flux was a physical object, a small glowing cube, but you could activate the ability without needing to take it out of your inventory. Considering that I could craft more than one, it was completely possible to craft multiple and use them as the others were cooling down. I didn't have enough resources to make all of that though. I decided to change some code on my minions to make them focus on gathering iron. After doing so, I looked through my crafting menu again and searched for something else to craft. I still had the enchantment stone that I wanted to use. I then noticed an axe which looked somewhat interesting. It was called a fine logger's axe. 10% of the wood gathered by using this axe will be turned into coal. 1% of the wood gathered using this axe will be turned into diamond. It wasn't too amazing of an ability, but it might be useful to be able to gather coal without the need to go down to the mines. It would also turn some wood into diamond, which could be useful in the future. Even if I didn't have anything I especially needed to craft, I would still be able to sell the diamonds for a decent amount of tokens. The crafting recipe required 5,000 wood, 5 ultra-hardened stone and a diamond. I actually already had all TEH resources needed to craft it. It would be drying out my very large excess of wood from not using it in a while. I quickly crafted the axe and it appeared in my hand. It was extremely sturdy, with a rich, hard wooden handle and an incredibly strong blade. It was much heavier than the other axes I used, but it wasn't too much of an issue as the greater weight made it easier to use the momentum to cut down a tree. With that, I decided to open the enchanting menu and add some enchantments to it. Fine logger's axe. Available enchantment slots: 2. Enchanting cost: 10 tokens. There was a higher enchanting cost for this axe than my silver pickaxe, but it was to be expected. I had quite a large excess of tokens, so it didn't really make a difference. My resource-gathering minions had been selling resources for tokens for quite a few days. With that in mind, I added the first enchantment to my Fine Logger's Axe. Chapter 49 Enchanting and Building. Time for a new enchantment. New enchantment. Berserk 2 becomes stronger for every consecutive swing, max 3. I wasn't exactly sure what it meant by the tool getting stronger, I just assumed that it meant that it would make a greater impact and become easier to swing. It appeared to be a pretty nice ability, so I was happy with it. I spent 10 more tokens for another enchantment. New enchantment. Sharp Eye. Increase sharpness of tool by 35%. It was another pretty decent enchantment. Increased sharpness will make it easier for me to cut into trees. I didn't really have anything else I wanted to use the enchantment stone on, so I decided just to put it onto the axe. I doubted I'd ever use a weapon aside from Mayor Lucky Eye or another demonic weapon, so it would be useless otherwise. I took the enchantment stone out of my inventory and smashed it onto my enchanted Fine Logger's Axe. As soon as the two items collided, a bright blue cloud formed in the middle and the enchantment stone disappeared. +1 enchantment slot. Suddenly, my Fine Logger's Axe was ready to receive another enchantment. Without any hesitation, I opened my enchantment menu and spent 10 more tokens. New enchantment. Fortune Eye. Increase resources collected by this tool by 50%. That would be useful. Now my axe was certainly quite stacked. It had 3 enchantments and its own passive ability, so it was pretty good for collecting resources. I decided that whenever I got free time, I would simply go over to the forest and start cutting down trees. It was the best way to increase the speed of my progression. I summoned my enchanted Fine Logger's Axe to my hand and raised it towards a tree. In one smooth motion, I swung the axe into the trunk of the tree. It slashed into the fibers of the tree, completely cutting it down in one swing. +21 wood. It was quite hard to swing the axe though. Compared to my enchanted silver pickaxe, the axe caused a lot more strain on my arm, mostly due to the weight. I walked over to the next tree and swung again. +24 wood. My arms were already struggling after 2 mere swings. It seemed that the lightweight enchantment was certainly quite important. I could technically go back and try to get the lightweight enchantment, but it would likely incur quite a heavy cost in terms of tokens. In the end, I decided to just deal with the weight. It did help in terms of momentum to cut the tree down in one strike. It was getting somewhat late in the afternoon. +24 wood. +1 coal. Well, I guess it was a 10% chance and not once in every 10 chops. The tree came tumbling down to the ground. I guess I'd get my minions to clean this up once I'm done. +24 wood. I continued to go around cutting down trees and collecting wood. I didn't much care about the wood, but the coal and diamond would be useful in the future, so I wanted to gather as much of that as possible. Their sell prices were quite high even if I didn't want to use them. 1x wood equals 0.01 tokens. 1x coal equals 0.5 tokens. 1x diamond equals 3 tokens. At this rate, I would usually be able to gather around 33 tokens for every 100 trees I cut down. I was already getting tokens at a pretty quick rate just from my minions, so I was around the point where I didn't really have much else to spend them on. I checked my inventory and saw that I had over 100 tokens at this point. I could buy anything I wanted from the shop. Elite Minion Upgrade Token, 30 tokens. Spear Minion Recipe, 7 tokens. Warrior Minion Recipe, 40 tokens. Grand Exchange. I looked in the shop and noticed that the price for warrior minions was significantly higher than the recipes for the other minions. There was a much cheaper recipe for spear minions. I wasn't exactly sure what the reason for this discrepancy was. My assumption was that spear minions were weaker than warrior minions, however, I couldn't be certain. The one thing that interested me the most was the Elite Minion Upgrade Token. I didn't really know what that was either, but it sounded quite useful. I had lots of tokens to spare, so I bought one. As I made the purchase, the item was transferred into my inventory. There was a description of the product. Use this on an elite minion to upgrade it. Alright, I guess I'd do it. I decided to use it on my strongest elite minion, so I added it to Rook. Health increase, speed increase, attack increase, new ability, Fury. It seemed to be quite a significant buff to my minion. I looked in the shop to see if I could buy another, but it seemed that I could only buy one at a time. Since I still had plenty of tokens to spare, I decided to buy the warrior minion recipe. After buying the recipe, I saw that it required 1000 rocks, 50 meat and 25 iron in order to craft a single warrior minion. It was quite a steep price, but warrior minions were certainly quite useful. They were much stronger than combat scout minions in combat and leveled up at a faster rate. However, currently, all the meat that I collected was being spent on scout minions, and I would be forced to change my coding. I opened the code menu for my minion manager. On craft, scout minion 80%, warrior minion 20%. I was building my army, so I decided that 1/5 of all resources would be spent on crafting warrior minions. Who knows how difficult it would be to defeat the cloak's strongest weapon? At this moment, I needed numbers and strength. I continued to cut down trees for a little while as the sun slowly set over the horizon. Plus 22 wood. As the sky slowly darkened, I lit the fire and waited as my minion manager provided me with the end-of-day report. Chapter 50, The Calm Before the Storm. I've got the end-of-day report. Total resources gathered: x 2,375 wood, x 21 leaves, x 23 meat, x 901 rocks, x 12 ultra-hardened stone, x 62 iron, x 11 gold, x 65 coal, other, x 59 scout minions crafted, x 12 minion huts built. As night slowly approached, Chloe also returned from gathering resources and made her way over to me. She didn't look tired at all. I guess that was the nature of her ability. Smiling and bouncing, she walked over and sat down next to me. "Hey, William, you're back. Do you want to see what I collected?" "Yeah." She took some resources out of her inventory and handed them to me. In total, she gave me 50 iron, 4 diamonds and 1 platinum. I took them out of her hands and added them to my inventory. I now had 124 iron in total. I'd still need 376 more iron until I had enough to craft all of the hardened iron I needed for the power flux. I guess I'd have to wait a few more days. By the way, Chloe, what rank are you on the global rankings? Me? I'm currently 278th. I see. I wasn't sure whether she was lying or not, but the rank sounded pretty accurate, if not a little too high. In relation, there were some things that I wanted to clear up with her. "Chloe, what's the real reason for you following me?" "What? Are you saying that I'm lying to you?" "All I'm saying is that your original reason was pretty superficial. Or, don't you group up with people because you find them interesting?" "I also do that to an extent, but not in the same way as you. I recruited people based on my assumptions of their strength, so you could technically say I group up with people I find interesting." However, Chloe was not at all similar to me in that respect. She appeared to have grouped up with me due to some personal whim which I am still not aware of. I guess there's no point lying, but are you sure you want to know?" "What do you mean?" "I was going to tell you everything sometime in the future, but now you're jumping the gun." "Well, I don't really care that much, but I'd prefer you tell me." "Okay, then I guess I'll satiate your curiosity for now." Beside the flickering fire, Chloe looked me in the eyes. "Like you, I also worry about life here. It's not all easy for me either, you know. So you grouped up with me because you thought I was strong? That's what I said the first time we met, didn't I?" "I still don't believe it. You had no proof that I had any strength. I could tell by your personality. I don't believe I acted very confidently or in a way that would make you think that." "Well, it was mainly because of your expression. It was cold and unchanging. You're definitely not normal." "That's not a very nice thing to say." I thought about it for a little. It wasn't the first time someone said that to me, but even so, maybe I'd just given up. Well, I was willing to take the gamble. At worst, I could have just left if it turned out you were a suicidal maniac, I suppose. "Actually, William, I have a question for you." "What is it?" "Who are you?" "I don't understand the question." "Yes, you do." The night fell upon us as the sky became practically pitch black. The fire was illuminating the area and providing warmth for us. It was quite a magical atmosphere for such a conversation. My minions had returned and were guarding the camp. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Why do you always play dumb? You know I can tell, right? I mean, I'm not sure what you want me to say." She sighed. "I used to think I was pretty apathetic and borderline psychopathic, but compared to you, I feel as if you fit those categories much more. Just because I look at things pragmatically. I mean, I guess, but it's not just that. Your behavior, your decision-making, it all feels distinctly heartless. Well, you were the one that asked me to leave a girl out to die in the woods. But I had good reason for that. I didn't tell you at the time, mainly because I assumed you wouldn't believe me, but that girl was seriously trying to kill me. It didn't look like it. That's because she was new to combat and couldn't wield her knife of Kali effectively. If she was proficient in martial arts, then I would have been in big trouble. If so, how did she manage to fulfill the condition to get a knife of Kali in the first place? There are many ways to kill someone, you know. She could have murdered someone in their sleep or killed someone who was weak and injured. If she was so incapable at combat, why would she try to fight you in the first place? It was likely because she saw my system and thought I'd be an easy target and easy resources. That doesn't explain her relationship with Rosie. Hey, now I still don't really know much about Rosie. You should understand it much more clearly. You were the one who was easily able to deduce that she was a traitor after all. Hey, we'll leave it at that for now. I realized that I hadn't begun cooking dinner, so I took out some meat and began roasting it on top of the fire as usual. William. Yes? What was your life like back on Earth? It wasn't that interesting. I'm sure it was. Basically, I went to school, got bad grades and got bullied. Now that's a lie. What makes you say that? I've been around you long enough to know that that's simply not true. Well, I guess we'll never know then. Hey, aren't we trying to build trust with each other right now? Are we doing that? Why did you ask me for my reasons for joining the group if that was not your intention? I was just bored. Ah, you're so hard to read. I'm really not. After that, I did some reorganization of my minions as we prepared for the night. The next difficulty increase hadn't come yet, so I was still pretty relaxed in terms of sleeping through the night. Chapter 51 Edits Version 2 Extremely Major Changes. What's up everyone? Last night I was like, dang, tons of people think my novel is shit because of the terrible characters, and I actually agree. The characters I designed in this novel are incredibly bad and poorly thought out, mainly because I didn't spend any time actually thinking about it. It has been made abundantly clear that this is going to need to be changed. For the last few weeks, I've been constantly tossing and turning about how I would fix this issue. The main problem was that I realized my big mistakes too late into the novel, and thus most changes would affect it significantly, especially in relation to the characters. As a result, I've mostly been putting it off. However, that doesn't fix anything. There's no point in me constantly being annoyed by criticism of my early errors. I needed to fix them. My last set of edits was supposed to address these issues, but I ended up just being a coward and hesitated to make any major changes. This time, I've just let it all out. Here are the main points you need to see. 1. The entire chapter with Ashley has basically been completely rewritten. It was terrible and I knew that it was terrible. She acted like an NPC when I know perfectly well how to write a believable human. Thus she is a lot more cautious, and so is William. 2. William kills Rosie instead of letting her live. This is a much more believable thing to occur than the stupid shonen protagonist shit I was on when I was writing that arc. I'm actually surprised by how little it actually affects the story even after the changes. 3. Chloe has been made way less of a psychopathic child. I was probably bathing my face in some Chunibiao shit which caused me to write her character like that. There will likely be more changes in the next few hours as I decide more things to change. Anyways, I'm not really sure what to say. It's not completely necessary to reread the novel since these changes don't actually affect the baseline plot of the novel in too big of a way once you see what changed. In the second volume, all of the characters get dumped since I need to write much better characters. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 52 Advance toward the main settlement. I was awoken by the sound of Mary's voice, however, she was nowhere to be seen. Is this something related to the loss of my memories? Slowly, I stretched my back and climbed out of bed. I had gotten quite used to the bed that I made a few days ago with whatever random materials I had. Honestly, I've practically forgotten what a normal bed feels like. I made my way to Chloe's hut and knocked on the door. The moment my knuckles hit the wood, she opened the door. Hey, are you ready to fight the boss of the cloaks? Yep. I've been thinking about it all night. You're a psychopath. Hee hee. There was nothing else for us to prepare, so alongside my minions, we began trekking into the forest. The ground was still wet from the early morning dew. The previous days, I had sent several scout minions to explore the area. We managed to find the main cloak hideout as it was pretty close to the other settlements they had taken over. There was a good chance that they knew we were coming since they likely saw my scouts and noticed that a few of their settlements had been overrun. On the way to their base, we made a quick pit stop at Camp B. As we made our way out of the forest, we were greeted by the traveling merchant, Jean. He had been patiently waiting for us. As he saw the giant army of minions behind me, he appeared physically taken aback. Holy moly, why do you have such a big army? It's my system. Anyways, I'll be initiating the trade now. X1, Recovery Potion, 5 tokens. X1, Enhanced Fertilizer, 4 tokens. X1, Music Player plus 2 discs, 24 tokens. I looked at the items. Alright, I'll buy all of them. All of them? Are you sure? It is what I said I'd do. Are you going to level up soon? I should level up in 2 days if I sell out every day. What do you gain? That'll be useful. Well, I'll be seeing you again tomorrow then. Suddenly, I received another notification. +1 recovery potion. +1 enhanced fertilizer. +1 music player +2 discs. -33 tokens. After the items were transferred to my inventory, I called my minions and we began walking back into the forest. Jean was also leaving for wherever he stayed. Chloe and I trudged through slippery vegetation and soft dirt. It was slightly wet, likely from the rain last night as we slept. The main settlement was quite a distance away from our camper. The settlement was much closer to Camp C, so the trek would take at least an hour or so. It was especially hard since I needed to maneuver several hundred minions through the forest. Based on the information that my scout minions gave me, their settlement was quite big. It looked as if it housed several hundred people. It was going to be quite a battle. In total, I only had around 300 minions in total and around 60% of them were combat-oriented. I had no idea if I was underestimating our enemy or not. However, I assumed that one of my combat minions would be strong enough to take out a standard, non-combative human. Chloe and my 3 elite minions were the main force that was going to be going against their strongest soldiers. I didn't have much choice, so I'd likely have to fight their strongest weapon. I managed to deduce that this weapon of theirs was likely the person named Callum French. He was the only person who used to be on the global rankings and is no longer there. I had no idea what his strength was or what his system was, but with our limited resources, I'd have to face him alone. I was going to need to get as much power as I could from Mary. Normally, I'd like to fight with only my minions if possible, but I heard that Callum had some sort of ability which is able to kill big groups of enemies. It was annoying, but I had to deal with it if I wanted to take them out for good. Time was also of the essence. As much as I'd like to sit back and build up my forces, they, with over 100 people, would likely scale at a much faster rate than I could. It was necessary that I defeat them now and take everything they have. In this world, if you fall behind, you'll simply become food for bigger tribes and stronger people. We continued traveling through the difficult terrain. I had a few of my scout minions lead me, but there was still the risk of getting lost. We needed to move at a slow enough rate so that everyone would be able to keep up and stay as a group. The last thing I want is to be identified by some cloaks and have my minions picked off in the forest. After almost 40 minutes, we arrived at Camp C. I already had a few minions situated here just to take care of the camp, since otherwise it would be completely abandoned. I brought a few more warrior and scout minions into my main force and organized them so that they fit into the army. Chloe and I took a quick rest break and I made sure that all of my minions were still here. This is cool. It's like we're marching into war. I mean, that's basically what we're doing. After a short pit stop to rest our legs, we got up again and continued the march towards the main cloak settlement. I decided to use my standard flux so I could speed up the travel time. It increased the speed of all of my minions by 20%, so we were quickly on our way. Ideally, I would have liked to have upgraded it to a power flux, but I didn't have enough resources and it'd likely take a couple of days minimum. Standard flux activated, duration 30 seconds. With Mayalaki clattering on my hips, I moved forward, step by step. This was going to be the biggest challenge yet. Chapter 53 Encounter. We trekked through the forest for almost 30 more minutes. However, as I marched my army through the dense vegetation, I noticed some movement in the distance. "I think I saw a cloak," said Chloe. "Do you think you can take them down? If there's only one, then it'll be easy." It took a step back as Chloe summoned her platinum sword and ran towards the figure in the distance. It didn't seem like I was going to need to do anything for the time being. My 3 elite minions were standing by my side and my army of over 300 minions was scattered behind me in between the trees. A few moments later, Chloe returned with her blade slightly stained with red. I assumed we're getting quite close if there are cloaks moving around here. We continued our march forwards and I followed my scout minions, which were leading the way. Just a few minutes later, we caught sight of another cloak walking around in the distance. Once again, I sent Chloe over to take them out. With a little miniature commotion and a few swings of her sword, the cloak was defeated and she returned with what little spoils of war she managed to get from them. "These guys barely have anything," she said. "Well, I guess it's hard to split resources between so many people." There was much I didn't know about the social structure of the cloak society. Just based on my previous encounters, it seemed that the normal cloak hardly had anything on their body at all times. A step up from that, the soldiers had only some wood and rocks and a few other random resources. Only when you got to the leaders, where you finally received some decent loot from their death. As we traveled forwards, we killed a few more stray cloaks who were hanging around the forest. Around 10 minutes later, there was a very large clearing at the end of the path we were walking. Behind the row of trees, there lay a large open space. Just a little bit ahead of that was a huge village, with people walking around everywhere. "Are you ready?" I asked. "I'm always ready." I moved all of my archery scout minions and positioned them all on the edge of the forest, looking down at the settlement. I left Knight, with the Minion leadership ability, to control them and provide supporting fire for the main troops. Suddenly, it appeared that we had been noticed by the cloaks and they were now frantically preparing to fight. They rushed around the settlement, grabbing weapons and forming units. On my command, all of my archery-oriented minions began firing down at the settlement. Arrows rained down like a thunderstorm and the entire area was coated with an endless number of arrows. It was a scene right out of a medieval battle. The arrows fell upon the cloaks who began dropping like flies as the arrows stabbed into their bodies. Not long after, however, they began making counter-preparations to defend themselves from my arrow rain. From shields to defensive systems, my attacks were getting less and less effective. "It's about time to push." I drew Mayor Lucky Eye and looked down at the cloak settlement. They were very quickly adapting against my archers, so I decided that it was time to enter. With my command, all of my minions began charging down the hill at the same time. It was like an anthill had been stood on and ants were flowing out of it like a waterfall. Down the hill, my forces began scattering as combat broke out between our two sides. Chloe had separated from me and was going in a different direction. I guess I'd be pushing straight through the middle as she took care of the sides. Bishop and Rook were still beside me, so I sent them into the action. Swords clashed on the boundary of their settlement. None of my minions had made it into their village or their huts as they had a very large number of humans outside defending against my attack. Swords clashed as the entire area was filled with the sounds of shouting and fighting. It was so chaotic I could hardly tell what was going on. I ordered several of my minions nearby to push through a small gap in their line. With the help of Rook, I managed to create a small opening in their front line where I began funneling troops into their village. They quickly sent more reinforcements over to try to push us back, but I managed to make it through and I had now made it into their village. I weaved around their huts as several cloaks chased me through their settlement. I hid behind a hut as several cloaks ran by. In one swing of my sword, I cut down 3 cloaks, and the people fell to the ground, holding their bodies in pain. I had no time to dwell on my kills, however. There were already more people coming after me. I was now in a position where I wasn't able to directly control my minions. I sent a general command for them to increase their aggression, and I also reactivated my standard flux. Standard flux activated, duration 30 seconds. With no time to stand around, I continued to run between their huts. I was trying to find Callum and their main elite force. If I was able to take them down, then the entire battle would be as good as over. However, as I searched around the area, I was not able to find any sign of their existence. Was it possible that they weren't situated here? They definitely were. It was stated on the map, and also just the pure number of people in this settlement should have implied that this was their main base. If they had another base with even more people, there would be no chance I would be able to defeat them. I took out the cloaks who were chasing me and continued to look around the area. Chapter 54, Mayor Lucky Eye vs Tenjin Ko Rin, Part 1. In the distance, I saw a boy. His hair was flipped over one of his eyes. His entire presence emanated a sense of despair. Just above his shoulder, there was a ball of light. It fizzed like a sphere of plasma. There was no doubt about it. That was Callum French. I took cover behind one of the huts as I regained my composure. I would need everything I could possibly muster in order to defeat him. All of my minions were preoccupied with fighting their army, so the only thing I could do was to get power from Mary. I placed my 2 hands on the handle of Mayor Lucky Eye and dragged it out of its sheath. "Mary, give me more power." She appeared once again, as an almost hologram-like projection. "You just focus on swinging that sword. I'll take care of his attacks." "Huh? In return, I'll be taking some memories." "Wait, what do you mean by you'll take care of his attacks?" "I'll temporarily remove his memories of how to use his system." "You can do that? It's the same concept as system disable, only on a larger scale." I'll be taking a lot of memories though." "That's fine. I don't need my memories." With that, Mary vanished into the air. I felt as if my entire body was surging with strength. My blade lit up with a rich purple aura. This was it. This was Mary's full power. With all my strength, I will defeat Callum. I walked around the corner gripping Mayor Lucky Eye in my hands. It seemed that Callum had already seen me coming. He was already looking in my direction when I showed myself from behind the hut. Suddenly, all the balls of light around him disappeared. "Huh? What is this?" he exclaimed. "It's game over, Callum French. Who are you?" "Me? Oh, I'm William Hunter, a measly human who used to be bullied." He seemed to be in a panic due to being unable to use his system. After a few moments, however, he seemed to calm down. "You've got a demonic sword, I see," he said. "You think that just because you somehow disabled my system, you'll be able to win?" He pulled out a weapon which was attached to his back. It was a majestic sword with an incredibly long blade. Around the blade, a swirling black aura circled it. "It's Mary. Mary, I see. Well, let's see who's stronger." I planted my back foot into the ground and tensed my entire body. With Mayor Lackey raised in front of me, I braced for his attack. However, instead of charging towards me, he took slow, deliberate steps, closing the distance between us. What? All of a sudden, he quickened his pace and swung his sword from quite a distance away. I jumped back as fast as I could and the tip of the blade just barely missed my neck. I felt the breeze from the attack brushing against the skin on my neck. I noticed a small opening and tried to close the distance as fast as I could. I rushed in, however, in the next movement, he had already swung his Tenjin KO Rin towards me again. As fast as I could, I blocked the attack with Mayor Lucky Eye. However, the weight of the collision caused me to lose my balance for a few seconds. As I watched his next attack flow towards me, I was forced to back away and increase the distance between us. At this rate, I'd never get an opportunity to get close enough to hit him with a strike. He appeared to be much more proficient with his weapon, easily swinging it around like a toy. Every single time, I was forced to stay on the defensive, blocking his attacks with not much space to spare. His constant swings forced me to keep walking backwards, in order to not be caught in his strike range. I couldn't close the distance. For minutes straight, I constantly attempted to block his attacks, watching his movements and positioning. Mayor Lucky Eye. Slowly, I was being worn down by the never-ending barrage of Tenjin KO Rin. For a brief moment, however, his attack stopped. At first, I saw it as an opportunity to close in, but after some observation, I realized that he was charging an ability of some sort. I braced myself and raised Mayor Lucky Eye. He raised his giant sword over his head and it appeared to be gathering some sort of energy. "Chain him down, Tenjin." I tried to move, but it felt as if I was being held still. I couldn't move my arms or my legs. As I looked up, I saw magical chains holding onto my limbs. I ripped away as hard as I could. However, I didn't seem to be able to break free. "You stood no chance against me, William." The chains shook as I pulled, however, they did not break. No matter how hard I tried to pull my arms away, I couldn't get them free. "Shit, I'm stuck." I frantically looked around to see if there was anything I could do. It seemed that Callum was bathing in the sight of me being completely immobilized. He took a few steps towards me and raised his sword once again. Fuck. With the tiny amount of space in which I could move my wrist, I jerked my right arm. "Cut him down, Mary." A shockwave of wind was sent barreling towards him. It seemed to have taken him by surprise as he quickly raised Tenjin KO Rin to block the attack. His large weapon was nowhere as effective as mine in terms of defense and the shockwave blew him to the ground. I could hear him laughing as he pulled himself up from the dirt. "Nice one, I wasn't expecting that." Still, I couldn't break free. My wrist and ankles were beginning to hurt from the stress of constantly smashing into the seemingly unbreakable chains. He patted the dirt off of his clothes and walked towards me again. "You know, William, I feel like we could have been friends." "Huh, I don't know why, but something about you is very similar to myself," he continued. "It's such a shame that you're attacking me now, isn't it?" My arms and legs were still completely immobile. "I need more strength." Chapter 55 Mayor Lucky Eye vs Tenjin KO Rin Part 2. "Mary, give me more strength." At my request, she appeared in front of me once again, assuming a spirit-like form. "Aho, are you sure you want more power? Look at my situation." I suppose so. Be warned, there are costs for your recklessness." She leaned down and touched my forehead with her finger. "I'll be taking some more memories." As she vanished into the air once again, I jerked my hand away from the chain. This time, I managed to break the chain that at one point seemed invincible. The metallic material shattered as I ripped my arm away. Now that my right arm was free, I raised Mayor Lucky Eye and sliced off the rest of the chains. "You're a sly one," exclaimed Callum. He didn't seem particularly worried by my escape from his chains. Based on his actions, it seemed he had almost utter confidence in his strength, looking down on me the entire time. "Your ego is going to be the death of you." He swung, Tenjin Kyo-rin, at me as I easily deflected the attack with the now strengthened Maya Lucky Eye. The two blades clashed in the middle and a huge wave of energy was dispersed from the collision. I felt a huge gust of wind brush past my body as I recovered from the momentum. I concentrated my thoughts and tensed my body as I held Maya Lucky Eye in front of me. I held onto the grip as hard as I could. Cut him down, Mayuri. I swung the blade and a thick purple aura gathered all around it. The energy around the blade felt much denser and more potent than usual. It was the strongest I had ever felt. As air swirled around the edge of the blade, a huge shockwave was produced as air concentrated in front of the blade. The massive wave of wind launched at Callum pummeled through the air. It caused a visible distortion in the air as it traveled towards him. He tried to block with Tenjin Kyo-rin, but it was to no avail. The shockwave smashed into him and sent him crashing to the ground, even losing grip of his weapon. System disable wasn't going to have any effect on him since his system had already been disabled by Mayuri. However, I had gained the precious time and space that I needed in order to close the distance and get in close with my shorter Maya Lucky Eye. I rushed in as fast as I could, stomping my feet into the hard, loose dirt, kicking up clouds of dust. This would be my only opportunity to break through. My arms were beginning to hurt from overuse. Callum's longer blade and more proficient swordsmanship has kept the upper hand against me the entire fight. Now, as he quickly tried to recover his positioning, I had my chance. He got back to his feet and grabbed his sword. However, I had managed to significantly close the distance, and now he was within range of Maya Lucky Eye. We traded a few swings as our swords clashed with one another. However, it was clear that his larger weapon made defending quite awkward. His fighting style relied on constantly being on the attack. Now that he was on defense, I had the upper hand. As he stepped back and tried to increase the distance, I rapidly pushed in and constantly harassed him with attacks. All of a sudden, he raised Tenjin Kyo-rin and shouted, "Chain him down, Tenjin." As I tried to rush forwards, I suddenly felt a huge weight on my ankle. He had managed to conjure another chain which chained my ankle to the ground. It was obvious that his strength was also waning since his ability wasn't as strong as before. I quickly cut it with Maya Lucky Eye and continued to push forwards. Shit, I had just lost the opening to attack. With the increased distance, he was once again able to begin attacking me and I was forced onto the defense. The blades of Maya Lucky Eye and Tenjin Kyo-rin smashed into each other as I frantically maneuvered in order to block his constant attacks. The loud sounds of metal on metal clashing filled the area. I needed to get another opening. I decided to try to pull the distance between the two of us far enough so that I could manage to use my trump card. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed in horror as I began running back towards one of the huts. As expected, he began chasing me and the two of his began running through the open settlement. However, I had a plan. He was faster and stronger than me, so I had no chance if I just kept running. I opened my inventory. In my hand, I summoned one of my grenades. Before he could even see what was going on, I bit off the safety pin and threw it at his feet. As he watched the green tool of destruction drop beneath him, his face showed genuine despair for the first time in the entire fight. His face contorted as he panicked, looking down with absolute fear. It was over. "Tenjin, chain it. Chain the grenade." With all his remaining strength, he conjured several chains and they bound onto the grenade. For some reason, the grenade didn't blow up even after several seconds, but it was clear that he used all of his energy to use that last ability. As a result, he didn't have anywhere enough strength in order to fight against me. I slowly walked towards him as he looked at me with eyes that looked as if they had given up. His entire body was slouched down and he dropped to his knees as he witnessed what was about to happen. He showed no resistance, no anger, no hate, just defeat. In another timeline we may have been friends. I've made enough mistakes in this world. Trusting others has led me to nothing but issues. I raised Maya Lucky Eye. This is an execution fit for a warrior. The blade fell upon his body. Chapter 56 Minions vs Cloaks. That was tiring. Slowly, I put the blooded Maya Lucky Eye back into my sheath and finally, I was able to take a breather. I looked around at the small battles which were still taking place between my minions and the cloaks. My legs were sore, my arms were sore, and I was forced to take a seat on the ground and recover from the battle. I took the bandage given to me by the mummies and wrapped it around the wound I received from Tenjin Kyo-rin. As I put my arms to support my body, I felt a sharp pain in my left wrist. Shit, my wrist's broken. Out here in this apocalyptic world, there were no hospitals or even medical centers for that matter. I had no way of healing this broken wrist naturally. Without any other choice, I took my recovery potion out of my inventory and drank its contents. In an instant, all of my wounds had healed significantly. As I put pressure on my wrist, it seemed that it had also mostly healed. There was still some significant soreness, but I could tell that the break had been healed. After taking a short break on the ground, I got back up and began walking back toward the battlefield. I looked at my advanced system control. Resource division, 121 minions. 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 52x scout minion mining, 25x scout minion woodcutting, 23x scout minion resource gathering, 6x scout minion hunting, 1x scout minion farming. Combat division, 55 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 20x scout minions swordplay, 22x scout minions archery, 2x scout minion combat, 9x basic scout minion. Utility division, 26 minions, 13x builder minion, 10x scout minion utility, 2x basic scout minion, 1x minion manager. I was expecting to take some pretty big losses. To be completely honest, the losses weren't as great as I had expected. All 3 of my elites were still alive and the cloak's main forces had been mostly destroyed. I walked around to observe my remaining forces. The last few members of the cloaks were being killed and it was pretty clear that my victory was coming. In the distance, I saw Chloe in a fight with a man in a business suit. That doesn't fit the clothing scheme. I drew Mayor Lucky Eye once again and made my way over. It seemed that she was struggling quite a bit. From what I could see, the man had a very similar fighting style to the white cloak that I fought in the previous camp. He wasn't using any weapons and appeared to have superhuman-like strength. Chloe was wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. The two of them continuously clashed with each other without any major advances. The man continuously punched and kicked Chloe, with her blocking most of his attacks with her diamond shield. The only issue was that she couldn't land a single hit on him. His movements and speed were far too great and she wasn't able to swing her sword fast enough. Just as I finished one fight, I'm now entering another. The man backed up as Chloe advanced on him. I charged in from behind and swung Mayor Lucky Eye at him, catching him off guard. He quickly launched himself to the side in order to evade my attack. The blade of Morai Lucky Eye managed to glide through his clothing, cutting him in the hip. "Did you take out the big boss?" asked Chloe. "I guess so. So you are strong." Before the two of us had time to set up a tea party, the man rushed toward me and raised his leg. I covered my side with my blade and blocked his kick. Chloe then closed in and swung her platinum sword at him. However, it was to no avail. This guy's really fast. As I recovered my posture and raised Mayor Lucky Eye again, I decided to come up with a strategy. At this rate, neither of us was going to get any fatal blows on the man. "Chloe, use your bow instead." She quickly returned her shield and sword to her inventory and summoned her bow. I rushed in with Mayor Lucky Eye and tried to land some hits on the man, but he dodged all of them as expected. However, he suddenly fell to the ground in pain as an arrow lodged itself into his leg. Seeing the opening, I ran in to finish him off. However, he managed to get up and kick me in the side with his other leg. The force of the impact made me lose my balance and I was forced to stop for a moment. He then ran towards me with the arrow still lodged in his leg and came in with a hook punch. I raised my Lucky Eye in order to block it, but the impact still hurt my head. All of a sudden, the man stopped as he held his chest in pain. Chloe had fired another arrow, hitting him right in the chest. It was finally game over for the cloaks. As he looked up at me, I kneeled down and shoved the blade of Mayor Lucky Eye in front of his neck. "Now, you'll be kind enough to tell me where you guys put Elric, right? I don't know who they are." An elf. I guess that's the best way I can describe him. "You are. Kill me." Well, it looked like I wasn't going to be getting any more information out of this man. They couldn't have been that hard to find considering they are likely in this village somewhere. I could always just look for them by myself anyways. As he wished, I raised Mayor Lucky Eye and swung it down, killing him in the strike. Chloe made her way over to me and leaned on my shoulder. So is it over now? For the most part. Aside from a few stragglers, the battle was basically over. Quite a few of the remaining cloaks had deserted anyway, so all that was left was a village filled with the bodies of the slain. Chapter 57 Hide and Seek. Suddenly, I felt an unknown presence speaking to me. "The killer winter is incoming. Conditions will be extremely harsh. You might want to dispose of anything unnecessary now, otherwise, you won't realize it until it's too late. "That's true. After this experience, I've realized that some people are completely unnecessary. In fact, most people are unnecessary. I've got myself, and I've got my minions. That's all I really need. Asterisk asterisk. As I looted the dead body of the man in the suit I just slew, I saw something very intriguing. X76, enhancement agents. X30, leaves. X9, meat. X8, rocks. That was all he had. I collected all of his items before Chloe had a chance to look at them. I also managed to score a few interesting items from Callum. However, the most valuable item I managed to collect from him was his demonic weapon. Hidden on my back, underneath my shirt, Tenjin KO ring was attached. Turns out you can wield more than one demonic weapon at a time. Asterisk asterisk. I've realized that some things are more annoying than useful. Constantly trying to appease them was an error on my side. This killer winter, I'll be living alone. Volume 1, end. Chapter 58 Unknown System. Deep in another area of the forest, a crazed boy resided, having been transported to this apocalyptic world alongside everyone else. This boy was a truly unfortunate person. His name was Mysogi Barlow. In front of him stood Rodine Sadiganard, the leader of one of the most violent gangs in the entire forest. Rodine was not extremely muscular, but his body was obviously toned. However, that wasn't his most significant trait. Rodine had an extremely powerful system, a system which gained the respect of over 100 loyal followers. Rodine's strength was one that deserved its spot in the top 5. "What the fuck are you doing here?" exclaimed Rodine. "Oh, that's not a very nice way to greet someone," Mysogi replied. "I would kill you on the spot, but I don't want to waste my energy. I have a request for you. Do you think you're in the position to be making demands?" Mysogi looked around. "I don't see anything that would be a threat to me. Haha, I'll give you 2 seconds to get the fuck out or I'm going to kill you. At least hear me, oh you." Open portal. Directly in front of Mysogi, Rodine formed a pitch-dark portal that ripped open the space. "Hey, I'm trying to talk to you. Die." Suddenly, an arrow flew out of the portal. It struck Mysogi in the heart, piercing his skin and killing him instantly. Mysogi's corpse fell to the ground as Rodine dissolved the portal that he had previously conjured in front of him. Blood leaked over the ground as Rodine began walking over. However, to his surprise, when Rodine inspected the corpse, he saw that the wound caused by the arrow had completely disappeared. Slowly, the previously dead Mysogi got back to his feet. "Hey now, that wasn't very nice. What the fuck? What is your system?" Rodine scrambled to try to find an explanation for the phenomenon. "It's a secret. I've had enough of your bullshit." Open portal. Another portal formed at Mysogi's feet. This time, he fell in, his body sinking into the dark abyss. "Hey, I'm TR." Close portal. The portal suddenly disappeared, and the bottom half of Mysogi's body vanished along with it. Blood splattered all over the ground as his body fell lifeless once again. All that was left was the upper body of a blooded and dead person. What on earth was that power he used the first time? Rodine muttered to himself. With the assumption that it was over, Rodine began walking about the building that they were talking in. His footsteps echoed throughout the hall. Removed source of death. "Hey, do you mind letting me speak?" said Mysogi in a slightly croaky voice. "What the fuck?" Rodine turned around in shock as the previously dead Mysogi arose once again. The bottom half of his body had been healed, and it would appear that he never had any injuries in the first place. Rodine was in pure astonishment. "Listen to my demands, won't you?" "What on earth are you?" Mysogi slowly walked towards Rodine. "Now, I'll leave on one condition." "What is it that you want?" "You give me that blonde-haired girl." "What? You want Alice? For what reason?" "Ah, she's cute, that's all." "I'm not giving you shit." "Ah, now that won't do." Mysogi approached Rodine until he was within arm's reach. Rodine raised his arm as if activating his ability. However, no matter how hard he tried, no portal was formed. He started to sweat as Mysogi stared at him silently. "Why isn't my system working?" Open portal. No matter what he did, no portal was formed. He tried concentrating all of his thoughts, but for some reason, his ability just wouldn't work. "Are you going to accept my condition?" "I'm not giving Alice to you." "Hey now, are you really in the position to be making statements like that?" For the first time, Rodine felt fear in his body. Mysogi reached out and grabbed Rodine by the neck. "Come on, give her to me." Mysogi's mouth was smiling, however his eyes were as cold as the winter. Go fuck yourself." Rodine summoned a silver sword and swung at Mysogi. Mysogi took a step back to avoid the attack as the point of the blade just barely missed his neck. Without hesitation, Rodine charged forward at Mysogi and swung again. Hey now, why don't you call in some of your lackeys to help you? If they see me struggling to fight a peasant like you, I wouldn't be able to face them again. Oh, but I'm strong, aren't I? My Soggy wasn't able to dodge the second strike. This time, the blade cut into his chest, drawing out a large stream of blood. Despite all the pain, my Soggy continued to smile. Rodin pushed forward again, cutting his head clean off with one single strike. You're a weak little shit. There was a brief flash. Removed source of death. Rodin couldn't believe his eyes as he saw my Soggy alive once again, as if nothing had happened to him. His wounds had healed and his clothing was restored. As Rodin prepared to attack him again, he noticed that his silver sword had vanished. What on earth? Are you really going to sacrifice your life protecting one mere girl? How are you still alive? Come on now, if you don't agree, I might just kill you. No way. I don't understand any of this, but you're getting on my nerves. My Soggy slowly walked towards Rodin again. In his hand, my Soggy summoned a knife of Kali. In response, Rodin quickly pulled a shield out of his inventory. My Soggy swung his knife, only to have it stick into Rodin's shield. Even despite Rodin's previous reliance on his system, his hand-to-hand combat skills were nothing to scoff at. After my Soggy's attack, Rodin dropped his shield and kicked my Soggy in the face. My Soggy was sent crashing into the ground, kicking up a little cloud of dust. Rodin looked down at my Soggy with a face full of anger. As if he wasn't in any pain, my Soggy climbed back up onto his feet. Why don't you give up, Rodin Sadiganard? Tell me, what's the real reason for you wanting Alice? The real reason? Is wanting her to be my girlfriend a valid reason? Don't joke around with me, eh? But I'm not joking. Rodin took a step back and summoned some rope to his hand. If you won't die, I'll just tie you up and throw you into the river. Rodin moved forward with the rope in his hand. He tackled my Soggy to the ground and began tying up his arm. All of a sudden, Rodin felt a sharp pain in his side. As he looked over, he saw that blood was rapidly flowing out of his side. My Soggy had summoned another knife of Kali and stabbed Rodin. Chapter 59 Personal Desires. My Soggy watched as Rodin's lifeless body fell to the ground. Slowly picking himself up from the ground, my Soggy pulled the rope off of his arms. He grabbed all the items from Rodin's inventory and added them to his own. He began making his way out of the building that the two of them fought in. Several of Rodin's guards were waiting outside. My Soggy gave a bright smile and waved at the guards. Hey! The guards were obviously on edge, especially at the fact that my Soggy had blood all over his body. One of the guards quickly moved to check the inside of the building. My Soggy simply stood silently and waited for them to come back out. There was a shout from inside the building. Rodin's dead. All of a sudden, the guards all turned their full attention to my Soggy. With their weapons raised, they charged at him. In an instant, his chest was pierced by the tip of a spear and his body fell lifeless again. The guards looked confused by the lack of effort required to kill him. However, as they were getting their heads around what had happened, a grenade fell to the ground, out of my Soggy's hand. Instantly the vision of the guards was filled with shrapnel before their untimely demise. Removed source of death. A few moments later, my Soggy raised his head and looted the dead soldiers around him. With the ground littered with bodies, my Soggy began making his way to the nearby building. The settlement was relatively advanced in comparison to many others. It was a combination of the organization that Rodin was able to enforce which allowed them to commit to major projects such as building more advanced infrastructure. Making his way into a nearby house, he saw a group of people sitting inside. Hey, do any of you guys know where Alice is? The people inside looked at him in shock as blood dripped down from his clothes. We don't know. He took a few steps towards them, and a few of the men drew their weapons as my Soggy approached them. You guys wouldn't happen to be lying, would you? No, we honestly don't know. Who are you anyways? Oh me, I'm my Soggy. With that, he turned around and left the house. As he walked around the settlement, he sensed that more and more people were stalking him. From every direction, there were eyes which stared at him, observing his every move. Despite that, he continued to nonchalantly walk around the camp, looking for Alice. Suddenly, he walked into a group of girls who were eating lunch. You'd look a lot more attractive if you wore a shorter skirt. The girl suddenly covered her legs in embarrassment. The embarrassment slowly turned into anger as the other girl stood up. Who the hell do you think you are, pervert? I'm just telling the truth. Also, you could lose some weight. The girl's face suddenly turned red before she slapped him. Go away. Oh well. My Soggy left the group and continued to walk around the settlement. More and more people began gathering. My Soggy could sense this and assumed that they were planning to kick him out with force. Fighting big groups of people isn't my strength, he thought to himself. As he began to walk out of the settlement, a girl suddenly stood in his way. In her hand was a fully functional and loaded bolt-action rifle. Hey, I'm leaving now, so could you removed source of death. My Soggy's head was reformed as he opened his eyes. Can you Suddenly, another bullet was fired from the girl's gun, killing My Soggy once again. Removed source of death. As soon as My Soggy came back to life again, he took out a teleportation potion and splashed it on himself before the girl could shoot another bullet. In an instant, My Soggy was sent to another part of the forest. That could have been bad if I was stuck in a cycle there, he thought. In the new area of the forest, My Soggy looked around. Whilst My Soggy's ability allowed him to avoid death at a cost, it didn't provide him with any other benefits. Unlike every other person, he was forced to collect resources the old-fashioned way. Not only that, his ability came at a pretty steep price. As a result, he would never get the opportunity to truly thrive in the world. All the time, he was either on death's door or suffering immense pain. As a result, his tolerance for pain and hardship was broken. Now, he killed as easily as he breathed. He saw no value in the life of others and he saw no value in the life of his own. He walked through the harsh forest, aimless and hopeless. He wandered around until he stumbled across another settlement. This time, he arrived at the settlement of one of the biggest survivor groups in the entire world. It was an accumulation of thousands of different people. The settlement was the closest thing that this world had to a functional human society. He made his way out of the forest border and into the outskirts of the village. Not soon after, he was greeted by someone wandering around. Hey, are you looking for something? They asked. They appeared to be looking at the splotch of blood on My Soggy's body. Nope, nothing in particular. I think you should meet the head of the village. I haven't seen you around. The head of the village, you say? All right, take me to them. My Soggy followed the person through the town, eventually arriving at a large wooden building. Inside, sat an older man who appeared to be writing something. Mr. Aiken, we've got a new visitor, sir. The old man looked up toward My Soggy. Who are you? The leader of the village asked. I'm My Soggy. I take it you want to join the settlement? My Soggy thought about it for a little while. Yes, I guess that is what I want. All right, where did you come from? I came from the forest. The man seemed unimpressed by his answer but didn't push any further. What system do you have? I have a personal merchant system. What does it do? I get specific missions where I can sell a specific item for a high token reward. I see. My Soggy was lying. Chapter 60 Assimilation. Our camp is a very accepting one, however, expect to be severely punished if you dare commit any crime. Of course, as long as you understand. My Soggy noticed the large number of soldiers gathered within the building. Someone take him, said the man. One of the guards made their way over and escorted My Soggy out of the room. How old are you? Asked the guard. I'm 16. So you're still in high school. I'll take you over to one of the school groups. They'll tell you what to do from there. Okay. They walked through the settlement until the guard found a group of teenagers led by a lady. The children were of various ages from 14 to 17 and there appeared to be around 15 people in total. We've got a new friend, can you take him in? The guard asked the lady. Yeah, we could probably take another. All right, over you go. The guard gestured for My Soggy to join the group. He looked over at the various different people. Without any hesitation, he introduced himself to them. Hey, I'm My Soggy, nice to meet you all. Oh, welcome My Soggy. The lady responded. He did not receive a response from any of the other children. You're not a friendly bunch, are you? Still, there was no response. He looked across to see what they were doing. It appeared that they were all nonchalant and cold, staring into the distance. As he joined the group, the lady began leading them toward one of the buildings. She then was joined by a large, hairy man. All right, we are in pretty desperate need of meat. Which of you can hunt? He asked. There was a brief moment of silence. I can, offered My Soggy. Good. Anyone else? After a little while, a young girl put her hand up. I can also. All right. We're going to need more people. No one else spoke up. The man walked around the room, looking down at all of the children. However, despite that, none of them raised their hands. It seemed that they didn't want to have to venture into the cold, dangerous forest. Well, the two of you can go first then. I've got some tools if you need them. Don't worry, I've already got some, My Soggy responded. The girl walked over and grabbed one of the swords. I'll just take this. Alright, I'm going to tag you before you leave. This way, if something happens to you, I'll be able to find you. The man walked over and touched their heads. Done, now go hunt some animals. Okay. The girl walked beside my Soggy as they made their way toward the border of the forest. He looked at her, glancing all across her body, from her hips to her chest. Hey, what's your name? He asked. It's Isla. Ah, nice to meet you, Isla. And, you're my Soggy, right? That's right. The two of them started to venture through the forest, weaving between the various trees and shrubbery. Isla constantly clung to different branches in order to keep her balance. My Soggy was walking in front, scanning the area. My Soggy grabbed onto Isla and pulled her closer to his side. Thanks. Suddenly, in the distance, they caught sight of a small boar. The little creature wandered around nonchalantly as impending danger approached it. My Soggy slowly made his way closer, quietening down his footsteps. In his hand, he summoned a knife of Kali and swiftly threw it into the boar. The knife pierced the tough skin of the creature, causing it to fall to the ground, bleeding. A few moments later, he received the items. +3 meat. That wasn't too hard. Isla looked at him in awe. My Soggy walked over to the knife and picked it up off of the ground. It was stained with a little bit of dark red blood. The two of them continued to wander around the forest, looking for animals to hunt. My Soggy managed to find and hunt a few more small animals, from birds to lizards to boars. He received various amounts of meat from his kills. +2 meat, +3 meat, +1 meat. I wonder how much we need to collect. I guess I'll just get as much as possible. Isla was sticking quite close to him. It seemed that she wasn't exactly too enthusiastic about the whole hunting thing. My Soggy didn't mind her. In fact, he seemed to enjoy her presence. He searched around, looking for any possible animals to hunt. Where are they all hiding? I can help search if you want. Oh, you can? Yeah, I can scan the area. You should have told me earlier. Sorry. It's fine, please do the scan. She closed her eyes and concentrated her thoughts. After a little while, she suddenly opened her eyes back up and looked at my Soggy. There's a pretty big animal over in that direction. She pointed in the distance. Okay, let's go. My Soggy still had a very unsuspecting yet out-of-place smile. Are you sure? I think it's going to be dangerous. Don't worry, at worst, I'll just feed you to it. Just kidding, I'm sure it won't be that bad. Isla didn't seem convinced, but she followed him anyways. She rathered that than to get ditched and be left alone. The two of them trekked past a few more trees before seeing a large bear crawling around near a cave. My Soggy began approaching the bear, with his knife of Kali in hand. Wait, my Soggy, that's a bear. I can tell. Let's go, we can't take that thing down. But it'll give us so much meat. No, but it's too dangerous. She pulled on his sleeve a little, but he didn't budge. Instead, he continued to walk toward the bear. With one clean throw, he managed to hit the bear directly in the head with his knife of Kali. However, it didn't seem to be enough to kill the bear. Instead, it appeared to be quite angry. A loud growl later, the bear began charging at my Soggy. My Soggy. He pulled out another knife of Kali and prepared to stab the bear. It jumped onto his face and tackled him to the ground. In the process, my Soggy managed to stab the bear several times in its soft underbelly, killing it. +9 meat. My Soggy was left bloodied on the forest floor. My Soggy, are you alright? He grabbed a sharp stick from the ground and stabbed himself. What are you doing? Moments later, all of his wounds disappeared along with the stick. Chapter 61 Acceptance. Isla rushed over to my Soggy, who was lying on the ground. My Soggy. Slowly, he picked himself up off of the ground. Hey Isla, I got a large amount of meat from that bear. Chow, how are you unharmed? Don't worry about that. My Soggy began walking through the woods once again, searching for more animals to hunt. Isla was hurrying behind to keep up with him. However, she was staying a decent few meters away from him. How come you're standing so far away? He asked. Why Yuri, how are you alive? Are you still hung up about that? It's part of my system. But you stabbed yourself. My Soggy took a few steps toward her, and in response, she took a few steps back. I'm hurt that you're so afraid of me. Eventually, he gave up and continued to wander around the forest. The thick trunks of the trees made it quite easy to get separated if you weren't staying very close to each other. It was also quite dark, like it was always dusk due to the lack of light penetrating through the dense leaves. After a little while, my Soggy managed to find another boar. With a swing of his arm, he managed to throw the knife of Kali straight into its throat. +3 meat. After his kill, he walked over and retrieved his knife of Kali. Isla was still keeping her distance from him. Hey, you should probably make yourself useful, you haven't done anything this entire time. He shouted from across the trees. She was obviously shaken by the sudden accusation. She did come out for the purpose of hunting animals. Her face went red and she quickly turned and wandered into another section of the forest. My Soggy assumed that she was going to start actually hunting animals too. Still motivated, my Soggy continued to move around the dense forest, looking for possible animals to hunt. Soon enough, he saw a bird pecking around at the ground. With incredible accuracy, he managed to throw his knife of Kali straight at the bird, killing it instantly. +2 meat. He then retrieved his knife and searched for the next victim. A few moments later, there was a small group of birds sitting together on the forest floor. My Soggy opened his system shop. X1 grenade, 9 tokens. X1 healing potion, 17 tokens. X1 teleportation potion, 29 tokens. Unlike the system shops of every other human, my Soggy had an especially expensive one. Every single item was several times more expensive than the ones in the shops of another human. Not only that, but he was also unable to use the grand exchange. Those were just some of the limitations that my Soggy suffered. I guess a grenade's worth it. After purchasing the grenade, he summoned it into his hand and ripped out the safety pin. He then dumped it onto the ground in the midst of all the birds. They tried to fly away before all of them were instantly killed by the explosion. +2 meat, +2 meat, +2 meat, +2 meat, +2 meat, +2 meat. The corpses vanished into the air as my Soggy walked through the forest. He had gathered quite a large number of meat. In total, in this single expedition, he managed to collect around 42 pieces and it had been less than an hour. With still plenty of time before night, he continued to venture around, looking for more animals to slay. Maybe the village chief will let me sleep with some girls if I give him all these resources. The village chief likely wasn't going to be so accommodating to his request, even if he brings home lots of resources. Nevertheless, my Soggy didn't stop hunting animals. Suddenly, he stopped as he managed to see a deer standing in the distance. Ooh, big kill. He took a knife of Kali out of his inventory and prepared to throw it at the deer. However, he made a little too much noise and the deer suddenly dashed into the distance after being startled. Damn, now that the deer escaped, he had no method of chasing it. Instead, he turned around and continued to look for another animal. Suddenly, there was a scream in the distance. Help, that sounded like Isla's voice, my Soggy said to himself. He began making his way over to where the sound was coming from. There seemed to be some frantic ruffling of vegetation in the distance. As he got closer, he was surprised when he saw Isla pinned down by a large man. I was expecting a wild animal, but I guess you're being attacked by an animal of a different sort. Me Soggy. Seeing Isla pinned to the ground, my Soggy took out his knife of Kali and made his way toward the man. Seeing my Soggy, the man let go of Isla and drew his own weapon. My Soggy couldn't recognize what type of weapon it was, but it was definitely a magical weapon. Do you really want to do this? The man asked in a firm voice. Not really, but I'd prefer it if you'd let my girl go. She's your girl. Well, not really, but I'm not really into watching other people, if you get what I mean. I have no idea what you're on about. Well, if you could just la. Suddenly, 2 other men stepped out from behind the trees. You're outnumbered, I would leave if I was you, the man said. Yeah, but you're not me. An arrow flew through the air, stabbing into my Soggy's leg. However, to the man's surprise, my Soggy did not flinch at all. You don't know what system I have, I could kill all of you, you know, my Soggy said. The men took a few steps back. Why you crazy, there's an arrow in your leg. Oh, you mean this? My Soggy swiftly pulled the arrow out, spurting blood onto the ground, ripping out parts of his flesh while he did so. What the hell? Seeing the danger that my Soggy appeared to be, the men decided to pull back. They didn't want to risk fighting against someone stronger than them. As they turned to leave, my Soggy threw his knife of Kali, stabbing directly into the man's head. Arg! The man fell to the ground, bleeding heavily from the back of his skull. My Soggy walked towards him. You know, you don't just get to leave. The man looked up in complete fear as my Soggy stood over him. What on earth are you? Chapter 62 Isolation is the best tactic. Several days passed since the incident with the cloaks. I had completely abandoned everyone else. I was just slowly rebuilding my army. However, it was obvious that the killer winter was starting to come. The days were getting shorter, with less time to gather resources and longer nights where zombies were plentiful. I gave up on trying to hold camper and Camp C due to concerns with manpower. I didn't have anywhere near enough soldiers in order to defend the camps from zombies. In the end, I was forced to reside back in the small camp, Camp B. Resources were getting pretty hard to come by and my minions were also gathering less. I found out that during the day, there were also some zombies which roamed the forest. It seemed even the day didn't guarantee safety. I needed to organize my forces every single night, so I've been severely lacking in sleep. As a result, I've been forced to only sleep during the day while my minions were out gathering resources. It was pretty clear that the conditions were deteriorating at a rapid pace. Some nights, the temperature would fall to a point where I felt as if I'd die if I left my hut. I was able to gather some warm blankets and other items during my raid of the Cloak's main settlement several days prior, but the nights were seriously cold. I've spent most of my energy trying to rebuild my forces, but soon enough, I would need to begin quickly preparing for the harsher days which were to come. Killer Winter technically hadn't even started yet. I needed to get things prepared and prepared fast. There was a good chance that my minions wouldn't even be able to go out on expeditions during the peak of Killer Winter. As a result, I will likely have to make this camp self-sufficient, even in times of extreme weather and conditions. The first main thing I worried about was food. Whilst I was gathering it at a pretty good rate at the moment, as soon as I was unable to go out on expeditions, I was going to run out. Currently, my army of minions was much smaller than it was at its peak. Resource Division, 91 minions. 3x Woodcutter Minion. 22x Scout Minion, Mining. 25x Scout Minion, Woodcutting. 23x Scout Minion, Resource Gathering. 6x Scout Minion, Hunting. 1x Scout Minion, Farming. Combat Division, 52 minions. 1x Advanced Warrior Minion. 1x Warrior Minion. 17x Scout Minions, Swordplay. 22x Scout Minions, Archery. 2x Scout Minion, Combat. 9x Basic Scout Minion. Utility Division, 26 minions. 13x Builder Minion. 10x Scout Minion, Utility. 2x Basic Scout Minion. 1x Minion Manager. I took some pretty big losses during an expedition one day. I was informed by one of my scout minions that there was a horde of zombies sitting in the forest. As a result, I lost a huge chunk of my minor minions. The rate at which I gathered resources had also slowed down quite a bit. However, I figured that this winter was not only harsh on me, but on many other people as well. It seemed this season was going to be a very tough one. I wanted to start by making a farm. This way, I could keep producing minions without having to send them into danger in the forest. I looked at the crafting recipe for an advanced farm bed. Advanced farm bed. Cost 200 wood, 50 stone, 1 farming crystal. Produces a base of 20 wheat per day when farmed. I was collecting resources at a slower pace, but I was still getting enough to make several farm beds a day. I had also begun training some scout minions in farming in order to make them into farmers. In the past 2 days, I had crafted 6 farm beds. As I was crafting more farm beds, I received another notification. You have leveled up. Level 8, level 9. Rewards. Unlocked. Simple conversion. More crafting recipes. Inventory space, plus 2000. Originally, I had intended to sell the wheat I collected and buy things off the Grand Exchange. I hoped that other people might be more inclined to trade on the Grand Exchange since things were beginning to get hard and people had more time to level up. There was a chance that people with some sort of farming system may have been selling things on the Grand Exchange. However, with the new simple conversion menu, I had a backup. 100 wheat, 5 apples. 200 wheat, 1 meat. There were several other conversions, but this was the one I was most interested in. Normally, gathering apples and meat was no big deal, but once expeditions were made impossible, it would be extremely difficult to gather those resources. Even if I decided to send my minions off to expeditions during the dangerous period, the cost would likely be far greater than the reward. Still, the conversion rates were not great, so if possible, I'd still like to buy food off of the Grand Exchange. There were now quite a few more trades going on with all of the extra people who were now at a high enough level. Top items. 1x1 wood, cost 500 tokens, seller Mackenzie Franklin. 2x2 automatic farming plant, cost 150 tokens, seller Maya Keller. 3x5 farming crystal, cost 66 tokens, seller Maya Keller. 4x400 meat, cost 62 tokens, seller Noah Gate. 5x1 enchanted diamond sword, cost 43 tokens, seller Rodine Sadiginard. There were finally some serious items, but Mackenzie's wood was still number 1 in the exchange. I guess it was due to its price. 2 more days until the beginning of Killer Winter. Chapter 63 Killer Winter is coming. With only 2 days until Killer Winter, I needed to make my final preparations. I had sent my minions out on their expeditions, however, I was taking some pretty significant casualties. I spent all day reorganizing the camp until the sun began to set. I called my minions back a little earlier than usual due to the fact that the forest was much more dangerous and also because days were much shorter. My minion manager made its way over to me. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered: X975, wood, X20, leaves, X38, meat, X75, rocks, X1, ultra-hardened stone, X11, iron, X4, gold, other, X14, scout minions crafted, X2, minion huts built. Just from checking my minions menu, I saw that I had lost 6 minions for various causes just today. As soon as I received my report, I decided to open my crafting menu and build as many advanced farm beds as I could. I needed to be able to gain resources without having to leave my camp. This was the best way to minimize losses and stay safe during the killer winter. I was starting to get a decent number of farming scout minions now that I had a few days to begin training them. I immediately put them to use on the farm beds in order to increase their experience. Now that the sun had set once again, I ate some food and prepared to defend myself during the night. Zombies were coming at increasingly fast rates and I had the smallest army I'd had since several weeks ago. I didn't have to option to simply sleep through the night anymore. I hoped that once I took care of the main zombie wave, I'd be able to get at least a little bit of sleep. I had been stockpiling tokens for a significant amount of time and my balance stood at around 200. It was quite a large amount which would be able to help me significantly throughout the harsh winter, especially now that many people were using the Grand Exchange. With 4 more advanced farm beds, my total came to 12. This meant that I should be able to collect at least 240 wheat a day with the lowest level farming minions. I estimated that the actual amount I should be able to farm was closer to 300. This still wasn't near enough, however. Just to craft a single scout minion, I would need 5 apples and 2 meat. This meant that I wasn't even producing enough wheat to craft a single scout minion a day using the simple conversion. If I converted those earnings directly into tokens, it would be around 0.3 tokens per day. These numbers were quite problematic, but I still couldn't increase the rate very easily. I could spend all of tomorrow cutting down trees in order to make more advanced farm beds, but even with that, I might only be able to double my current production at most. This killer winter was going to be a devastating one. My main hope is my current token balance. With such a large amount of tokens, I would be able to buy things from the Grand Exchange as I needed them. The night had come and zombies were showing their disgusting heads through the dense forest. I organized my minions into a wall and made sure that all of my flanks were covered. I had just barely enough minions to completely cover the border of the camp, however, I wanted to minimize my losses as much as possible. Thus, I put my minions into small groups in order to increase their safety. As a result, zombies regularly make their way through the gaps, forcing me to have to engage them myself. It wasn't a great arrangement, but it was the best at the moment. I drew Mayor Lucky Eye and prepared to fight off some rotten creatures. My minions were able to hold the line for the most part. Even as the zombies tried to break through, my minion formation managed to hold itself. The horde of zombies clashed with my minions as they appeared from the forest, endless like an ocean. I spread my 3 elites around the area in order to command the other minions in tight situations. Several zombies had already broken through the gaps in the line and were approaching me. I slashed at them with Mayor Lucky Eye, cutting them down, one by one. However, the number of zombies making their way towards me was only increasing. I concentrated my thoughts and tensed my body as I held Mayor Lucky Eye in front of me. I held onto the grip as hard as I could. Cut them down, Mayory. A thick aura gathered around the blade. I swung the sword, sending a blast of air towards the horde. I needed to cut down the density of the group, so I was forced to use Mayory's power. It was going to be a struggle once my arms were sore, but I hoped that my minions would be able to hold them off for the most part. I had quite a few archery scout minions now, so my front line was getting at least a little bit of support. A few minutes later, the number of zombies coming out of the forest was steadily decreasing. It seemed tonight wasn't as vicious as the last few. With a little bit of breathing space, I set my minions up to alert me in the case of any major issues. I retreated back into my hut and tried to at least get a little bit of sleep before the next day. I couldn't afford to waste more of my precious daytime sleeping. I needed to gather as many resources as I possibly could before all of my movement was halted due to the killer winter. As I listened to the sound of combat outside, I closed my eyes. I stayed in darkness for a few minutes before finally, I was able to fall asleep. Chapter 64, Final Day of Preparations. I woke up to a cold, gray day. The sky was filled with dark gray clouds. It was practically impossible to spot the sun through the thick fog of clouds which covered the sky. As a result, the entire area was darker than usual. I couldn't really tell what time it was, but I assumed it was sometime around noon. My minions were out on their various expeditions already. Today was the final day before the true beginning of Killer Winter. Full of resolve, I pulled out my fine logger's axe and made my way over to a tree. Plus 21 wood, plus 24 wood, plus 22 wood, plus 24 wood, plus 21 wood, plus 23 wood, plus 1 coal. I was gathering wood at quite a rapid rate. I needed 200 wood per advanced farm bed, which took around 2 minutes each to gather. I continued to swing away at the tree, slowly chipping away at its trunk and collecting more and more wood. After almost an entire hour of non-stop grinding, I decided to take a seat and rest my arms. The rate at that I gathered wood slowed as I got more lethargic, but in total, I managed to gather enough wood for around 20 advanced farm beds. I decided to craft them while I was resting and place them next to each other in the big row of farm beds that I had created. My settlement at the moment consisted of a fireplace, several wooden huts and a large number of farm beds that were all placed just far enough from each other that minions would be able to go through and collect the crops. After a short break, I made my way back over to the forest and began collecting wood once again. Plus 21 wood, plus 24 wood, plus 21 wood, plus 23 wood, plus 22 wood, plus 1 coal, plus 24 wood, plus 21 wood. I was tired due to the lack of sleep I had gotten the previous night. However, I needed to push through the pain in order to gather as many resources as I could before the beginning of Killer Winter. If I didn't work hard today, I wouldn't be able to make up for the lost time in the future. My arms were getting quite lethargic, but I needed to keep pushing. I tensed my body and continued to swing the axe into the tree, beating into its bark. My inventory was slowly getting filled with more dirt as I powered through, cutting down tree after tree. Another hour later, I had gathered enough wood to craft 18 more advanced farm beds. I fell to the ground and caught my breath. It had been a decent amount of time since I last gathered resources so religiously. However, my stamina had significantly increased since I came here, so I was able to keep going after a small rest. I got back and walked back over to the tree. Holding my fine logger's axe in my hand, I swung with all my strength, cutting into the tree. I was gathering more and more wood. There were only so many more hours in the day, so I needed to work to maximum efficiency. Plus 21 wood, plus 24 wood, plus 21 wood, plus 22 wood, plus 24 wood, plus 21 wood, plus 1 diamond. Ah, that diamond was beautiful to my eyes. The glimmering gem which entered my inventory was enough to give me another boost of energy. I had almost forgotten that my fine logger's axe had the capacity to sometimes gather a diamond while I was chopping wood. With that new motivation, I pushed my body to its maximum and chopped wood like it was my career. I needed as much as I could get. This was the final day of preparation before the harshest season of the entire year. If I failed to prepare well enough, I would be as good as dead. Even with all my minions, there was only so much I could do. I imagined that there would likely be a lot of deaths during this time. If worst comes to worst, I might have to sacrifice everything in order to try to last a few days. Whilst my 100 tokens sounded quite comforting at first, who knows what might happen during the Killer Winter? I needed to make my camp as self-sufficient as possible. Considering that I'd likely lose minions every single night while fighting the zombies, I needed to constantly replace them, otherwise my entire camp would get overrun. I swung my axe, smashing into the tree. Again, the tree tumbled to the ground as I moved on to the next one. I was so tired that I could hardly keep my eyes open. However, I needed to push through. I needed to push with every last piece of energy I had. A few hours later, I looked up and noticed that the sky was starting to dim. It was getting relatively late in the afternoon. However, I had managed to craft almost 100 advanced farm beds with the amount of wood I had gathered. My total had now come to around 110. Based on my calculations, I should be able to gather around 2,800 wheat per day. In terms of minions, it was around 4 to 5 scout minions per day. It was better than before, but I still had my doubts about whether that would really be enough. Even during these relatively easy nights, I was losing several minions every day to zombies. I imagined that if I made all my scout minions into combat ones, I should be able to lose less, as combat ones were stronger than the resource gathering ones which I also had in my front lines. I needed more though. I couldn't be safe with my current production. However, the night was swiftly coming. I hurried over to a tree and began frantically chopping it down. Plus 24 wood, plus 21 wood, plus 23 wood, plus 22 wood, plus 24 wood, plus 21 wood. I need more wood. I need to craft more farm beds. Plus 21 wood, plus 23 wood, plus 22 wood, plus 24 wood, plus 21 wood, plus 23 wood, plus 22 wood, plus 24 wood. It was starting to get really dark. If I don't go back to camp right now, I'll be at high risk of being attacked by zombies. I rushed back to the camp and collapsed to the ground. I'm so tired. Chapter 65, bonus chapter, In an Outcome. William's past. You'll protect me, right? A short blonde girl was rolled up in the corner of the room. Her uniform was completely stained by tears and blood. The entire classroom was a mess. Tables, chairs, stationery was all scattered across the ground, broken and cracked. It was a scene of chaos, although not one that I was unfamiliar with. You'll protect me, right? Her gentle plea had become a violent scream. Her usually pretty face was now completely covered by despair and anguish. Her messy hair was strewn all across her face, covering most of her features. Her eyes were darkened from the fear. William, help me, please. Her hopeless, lifeless eyes begged for a second chance. It wasn't only her body that was bleeding but also her heart. I had had enough, however. There wasn't any more I was willing to do for her. The dire situation she had caused for herself was to be completely her issue. I turned around, slowly making my way towards the exit. William, don't leave me. Tears were flooding down her cheeks at this point. It was the face of true despair. She grabbed at the table legs around her, scrambling to her feet but falling to the ground. She was disconsolate at this point. Any help I could provide her would be more harm than good. My decision to leave hurt me more than anything, but for the good of everyone, I stepped foot outside. I'm sorry, Maisie. I really am. But it's true, I really do hate people like you. Asterisk. It was the morning of another supposedly normal school day. Except obviously, it wasn't. It had been a few days until a parasite latched onto me, its grip however unstable. In the beginning, Maisie was just the girl who talked to me on the bus. I honestly appreciated it. It was the first real interaction with someone outside of the facility. But now, with the classroom in ruins and the girl bloodied and on the ground, I found myself to be the only other person witnessing this horror. It all started a few days ago when I was walking around the sand at the beach. I was by myself as usual. I didn't have many friends at the time. I had always wanted to experience what it felt like to walk along the beach, so with the new minimum amount of newfound freedom, I felt the need to do it firsthand. I noticed another girl walking just a few steps ahead of me. The wind was quite strong and I noticed that her skirt was being swept up. The beach was rather populated at the time, so I decided to quickly make my way over and stood beside her, offering my jumper. I could feel the glances of many of the bystanders, so with the little bit of morality and chivalry I learned at the facility, I tried my best to help. Huh? The wind is blowing your skirt. Her face suddenly went red and she quickly grabbed the rim of her skirt, pulling it back down to cover herself up. After the aid, she turned to me. Thank you. It honestly wasn't anything. I wasn't looking for a compliment or even social points. It was just driven by pure, it's just the right thing to do. It was the same mechanism which guided me throughout my life until now anyways, being driven into my brain from my time in the facility. I slowed my pace in order to create some room between us. However, as I slowed my walk, she also slowed hers, so we were still walking side by side with each other. Engadin High School? Really? That's the same school I go to. Oh, I don't remember seeing you around though. I only came recently. That makes sense. It was quite an enchanting environment. The two of us walked side by side, as the salty smell of seawater and the bright comforting sun shone upon the glistening water. This was something I really had wanted to experience. We continued our walk, speaking every once in a while but fully embracing the calming aura around us. So what's your name? She asked. William, and yours? It's Hannah. Eventually, we had done almost a complete lap of the entire beach. Time had flown by. It was to the point that the sun was beginning to set, with the clutches of night slowly but surely crawling towards us. Well, it's time for me to go, but I hope to see you at school. Me too. Thank you for helping me today. It's no problem, don't worry about it. She smiled and walked off into the distance. I decided it was about time for me to head back as well. Chapter 66. Last night, last checks. I pulled myself up as I leaned up against the side of the hut. That was tiring. I managed to craft 2 more advanced farm beds with the wood that I managed to hurriedly collect before it got too dark. I now had all of my farm beds lined up in rows, filling most of the camp. The farm beds definitely took up the majority of the space, covering the area like miniature urban sprawl. My Minion manager made its way to me. I've got the end-of-day report. Total resources gathered. X 1096 wood, X 20 leaves, X 39 meat, X 967 wheat, X 111 rocks, X 2 ultra-hardened stone, X 12 iron, X 3 gold, other, X 16 scout minions crafted, X 2 minion huts built. It seemed that I gathered slightly more resources than the previous day. Instead of crafting more advanced farm beds, I decided to just keep all of the resources in my inventory. For the time being, it would be safe to keep at least some on hand in case I needed to craft something urgently. As I looked out towards the forest, I noticed that there were hardly any zombies. It was already quite dark and usually, the zombies would be coming in droves at this time, but for some reason, the forest was mostly empty. I had all of my minions on the lookout, but there was hardly any combat at all. A few zombies made their way onto my settlement, but they were swiftly executed by my minions. Instead of littering the ground as usual, there was only a very scarce spread of zombie corpses. As I watched the night unfold, I decided that I didn't need to stay and watch out. It was likely due to the fact that Killer Winter starts tomorrow, so the last day is pretty easy in terms of zombie density. I slowly made my way into my hut and took a seat on my bed. I really need a rest. Before I decided to go to sleep, I wanted to check everything again. First, I opened my inventory. 109x iron, 52x gold, 5x diamond, 2x platinum, 76x rocks, 14x ultra-hardened stone. I had a decent amount of gems which I could use to craft various things or sell for tokens if it were really necessary. In the past, I had planned to craft a power flux, but from the looks of things, I'm going to have to postpone that. I didn't want to commit too many resources before I completely understand the gravity of the situation. X1 light sphere, X1 fishing rod, X1 enhanced fertilizer, X1 music player, X2 music discs, X94 enhancement agents. I had all the random items I purchased from the wandering trader. I regret it now in hindsight, since I might have been able to better use the tokens, but I didn't know about Killer Winter at that time, so I didn't really realize the need to save tokens. The items might be useful to some degree, so I might look further into them tomorrow. I still didn't know what the enhancement agents were for. From what I could tell, they definitely boosted a person's physical attributes, but I had no idea how to use or equip them, so for the time being they were practically useless. X 1208 wood, X 100 leaves, X 967 wheat. I was somewhat lacking in this department, but I would be able to convert wheat into the necessary resources when the time is right. At the moment, after observing all of my resources, I definitely had enough stored up to last me a decent amount of time. It was just that I lacked information on how difficult Killer Winter was really going to be. I assumed that I was going to be highly dependent on the Grand Exchange, since I won't be able to freely send my minions on expeditions without putting them at high risk. Finally, I wanted to check just how many minions I had. Organization and resource allocation was going to be crucial to survive this Killer Winter, so I needed to keep track of everything I had. Resource division: 121 minions, 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 22x scout minion mining, 25x scout minion woodcutting, 33x scout minion resource gathering, 6x scout minion hunting, 1x scout minion farming, 20x scout minion combat division: 52 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 20x scout minions swordplay, 22x scout minions archery, 8x scout minion combat. Utility division: 26 minions, 13x builder minion, 10x scout minion utility, 2x basic scout minion, 1x minion manager. There was a very high chance that my minion production was going to be quite stagnated. As a result, I needed to use the minions I did have to the highest effect. The best thing I could do at the moment was to continue to train my scout minions, since if I couldn't produce more, I'd simply train them to get better. It was especially important for my combat-based minions, since they were going to be practically useless during the daytime if they can't go on expeditions. I wanted to make each individual minion as strong as possible, so I didn't have to rely so heavily on numbers. I needed to minimize my losses as much as possible, since it would be incredibly difficult for me to replace lost minions. After looking through everything I had, I finally decided to lie down on the soft bed. My entire body was sore, my arms were as stiff as logs, and my brain was tired. Let's hope that all the preparations I've made are enough. I didn't have a great deal of time, but if everything goes well, I should be able to survive. I decided to have a quick look at the global rankings since I was curious. I hadn't checked it in a while, especially now that Callum was dead. Global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 2,499. 2. Noah Gate, 1,798. 3. Oliver Moran, 1,532. 4. Maya Keller, 1,292. 5. Rodine Sadiganard, 1,257. Your rank, #16. Your estimated progression score, 1,021. It seemed that lots of people have also stagnated due to the lead up to Killer Winter. I worried that I might have dropped ranks after sustaining so many losses, but I guess I was still climbing. After that, I laid my head down on the bed and closed my eyes. Killer Winter has begun. By the way, you should join my Discord. This way you can shout at me whenever you feel like I've written something badly. https://discord.gg/t395tt4huu. Chapter 67. The world is cold. I was awoken by the feeling of my fingers freezing off. Holy shit, why is it so cold? I quickly curled up into a ball and breathed frantically into my hand. Even under the blanket, I could still see the vapor coming out of my mouth. My body was violently shaking. I felt goosebumps all over my skin. I need warmth. The issue was that if I were to start a fire inside this wooden hut, I'd likely burn everything down. I quickly thought about what I could do. Still shivering, I climbed out of bed and opened the door. I was met by the sight of snow covering everything I could see. Everything was covered by a layer of white. Luckily, from what I see, my minions weren't affected at all by the temperature. I definitely was though. As the ice-cold breeze brushed against my body, I swiftly slammed the door. What am I meant to do here? I decided to look through my crafting menu to see if there was anything I could craft to make this easier. I still had to carefully manage my resources, however. From what I could see, there wasn't really anything craftable that I'd be able to place in the hut. With no other choice, I looked at the Grand Exchange. Search related, heat, order, top. 1 X1 portable solar-powered heater, cost 59 tokens, seller Joe Osborne. 2 X1 brick fireplace, cost 22 tokens, seller Robert Eastwood. 3 X5 wool blanket, cost 12 tokens, seller Jonathan Brown. 4 N//. 5 N//. There weren't a great deal of items on the exchange either. However, the main thing was that I was going to die if I didn't find some way to warm myself up. I assumed that there was a good chance that lots of people were buying heat-related items, so they would run out if I hesitated. For quite a few tokens, I purchased the brick fireplace. It was the only way I could get heat inside of the hut without burning it down. As quick as I could, I made the purchase and the tokens were automatically transferred to him. In my inventory, my purchase appeared. I walked over to one side of the hut, still freezing from head to toe. I found a small place where I could place the brick fireplace, and at my command, it appeared. I quickly threw some wood inside and lit it. A few moments later, a small flame gradually grew into a bigger one before it was spreading heat throughout the hut. At times, the flashes of the fire made me worried that it had burned the hut down. However, it looked like I was going to be safe for the most part. I spread my body in front of the opening in the brick fireplace and absorbed all of the heat that was blasting out. I stood like that for a long time, letting my body slowly warm up after what felt like the coldest I had ever been. It was like standing in the middle of Antarctica while soaked in water when I first woke up. As the fire gradually warmed me up, I was finally able to move my body around without vibrating like a Wii remote. As my mind cleared with actual thoughts, I began thinking about how I'd organize everything. At the moment, all of my minions were either farming, learning, or standing around. I would go out and observe the outside, but at the moment, I wanted to feel the embrace of the fire for a little longer. The entire hut eventually began warming up and my body accepted walking around. I ever so slightly opened the door, and a wave of cold air instantly blasted inside like a jet engine. With no other choice, I decided to slide out through the small opening and look around. I was once again slowly becoming a block of ice as I stood outside my haven. From what I could see, the forest was much darker than usual. The sky was also quite dark. I wasn't sure if it was that I had somehow ended up sleeping in until late in the afternoon or if the sky was really just that dark. It was a grayish color, similar to that of a thunderstorm. However, there was no rain, only a slight bit of snow. I decided to send 5 scout minions into the forest to see how it goes. I had a strong feeling that the forest was basically out of reach since it appeared so dangerous. I wrote some code so that they would return as soon as they took damage. Minions were precious, so I really couldn't afford to lose any at the moment. On, if, hurt, return, I made sure that they stayed in a group and sent them off. With that, I also decided to rush back into the hut. I was starting to get frostbite in my hands and I was literally going to die of hypothermia if I stayed outside for one more minute. The infinitely comfortable warm air smashed into my body as I walked inside. My body instantly loosened, my skin untightened, my face relaxed, and my posture rested. I ran in front of the fireplace and let the warmth bath my entire body. I squirmed around a little bit before finally coming to my senses again. Well, I wasn't going to be leaving the hut from the looks of it. I wonder how other people were going. It was basically guaranteed death if you didn't have a house with heating in this temperature. I decided to have a quick look in my inventory. X1197 wood, X100 leaves, X39 meat, X967 wheat. I wasn't really at risk of running out of wood at this rate. Basically, if all I wanted was to survive, the most important things I needed were food, water and wood. If I had all those things and I didn't get overrun by zombies or have my hut burned down, I would at least be able to stay alive until the end of killer winter. Water was a slight issue since I couldn't go out and collect it. However, it generally was sold for pretty cheap on the Grand Exchange, so that wasn't exactly a big problem. There were probably lots of people who could produce water just by using their system, so just as a result of supply and demand, it was going to be quite cheap. I didn't have a great deal of food, but it was the one thing that I was guaranteed to collect every single day with my farming minions. At my current rate, with some increased efficiency from the minions leveling up, I was collecting around 3,000 wheat per day. This was definitely enough to feed me, but the main reason I needed to collect so much was that I needed to constantly sustain losses during the night. I would be able to minimize losses during the day simply by keeping all my minions on the settlement. However, at night, when zombies are guaranteed to attack, I would be all but guaranteed to lose minions as well. Even if I choose to fight cautiously, it would be impossible to keep losses at zero. This meant if I wasn't able to produce more minions than I was losing, I would slowly get whittled down until I eventually get overran. My elite minions with the minion leadership ability were able to train my combat minions during the day, meaning as long as they survive, they should technically get stronger and stronger. I continued to stand in front of the fire since I didn't really have much to do. I could organize and coordinate my minions from inside the hut. Well, I guess I had to. I wasn't able to stand outside of the hut for more than a few minutes without risking passing out. Suddenly, I heard a banging on the door of my hut. What on earth? What do you want? I shouted. It's me, Chloe. Chloe? I had chosen to leave her behind. Why was she here? She continued to bang on my door until I had no choice but to open it. As I opened the door, she quickly let herself inside. She collapsed to the ground as the heat slowly warmed her freezing body. William, I can't believe you ditched me like that. Well, it was the first time I was lost for words. I'm sorry, I realized that it was a mistake. I'm still mad at you. You're lucky that I would die if I tried to go somewhere else. My decision-making, everything, it's been broken since I've known it. I always struggle to make rational decisions. No matter how much I try to act logical, I always seem to be one step behind. Chloe sat in front of the fireplace, not turning to look at me. After a short moment of silence, she finally spoke. William, am I just a tool to you? She asked. It was true. The first time I ever decided to let her into the settlement, my only thought was to use her as a tool. However, as we've spent together, I've slowly come to learn that my way of thinking is indeed flawed. Chapter 68 Girl and Heart, Flashback. Chloe's past. I wandered around the park, underneath the bold lavender-purple sky. The street lights were only semi-functional, so most of the light was provided by nearby buildings. The surroundings were filled with plentiful shadows, yet the shape of the landscape was still clear as day. Why do some people have so much more sensitivity for violence? Laying strewn up against the wall was a relatively young delinquent. A gentle stream of blood was flowing from his nostrils. His dirtied cloth-like clothing was lathered with dirt and grass. It was mostly my doing. It wasn't like I was purposely picking a fight though. He attacked me first. It was simply self-defense. People like that only listen to violence, so that was how I decided to communicate with him. You're a monster. Maybe I was. Night was swiftly incoming. Most would probably retreat back to their homes, but I found the nighttime atmosphere pleasant. The glimmering moonlight reflected off the water, the dark shaded trees and the silence in the air were all delectable. It was a good time to sit back and relax. Well, I guess I never really tried that hard at anything in the first place. I walked closer to the bank of the large clear pond beside the park. It was quite well kept, quite the contrast to the playground equipment. It was like its own separate environment. As my feet traveled along the softer, squishier dirt, I listened out for a particular sound. It was a sound I was familiar with around these places. The tender noise filled my ears until he was back. Persistence was a notion that was widely praised in this modern era, yet sometimes, it might just be better to give up. I had purposely left his injuries minor, in the hopes that this incident wouldn't get escalated. Well, he left me no choice now. It was always those who were all too eager to get in a fight that were the easiest to defeat. His movements were slow, like molasses, or maybe like a snail. It didn't really matter that much. It was easy enough to move my body out of the way of his punches. In return, I clenched my fist and hit him in the face with a little more power than last time. There was a slight cracking sensation before, once again, with a splatter of mud, he was on the ground. The deep red liquid coming out of his nose had just about covered half of his face. He looked like a vampire who had just had lunch, except all of the blood was his own. A little bit of it also stained the front of my fist. I decided to wipe it off with the sleeve of my shirt, which was not very pleasant, but there wasn't much else I could have done. His consciousness seemed to be slowly fading away. It was quite the pitiful scene, especially for someone who was so vigorously trying to attack me just moments prior. He didn't even try to get out one last quip before passing out. I'm not a good person. Well, I wouldn't exactly say I'm a terrible person either. I don't exactly go around picking fights with people over little accidents, but then again, can I really say that I'm any better than those people? It's more that I lack the interest to do so than any actual goodwill. I fight with no regard for the other person when conflict does arise. A good person would find some way to settle it peacefully, right? Oh well, I wouldn't know. I had just about had enough of the park. The sky was nearing black, like a monster finally closing its jaws. The moon peeked its head from behind the dark fog of clouds, sitting all alone in the sky. I made my way towards the road. A scarce stream of cars went by, illuminating the metallic playground equipment for a brief moment. It was about time I left. In the middle of the dark road, there stood the silhouette of a young girl. She seemed to show no regard for her surroundings, simply staring into the distance. She reminded me of a cat. Her long dark hair flowed as the gentle breeze brushed against it, swaying in the wind. It was an unusual sight, but there was no reason for me to interfere with what she was doing. For a brief moment, our eyes met. For some reason, she seemed to be intrigued. Unexpectedly, she started walking toward me. "You're one of us, aren't you?" She was looking up at me with her dark scarlet eyes, now less than an arm's length away. My senses were covered by a pure yet intense perfume. She seemed to be wearing a uniform from one of the nearby schools. "What do you mean?" I replied. "You have one, don't you?" she insisted. She violently pulled up my sleeve, exposing my arm. Her hand gripped onto my arm, holding it still. I could have resisted, but I knew what she was looking for, and she wouldn't be able to find it. She stared at the shoulder, now that my sleeve had been completely pulled up. What's up?" I asked. She appeared to be quite shocked at the revelation. "Sorry, never mind." After seeing an absence of something on my arm, she quickly lost interest. However, I could tell she was still somewhat suspicious of me. Eventually, she turned around, her black hair swaying in the wind. "It's fine, my life was dictated by hate anyways. William, I wonder, can you change me? I never really wanted to be like this. You're a terrible person, but I'm also a terrible person. Maybe, if we stay by each other for long enough, both of us could change?" My arms were slowly warming up as I stuck them just centimeters away from the fire. "Chloe, I'm sorry for ditching you. It's fine. I can't exactly say I've always had the nicest intentions either, William." Chapter 69. The icy wind is blowing. I couldn't really tell how late it was getting. The two of us stood in front of the fire, letting its warm arms hug us tightly. There wasn't really much that I could do. At this point in time, I had exactly 92 tokens remaining. The fireplace was a pretty significant purchase, although it was definitely a necessary one. Chloe still wasn't looking at me. She was facing down, admiring the irregular movements of the flame. I couldn't see her face, but I could tell that she was upset. I'm not a good person. As time went on, the hut began to warm up, to the point where one couldn't really feel the chilliness of killer winter anymore, at least whilst inside this haven. "William." "Yes, I'm hungry." She was finally looking toward me, however, her eyes were still partially hidden behind her long hair. Following her request, I decided to take some meat out of my inventory. "I wonder if I can cook with the fireplace." "I guess I could, I just needed to get something to put it on." "I've got a pan," she stated. "Ah, all right. She placed it on top of the flame and I placed some ingredients inside. We still lacked anything to add flavor to the food. I considered buying some spices off of the Grand Exchange, but token saving was more important. As the bottom of the pan began turning red, I took a seat on the ground. It was awkward. It was hard to speak to Chloe. I could hear the wind blowing against the side of the hut as the food slowly cooked. My minions were at work outside, gathering what little resources I was able to produce. I couldn't help but wonder how other humans were going at this time. I decided to scroll through the Grand Exchange when I noticed something interesting that caught my eye. It was something called a wood generator. From what it sounded like, it would appear to make resources without any input. I sorted the offers to see what generators were for sale. Search generator, order, top, 1x1 iron generator 165 tokens, 2x2 greater wood generator 50 tokens, 3x5 stone generator 40 tokens, 4x3 wood generator 35 tokens, 5x2 wood generator 25 tokens. Considering that generators were passive income, I assumed that most of these people were struggling with tokens to such a point where they needed immediate relief. From my understanding, if I simply invested in a generator, it would slowly pay for itself. However, I was quite unsure of how efficient a generator really was. The cheapest generator I could find was a single wood generator being sold for 18 tokens. The offer above that was a sale of 2 wood generators for 25 tokens. Above that was 3 wood generators for 35 tokens. It was somewhat of a risk, but at this rate, I would need to make some big changes if I ever wanted to improve my situation. Chloe, how many tokens do you have? I asked. She didn't respond. It was probably best to leave her alone for a little. As I continued to think about the value of the generators, I heard Chloe mutter something. I've got 56 tokens, and I can get more with my system. With our accumulated wealth, it would be worth the risk. I spent 35 tokens to purchase 3 wood generators. The generators suddenly appeared in my inventory. As I held the blueprint in my hand, I saw that it was quite a small mechanism. I could fit all 3 in the corner of the hut. As I placed them down, they stacked on top of each other like little boxes. When I walked closer, I saw some text. Use enhancement agent. So it really wasn't worth it. At that rate, even with the 3 of them, I'd only be making 3 wood per hour. If I directly converted those into tokens, I would be getting 0.03 tokens per hour, which means it'd pay itself back in just under 2 months. However, there was something that intrigued me. Apparently, I would be able to add some of my enhancement agents, which I gathered during the previous fight against the cloaks. Luckily, I had 94. At first, I added 1 enhancement agent, currently producing 1.5 wood forward/hour. Hold on, this was quite a significant upgrade. I added another, currently producing 2 wood forward/hour. I added all the rest of my enhancement agents, currently producing 48 wood forward/hour. Holy moly, for a normal person, such an investment in generators would be almost always a bad idea, especially during killer winter, where having spare tokens and immediate tokens was critical. However, with the addition of my enhancement agents, I was producing wood at a rapid pace. I could only put the enhancement agents on 1 generator, but even so, my wood production was at 50 wood forward/hour, which was equivalent to a token every 2 hours. It would pay back its purchase price in around 2 or 3 days. I was also gathering around 3,200 wheat per day with increased efficiency and experience, so my settlement was slowly getting more and more self-sufficient. Once I achieve full economic freedom, I'll finally be able to make moves in order to move up the leaderboard. Now that the generators had been set up, I decided to look into what else I could invest in. At the moment, I probably should make more minions. It was the simplest and most obvious way of improving my standing. The main issue was, even if I decided to craft more minions, they would most likely be obsolete. I wasn't able to send them out on expeditions due to killer winter, and the scouts I sent out before never returned. Resource Division 121 minions, 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 22x scout minion mining, 25x scout minion woodcutting, 33x scout minion resource gathering, 6x scout minion hunting, 1x scout minion farming, 20x scout minion combat division 52 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 20x scout minions swordplay, 22x scout minions archery, 8x scout minion combat, utility division 24 minions, 13x builder minion, 10x Scout Minion, Utility, 1x Minion Manager. I might craft some more at the end of the day. It was important that I kept my army large enough to convincingly pass the night. Chapter 70 Grand Reorganization. My Minion Manager made its way to me. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered, x 3198, wheat, other, n/. Well, I guess my reports were going to be looking like this for the time being. With 3198 wheat on me, I decided to look at how I was going to distribute it. 100 wheat, 5 apples. 200 wheat, 1 meat. Logically, if I could obtain meat through alternative means, I'd be able to craft minions more efficiently. With the amount I had, I could make around 30 scout minions if I could get meat from somewhere else. I decided to have a look on the Grand Exchange to see if anyone was selling it. Search meat, order, best value. 1, x76, meat, cost, 7 tokens, seller, Angus Housen. 2, x9, meat, cost 1 token, seller, Robert Eastwood. 3, x187, meat, cost 23 tokens, seller, Patrick Mulder. 4, x26, meat, cost 3 tokens, seller, Patrick Mulder. 5, x32, meat, cost 4 tokens, seller, Patrick Mulder. There were quite a few offers for only meat. The current shop value of meat for me was 200 wheat each, which was twice as much as the apples needed to craft 1 minion. If I bought meat from the shop, I would only need to expend 100 wheat to craft a scout minions instead of 300 wheat if I also converted it into meat. At the moment, I figured that I'd just buy the meat from the 2 best value deals. In total, I purchased 85 meat for 8 tokens. With that, I had enough meat to craft quite a few minions. I spent 3000 wheat crafting 150 apples. I then crafted as many scout minions as I could, totaling 30 scout minions. I now had to program them. Before, I let my Minion Manager do the programming. However, I decided that it'd be better if I focused more specifically on which ones to make. I now had 30 new scout minions. My most important mission was to stay alive. This meant that I'd need to defend myself against the zombie horde at night. All of my farms were at capacity, so I decided that I'd specialize them all in combat. Resource Division, 121 minions. 3x Woodcutter Minion. 11x Miner Minion. 22x Scout Minion Mining. 25x Scout Minion Woodcutting. 33x Scout Minion Resource Gathering. 6x Scout Minion Hunting. 1x Scout Minion Farming. 20x Scout Minion Combat Division, 82 minions. 1x Advanced Warrior Minion. 1x Warrior Minion, 20x Scout Minions Swordplay, 22x Scout Minions Archery, 8x Scout Minion Combat, 30x Scout Minions Utility Division, 26 minions, 13x Builder Minion, 10x Scout Minion Utility, 2x Basic Scout Minion, 1x Minion Manager. At the same time, I paused all of the learning that my minions were doing. I have been somewhat putting it off recently, but I actually wanted to focus on the specializations a bit more. I took a moment to think about all of the learning stages. Combat, Resource Gathering, Utility. Then after that, in the combat specialization, there were several more choices. Archery, Swordplay, Magic, Shield /Utility. I still haven't learned what happens past this stage. I've been mostly training my minions in archery and swordplay in the past since they were simple to understand and easy to manage. It was a decent idea when I had a large, almost never-ending supply of minions. However, now, I needed to make each individual minion as powerful as possible. Combat Division, 82 minions. 1x Advanced Warrior Minion. 1x Warrior Minion. 20x Scout Minions Swordplay. 22x Scout Minions Archery. 8x Scout Minion Combat. 30x Scout Minions. I hadn't even replaced Knight with a stronger minion yet. I had a look at every single variation for the combat scout minions. Firstly, I looked at the third stage of swordplay. Takes 5 days to learn, can only train one stage 3 of any minion at a time. Sword Saint, Silent Killer, Berserker, they all sounded very interesting. Although the 5-day training time was somewhat problematic, although it'd probably be worth it. I guess I'd have to slowly get stage 3s. Then, I looked at the third stage of archery. Takes 5 days to learn, can only train one stage 3 of any minion at a time. Archery Saint, Sharpshooter, Magic Archer. Those were the 2 main stage 3s I wanted to look at. There were quite a few choices, but at the moment, I decided to train a Sharpshooter first. I wanted a stronger archer to take over as knight since I only have a basic archery scout minion at the moment. I set it up and the archer minion began learning. It'd be 5 days until it was done. In the meantime, I also wanted to reorganize the rest of my army. I currently had 8 combat scout minions which were not yet specialized. I decided to specialize them all in magic. I hadn't tested that line out yet, so I might find out that it is quite good. It'd take a few hours for them to develop. Now, I needed to organize the free scout minions. Without much else to think about, I simply made them all learn combat. With that, I had basically reorganized my entire army. I was still sitting on my bed in the comfort of the warm fireplace. I needed a way to stay warm whilst I ventured outside, otherwise I'd be basically stuck inside this hut for the entirety of winter. My first thought was to get some warmer clothes, although clothes seem to be in high demand and low supply in this apocalypse. Especially now, since everyone was likely trying to buy warm clothes, it was likely going to be both expensive and difficult to find some. Aside from that, I also considered warming the area around me up. If I could somehow barricade my settlement, I could technically try to find some way to conserve the heat in here. It would also provide me with some protection against the zombies. For some reason, I had never thought of building a wall until now. However, now that I thought about it, a wall would be very useful. The only problem was that it wasn't going to be easy to build a massive wall around this entire settlement. However, with the help of my minions, it was definitely possible. Chapter 71 Killer Winter Nights. I slowly pushed open the door to take a sneak peek outside. Within the forest, I definitely saw silhouettes of zombies, and a lot of them at that. Even in the brief few seconds where the door was open, I felt as if I had opened the door to a refrigerator which blasted ice-cold air into my warm chamber. I quickly shut the door again before shivering up beside the fire. It was very cold. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to help my minions fight against the zombies. I hoped that my current number of minions was enough to protect me through the night. I would literally die of frostbite before I died of being killed by a zombie if I were to go outside. I was still able to micromanage from within the hut, but without a good view of the battlefield, it wouldn't be very effective for me to do so. I heard the loud footsteps and blood-chilling groans of the zombies outside. All of my minions had been placed on defense. I had no idea how much the difficulty had increased in terms of the nighttime hordes. My main plan was to focus on using my archers to whittle down the zombies as much as possible before engaging them, even if that meant constantly retreating away from the border. For the most part, Chloe and I would be safe as long as we stayed inside. I kept my weapon on hand in case a zombie did somehow manage to break inside. Chloe, you should hold out your weapon. Yeah, I guess so. She pulled out her platinum bow and placed it on her lap. After a few minutes, I could hear the sounds of combat outside of the hut. The squelching of sword blades on flesh, the pinging of arrows and the thumping of bodies hitting the ground. Even without seeing what was going on, I had a pretty good idea of what was happening just from the sounds. I decided to monitor the health of my minions while I was inside the hut. From what I could see, most of my frontline minions hadn't taken much damage yet, meaning the archers were culling them fast enough. However, as time went on, my frontline minions were sustaining more and more damage. I didn't want to have to use my resource-gathering minions, but at this point, I needed them to act as meat shields along with the frontline minions, because if the zombies managed to break through and attack my archers, my army would be as good as gone. I wanted to take another look at the battlefield. Once again, I very slightly slid the wooden door open and peeked outside. I was met by the sight of a humongous army of zombies slowly approaching from the distance. Dark blood was strewn and splattered all over the ground. Arrows rained upon them from my archers, but they were only making a very small dent in the horde. My front line was still at the very border of my settlement, but they were definitely going to have to pull back as the zombies got closer. The cold air was sneaking itself in once again, so I closed the door and allowed the heat to fill the room. I added some more wood to the fire so it was as strong as it possibly could be. William, how's the outside? I think my minions are holding up, just barely though. I'll go outside and help. You shouldn't, you'll die from the cold before you can do anything. I don't want to just sit here. I thought about what she could do. Until I was able to find some way for us to stay warm whilst we were outside, we were basically trapped in here. Even during the day, the cold is unbearable, let alone at night. I wanted to start building a wall around the perimeter of the settlement tomorrow. Hopefully, that'd help with defense and a little with heat preservation. The two of us stayed inside the hut and listened to the sound of combat in the background. It was the sound of utter chaos as more and more zombies were approaching. I decided to stare at the fire and try to lose myself in its movements. At the moment, all I was doing was worrying about the fighting outside, without any real way to change the outcome. I had a look on the Grand Exchange to see if there were any clothes for sale at a reasonable price. Search related, clothing, order, top, 1x1, thick snow gear, cost 259 tokens, seller, Noah Gate. 2x2, wool sweater, cost 122 tokens, seller, Ilana Richards. 3x1, puffer jacket, cost 90 tokens, seller, John Guju. 4x10, color-changing t-shirt, cost 43 tokens, Blake Reg. 5x5, white hoodie, cost 42 tokens, Kanto Hendry. Yeah, I definitely wasn't going to be buying any of the clothing. As expected, prices were definitely quite inflated. At this point, there's way too much demand and way too little supply. However, I didn't have a way of crafting my own clothing either. It seemed the system you received upon coming here really determines quite a lot. Maybe it was better to work in a bigger group. No, it's fine. Once I survive until tomorrow, I'll look to rapidly increase my living conditions by upgrading my production speed and training my minions. Things are not as perilous as I thought before the start of Killer Winter. Chloe, how much space do you need to use your system? I probably can't use it inside, it'd destroy the ground. Ah, so how long do you have to be outside for? Usually, my system requires me to stand in an open space for quite a while. Oh, I'll try to think of a way. Huh? She still probably hadn't forgiven me for ditching her. I hope that I'd be able to get along with her once again. This time, we would properly work together. Chapter 72 Major Constructions. Chloe and I stayed inside as we waited for the night to pass. My minions were suffering large amounts of damage, but I hadn't had any casualties yet. It was a long night as the two of us listened to the sound of violence outside. The noise filled our ears, keeping us up. However, once the fighting started to die down, I decided to get some much-needed sleep. I was woken by the feeling of someone's hand hitting my head. William, get up now. My eyes slowly adjusted to the light as I looked up at Chloe, who was standing beside me. It's morning. I gradually pulled myself up and dragged myself over to the door. It seemed that the fireplace was running all through the night. I guess I placed quite a lot of wood, although the fire was beginning to die down. Before I opened the door, I decided to add some more wood to the fire. Eventually, I slid open the door, being splashed with a wave of cold air. I looked out to see my minion standing around. From the looks of things, I didn't take too many casualties. I decided to look at my advanced system controls. Resource division, 113 minions. 3x woodcutter minion. 11x miner minion. 22x scout minion mining. 25x scout minion woodcutting. 33x scout minion resource gathering. 6x scout minion hunting. 1x scout minion farming. 12x scout minion combat division, 77 minions. 1x advanced warrior minion. 1x warrior minion. 16x scout minions swordplay. 22x scout minions archery. 7x scout minion combat. 30x scout minions utility division, 26 minions. 13x builder minion. 2x basic scout minion. 1x minion manager. In total, I lost 13 minions, which wasn't as much as I had expected. After looking through the menus, it seemed that they had healed up for the most part. With that, I decided that I'd begin construction of a barricade around the border of the settlement. I needed to make sure that I'd actually be able to defend the wall once it was built. Last night, my minions were forced to pull back in order to buy time for the archers to shoot the zombies down. If I spent a large number of resources and then wasn't able to effectively protect the wall, I'd just be wasting the resources that I spent. It was also worrisome in terms of the fact that I wouldn't be able to construct the entire wall in one day, so it would be quite a struggle in terms of defending the small section. I looked through my crafting menu to see what I'd do. After looking through some of the crafts, I decided that I'd start with a relatively weak wall around the perimeter. The cheapest and easiest one I could find to craft was something called a basic wooden wall, which had the cost of 5 wood per meter. I estimated that the length of the border was around 200 meters in total if I wanted to cover all the sides. The main issue was that I didn't really have an easy way to attain wood. Whilst I could buy it off of the Grand Exchange, I found that it'd be easier to build the wall out of stone, which was something I had a lot of. 109x iron, 52x gold, 5x diamond, 2x platinum, 76x rocks, 14x ultra-hardened stone. It was possible to turn ultra-hardened stone back into rocks, although it only converts to 900 rocks instead of the 1000 needed to craft one. However, that would mean that I'd have around 13,000 rocks in total. The easiest stone to craft was a basic stone wall at the cost of 20 rocks per meter. I decided to craft 1 meter of the stone wall first to see what it looked like. After spending the 20 rocks, a blueprint appeared in my hand. Build time, 5 minutes. I guess I'd need to build minions for these walls. However, I could see approximately what it looked like just from the blueprint. It was around a meter high, which was around about the height of my stomach. It seemed relatively sturdy, since it was made out of stone and all, but I doubt that it'd be able to really sustain much damage. It was also at a height where zombies could easily climb over. The only really benefit it would provide would be the fact that it'd slow them down a little. But only once I've built this first wall around the border will I be able to buy enough time for me to improve on it in the future. I'd hoped to stages or towers of some sort for my archers to stand upon. I made my way outside into the freezing cold and walked over to the border between the settlement and the forest. My body was quivering as I huddled myself with my arms. I called some of my minions over to surround me and give me a tiny bit of protection from the wind. As I stepped onto the dirt, I crafted a few basic stone walls and began placing them along the border. Before long, several of my builder minions began making their way over and began construction. Shit, it's cold. I ran back toward the hut and slammed open the door and dived inside. It was like jumping through the gate to heaven. It was like going from the inside of a freezer to a warm desert. Well, it wasn't really like a desert, it was more like lukewarm, but it felt like a desert in comparison. I spread my body out in front of the fire and caught my breath. I wanted to build the entire wall by tonight, this way I'll be able to effectively make use of it. I considered making an entrance where I could funnel the zombies through to allow them to be more easily controlled, although the wall was technically short enough for them to climb over. I guess I'd make some more decisions as more of the wall got built. According to my calculations, with 13 builder minions and 5 minutes being required for each meter of the wall, it'd take around 80 minutes for the 200 meters. Well, at optimal efficiency. Chapter 73 Walls to surround the city. At the moment, it took me a while just to run over to the border and place down that basic stone wall. Killer Winter definitely wasn't making it easy to get things done. I crafted quite a few basic stone walls and kept them in my inventory as I warmed my body up by the fire. I guess I'd have to go outside again in order to place some more down. As the warm fire defrosted my body, I took a deep breath before charging through the door again and running to the border. I ran over to the place I placed the first few basic stone walls and began putting down more blueprints of the walls. Builder minions began coming over to start building them as I ran along the edge of the border. It eventually got to the point where I couldn't take it anymore. My entire body was getting stiff from the cold as I tried to place as many basic stone walls as I could. After just over a few minutes, I quickly made my way back toward the hut. As the wooden building came into view, my body began vibrating more and more violently. How on earth are we meant to do anything in this weather? There was a very good possibility that lots of humans are dying right now. More so, people were likely going to start dying at a fast rate once they begin running out of resources. I assumed that most people didn't have the capability to collect resources whilst being huddled up in their huts. As a result, they would slowly starve due to a lack of necessary resources, eventually falling victim to attrition. The only way to really survive in this killer winter was to either have a really powerful system or to stay in big groups. Alone, I doubt that many people have the capability to survive in these conditions. I ripped open the door and once again, I was swept by the blast of warm air from inside. "You look really stupid right now," Chloe commented. "Hey, I have to do what I have to do. You're building a wall, right?" "Yeah. I can reinforce the wall with some iron once you build it." "Ah, that sounds like a good idea." I stood directly in front of the fire as it warmed up my frosted body. This was likely what I was going to have to do if I wanted to finish constructing the wall. It was going to be a constant cycle of running in and out of the hut, placing down basic stone walls. In the meantime, I opened my wood generators and looked at how many resources they had produced. Collect 945 wood. Ah, that was quite a large amount. Those enhancement agents really did come in handy. I had been looking for something to use them on for a pretty long time. As I added the wood into my inventory, I decided to stoke the fire a little bit more before preparing to leave the hut to place some more walls down. After warming myself up a little bit more, and inhaling a little too much smoke from the fire, I decided to take another trip outside. After coughing out some of the thick smoke, I pushed open the door and made my way outside once again. Through the ice-cold air, I once again ran to the border. I had covered around 20 meters of one side of the border. My settlement was basically a square, so it had 4 pretty equal borders of 50 meters each. I continued the wall and lengthened it pretty much to the corner. With that, I decided to go back to the hut. I jumped back into the sea of warm air and took a quick breather. I guess I'd have a look at the global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 2698. 2. Noah Gate, 1848. 3. Oliver Moran, 1632. 4. Maya Keller, 1293. 5. Robbie Soley, 1287. Your rank, #15. Your estimated progression score, 1058. Looks like I had gone up a rank. I was pretty close to the top 10 and subsequent top 5 now. I guess there were quite a few people between the 1050 to 1300 area of EPS. From what I could see, most of the people near the top weren't struggling as much as I'd expected. I guess if you're really strong, the cold probably doesn't affect you as much. I probably need to get a move on if I wanted to keep moving up the ranks. I wonder if the global rankings are ever going to have a tangible effect. Just considering the world and the system, I assumed that everything would eventually have a purpose. It probably just hasn't been revealed to us yet. Now that I'd warmed up a little bit, I decided to go outside and place some more walls. My builder minions had already finished constructing a few of the earlier walls. As I made my way outside, I saw that there were a few relatively sturdy-looking stone walls. They looked pretty strong, so they'd be useful against the zombies. Chloe did say that she'd reinforce them even more, so this will probably help significantly with my nighttime survival. As I began building more basic stone walls along another side of the border, I decided to leave a little space to act as a gate of sorts. This way, I would be able to funnel the zombies, and also I'd eventually need a way to leave the settlement as well. After building around 30 more meters of walls, I was really starting to feel the cold again. Vapor from my breath filled the air as I rushed back toward the hut. I opened the door again and warmed myself up. As I took another breather, I looked over at Chloe. She still looked quite unhappy. After a brief moment of silence, she began talking to me. "William, what's your real opinion on working with others?" she asked. "Well, it's difficult to explain. I guess in the end, I find other people a hassle. But your actions seem to say otherwise. I mean, it honestly was pretty hard to explain." Chapter 74. Protect a city with walls. Like you, I also have things that I don't really want to talk about yet. Or, I guess so, I can't really talk, Chloe replied. She looked up at me. "But, William, if I decided to tell you about my past, I want you to tell me yours as well. I suppose, if we ever get to that point." The crisp sounds of the fire continued to flacidly emanate through the small hut. It was a somewhat irritating, yet calming sound, an awkward incongruity, but nevertheless, it was a noise that would be filling the background for at least a few more weeks, maybe even months. The wall was still not yet complete. I had done less than half of the border. My builder minions were working hard to construct the blueprints. Most of my other minions were either training or learning. I needed to make the most of my time, even if I couldn't send them out on expeditions. A few minutes later, I decided to take another trip to the outside to place some more basic stone walls. The crisp, bitter wind pressed itself against my bare skin once again. I made my way over to the end of where I finished placing my last few walls and began connecting more to them. I managed to finish the second edge before making my way back into the hut. "William." "Yeah? I feel useless here. Do you have anything for me to do?" she asked. "I don't really know. I doubt that you'd be able to use your system until we find some way to be able to sustainably stand outside. You're placing walls, right?" "Yeah. Give me half, I'll help you." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. Now pass them over." I gave her some of the walls from my inventory. "Let's go." As I was still warming up my body, she seemed to be pretty motivated. "I guess." The two of us made our way outside and I pointed in the direction of the end of the walls I had placed. You can go from that end and I'll go from the other end." "All right." She made her way over to the other edge as the two of us began finishing up the wall that I began building. The outside was still as cold as ever. My entire body was beginning to cool down as heat was starting to get sucked out of my body. I placed walls for around a minute. I managed to get around 40 meters done this time, a bit more than last time. However, as I turned around, I noticed that Chloe had finished her entire edge. She looked over at me before finishing my edge as well. "Hee, it certainly is cold out here." The air coming out of her mouth floated into the sky. "Yeah, also you managed to do quite a lot." "Of course I did. I think you forget that I'm stronger than you." I'm not so sure about that." "Wanna arm wrestle? Can we go back inside first? I'm about to pass out." It seems that you're not that strong. Come on, let's just go back inside." "All right." the two of us escaped back into the haven of our small yet cozy hut. We took a seat as the fire slowly warmed us back up. I decided to take a moment to think about the situation as I watched the fire dance in the fire pit. In the beginning, I was just planning on trying to find a way to survive killer winter. However, from the looks of it, this was a perfect opportunity to start advancing. Whilst others were probably struggling, I had my minions who were basically invulnerable to the cold, which meant it was much easier for me to progress. I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to do, but once my builder minions finish the wall, I'll likely take a lot fewer casualties during the night. This will allow me to slowly build up the strength of my army again. With an expanded army, I needed to find a way to maximize my efficiency in order to make use of the advantage I seemed to have over other people. Even someone like Callum, who had a system which appeared to be able to generate balls of light, there was pretty little they could do in terms of rapid progression. Most offensive systems would be basically useless during killer winter. I doubt that there was really that much human-to-human fighting at the moment. I also haven't seen any system which has the resource-gathering capacity that I have. My system is extremely advantageous during this season and I needed to make the most of it. The main issue was that the forest was much more dangerous than usual. As a result, I'd probably need to have lots of combat minions escorting my resource-collecting minions. I had a peek outside and saw that the walls were basically finished being built. The entire settlement was now completely surrounded by a meter-tall stone wall with a small entrance on one of the edges. This should make it significantly easier to defend the settlement during the night. I was approached by my minion manager. I've got the end-of-day report. Total resources gathered, x 3,294 wheat. Other, n/. My minions managed to gather more wheat than yesterday. I guess my efficiency increased day by day. At this rate, I'd be pretty self-sufficient during killer winter. I crafted all of the wheat into minions, today making 32 scout minions, which I put into the combat division. I decided to have a look at some of my minions which had finished training. Resource division, 121 minions, 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 30x scout minion, farming, 27x scout minion, mining, 30x scout minion, woodcutting, 6x scout minion, hunting, 1x scout minion, farming, 13x scout minion, resource gathering. Combat division, 114 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 20x scout minions, swordplay, 22x scout minions, archery, 8x scout minions, magic, 30x scout minion, combat, 32x scout minions. Utility division, 26 minions, 13x builder minion, 10x scout minion, utility, 2x basic scout minion, 1x minion manager. It seemed my magic scout minions had finished training. I wonder what was in the next stage. Chapter 75 Break Out of the Slump. Turns out, the third stage of magic specialization was different from the others. Unlike other stage 3 specializations, the training time is normal for magic, fire magic, water magic, wind magic, earth magic. They were all pretty stereotypical magic types. However, it was interesting that the third stage wasn't like the others. I could train them like usual without the weird limits and long training time. I guess they probably have a stage 4 or even stage 5. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Since I had exactly 8 magic scout minions, I decided to train 2 of each type. I was somewhat curious as to what the basic magic minions did. Maybe they just had slightly strengthened physical abilities or something? I would take a look outside, but the temperature drops even more at night. I decided that I'd just stay in the comfort of the hut for the time being. I could already begin to hear the sounds of zombies walking in the distance. I had organized my minions so that a large number of combat minions were focused near the entrance where I hoped to funnel the zombies through. This way I could maximize the effectiveness of my archers. I also kept some minions stationed around the wall to take care of any zombies that tried to climb past. With this new strategy, I hoped that nights would become a little easier to deal with. Hey William, what's your plan from here on out? What do you mean? Surely we're not just going to hide in the hut like this for the entire season. Well, I'm hoping to find a way to get more stuff done, but I don't really know how to at the moment. I'd like to find some way to be able to work outside. I'd also like for that, but aside from getting some thick clothing, I can't really think of another way. I'm trying to think of a way. I'm thinking of investing in some clothing, despite how expensive it is. It might be worth it, but I'm honestly not sure at the moment. Yeah, I guess. There were still too many factors to consider. Clothing was incredibly expensive, the price was basically our entire balance. For the most part, it didn't seem economical to purchase clothing, regardless of the benefits. My thought was that if I could somehow create an area which wasn't as cold as the rest, I might be able to light a fire and keep it warm to some extent and allow space for Chloe to use her system. However, that was still a work in progress. At the moment, I was simply waiting as zombies approached the border of our settlement. Much like the previous night, there wasn't much I could do. I'd have to rely almost entirely on my minions. As the sound of fighting filled the background, I wanted to get some rest. I had already slept plenty of times with the sounds of combat outside. It wasn't really that different anymore. The settlement couldn't really be overrun without my knowledge since I've programmed alerts in my minions. In the end, if I was going to die, I was going to die fighting. With that in mind, I slowly closed my eyes and tried to get some sleep, although these days, I hardly do anything during the day anyways. I'd like to change that as much as possible tomorrow. I was awoken by the sound of nothing in particular. As I opened my eyes, I saw Chloe sleeping on a small bed thing on the ground. I guess I really should have made another proper bed. I guess I'll do that today. I slowly made my way to the door and opened it, taking a look at my minions. From what I could see, nothing major occurred. I guess the wall was really quite effective. Resource division, 121 minions. 11x miner minion. 30x scout minion, farming. 27x scout minion, mining. 30x scout minion, wood cutting. 6x scout minion, hunting. 1x scout minion, farming. 13x scout minion, resource gathering. Combat division, 113 minions. 1x advanced warrior minion. 1x warrior minion. 20x scout minions, swordplay. 22x scout minions, archery. 8x scout minions, magic. 30x scout minion, combat. 31x scout minions. Utility division, 26 minions. 13x builder minion. 10x scout minion, utility. 2x basic scout minion. 1x minion manager. Aside from the loss of a single scout minions, I appeared to be unscathed that night. However, my celebration would have to wait. Zombies will now be getting stronger. I guess I can never get a break. The world decided to bless me with great news. From the looks of things, just judging from the last difficulty increase, I would probably be losing sleep these few nights. I had just improved my army to a point where it could sustain itself as well. However, the notifications weren't finished. Killer Winter will last a further 62 days. It was finally finished with its announcements. It was honestly shorter than I expected, however, it was still quite a long time. It was around 2 months, which meant that after that, we'd probably go back to normal. There were probably going to be quite a lot of deaths during this harsh season. Well, I guess I'll take some time to figure out what I was going to do. With the wall now complete, the settlement had an extra layer of protection, although, I'd like to make it more secure after hearing that announcement. The first thought I had was to make some sort of pedestal or tower for the Archer Scout minions to be able to shoot over the wall more accurately. At the moment, they could only really shoot down the zombies once they climbed onto the wall, since the minions were all around a meter tall anyways. With a little bit more height, they'd be able to shoot over the wall and pick off the zombie more effectively. I decided to have a look through my crafting menu to see what I could make. There wasn't any tower or building in particular I could make. However, there was a wide stone pedestal which looked to be around a meter or so high. I guess it'd have to do. Chapter 76 Fortify the Settlement. A few minutes later, I heard the sound of Chloe slowly picking herself up. You're already awake, William? Yeah, only for a little while though. She shook her head and fixed her hair. I'll go fortify the walls now. All right. She made her way outside, still somewhat lethargic after just waking up. I was going to make some wide stone pedestals which cost 100 rocks each. From what I could see, they were large enough to fit around 10 Archer Scout minions on top, if I wanted them to still be able to see everything. This meant that I'd need to build 2 or 3 for the time being. They weren't all that difficult to construct, as all I needed was some rocks and a few builder minions. I decided to also make my way outside and look around to see the best places to put them. I wanted to spread them out a little bit, so I put one near the entrance, and one on each of the corners opposite the entrance, in a triangle of sorts. That was the best placement that I could come up with. After that, I decided to get my minions to stand on them to see if they were useful. I called a few of my Archer Scout minions and had them stand on the wide stone pedestals. It took a little while for them to all get into position, but after that, it appeared that they had much more range and vision than before. That was all well and good from what I could see. It was still quite cold outside, so I decided to head back into the hut after finishing up the pedestals. Inside, I saw Chloe hovering beside the fire. "I've done half of one side." "Good job, that was pretty quick." The walls did get a little damaged overnight, but my builder minions managed to repair them so they were basically as good as new in the morning. With Chloe's fortifications, I hoped that the walls would be able to sustain much more damage. I was still worried about the fact that zombies were going to get stronger. Generally, the zombies tended to get stronger night by night anyways. If there was a specific notification about it, that meant that there was likely going to be a big jump in difficulty. Even as I built these structures, there still was only so much that I could do at this time. I still needed to find a way to move around this place. Killer Winter had significantly damaged my mobility, basically isolating us within this settlement, within this hut for the most part. Aside from clothing, the only other method I could think of was to warm the environment up. However, even with several fires, I doubt that it'd be enough to make any significant difference to the temperature. I was stuck. I had another look on the Grand Exchange for any clothing I could find. Search related clothing, order, top 1x1 thick snow gear, cost 259 tokens, seller Noah Gate. 2x2 wool sweater, cost 122 tokens, seller Ilana Richards. 3x1 puffer jacket, cost 90 tokens, seller John Guju. 4x1 snow jacket, cost 76 tokens, seller Candice Poma. 5x5 white hoodie, cost 42 tokens, Kanto Hendry. There were many changes compared to the last time I checked. The only new item was a snow jacket that was being sold for 76 tokens. It was still an incredibly high price and something that I wouldn't be able to purchase at the moment. If only I had some way to make my own clothes. As much as I tried to look, it seemed as if I just didn't have anything clothing related in my crafting menu. I guess different systems also had different crafting menus with different recipes. Chloe went back outside to continue fortifying the walls. I decided to stay inside and wait until I figured out some way to get more stuff done. A few hours later, several of my scout minions had finished their differentiation. Resource division, 121 minions. 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 37x scout minion, farming, 27x scout minion, mining, 37x scout minion, woodcutting, 6x scout minion, hunting. Combat division, 113 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 2x scout minion, fire magic, 2x scout minion, water magic, 2x scout minion, wind magic, 30x scout minions, swordplay, 42x scout minions, archery, 31x scout minion, combat. Utility division, 26 minions, 13x builder minion, 10x scout minion, utility, 2x basic scout minion, 1x minion manager. First of all, I needed to reorganize the 31 new combat scout minions I had. I had plenty of archers at this point and I assumed that the mage scout minions would be able to do some sort of area of effect attacks. I decided to make 5 swordplay and 5 archer scout minions, before putting the rest into magic. Now, my specialized mage scout minions could go on to further learning. I looked at the fire magic scout minions first. Magic specialization, only 2 can learn at a time for each element. Flamethrower, residential heater, projectile controller. Hold on, I might have just gotten an idea. Instead of setting up fires all around the camp to warm it up, if I could get these scout minions with fire magic to constantly produce heat, that would be easier and much more effective. I wasn't exactly sure what each different specialization did, but residential heater sounded oddly yet conveniently relevant. I decided to get both of my scout minions who had fire magic to learn this next stage. I also looked through each of the other different magic specializations for the other elements. Next was water. Magic specialization, only 2 can learn at a time for each element. Ice warrior, water manipulator, Arctic wind. Then, I looked at wind. Magic specialization, only 2 can learn at a time for each element. Visceral turbine, defensive wind, projectile enhancer. Finally was earth. Magic specialization, only 2 can learn at a time for each element. Brute, land scaler, solid control. There were quite a few options and most of which I couldn't really deduce the abilities of. I decided to spread out my specializations. Chapter 77 Entertainment and Boredom. Well, from the looks of things, my army was getting stronger. The walls have all been fortified now. Thanks, Chloe. You're welcome. The 2 of us sat silently as the fire fizzled around in the brick fireplace. I decided to go over to my wood generators and collect some of the wood that they generated. Collect 912 wood. Well, it was a decent amount of resources. I already had more wood than I'd possibly need during killer winter. I was producing almost 1,000 wood per day with my generators. I was starting to see a way out of this immobile condition. If I could have fire magic scout minions walk beside me and keep me warm, it'd allow for me to finally begin moving around and make more progress. I would have to wait until around the end of the day before they finished their learning, so until then, I'd simply wait it out inside of the hut. I'm so bored, said Chloe. I'm not really sure what we can do. How about this? We'll play rock, paper, scissors, and the winner gets to dare the loser to do something. I had a bad feeling about this, but then again, I was also quite bored. Come on, it'll be fun, I suppose. She suddenly lightened up and held out her hands. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I picked rock. She picked paper. Ha ha, you lose. This wasn't going to end well. She took a moment to think about it, before hitting me with a pretty cruel punishment. You have to sit outside for 5 minutes. Jer, come on, you're a man of your word, aren't you? I wasn't really, but I guess the punishment wasn't all that bad. Fine. Reluctantly, I opened the door and let in quite a significant amount of cold air. Hurry up and close the door, she shouted. I walked into the freezer, which was the outside world. My body temperature immediately dropped as the heat was sucked out. I slowly closed the door behind me and took a seat beside the hut. Why did I agree to this? The cold wind brushed against my body as I huddled up in a ball. This was pure torture. It was like deliberately smearing ice all over your body. It was like taking a shower using the liquid from a slushy machine. My entire body was vibrating as it desperately held onto any heat it still had. Screw this. I called over one of my fire magic scout minions, which were learning the next stage. It walked over to me as I commanded it to produce some fire in front of me. In the palm of its hand, it lit a pretty big flame, one that was around the size of a small campfire. I instantly felt heat brush against my face, although the rest of my body was still suffering from the cold. To be fair, it was significantly warmer than before, although it still wasn't comfortable. The heat gradient was annoying. My face was fine, even warm, but my legs were freezing cold. It was impossible to get all of my body parts within the warmth of the fire. I decided that I'd just keep my hands and face heated. This was actually a pretty good experiment. It seemed that with some more development, I would likely be able to use my minions to keep me warm as I moved around outside. I continued to sit, leaning against the ice-cold wood of the hut. There was only a little while left before I'd be able to go inside again. Suddenly, I heard the door open. You can come back in now. Are you sure that was 5 minutes? Yeah, I don't want you to die out here. I got up and made my way back inside. I guess Chloe wasn't that cruel. Are you alright? I'm mostly fine. I'm sorry, that was pretty mean. I mean, it wasn't really that bad. I stood in front of the brick fireplace and let my body slowly return to a normal temperature. I put my hands a little too close to the fire, quickly retracting them as I felt a sting in my fingertips. Even the burn felt nice after being out in the cold for so long. Well, I guess I wasn't outside for that long. Finally, I managed to go back to normal and regain my breath. There were probably a few hours left until night came, so there was still some more time to kill. I took out my pot and began making dinner. Actually, I was probably wealthy enough to get some decent ingredients for a nice dinner. I opened up the Grand Exchange. Search, culinary ingredients, order, relevance. 1x2, salt bag, cost, 4 tokens, seller, Jonathan Yellen. 2x5, letters, cost 3 token, seller, Barvarit Ubhai. 3x1, pepper bag, cost 3 tokens, seller, Yuhan Rahan. 4x12, carrot, cost 3 tokens, seller, Michael Smith. 5x1, garlic, cost 2 tokens, seller, Yuhan Rahan. There was a pretty big selection if I just wanted some ingredients to make some stew. I looked through and bought some potatoes and carrots, along with salt and spring onions. It came to 9 tokens in total, which was a pretty significant investment, although it will increase the quality of life by a decent amount. I placed my newly purchased vegetables and spices into the pot and placed them above the fire. I also added some meat that I had and let the food slowly boil in the pot. With more ingredients, the aroma of the cooking was significantly better. It smelled like an actual, well-made meal instead of just plain meat. I could tell that Chloe was also happy about having something different to eat. She used to always ask me about what we were having for dinner. It's nice that we're having something else for dinner. I guess it wasn't cheap though. It's worth it. Do you want me to pay you back? She asked. No, it's fine. Also, you do have a heart. This is news. She looked away. Chapter 78. It's hard to sleep with zombies nearby. A while later, I looked at the insides of the pot. From what I could tell, everything seemed to be cooked. Do you think everything's cooked through? I asked. Chloe made her way over. It looked fine to me. With that, I took the pot off of the heat and poured the contents into 2 big bowls. It looks so good, she smiled. Steam filled the room as I took out some utensils to eat the beef stew with. It looked much more appetizing than the plain meat we'd been eating for the past few weeks. Holding the bowl in one hand, I dug in, scooping the vegetables and meat into my mouth. The flavor spread through my taste buds. It felt like the best thing I had ever eaten. I guess this is what happens when you eat nothing but plain meat for every meal. It felt like I was having dinner at a 3-star Michelin restaurant, except it was just some beef stew that I made in the middle of the apocalypse. The two of us quickly ate the food, until both of our bowls were as clean as if we had put them through a dishwasher. That was yummy. It sure was. Chloe placed the bowl back into her inventory, as did I. By the way, Chloe, I think I've found a way to stay warm outside. Really? What is it? I can make minions which can use fire magic. Seriously? Your minions can even do that? Yep. Wow, well, it'll be nice for me to use my system as well. They should finish training by tomorrow. Okay. I took a seat on the bed as I waited for the incoming barrage of zombies tonight. I had been anticipating this all day. I had no idea how brutal it was going to be, in reference to the difficulty increase. My Minion manager made its way to me. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered. X 3409 wheat. Other. N /. With the resources, I decided to craft 34 more scout minions. It required me to buy some more meat off of the Grand Exchange, but I decided to make the investment. I was starting to run a little low on tokens, but I should be getting some more in the next few days if all goes well. On the bright side, my Magic Scout minions had also finished their next stage of learning. My army was significantly stronger than it was the previous night. Seeing that there were so many different types of magic for Scout minions, I decided to make a separate division for them. This way I could organize them a little better. Resource Division: 121 minions. 3x Woodcutter Minion, 11x Miner Minion, 37x Scout Minion, Farming, 27x Scout Minion, Mining, 37x Scout Minion, Woodcutting. Combat Division: Standard, 118 minions. 1x Advanced Warrior Minion, 1x Warrior Minion, 35x Scout Minions, Swordplay, 47x Scout Minions, Archery, 34x Scout Minion, Combat Division, Magic, 29 minions. 2x Scout Minion, Fire Magic, Residential Heater, 1x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Ice Warrior, 1x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Arctic Wind, 2x Scout Minion, Wind Magic, Defensive Wind, 2x Scout Minion, Earth Magic, Brute, 21x Scout Minion, Magic. Utility Division: 26 minions. 13x Builder Minion, 10x Scout Minion, Utility, 2x Basic Scout Minion, 1x Minion Manager. With all these different magic-oriented minions, I was hoping that my army would be significantly more versatile. From the sounds of their names, I assumed that they would have some sort of area of effect attacks. I decided that I'd take a good look at what each of the different magic types did, even if it meant standing outside in the cold for a little while. However, the first thing I wanted to test was the Scout Minion, Fire Magic, Residential Heater. There were still a few minutes before the zombies came, so I called them over to me as I made my way outside of the hut. Chloe, come with me. Huh? We're going to see if the minions can act as heaters. All right. The minion made its way over to me. Instantly, the entire area around it was warmed up. Holy crap, it's like room temperature. Before, it was basically impossible to even stand outside for a few minutes without freezing to death. However, standing next to this minion, I felt as if I was just walking around in any normal room. All the coldness had disappeared. I could still feel the slight chilliness in the air, but it was hardly noticeable. No way, it's actually like warm, commented Chloe. Yeah, this'll be very useful. I kept the minion beside me as I found a good spot near the middle of the settlement where I had a good view of the entire battlefield. I didn't realize you've placed these pedestals around the place. Yeah, you can stand on one and shoot the zombies. Chloe pulled out her platinum bow. Actually, I think it's better if the two of us stand near the entrance. A few moments later, the sounds of disgusting creatures began penetrating through the forest. The entire area was filled with the sounds of footsteps, groaning, and the ruffling of vegetation. All of a sudden, a huge horde of crawling zombies started charging towards the entrance. They were incredibly fast and unpredictable. However, compared to the previous night, the quantity of them was much, much greater. There was like an endless sea of them as they tried to break their way into our camp. They rushed in, with a terrifying appearance. I quickly drew Mayor Lucky Eye in anticipation of the impending fight. I noticed that my archer scout minions were beginning to fill the forest with arrows, slaying zombies as fast as they came. However, what was of most interest to me were the newly trained and educated magic-oriented scout minions. I still had no idea what they did, but I'd find out very soon. Chapter 79: A World of Magic. As soon as the zombies began getting closer to the entrance, I was able to see firsthand what each of my different magical minions did. The first minion I got to get a look at was the Scout Minion, Water Magic, Arctic Wind. From what I could see, it produced wind with shards of water and ice in between. It wasn't a very physically strong attack, but I could tell that it significantly impacted the movement of the zombies. It managed to mess with the vision of the zombies, causing them to slow down, especially the crawling ones. Shards of ice would stick into their eyes, completely blocking their vision. The cold wind also slowed their speed down as they tried to push through the force. The next minion I got to see was the Scout Minion, Wind Magic, Defensive Wind. Similar to the Arctic Wind minions, these minions also produced a strong breeze. However, the speed and ferocity of the gusts were much greater than the Arctic Wind minions. The difference was that the wind produced by these minions was pure wind, like something you'd get out of a really strong fan. It didn't have much effect on the zombies who were far away. However, once they got closer, the wind would make it extremely difficult for them to latch onto something. As a result, they struggled to even get through the entrance. However, the horde of zombies was too great, and eventually, they started to pour through in large numbers. That's when I got to see the Scout Minions, Earth Magic, Brute, and Scout Minion, Water Magic, Ice Warrior, join the action. From what I could tell, they appeared to be like warrior minions. However, alongside their physical capabilities, they also controlled dirt and ice respectively. They weren't that much stronger than normal warrior minions though, and they lacked the ability to hold a weapon. Even so, they managed to effectively keep the zombies from breaking too far into the settlement. My numerous archer scout minions sprayed the zombies with countless arrows as they tried to walk through the small entrance. As the battle ran on, we managed to mostly cull off the quick-crawling zombies. They were dangerous the first few nights I got transported here because I lacked a large number of ranged minions. However, now they were being killed before they could even get through to my main force. All of a sudden, I noticed that there were some zombie types which I had never seen before. From a distance, it was pretty hard to identify what they were whilst they were hidden amongst the horde of standard zombies, but it was clear that they were different. There were some fat ones who appeared to be wearing some sort of armor. I also saw some abnormally tall and lanky ones. I didn't know what their specialities were, but I assumed that they'd be quite strong considering they showed up after the difficulty increase. The entire settlement was engulfed in combat. There were zombies trying to climb over the wall who were swift slain by my reserve force that I kept behind the main line. I also had lots of archers shooting them down before they could even get over and charge at my minions. My ears were filled with the sound of chaos from all of the fighting. However, for the most part, I was relatively safe, especially with Rook standing beside me. In terms of pure strength, Rook was my strongest asset. It was an advanced warrior minion with added bonuses for being an elite minion. It was significantly stronger than all of my other minions, and I was pretty sure that it'd be able to fight on par with Chloe. Depending on the situation, it might be even stronger than Chloe. At the moment, I didn't really see a need to send it into the fight. I wanted to keep it nearby just in case I was attacked by a stray zombie. I didn't want to just suddenly die because I got killed by a zombie while I wasn't looking. Suddenly, Chloe called out to me. She pointed over to one of the other sides of the settlement. I looked over and noticed that there had in fact been a breach of the wall. One of the fat armored zombies had completely just bulldozed through the fortified wall. They were stronger than I thought. Chloe, can you shoot at them? Yeah. With supporting fire from Chloe, I sent my main reserve force across to take care of the breach. Zombies were rapidly entering through the hole and spreading through the settlement. I sent Bishop and several of my combat scout minions over in order to quickly take care of the situation. It would get quite problematic if more came through the hole. They might eventually overrun us if we weren't careful. I watched as Bishop fought against the fat armored zombie. The zombie's movements were slow, but it was tanking several blows from Bishop. Only after countless arrows were shot into it, did it finally collapse to the ground. With the main zombie killed, it didn't take long to slay the rest of the zombies which had broken through. I'll go repair the wall. Can you take care of the entrance? I asked. Yeah, go over. I'll fortify it once you repair it. I quickly made my way over along without the fire magic scout minion and crafted another basic stone wall. I placed it down where the previous wall had been broken and a builder minion came over to finish construction. I stood near the breach to take care of any other zombies trying to get through. A few minutes later, the wall was completely repaired, as good as new. Ah, it's cold. I made my way back over to the entrance and called for Chloe. I was instantly warmed up by the heat emanating from the scout minion fire magic residential heater. The wall is repaired so you can go fortify it. Okay boss, are we still doing this? Oh, we never stopped, did we? She made her way over as I took over the watch of the main entrance. Even with the stronger zombies, my minions were enough to hold them off for the most part. Chapter 80 Progression. As the night went on, my minions were able to slowly push back the line of zombies. Eventually, I was able to tell that the main battle was over. Let's go back now, I told Chloe. All right. We made our way back to the hut and got as much sleep as we could. Asterisk. I was awoken naturally, by nothing in particular. I decided to check on my minions, after that night. Resource Division, 115 minions. 3x Woodcutter Minion. 11x Miner Minion. 35x Scout Minion, Farming. 26x Scout Minion, Mining. 34x Scout Minion, Woodcutting. 6x Scout Minion, Hunting. Combat Division, Standard, 114 minions. 1x Advanced Warrior Minion. 1x Warrior Minion. 33x Scout Minions, Swordplay. 47x Scout Minions, Archery. 32x Scout Minion, Combat. Combat Division, Magic, 29 minions. 2x Scout Minion, Fire Magic, Residential Heater. 1x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Ice Warrior. 1x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Arctic Wind. 2x Scout Minion, Wind Magic, Defensive Wind. 2x Scout Minion, Earth Magic, Brute. 21x Scout Minion, Magic. Utility Division, 26 minions. 13x Builder Minion. 10x Scout Minion, Utility. 2x Basic Scout Minion. 1x Minion Manager. Overall, my army was still getting stronger. I had 32 new combat scout minions to assign. I thought about it for a little before deciding on how I'd differentiate them. In the end, I put 10 in swordplay, 10 in archery and 12 in magic. I also had to distribute the 21 magic scout minions into different categories as well. I decided to just split them pretty evenly between the categories. I wanted to see what every different magic type did. This was when I found out that there was a 5th stage for magic learning as well. Magic Further Specialization, only one can learn at a time. Training time is 1 month. Flame Manipulator. Fire Controller. For the Ice Minions. Magic Further Specialization, only one can learn at a time. Training time is 1 month. Water Manipulator. Ice Controller. There were similar specializations for each of the different magic minions. It was a pretty long investment, requiring a training and education time of an entire month, but I might as well start now since I'd want to get some eventually. I didn't know which one to pick, so I just decided on Water Manipulator, since I wanted to keep the fire minions around to keep me warm. With that, it began the learning process. Hey, William. Morning. Chloe was slowly pulling herself up as she came to terms with the early morning. Chloe, we're going to do some exploring today. Ooh, exploring? I wanted to look around the general area and see what was so dangerous around the place. If I was able to see what the issue was, I might be able to make countermeasures and allow my minions to go back to collecting resources in the forest. I decided to take a small elite army with me as I walked around. I called over my 3 elite minions, 5 scout minions, swordplay, the 2 residential heater minions and the earth magic minions. I didn't want to have to walk around with too many minions, but I also didn't want to get killed by some unknown entities in the forest. Chloe stretched her arms and the 2 of us made our way outside. We immediately felt the cold air crash upon our bodies, causing us to start shivering. Ah, it's still as cold as always. However, I had my residential heaters now. As the 2 fire magic minions made their way to me, the entire area was warmed up. Eventually, one could hardly even feel the cold anymore. With my minions by my side, Chloe and I made our way to the entrance of the wall. For the first time in quite a while, we were leaving the settlement and walking into the dark, mysterious forest. My feet instantly sank into the dirt, as the ground was mushy and wet. There was dew sitting atop all the grass and other vegetation which laid the floor. We slowly made our way further from the settlement, walking around in a big circle as we explored the area. In the distance, there was a zombie that was seemingly lying dead on the ground, covered in grass and dirt. However, as we went closer, it suddenly jumped up and charged at us. Holy shit! As it darted toward me, Rook quickly cut it down with its sword. The corpse of the zombie finally fell to the ground, lifeless. This is what's likely killing my resource-gathering minions. The main problem was that these zombies were hard to spot. It was very likely that as my minions were gathering resources, they would get ambushed and killed by these zombies. There wasn't really a good way to stop this either. Even if I gave escorts to each of my resource-gathering minions, they could still get ambushed and killed before my escorts could act. They were incredibly fast, just as fast as the crawling zombies. These were probably not the only dangers in the forest either. I kept a tighter formation, with me and Chloe in the middle. All of my minions were surrounding me, so it was unlikely that I could get ambushed. Slowly, we continued through the forest. There were a few more of these camouflaged zombies which tried to attack us. However, they were stopped pretty easily by my combat minions. After killing a few more of them, we were finally able to catch a slight break. However, in the distance, I caught a short glimpse of a tall lanky zombie before it disappeared between the trees. It seemed that zombies inhabited the forest, even during daytime, meaning there was now no time when it was completely safe. I stayed on alert for the tall lanky zombie. I had seen them the previous night and I remember them because of their uncomfortable amount of intelligence. I noticed that they hid and snuck up on you, as well as the fact that they seemed to try to get out of the way of arrows and projectiles. They were uncannily human-like. Chapter 81 Discover the World. Our group continued to explore the area. We didn't travel too far from the settlement, but we were still going pretty deep into the dangerous forest. The formation meant that movement was pretty safe, but I still kept an eye out for anything suspicious. The tall lanky zombie had been stalking us for a while now. I've noticed its head appearing from behind the trees, only to go back into hiding. I decided that I'd had enough and I sent Rook over to fight it. The next time I saw it pop its head out from behind a tree, Rook rushed over with its sword out. The zombie screamed and lashed out at Rook, smacking it with its large, rotten hands. However, it was no match for the offensive capability of my elite minion and was swiftly cut down. It wasn't too hard to kill, but it was definitely quite uncomfortable to know that there are probably lots of them hiding within the forest. "How far out are we going to go?" asked Chloe. "I think we'll explore around the border of the settlement. We could have gone further, but I didn't really want to go too far out. Eventually, I might send a few scouts with some escorts to explore further away. We might even be able to find other survivors, for good or bad." As a collective, we moved along, killing any zombies in our way. Every few moments, a zombie would jump out at us from the ground, only to be instantly cut down by one of my minions. I wasn't sure how often zombies spawned around here. There was a chance that if we culled this area, I might be able to send out resource-gathering minions, but I couldn't be sure. The best strategy would probably be to send out lots of combat minions in order to escort my resource-gathering minions. After a few hours of exploring and slaying zombies, I decided to make my way back to the settlement. For some reason, there were no other settlements in the general area. Either everyone else died or maybe there were big human populations in another area. Whatever the case, I'd probably hunker down a little until the end of killer winter. We walked back through the forest, going the way we came. It wasn't long before we arrived back at the settlement. I took a few moments to have a look at some of the minions which had finished learning. Resource Division, 115 minions. 3x Woodcutter Minion, 11x Miner Minion, 35x Scout Minion, Farming, 26x Scout Minion, Mining, 34x Scout Minion, Woodcutting, 6x Scout Minion, Hunting. Combat Division, Standard, 102 minions. 1x Advanced Warrior Minion, 1x Warrior Minion, 43x Scout Minions, Swordplay, 57x Scout Minions, Archery. Combat Division, Magic, 41 minions. 2x Scout Minion, Fire Magic, Residential Heater. 1x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Ice Warrior. 1x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Arctic Wind. 2x Scout Minion, Wind Magic, Defensive Wind. 2x Scout Minion, Earth Magic, Brute. 6x Scout Minion, Fire Magic. 5x Scout Minion, Water Magic. 5x Scout Minion, Wind Magic. 12x Scout Minion, Magic. Utility Division, 26 minions. 13x Builder Minion. 12x Scout Minion, Utility. 1x Minion Manager. I now had a lot more elemental magic minions which I could further specialize into their respective types. I made sure to make a wide spread of the different types, getting a few of each. I decided to have a look at the global rankings, now that I'd made some pretty decent progress. Global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 2980. 2. Noah Gate, 1981. 3. Oliver Moran, 1732. 4. Maya Keller, 1309. 5. Robbie Soley, 1307. Your rank, #13. Your estimated progression score, 1138. I had gone up 2 ranks since the last time I checked. The top 10 was now in sight. For some reason, everyone's growth was relatively stable aside from Mackenzie Franklin's. She seemed to be able to progress at an insane pace, standing far above everyone else. I wonder what her system was. Nevertheless, I would be increasing the rate of my progression now that I had plans to send out resource-gathering minions back into the forest. With a larger variety of resources to work with, I tried to find some better items to craft. I decided to make my way back into the hut. The expedition was a little tiring, so I took a seat on the bed. Oh yeah, Chloe, do you want your own bed? Ah, that'd be nice. I opened my crafting menu and made another bed. It didn't really take too many resources. There wasn't much room, but I could still relatively comfortably fit another bed inside. After placing it down, Chloe took a seat. Thanks. I should have made one for you earlier. I kept forgetting. Aha, it's fine. I'm pretty used to sleeping on the ground. Pretty used to sleeping on the ground? I walked over to the brick fireplace and stoked the fire with a little more wood. It had been dying down since I hadn't added any fuel since this morning. After I placed a few pieces of wood on top, the fire roared once again, rapidly heating up the hut. It was starting to get late, so I decided to start making dinner. I still had the ingredients for the previous day, so I made the same stew. It tasted pretty good, and most importantly, it was very easy to make. I wasn't exactly a culinary genius. As I set up the pot and poured some water inside, I added the meat, vegetables and spices, letting all the flavors marinate together as it was cooked by the fire. After that, I took a seat on the bed and lay down while I waited for the food to cook. For a few minutes, I looked up at the roof silently, listening to the sizzling of the fire and the bubbling of the stew. Maybe this wasn't even that bad. The night was slowly coming and I'd need to reorganize my army in preparation for it. But, at the moment, I just wanted to have some peace and quiet. Chapter 82. Fighting Outsiders. The night was coming and the food was cooking. Suddenly, one of my minions rushed over to me. Another human has been detected. Another human? I drew Mayor Lucky Eye and cautiously made my way out of the hut with Chloe. Apparently one of my minions saw a human. Really? Yeah, I'm going to go check it out. My residential heater minion came over and provided some warmth as I made my way out to the border of my settlement. In the distance, I saw a small group of people standing behind my wall. I called several minions over to me as I slowly approached them. I had all 3 of my elite minions standing by my side. As I got closer, I noticed that they didn't seem to be belligerent. They were simply standing there as a group of my minions kept watch over them. What do you want? I asked. Ah, so you're the owner of this settlement? One of them asked. I suppose. There were 3 people, all dressed in thick white, winter clothing. I guess they managed to get some clothes despite the huge supply issue. They also had weapons on them, but for the most part, they appeared to be peaceful. I didn't remember seeing any settlements nearby, so they must have come a long way. What do you guys want? I asked. We're just looking for other groups of people to partner up with. What type of partnership are you talking about? Well, we all have a common enemy in the zombies, correct? I guess. I think our 2 groups can work together, like we can help each other in need and trade. Think of it as an official alliance. To be fair, working with other humans did have lots of benefits. First of all, almost every person has a different system from what I could tell. Each system also has unique crafting recipes alongside the mechanics of the system. Cooperation could allow for mutual gain. Secondly, it was true that our mutual enemy was the zombies. There was no negotiation when it came to zombies, and they were always going to be thorns in our back. I did consider their offer for a moment, but I also had another thought. I didn't really need help fighting the zombies. I also could purchase unique items on the Grand Exchange. If I decided to kill them right here, I could collect whatever items they have. That included the clothes they had on them. But the thought of wearing a dead person's clothes was a little gross. Before I give you an answer, what type of systems do you guys have? I asked. That information is private. We have to have a little trust if we want to work together, isn't that right? They thought about it for a little. We can't fully trust you yet. I noticed that you have lots of soldiers around the place. From your system, I'd assume. You're not exactly acting very trusting of us either. Ah, it's a dog-eat-dog world, isn't it? Doesn't that give you more reason to answer my question? I said. Are you threatening us? They suddenly all took a few steps back and put their hands on their weapons. Negotiations were breaking down from the looks of things. Well, this alliance felt like more effort than it was worth. I wonder what they had in their inventory. Go, elite minions, attack them. %%%. At my command, Rook and Bishop charged straight toward the outsiders. What the hell? You're a fucking monster. They drew their weapons and began to fight my minions. Instantly, they clashed with my elites, trading attacks and swinging their various different weapons. The area was filled with the sound of steel hitting steel. Are we fighting them now? Asked Chloe. Yep. I've been wanting to try out Tenjin Kyo-rin. Its sheath has been attached to my back, behind my clothes for a while now. I looked over at the battle and saw that the outsiders were actually quite strong, managing to fight off my elites. I called more minions over to help with the fight. We came asking for an alliance and this is how you fucking treat us? This is the world we live in now. I raised the long blade of Tenjin Kyo-rin up toward the sky. Chain him down, Tenjin. Suddenly, long steel chains were conjured, completely immobilizing one of the outsiders. The chains grabbed onto their arms and legs, pulling them away from his body. The outsider frantically jerked their limbs as Bishop approached them. Shit, clone. The person who was chained suddenly summoned a clone of themselves who began fighting Bishop on his behalf. Their clone was able to fight hand in hand with Bishop, stopping their impending death. The other two quickly rushed over to help their friend. Chloe ran toward them with her platinum sword. More and more minions were making their way over and the outsiders were very clearly struggling. There was no chance that they were going to defeat me. My magic scout minions and combat scout minions were coming in droves and the outsiders were quickly overwhelmed. One of them threw some sort of explosive but it had little effect on my minions. Why are you doing this to us? One of them broke down and fell to the ground. The other two desperately tried to fight my minions but it was to no avail. Before long, the three of them were slain, their dead bodies falling to the ground. I still remember when such a scene would shock me. Slowly, I made my way over and observed their inventories. X19, tokens. X1, winter clothing. X4, iron. X3, 10, wood. X1, platinum sword. X6, diamond. X2, enchanting orb. They didn't have as much loot as I expected, although there were quite a few useful items. X34, tokens. X1, winter clothing. X11, iron. X98, wood. X1, silver spear. X1, diamond. X3, freeze grenade. X2, fireball. X5, healing potion. X12, tokens. X1, winter clothing. X18, 27, wood. X1, 42, meat. X1, diamond sword. X7, diamond. X32, gold. X2, platinum. X987, rocks. I organized my newly gained items into the various categories of my inventory. Just from this fight, I managed to gain 65 tokens and a large number of other goods including 142 meat. This was definitely more than I would have earned in any form of cooperation between us. The outsiders seemed to have mainly combat-oriented systems anyways, they were basically useless to me. You're ruthless, it's just cost and gain. Well, I can't blame you. Chapter 83 Grand System Update. I took a little bit of time to reorganize my items. After collecting the loot from killing the outsiders, I slowly began organizing them into the various different sections of my inventory. It was a nice addition which will definitely be useful later. At the moment, I wanted to rapidly increase my power, as things were likely going to get a lot more competitive once Killer Winter ends. I decided to sell their weapons since I had no use for them. I managed to get 21 more tokens in total as a result. The night was soon approaching as well. Suddenly, I received a notification. It was for the first time in a while that I leveled up again. Level 9, Level 10. Rewards. System update. More crafting recipes. Inventory space, infinite. Well, inventory hadn't really been an issue in a while, but I guess it'll never be an issue anymore. The more interesting part was the system update. I wonder what that meant. There was a brief moment where nothing happened, and all of a sudden, more words appeared in front of me. Your system has undergone some changes in relation to your behavior. This is to reduce the total amount of information present and make critical changes. ____. Removed. Minion housing. Shop plus, by feature. Lots of minion recipes. ____. Critically changed. Minion recipes have been altered. Now, there are only 5 main types of minions: Scout, Warrior, Builder, Woodcutter, and Miner. However, all of these minions can be educated to specialize and learn new skills. Minion recipe prices have changed. New prices. Scout minions, no change, 5 apples, 2 meat. Builder minions, 1000 stone, 1000 wood, 10 meat. Warrior minions, 10 ultra-hardened stone, 100 meat, 95 apples, 100 iron. Woodcutter minions, 2000 wood, 50 meat, 10 apples. Miner minions, 1 ultra-hardened stone, 50 meat, 10 apples. Minion buffs. Warrior minions are now much stronger. All minions will have more specializations. ____. Wow, that was a lot to take in. It seemed that there had been quite a large overhaul on many of the features of the system. Now that I thought about it, I wasn't really sure if the system was sentient. Not only that, I wasn't really sure what the laws of the system were. Was there a higher power controlling it? I didn't really know. There seemed to be a buff to the warrior minions, although the recipes for all the minions were significantly more expensive. However, I was somewhat excited to hear that there were going to be specializations for minions which weren't scout minions. I guess it's been changed so there's no need to keep track of so many minion types. I guess many of the features that I hadn't been using ended up getting removed. I didn't understand, there must have been some sort of sentience in the system, right? This world is still a mystery. Anyways, I went back to organizing my inventory. 124x iron, 84x gold, 19x diamond, 2x platinum, 14x ultra-hardened stone. I already had a pretty large number of ores, but I guess I was increasing it further. I probably should look through my crafting menu for items to craft with all of these ores. Maybe Chloe might have some better crafts. X1 light sphere, X1 fishing rod, X1 enhanced fertilizer, X1 music player, X2 music discs, X2 enchanting orb, X5 healing potion, X3 freeze grenade, X2 fireball. There were several more items which I hadn't seen before, but for the most part, I could deduce their purpose. X5908 wood, X100 leaves, X208 meat, X96 wheat. Finally, I added more wood to my already extremely large collection. My token balance was now at 103 after I had spent quite a lot during the past few days. I was now basically back up to the amount I had at the beginning of Killer Winter. My situation was now quite good. I had lots of resources and plenty of tokens, and I was also self-sufficient for the most part. In the next few days, I'm hoping to make some rapid progress, hopefully breaking into the top 10 humans. I wanted to consolidate my strength. I had plans to expand my zone of control once Killer Winter ended. A few moments later, my minion manager made its way over to me. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered, X 3609 wheat. Other, N//. With the extra resources, I decided to think about what I was going to craft today. The prices of many of the minions had changed, but I was quite curious about the warrior minion specializations, especially since they had been buffed. I already had one warrior minion, so I had a look at what I could specialize into. Intelligence variant, brute strength variant, technique variant. There were variants to choose from. At the moment, I decided to just pick the technique variant since it sounded like it would be good for close one-to-one fighting, which was what I wanted my elites to do most of the time. I had lots of magic-oriented scout minions to take care of large groups. Now that I thought about it, I didn't know why there wasn't a specified mage minions. I could only learn magic through the scout minions. I didn't really understand the system, but I guess I'd work with what I had. I also had an advanced warrior minion which I could also specialize. I took a little time to think about it since I only had one and I didn't really know how to get more. Magical Samurai, Dark Knight, Immortal Warrior, Varangian Guard, Isolationist Ninja. There was no explanation for any of the specializations. I didn't want to commit to one just yet, since I only had a single advanced warrior minion. I'll take a bit more time to think about it, although the different specializations were quite interesting. There were some pretty big changes to my system. Chapter 84 Groups, Platoons and Divisions. Chloe and sat inside as the food finished cooking. Dinner's done, it's the same as yesterday. I'm hungry. I served the food in 2 big bowls and handed one to Chloe. The steam from the just done meat stew filled the hut. I grabbed some utensils and began eating. It was nice to be able to have a calm meal at the end of the day. I would have never thought about such small things as pleasures before I came here. It wouldn't be long before the zombies arrived. In fact, they were probably approaching right now. It didn't really matter that much though. I was pretty confident in the strength of my minions. I had been making some pretty rapid progress the last few days. I should be able to pass the night without too much trouble. I looked at my minions army. Resource division, 115 minions. 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 35x scout minion, farming, 26x scout minion, mining, 34x scout minion, woodcutting, 6x scout minion, hunting, combat division, standard, 138 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 43x scout minion, swordplay, 57x scout minion, archery, 36x scout minion, combat division, magic, 41 minions, 2x scout minion, fire magic, residential heater, 1x scout minion, water magic, ice warrior, 1x scout minion, water magic, arctic wind, 2x scout minion, wind magic, defensive wind, 2x scout minion, earth magic, brute, 10x scout minion, fire magic, 9x scout minion, water magic, 9x scout minion, wind magic, 9x scout minion, earth magic, utility division, 26 minions, 13x builder minion, 12x scout minion, utility, 1x minion manager. With a total of 320 minions, I was living pretty lavishly. As I slowly finished eating my dinner, I placed everything back into my inventory and had a look outside. From what I could see, fighting had already begun, but there wasn't really much urgency. Hundreds of zombies were pouring toward the border, but for the most part, my minions were taking care of them. My minions were going to alert me if anything major happened anyways, so I decided to get some sleep. I wanted to fix up my sleep cycle to some extent, but at the moment, I had a tendency of waking up around midday, which meant I had less time during the day to get things done. Chloe, I'm going to sleep now. Already? Are your minions enough to take care of the zombies? Yeah, at least I think so. Alright, I get some sleep as well, let's sleep together. There was a brief moment of silence. I was just kidding. Well, that was a little awkward. I guess Chloe had mostly returned to her old self. The two of us went to bed separately and slept until morning. I was woken up by the sound of trees falling over outside. What on earth? I stretched my arms and slowly got up from my bed. I looked over and saw that Chloe was still sleeping. I checked my minions again. Resource division, 115 minions. 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 35x scout minion, farming, 26x scout minion, mining, 34x scout minion, woodcutting, 6x scout minion, hunting. Combat division, standard, 133 minions, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 38x scout minion, swordplay, 57x scout minion, archery, 36x scout minion, combat division, magic, 39 minions, 2x scout minion, fire magic, residential heater, 1x scout minion, water magic, ice warrior, 1x scout minion, water magic, arctic wind, 2x scout minion, wind magic, defensive wind, 2x scout minion, earth magic, brute, 10x scout minion, fire magic, 9x scout minion, water magic, 7x scout minion, wind magic, 9x scout minion, earth magic, utility division, 26 minions, 13x builder minion, 12x scout minion, utility, 1x minion manager. From the looks of things, I lost 7 minions in total, 5 sword scout minions and 2 earth magic minions. It was pretty negligible in terms of losses. I decided to start distributing some of the scout minions I crafted the previous night in various different minions. I also wanted to look at what specializations some of my other minions had, although I did want to send some minions out on expeditions. I called my minion manager over as I decided on how I'd organize everything. After a little bit of thinking, I decided to split my minions into little groups. I needed to give all of the resource gathering minions some combat minions to escort them around as they collected resources. My idea was to make groups of 5, with 3 combat minions and 2 resource gathering minions. I started to split them into groups. Group 1, 1x warrior minion, 1x scout minion, swordplay, 2x scout minion, woodcutting, 1x scout minion, archery, 1x scout minion, earth magic. With these small groups, I then formed bigger platoons by merging several groups together. My idea was that these small groups would allow for easy maneuvering around, so there wasn't too much issue in terms of having to constantly have minions of different resource gathering skills constantly waste time moving around. However, I made sure that the minions of a platoon would generally stay near each other. When a zombie is spotted, I set a few commands in order to determine the decision-making of the group. On, when, zombie detected, then, alert nearby groups and group. This way, nearby groups can work together to take of zombies, while still maximizing the mobility of any specific group. With this, I hope that expeditions can go smoothly without too many losses in terms of minions. I still wasn't exactly sure how effective this was. I wouldn't be able to find out until tonight when I see the number of losses and the number of resources I've collected. However, hopefully, this was going to be better than simply keeping all of my minions on the settlement at all times. I kept my 2 residential heater scout minions on the camp alongside my elites for safety and so I could still move around. With this new setup, I was hoping that I'd be able to rapidly increase my progression speed. Most other humans likely were hunkering down, waiting for Killer Winter to end. Let's see if this works. Chapter 85. What was my life really like? After sending out my minions, I now had some free time. I've been wanting to spend some of the numerous resources that I gained from killing the outsiders. I could either trade them for tokens or craft some better items and equipment. William: yes? Have you ever had a crush on a girl before? What an out-of-place question. Why are you asking that now? Or come on, I'm just curious after all. Well, I guess I have. She seemed to be taken aback. You? Seriously? Tell me about it. It's really nothing special. Come on, talk about it with me, surely we're close enough now. I mean, I don't really mind talking about it. She seemed to be getting excited by what I was saying. It was true, there was a single girl who I once liked. To be fair, it wasn't even like I had a major heartbreak. It was pretty standard, it was pretty normal. It wasn't even like it was something I really wanted to hide either. William, you know, I've been wanting to know what your life was like. Normal people don't end up like you. What's that supposed to mean? You don't even realize it? I guess you've spent too much time around me. Neither of us are normal. I mean, what even is normal these days? Everyone's special in their own way, or so they say. You get what I mean? Why do you act like you're normal? I don't know what you mean. Forget it. Just tell me about the girl you liked. Well, if you really want to hear about it. It was a hot summer day when everyone arrived at class for their first day of high school. Most of the students in the class had already been going to this school for several years. However, I was completely new, not only to this school but to traditional schooling in general. I had lived my life in almost pure isolation. I was first a product of the now scrapped Ideal Human project, and then I had to survive off of part-time jobs whilst I was still underage and lacked any identification. Only last year, I finally decided to take the entrance exam for this high school. It seemed my intensive education during the Ideal Human project paid off, as I managed to get in with a 100% scholarship and free access to boarding facilities. I wasn't dumb, at least. After several days, I was able to tell that this school was certainly the upper echelon in terms of education and wealth. Even so, the students of this school seemed relatively normal. Well, it's not like I can really comment on normal. The school itself was as you'd expect. However, there was something that interested me. On the first day, the teacher assigned everyone a seat. That was when I noticed Sarah. She was 2 seats away from me, and between me and her sat a boy, Tom. I didn't take much notice of them at first. For all I knew, they were just 2 random people. However, several weeks later, I noticed that something was distinctly off. The way the 2 of them interacted, you'd believe that they were dating. The 2 seemed to flirt quite a lot during class, and I overheard plenty of invitations for hangouts outside of school as well. It was on one very humid day when I arrived at class and witnessed a severely depressed Tom. He and Sarah didn't talk at all the entire day. At first, I believed that maybe he'd just been dumped. However, when the teacher announced that we would be changing seats, I noticed that Sarah wasn't sad at all. In fact, it would appear that the 2 of them never had any sort of relationship in the first place. Instead, she was happily flirting with the boy who had now been seated next to her. That was when I first realized it. This cycle went on continuously every time the seating plan was changed. For she was a genuinely cute girl, it would appear understandable to most people that she'd reject a lot of boys. Most people chalked it up to a coincidence that it was often her seatmate who would be heartbroken. However, I very clearly noticed this pattern. Why was she doing this? What was her goal? Aside from that, she seemed to be an honest, kind person. It didn't make sense. What was her reason for breaking so many hearts? Soon enough, I would have an opportunity to find out. Usually, our teacher would reshuffle the seats every 3 to 4 weeks. It was the beginning of the second semester. It was just a coincidence that I was seated next to Sarah at the beginning of this semester. I was in the seat at the very front and on the very left, seat 1 as we called it. She was seated to my right, with another girl on the other side of her. The girl seated on the other side of her was Karen. She was one of Sarah's best friends from what I observed. The teacher generally had a boy-girl seating allocation method, but she would also make sure that you had at least one friend beside you, so it was more like a boy-boy-girl-girl seating method. As a result, Fujiharu would always be seated next to one and only one boy. In the last couple of months, I had noticed Sa's tendency to break the hearts of the boys sitting next to her. All I knew was that not a single boy yet managed to survive the several weeks without falling for her. I didn't have much information on what was really happening. I could only really observe from the outside. Now, I would be right in the middle of her attacks. It would be then when people first started calling me a psychopath. It was then that I first began getting bullied. Well, I guess bullied isn't exactly the right word. I was stronger than the so-called bullies after all. I ended up getting hated by everyone because of what I did to Sa. I mean, it was what she deserved after all. ///// I guess I know what you mean now, Chloe. Chapter 86 The Past, Part 1. If you don't want to read about William's past, you can skip all these chapters if you wish. They will all be titled The Past, so it's pretty easy to tell. Although if you want to read about the depth of William and some of the characters, I highly recommend reading through these chapters, even if slice of life / drama isn't really your cup of tea. I slowly made my way into the classroom. I looked down at the rows and rows of tables which were all empty. It was to be expected since I got here quite early. My entire life, I've always woken up much earlier than others, usually because I had to attend a part-time job early in the morning. This morning when my alarm rang at 5:45 a.m., I decided to just get up. The sun still hadn't completely risen from beneath the horizon. The sky was smudged in a pinkish, purple-white color. The classroom was dimly lit, and the light was on even though there was light coming from through the windows, albeit not a great deal. I took a seat on the seat that I had been allocated. The previous day, our teacher sent an email with the seating plan for our class. I usually didn't care about the seating plan. I was pretty antisocial. Well, at no fault of my own, the isolation I inhabited all my life caused me to lack social skills to some extent. To be fair, I did learn social skills during the Ideal Human project, but I never really got an opportunity to use them. That didn't really matter. I took my bag and placed it beside my chair, removing the stationery and books I would be using for the first period. Since I was so early, I decided to take out Nietzsche on Truth and Philosophy by Maud Marie Clark. It was a book I had been reading for the past few days. I also realized that my reading habits did not co-align with the reading habits of most students in my year. As I consumed the philosophy of Friedrich Nietzsche, I was interrupted by the sound of a girl entering the room. I looked up and saw a girl with long brown hair and a bright beige hairpin. She was a cute girl with a face which made countless boys fall in love with her. With her gentle movements, her smile, and her down-to-earth demeanor, she was someone who was truly popular. Waving at me was Sarah, one of the cutest girls in the school. "Hey, William. Hi. You're really early. Do you always arrive at this time?" I usually arrived around this time. It seemed she wasn't all that observant towards boys before she began targeting them. Oh well, that knowledge would help me in the future. Then again, I doubt I'd have to change anything about myself. Yeah. She sauntered over and looked down at the book I was reading. "Ooh, that's a nice book you're reading, Nietzsche." I could tell that she was about to start a conversation about the book, but she noticed that it was somewhat out of her area of expertise. It didn't really matter to me. I was expecting a bit more from her, but I guess I'd just continue reading. She seemed to have given up at that line of conversation, and instead, she hooked her bag onto the back of her chair and started arranging her table. All of her belongings were cute but a small colorful pencil case and bright big folders, all decorated with some colored markers. After a little while, she began talking to me again. "So William, do you like reading?" "I suppose so." It was less that I enjoyed reading, and more that I didn't really have anything else to do. I had always resorted to reading whenever I was put in a situation without a goal in mind. "Well, do you read any light novels?" It was to be expected that she'd ask that. Students our age always read light novels. I don't mind them, there are some that I like. I had nothing against light novels, it was just that I read them the same amount as any other book. "Ooh, which ones are your favorite?" One I read recently was called Minion System, in the Apocalypse or something. By H.Z. I liked that novel as well. That's good. I had basically given up trying to read my book at this point, so I was fully engaged in speaking with Sarah. She had already swiveled her chair around so that she was looking directly at me, so it was kind of awkward if I just kept looking off to the side. I wasn't all that good at starting conversations though. "Are there any other light novels you like?" she asked. I also read one about someone being sent to another world to protect a princess. I think that one was pretty good as well. Yeah, I think so. His works are really good. He's definitely one of my favorite novelists at the moment. It's just a shame that he's a bit sick at the moment. I saw on Twitter a few days ago that he said he was taking a break. Oh, well, health is important. Yeah, but now I'll have to wait longer before I can read the next volume of his novels. We were interrupted by the sound of another student entering the classroom. She was a short, brunette girl with a ponytail. She was one of Sarah's best friends from what I knew. Heyo, Sarah. Oh, hey Karen. She looked over and noticed that I was also in the room. As soon as she noticed my presence, she appeared to be trying to make herself less imposing. She dumped her belongings onto her seat before leaving the room again. Did you do the holiday homework for maths? She asked. Yeah. Can you please share it with me? I might have forgotten. She was usually quite an honest student. It was surprising that she would manage to forget the holiday homework, especially since the teacher emphasized the importance of it so much at the end of last semester. I suppose. I reached into my bag and pulled out the work that I did. As she reached into her bag and grabbed her maths book, I saw the completed homework while she frantically flipped to an empty page. Thank you so much. The teacher would have been so angry at me. But Sarah, you already completed the homework. Chapter 87 Hypothesis and Result. The day was coming to a close and it was almost time to see the results of the expedition. I was curious to see how effective my new formation and organization of my minions were. As much sense as it made theoretically, I still wasn't really sure if there were any external factors which may have caused issues to occur. The sky was slowly darkening as the sun gradually hid under the horizon. I was standing outside beside my residential heater scout minions. Dinner was already cooking, so it was basically just a waiting game as I waited for my minions to return from the forest. I had been looking at my advanced system menu a few times during the day and noticed some losses here and there, but in general, most of my minions seemed fine. After a few minutes, I finally heard ruffling within the forest. Groups of my minions began returning, providing me with the resources they gathered. It wasn't long before the majority of my force had made their way back to the settlement. I checked them over once more. Resource division, 106 minions, -6, 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 35x scout minion, farming, 21x scout minion, mining, 33x scout minion, woodcutting, 6x scout minion, hunting. Combat division, standard, 118 minions, -12, 1x advanced warrior minion, 1x warrior minion, 31x scout minion, swordplay, 52x scout minion, archery, 36x scout minion, combat division, magic, 38 minions, -1, 2x scout minion, fire magic, residential heater, 1x scout minion, water magic, ice warrior, 1x scout minion, water magic, arctic wind, 2x scout minion, wind magic, defensive wind, 2x scout minion, earth magic, brute, 10x scout minion, fire magic, 9x scout minion, water magic, 7x scout minion, wind magic, 8x scout minion, earth magic. Utility division, 26 minions, 13x builder minion, 12x scout minion, utility, 1x minion manager. In total, I had lost 19 minions, which was pretty significant, but the main factor was depending on how many resources they gathered. All the losses were in scout minions, so as long as I gathered enough resources to make up for the ones lost. A little while later, my minion manager approached me. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered, x 3,900 wheat, x 1,498 wood, x 7,992 stone, x 156 apple, x 199 meat, x 9,342 leaves, x 74 iron, x 12 gold, x 4 diamond, x 1 platinum, other, n/. This was when I realized something. I needed to invest in more minions, and I needed to send them out on more expeditions. These gains were very nice. From what I could see, I was at the point where I didn't really even need to only make scout minions anymore. I could start to make some of the more expensive but more specialist minions like warrior minions. I opened my inventory to take one good look at the total resources which I was going to invest in minions. X 7,406 wood, X 9,442 leaves, X 407 meat, X 351 apples, X 96 wheat, 198X iron, 96X gold, 23X diamond, 3X platinum, 8,068X rocks, 14x ultra hardened stone. From what I had the option to make another warrior minion. They were significantly more expensive than the scout minions, but apparently, they were a lot stronger and had far more growth capabilities. I was at the point where I could invest in multiple things, so I decided to make another warrior minion. X 7406 wood, X 9442 leaves, X 307 meat -100, X 256 apples -95, X 96 wheat, 98x iron -100, 96x gold, 23x diamond, 3x platinum, 8068x rocks, 4x ultra hardened stone -10. It was a pretty hefty investment, however, I hoped that it'd be worth it. For the rest of my resources, I decided to just invest the rest in scout minions. The main reason was that I wanted to get some more magic scout minions. They were extremely effective in taking out big hordes of zombies. Aside from that, I didn't really need more builder minions, and I didn't really want more miners or woodcutters. I wanted to strengthen my army more since I needed more escorts. After making the investments, I decided to go back inside. Hey, Chloe. You're back. Yep, back from being outside for like a few minutes. I missed you, you know. Sure. She was standing in front of the fireplace. You never finished the story about your first love. I'll tell the rest later. Fine. I walked over and checked on the food that was cooking. It was the same thing as always. Honestly, I probably had the resources to buy some different ingredients and make some different food, but I couldn't really be bothered. I had no knowledge of what other things I could cook, and I didn't really care much about eating the same thing anyways. Maybe I'll try some other foods another day, but for the time being, meat stew is fine. The water in the pot boiled and slowly filled the hut with the aroma of meat and vegetables. I simply stood in front of the fireplace as well, letting my body feel the warmth of the fire. Anyways, Chloe, did you manage to collect many resources today? Yeah, I let my excavator drill run for a decent amount of time. That's good. Do you have any ideas for what we should do next? I'm not really sure. I guess I'll upgrade my equipment. That sounds like a decent idea. A few minutes later, I checked on dinner again. It had finished cooking, so I served it for the two of us. We continued to talk with each other as we ate our dinner. William, have you ever thought about going back to our old world? I mean, I have a little, but it doesn't really make much sense anymore. What do you mean? Like, if basically everyone's been transported here, the only way that makes sense is if everyone got transported back. There might be a god or something. But is it really even worth it to go back? Like, life here isn't terrible, and it's not like people have a desire to go back since literally like everyone's here. I guess so. Going back wasn't really that much of a priority. In fact, there wasn't much reason to want to go back anyways. This would likely be our home for quite a while at least. I slowly finished my dinner. Chapter 88 Short Night, Long Day. As the sky became darker, the sounds of zombies grew. Chloe, I just remembered something. What is it? I've got a music player. Really? Yeah, I got it from the merchant a while ago. I took out the music player from my inventory and placed it down. The two of us observed the little machine as it sat on the ground. It was oddly archaic, like a music player from the 80s. I also had a few music discs in my inventory, so I took one out and placed it onto the player. There weren't any labels on the discs, so I had no idea what music they were about to play. As the disc slotted into the player, there was a brief moment of silence before some music started playing. It was a very soft, alternate pop-style song. It was alright, I guess, something to pass the time and block out the sound of violence, although it wasn't really loud enough to completely block out the sounds from outside. The music's pretty good, Chloe commented. I guess it's not really my style. What's your style? Upbeat pop, I guess, if I had to name a genre. We were suddenly interrupted by a minion that made its way into the hut. A human has been detected. A human? This late at night? It was only a few days ago when we met the last few outsiders. Hearing the news, Chloe and I decided to make our way outside. Many minions were hard at work, fighting off the zombies. However, I noticed that an entire area of the forest was basically silent, as if someone cleared all of the zombies in the area. It was eerily empty. What on earth? We made our way toward the border and saw someone standing on the other side of the wall. However, their presence was very different from the people that other time. They were an extremely aloof boy, yet their body exuded confidence. As we approached, he looked over at us. There was not a single zombie in the general area. What's up? He asked. Nothing much, I guess. Anyways, what are you doing and what do you want? I asked. I was just exploring. You're the first other people I've seen. What are all these robot things around here? They are my minions. Anyways, what do you want? Nothing, nothing. I'm just wandering around. He looked at us. His glare was different. It was clear to me he was strong. Anyways, I think I should introduce myself, he said. I'm Robbie, rank 5. Rank 5, it's true. Someone named Robbie Soley was in fact ranked 5th on the global rankings. However, I didn't have any proof that it was actually him. But from what I could see, he managed to kill all the zombies in the area before I could even see what happened. Especially if he was wandering around this late at night, he must have been someone who was strong. I didn't really want to get in a fight with him. Well, I'm William. Oh, well, nice to meet you, William. Sure. Haha, you're not very friendly. I placed my hand on the grip of Mayor Lucky Eye. I could tell that Robbie also had a demonic weapon which was attached to his hip. Hey now, I don't want to get into a fight, he stated. I slowly relaxed my posture. I mean, I guess I could do that. With this level of confidence, he was definitely strong. And who's the lady? He asked. I'm Chloe. Ah, Chloe, nice to meet you. Likewise. Well, it was nice talking with you guys. It gets pretty lonely living alone for so long, you know. With that, he waved goodbye and made his way back into the forest. He didn't show any fear or care for the zombies which inhabited it. Robbie Soley, well, he had helped us by taking out a large number of zombies. My minions were easily cleaning up the rest. What's with that guy? Asked Chloe. I mean, he doesn't really seem like a bad person. I suppose so. How you didn't decide to kill him? He's strong. If he's the rank he says he is, I'd probably lose. Ah, it wasn't exactly an unpleasant interaction. However, it made something very clear. There was still much improvement I needed to do. There were people in this world who were much stronger than I was. Not only did I want to increase the number of minions that I had, but I also wanted to increase my own strength. Whilst my minions were very useful in terms of taking on one very powerful opponent, anyone with an area of effectability would destroy my minions. Like with Callum French, I was forced to take him on myself, using Mayor Lucky Eye. My minions weren't exactly built for one-on-one combat. Their main strengths were the sheer scale on which they could collect resources. I needed to get some better equipment or find some way to increase my physical strength if I wanted to maintain optimal strength. The sounds of combat grew more and more distant. I guess my minions were pretty easily holding back the waves of zombies. With that, I decided to go back into the hut and get some sleep. It was the next day. I was awoken by the feeling of existential dread. I slowly got up and opened the door of the hut. Chloe had also just woken up at this time. The two of us slowly regained full consciousness and looked around. Hey William, can you get one of your fire minions to follow me around like yesterday? Yeah. I set the command and the residential heater scout minions made their way over. Alright, I'm going to do some excavating. See you. Chloe began making her way to a relatively open area of the forest. I had been wanting to check on some of the specializations of my minions. They had been learning for quite a while now, so I wanted to see how far most of them had gone. After that, I'd likely send them off on expeditions like I did the previous day. Chapter 89 Get Stronger. Resource Division 106 Minions. 3x Woodcutter Minion. 11x Miner Minion. 35x Scout Minion, Farming. 21x Scout Minion, Mining. 33x Scout Minion, Woodcutting. 6x Scout Minion, Hunting. Combat Division, Standard, 177 Minions. 1x Advanced Warrior Minion. 2x Warrior Minion. 43x Scout Minion, Swordplay. 64x Scout Minion, Archery. 71x Scout Minion, Combat. Combat Division, Magic, 50 Minions. 6x Scout Minion, Fire Magic, Residential Heater. 3x Scout Minion, Fire Magic, Projectile Controller. 3x Scout Minion, Fire Magic, Flamethrower. 4x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Ice Warrior. 4x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Arctic Wind. 3x Scout Minion, Water Magic, Water Manipulator. 5x Scout Minion, Wind Magic, Defensive Wind. 2x Scout Minion, Wind Magic, Visceral Turbine. 2x Scout Minion, Wind Magic, Projectile Enhancer. 2x Scout Minion, Earth Magic, Brute. 3x Scout Minion, Earth Magic, Solid Control. 8x Scout Minion, Earth Magic, Land Scaler. 12x Scout Minion, Magic. Utility Division, 26 Minions. 13x Builder Minion. 12x Scout Minion, Utility. 1x Minion Manager. The menu was starting to get quite cramped. However, in response, the menu started to cover up some of the information using tabs. As I opened it again, it was a lot more comfortable to the eyes. Resource Division, 106 minions. Show more. Combat Division, Standard, 177 minions. Show more. Combat Division, Magic, 50 minions. Utility Division, 26 minions. 13x Builder Minion. 12x Scout Minion, Utility. 1x Minion Manager. That was a lot less jarring to look at. Anyways, the main thing was that I needed to further specialize some of my minions. All of the different minions had some way to be specialized. I didn't really have anything in particular that I especially needed at this time, so I just spread them out pretty evenly. However, in the future, I might need to pay more attention to which specializations I picked. After sorting out some of the learning, I sent them off similar to the previous day, in little groups with escorts. The number of escorts I had increased, now there should be a little bit more protection for the resource-gathering minions. I was just confused as to how they were being slain in the first place. I guess they must have been ambushed by zombies, but even so, they should technically last long enough for the escorts to take out the zombies. My only other thought was that some of the tall lanky zombies might have been using some strategy to kill my minions. I didn't really have a good way of figuring it out. I could only join in with 1 or 2 groups at a time if I wanted to go with them, and it just wouldn't really make much logistical sense. I decided to just wait and let it be unless there actually major damage to my army. At the moment, the losses were pretty negligible. Now that everyone was doing something, I decided to gather some resources myself as well. Not only for the resources themselves but to improve my fitness as well. At the moment, I was significantly weaker than Chloe in terms of brute strength. Granted, she did seem abnormally strong, but it meant I had much to improve on. No matter how strong my minions were, if someone managed to kill me, even by surprise, the sheer number of minions I had would be meaningless. I took the fine logger's axe out of my inventory and started walking toward the forest. I kept Rook and Knight by my side just in case I was attacked. I had sent out Bishop with Chloe earlier as an escort as well. +6 wood, +4 wood, +1 coal, +8 wood, +6 wood, +5 wood, +6 wood, +6 wood, +7 wood. Despite everything, I still felt as if my stamina had significantly increased since I came here. Between the grind for Mayor Lucky Eye and all the fights I had been in, my arms were rather strong, at least stronger than the average person's. I took a few seconds to catch my breath before raising my axe once again. +6 wood, +8 wood, +6 wood, +5 wood, +6 wood, +4 wood, +1 coal, +6 wood, +7 wood. The number of resources I was gathering was negligible in comparison to the amount my minions were gathering. However, there wasn't really much I could do other than this. I didn't want to just sit around wasting my time either. I pushed my arms to the limit, swinging my axe until I physically couldn't go on anymore. After that, I would simply take a short break before standing back up, frantically swinging my axe at the rough bark of the tree once again. Almost an hour later, I decided to grab an apple and eat it as I rested my arms. To be completely honest, this life wasn't even too bad. Now that my life wasn't constantly in danger from zombies, there wasn't too much to worry about. I figured that things would be getting a lot more hectic once Killer Winter ended. People would be migrating around and exploring. I would probably get into a lot more conflict, so I should increase my strength as much as possible right now. +6 wood, +1 coal, +8 wood, +6 wood, +5 wood, +6 wood, +4 wood, +6 wood, +7 wood, +1 diamond. Nice, a diamond. Time flew by as I continued to push my body to the limit. Turns out that being in the apocalypse and having to fight other people is quite motivating. I felt as if I had infinite energy, swinging through the pain. The muscles in my arm were getting numb. It was clear from the fatigue, but it seemed to make it easier, like I was in a trance. After several more hours, I finally decided to take a long break. I sat down on a large, moist log and shook my arms. Chapter 90: Invest in the Future. Finally, I spent some time walking around and stretching out my muscles. The night was rapidly approaching and my minions should be returning from their expeditions very soon. I heard the sound of ruffling in the forest before Chloe appeared, coming back to the settlement. Welcome back. Hey. Bishop and one of my residential Heater Scout minions also came back, following shortly behind her. From what I could see, they all appeared unharmed, with no major issues. A few minutes later, my main minion group was returning, coming back into the camp like a sea of soldiers. They made their way to the entrance, located on the east side. As they came back in, my Minion manager made its way to me. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered. X 4110 wheat. X 1698 wood. X 8392 stone. X 166 apple. X 207 meat. X 10042 leaves. X 75 iron. X 13 gold. X 4 diamond. X 1 platinum. Other, N/. It was a little bit more than the previous day. I decided to craft another warrior minion, bringing my total to 3 warrior minions. I simple crafted the rest of the remaining resources I had into scout minions, basically in the same way I did the previous day. I still wanted to expand my combat divisions before I began investing more in resource gathering. Otherwise, I won't have enough escorts. I set up dinner on the fireplace once again. However, I decided to look on the Grand Exchange to see if there were any different foods that I might have wanted to try. Search, snacks, order, hot, 1, X1, chips, 3 tokens, 2, X5, meat skewers, 2 tokens, 3, X5, hard lollies, packet, 4 tokens, 4, X1, beef jerky, bag, 3 tokens, 5, X100, miso soup, packet, 25 tokens. Now that I was looking at this, I was honestly surprised. There must have been systems which provided these items, but some things, like lollies, didn't make sense to me. Did somebody have the sweet system or candy system? It was still pretty interesting though. Hey, Chloe, do you like lollies? Lollies? Yeah, I like them. Why? Well, there are some on the Grand Exchange. I thought I might get some. Ah, that would be nice. I decided to buy them since I had plenty of tokens to spare at this point. A few moments later, the bag of lollies appeared in my hand. From what I could see, they looked just like normal lollies, like ones you'd find in a supermarket. They had complete, professional packaging as well, like they'd been made in a factory. I wonder how they managed to get a hold of these. Whatever the case, I opened the bag and handed one to Chloe. The two of us both unwrapped the little piece of candy and stuck them into our mouths. I mean, the flavor was what you'd expect. It was nothing special, but that in itself was pretty impressive. Millimeter, it's good, I guess. I was never a massive fan of candy, but even I could appreciate the subtle yet calming taste of such nostalgic food. As the two of us enjoyed the taste of the candy, the sounds of zombies began getting louder in the background. Hey, can you put on some music? Chloe asked. Yeah, I'll do that. I did have a second music disc. I placed it onto the music player, clicking it in place. A few moments later, the room was filled with the sound of the music. It was different to the previous disc. It was like some soft rock, mixed with rap. It also wasn't really my style, but I didn't really mind it. The music somewhat drowned out the sound of zombies outside. It was louder than the soft alternate pop of the other disc, but I guess I'll never really be able to remove myself from the sound of rotten flesh being ripped apart. The two of us sat and listened to the music for a little while before I removed the dinner which was being cooked on the fireplace. It was the same meal we had been having every day. When you're hungry, it doesn't really matter what you eat. I didn't really mind the fact that I was eating the same thing every day. I served it in 2 bowls as usual, and then we slowly had our dinner. My minions didn't seem to be struggling with the zombies for the most part. The zombies were coming in droves and slowly getting pushed back by my large army. I figured that I'd be fine to get some sleep. I lay down on the bed, slowly closing my eyes as I drifted off into the darkness. I was awoken by the sound of nothing in particular. My body was a little bit sore after all of the heavy work I was doing the previous day. It was only slight pensive pain, so I could still chop down trees today. I opened the wooden door of the hut and looked outside. It was certainly cold, but aside from that, there wasn't really anything interesting to observe. Well, I guess I'd get ready to chop some more trees. It was the most useful thing I could think of doing at this time. My minions do the majority of the work for me, so there's technically no need for me to even go outside. But even negligible amounts of resources are still resources, and the physical gain from the exercise is important as well. I called my residential heater scout minion, which I had a few of, over to me and walked with it toward the border of my settlement. I took my fine logger's axe out of my inventory and prepared to chop down a tree. Global ranking system has been updated. Global rankings will now show the top 10. In order to formulate elites of the society, the top 10 and top 5 humans will receive rewards. The rewards will be distributed in 6 days. Announcement. Due to previous time scaling issues, the length of Killer Winter was incorrect. The actual length is 7 more days. Act accordingly. Chapter 91 Forceful Friendship. hold on, Killer Winter only lasts 7 more days? That's way shorter than what was previously announced. Well, it's not like I can do anything about it. Also, I decided to take a look at the global rankings again. Apparently, its size has increased, along with the addition of rewards. Global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 3108. 2. Noah Gate, 2074. 3. Oliver Moran, 1802. 4. Maya Keller, 1339. 5. Robbie Soley, 1327. 6. Josh Glazebrook, 1300. 7. Louis Talman, 1222. 8. Jack McKenna, 1209. 9. Tom Ford, 1198. 10. William Hunter, 1195. Your rank, #10. Your estimated progression score, 1195. Looks like I was in the top 10 now. I guess the efforts of the previous days weren't in vain. Below the global rankings, there was also a list of rewards. Rewards, distributed in 6 more days. Top 5 rewards. Gold Armband, gives X2 resource gain when worn. Shadow Realizer, the effect is to be revealed. Top 10 rewards. Silver Armband, gives X 1.5 resource gain when worn. Shadow Realizer, the effect is to be revealed. Top 100 rewards. Shadow Realizer, the effect is to be revealed. Top 10,000 rewards. Lesser Realizer, the effect is to be revealed. I had no idea what these Shadow Realizers were, but I assumed they'd be a weapon or tool of some sort. Also, now that I thought about it, these rewards seem to only be making the rich richer. I guess the world wasn't fair. I guess it kind of makes sense. The world is trying to separate out the elites for whatever purpose. Suddenly, there was a loud crunching sound somewhere in the forest beside me. I quickly jumped back and put my hand on the grip of Mayor Lucky Eye, dropping my axe on the ground. As it hit the group with a thump, I heard a familiar voice. Sorry to have frightened you. It was Robbie again. What are you doing here? I'm just bored, you know. He was looking at me, standing awkwardly in the middle of the forest. I walked to the wall and talked to him. He seemed to be in a relaxed mood, so I wasn't too worried. Am I not annoying? Nah, you're actually fun to talk to. Am I now? He took a few steps closer to the wall, leaning down and putting his arms on the top of the wall. I wasn't really sure what he wanted from me. After a short moment of silence, he began nagging me once again. Hey, what? Let's hang out. No, eh? He was quite distressed upon hearing my response. In shock, he jumped back and looked at me despondently. I wasn't really sure what hanging out entailed, especially in this apocalyptic world. For all I knew, he might have been luring me into the forest before murdering me. Granted, I doubted that it was his intention. Still, I wanted to collect some more resources and work out my body. My minions were just about going on their expeditions, so they were slowly making their way out of the settlement, to the other side of the wall. They were moving in little groups, as I specified, and they ventured out into the forest. Please, I don't know what you want from me. Actually, do you like liquor? He suddenly asked. Not really. How about apple juice? I mean, I don't mind it. I've got a blender. Let's make some. Suddenly, he jumped over the wall into the settlement. I quickly took a step back, but I decided not to draw my weapon. It wasn't like he was here to cause chaos anyways. I doubted that I'd be able to defeat him in a fight anyways. He took a blender out of his inventory and placed it on the ground. It's battery-powered. Okay. Right after, he took some apples and a knife out of his inventory as well. He crudely cut the apple flesh off with the knife and placed the pieces into the blender. A few moments later, he put on the lid and the loud machine churned. After a little while, he turned off the machine and poured the contents into 2 small cups. He then added some water and sugar before passing one of the cups to me. Try some, I guess. I drank the apple juice he gave me. It wasn't bad. The apples here were honestly pretty fresh, and it was nice to drink something that wasn't water for the first time in a while. He also seemed to be enjoying his freshly squeezed apple juice. I returned the cup to him as I got up off the ground. Hey, do you want to go raid one of the nearby settlements? He asked. Now actually, this seemed interesting. I don't think there are any nearby, are there? I saw one a few hundred meters that way. They were really annoying, constantly asking me to do boring stuff even though I didn't even want to be there. Couldn't you have just left? I tried, but they kept bugging me to stay. They are nice, but they're the annoying type of nice. I mean, I'd be down, I guess. Alright. Well, it seems that I just organized a raid with the 5th rank human. I didn't exactly know how I felt about all of this, but I guess he was probably strong enough to deal with whatever resistance they could muster. I didn't mind getting some more resources and exercise anyways. I called over 2 residential scout minions, all of my warrior minions, knight and rook. It was a pretty strong force in terms of what I had. Most of my minions were out on expedition, so I hoped that Robbie would be strong enough to take out most of their defenses. Without hesitation, Robbie leapt back over my wall and I followed behind. Anyways, how are we going to split the loot? He asked. Half-half would make sense. All right, I just wanted to sort it out beforehand. We continued to run through the forest until finally, there was a settlement in the distance. It was quite a small one, populated by only a few people. That's it. I was still somewhat suspicious of Robbie, so I made sure to keep an eye on him at all times. Meolaki and Tenjin Kaorin were always within reach if I needed to get into some quick combat. With a few of my minions following behind me, we started making our way closer to the settlement. Chapter 92, The Past, Part 2. This was before William began getting bullied. Pay class ended up being cancelled due to heavy rain outside. We ended up just having a free period instead, and most students just ended up doing nothing in the class. I spent the entire time reading through as much of To Kill a Mockingbird as I could. I managed to read over a quarter of the small novella. Sarah was relatively quiet throughout the period. It seemed she had some important work to do. The bell rang for the end of the day and all the students quickly rushed out the door. The substitute teacher didn't seem to have much authority over them, so it was basically anarchy. I stayed in my seat since I didn't have anything to attend to after school. I was planning on just reading for a few more hours before I made my way back to the dorms. Sarah got up from her seat. "See you tomorrow, William. Bye." A few minutes later, the classroom was completely silent. The substitute teacher cleared her items off the desk and also left the class. The room was completely empty aside from me. How relaxing. I picked up To Kill a Mockingbird and consumed its literary content for about 2 hours or so. I silently read through the pages as the bright sun shined through the windows. As I finally reached the middle of the book, I placed it down and looked out the window down at the courtyard. I should probably get going. Almost 2 hours after all the other students had already left, I got out of my seat and placed my belongings into my bag and made my way toward the lockers. After walking through the empty hallways of the prestigious school, I reached the area where my locker was. For some reason, there was a distinct smell of seafood. Did someone have raw fish for lunch? As I walked closer to my locker, I finally realized what had happened. My lock had been cut and my locker had been filled with raw seafood. On top of some of my workbooks lay slices of fish, barely defrosted prawns and a single dead squid. I could tell that the juices and smell had begun seeping through my locker. Oh my. I thought about who would do this. It was possible that one of the boys decided to harass me as a result of seeing me hanging out with Sarah. It didn't really matter. There was a security camera in the area, so whoever did it would be easily caught, or so I thought. I looked at the security camera and noticed that it had been covered by some sort of spray paint. It looked like there was a black liquid that had hardened and begun dripping before solidifying. What a hassle. I walked back over to my locker and observed the contents. Luckily, I held most of my belongings in my bag, so there wasn't much in my locker that could be destroyed. The main annoyance was the smell. However, the perpetrator would likely escape due to the vandalized security camera. The only possible time that they could have done this was between the end of school and the time I left the classroom, which meant the seafood had only been sitting in there for 2 hours at most. I considered reporting the incident, but it would likely be to no avail. With no evidence, the perpetrator wouldn't be able to be found and there wouldn't be any point in reporting it. I looked at the raw seafood in my locker and thought about it for a little. I guess I'll take this into my own hands. I pulled a paperclip out of my pencil case and bent it so that it was basically a straight wire. Every lock on the lockers had a small keyhole in the case of emergencies. However, as a result, you would also be able to pick them up if you knew how. I picked the lock on the locker to my right. After a bit of fiddling, I decided that I'd need another wire. I opened my pencil case again and grabbed out another paperclip. A few moments later, I managed to pick the lock and it popped off. I grabbed all of the seafood and dropped it all into the locker I had just opened. It was a really messy locker with paper and books everywhere. The seafood fit right in with the other random junk that was inside. After doing so, I grabbed my personal lock, which was cut, and placed it into the little hole where their lock would have gone. This person was not going to be having a good day tomorrow. My goal was to make it look as if the perpetrator had accidentally placed the seafood into the wrong locker. It was pretty obvious that it was a targeted attack since they even brought bolt cutters with them. As a result, they were likely going to be quite unsatisfied if they accidentally dumped the seafood into the wrong locker. In doing so, I would be able to lure them out. I assumed that they'd want to get me again tomorrow time, so I'd simply sit and wait for them to act. The cleaner's storeroom was very close by. Since the security camera was covered, I decided to pick the lock to the storeroom and grab some odor remover and other cleaning equipment in order to get the smell out of my locker as much as possible. I also dumped all of the belongings that were in my locker into the bin. It was only a few cheap workbooks that I wasn't going to use anyways. After that, I returned all the equipment and closed my locker with my neighbor's lock. With all that I'd done, it was quite convincing that the perpetrator would think that they harassed the wrong person's locker. Now my preparations were set. After setting up the trap, I made my way over to the toilets to wash my hands. The smell of the rotting seafood was beginning to stick to me, which was annoying. I wonder who did this? Chapter 93 Friendship. In the shallowest victory, Rena Helleborus. Before I could discuss more with Robbie, rope-like vines broke out of the ground, grabbing all of the people in the settlement, and holding them still. He then spoke to all of them with a loud yet uncomfortable voice. You guys are all annoying, so I'm raiding you now. Did we really need that declaration? I asked. I don't know, I just felt like saying it. Fine then. After that, lots of the villagers began screaming and yelling as they frantically tried to break free from his plants. However, the grip of the vines was incredibly strong. Even the toughest-looking villagers didn't seem to stand a chance against them. For a few moments, various combat-oriented systems were activated. Explosions, attacks, pulses. The villagers tried a variety of tactics. However, as the dust settled from their desperate last-ditch attacks, they were still all held in place. Robbie was definitely quite strong. Alright, so are we going to loot them now? He asked me. I guess so. Are we going to kill them first? I don't really like killing people. He didn't like killing people? I guess it was a privilege that only the strongest in this world get to hold on to. Well, I didn't really have any reason to go through and kill them all. I'm sure if we asked them to drop all of their items they'd happily oblige. I've got some plants which can suck the items out of their inventory, he added. Well, that makes it even easier. I felt a little useless just standing here. I definitely wasn't necessary for this raid. However, just as I thought that the two of us were attacked from behind, I quickly jumped around and drew Mayor Lucky Eye. The two of us confronted the attacker. The attacker swung their weapon at me and I deflected it with Mayor Lucky Eye. There was a sudden break where all of us took a step back. Are you one of the soldiers of this village? Robbie asked. Yes, why are you attacking us? He asked in response. Why are we attacking? I guess you guys are just annoying. The soldier suddenly got a lot more aggravated. You attack us for such a shallow reason? Well, I wasn't going to kill you guys, we just wanted to take your stuff. In the soldier's hand, I saw a weapon which I recognized. It was one of the strongest magical weapons you could make, a Reaper Saber. It was quite an expensive sword to craft with quite an extravagant ability. If someone was to get cut by it, even the smallest scratch, they would be immobilized for several seconds. For someone without a combat system or allies, it would be the equivalent of death. Who are you guys? He screamed. I'm Robbie, 5th-ranked human. He was extremely surprised by the admission. All of a sudden, Robbie seemed to recognize the man. You're 8th-ranked Joel Grigsby, I remember you. Joel didn't seem any happier after being recognized. Well, you're pretty annoying, so I don't mind killing you, Robbie continued. You son of a... Joel immediately rushed at Robbie with his Reaper Saber. In response, Robbie drew his demonic weapon, Nijitianmo. Their two blades clashed, sending a piercing screech through the area. Joel's movements were incredibly fast, but Robbie was able to block all of them. However, it was clear that Robbie was being overwhelmed by Joel's swordsmanship. Rain all Camilla. Suddenly, a long, dense patch of bright green grass appeared underneath us. From what I could tell, it was an ability of Robbie's system. Without hesitation, Joel continued to attack him, charging at him with his Reaper Saber. Their swords clashed once again. However, Robbie was now easily blocking his attacks, with hardly any effort. How? Why are you stronger now? I'm not any stronger, it's more like I can read you better. It was a little awkward looking at the two of them fighting. I couldn't really see an opening to rush in, so I was just standing by the side. Despite Robbie's advantage, Joel was still motivated. He still hadn't shown the abilities of his system, so it was all a mystery at the moment. I needn't wait too long, because a few moments later, Joel raised his left hand and stretched it toward Robbie. Explode! A huge explosion came out of the center of his palm. I quickly jumped back to avoid it as best I could. Dirt and grass were launched into the air as a shockwave spread the area. Robbie was within point-blank range of the explosion. However, as the dust settled, Robbie was only slightly injured. Some blood dripped from his arm as the plants in front of him retreated back into the ground. You managed to block that? It was a close call. Robbie managed to block the explosion by summoning a dense bush of plants to soak up most of the damage. However, he wasn't completely unscathed after the attack. Joel had a very distressed look on his face, but it seemed that he was hiding something. All of a sudden, the ground exploded. A huge amount of dirt, grass and vegetation split straight out of the earth. There was so much debris in the air that I could hardly breathe. My vision was completely blocked by the infinite amount of particles which were blown into the air. Luckily, I seemed to be far enough away to not have taken any serious damage. It took a pretty long time before all of the dust was finally cleared. This time, Robbie appeared to have taken some more damage, although he wasn't dead. How did that now kill you? Joel shouted. You're a sly one, I'll give you that much. The two of them backed up as they regained their composure. Now that I could hear more clearly, Robbie was bleeding pretty heavily out of his leg. I considered helping him, but the more I thought about it, the less I really wanted to involve myself. I didn't really have any obligation to Robbie and we were more or less the bad guys here. However, it seemed that Joel wasn't all too content with leaving me out of the action, because I noticed that there was a grenade right underneath me. Shit. Chapter 94 Explosion or Teleportation. As fast as I could, I drew Tenjin Ko-rin. Chain it down, Tenjin. By the skin of my teeth, I managed to stop the grenade from detonating right underneath my feet. I quickly made my way further back and stationed my minions in front of me. Who's that coward over there? Call me a coward all you want, but you're the one that's about to die. Robbie ran toward Joel and swung Nijitian-mo. Joel swiftly raised his Reaper's Saber in order to block it. Their blades clashed several more times before Robbie used another ability, Rain Helleboreas. Thick green vines were conjured out of Robbie's arm and traveled toward Joel. Joel swung his Reaper's Saber, trying to cut through the vines. However, the vines were unable to be cut. He was only able to temporarily knock the unbreakable vines away, only to see them moving towards him again. Why can't I cut these? He frantically swung his sword, trying to knock away the predatory vines which wanted to latch onto his body. Despite everything, Joel's sword technique was incredibly clean, managing to keep the vines in check for the most part. The dark blade of the Reaper's Saber danced through the air, smacking the thick, impenetrable vines away from his body. A little while later, Robbie decided to bring the vines back to him. The vines were slowly absorbed back into his body as he raised Nijitian-mo. In the short break, Joel threw several more bombs at Robbie. He was forced to scramble up some plants in order to absorb the explosions. However, Joel did not stop his onslaught, throwing more and more bombs at Robbie's feet. Slowly losing ground, Robbie was forced to retreat and give Joel more space. All of a sudden, Joel summoned a steel dagger and tossed it into the air. Explode! Like a gun, he fired the dagger directly at Robbie, using the explosion in the palm of his hand to launch it through the air. The dagger traveled at an incredibly fast pace, zipping through the air faster than an arrow would. Robbie summoned a wall of plants to block it, however, it easily pierced through, stabbing Robbie in the arm. Without a moment's hesitation, Joel tossed another dagger into the air. Using the explosive force of his palm, he launched it toward Robbie. With only a split second to react, Robbie raised Nijitian-mo, and by pure chance, the dagger smashed straight into its blade. Following his previous attack, Joel once again closed the distance, dropping more bombs at Robbie's feet. Robbie frantically conjured more plants to absorb the explosion. In the chaos, Joel swiftly closed the distance and slashed straight through the plants with his Reaper's Saber. After trading several blows, Joel managed to break through Robbie's defense and managed to get an opening. The very tip of Joel's Reaper's Saber managed to cut into the very edge of Robbie's arm. It slowly sliced apart a tiny section of skin, causing a very minor bleed, no bigger than a paper cut. However, even such a small cut would prove fatal. Shit. With that single attack, Robbie was now immobilized. Summoning a very large bomb, he dropped it at Robbie's feet. I quickly backed up. A few seconds later, the entire area was filled with smoke, dirt, mud, grass, dust and plant debris. The explosion was so powerful that the wind swept up entire layers of dirt from the ground, tossing it into the air. However, in the commotion, just before the explosion, I managed to hear a very slight voice. "Let's go, Ninja." A few seconds passed and the silence was deafening. However, as the dust settled once again, Robbie was no longer standing where he was before. What the hell? Joel couldn't believe it. "Ah, you almost got me there," commented Robbie, who was standing a few meters away from the detonation point of the bomb. "How did you get away?" "I definitely cut you with my Reaper's saber. It's a secret." "Why, you?" It would seem that Joel had never used a demonic weapon before. As soon as I heard the chant, I immediately knew what happened. Robbie must have used Ninja's ability. However, to stop or to avoid an explosion of that size, he must have sacrificed something. For example, when I draw more power from Mary, I'm forced to sacrifice some memories. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't needed to sacrifice anything to Tenjin upon using his ability. I assumed that it was likely due to the small scale I was using it. If I ever decided to use his ability on a larger scale, there'd likely be a consequence for doing so. I had no idea what Tenjin took as a sacrifice. Joel once again began charging at Robbie. The two of them engaged in more sword combat, and the loud clanging of their weapons echoed through the air. Every few seconds, Joel would drop an explosive, causing Robbie to cover it with plants. The exchange continued, as the two of them frantically fought each other. From what I could see, neither side had an advantage over the other. Robbie summoned more vines from his arm, hoping to catch Joel off guard. However, Joel was again able to break away from the vines, slashing at them with his Reaper's saber. The two of them appeared to be stuck in a stalemate, neither side being able to break through the defense of the other. I guess I could help one of them, but then again, it sounded like a hassle and it was more fun just watching by the side. Their weapons clashed once again. I watched as the swordplay of the two fighters appeared to almost be in sync. They constantly traded blows, deflecting each other's weapons. However, in a lucky break, Joel managed to clip the hilt of Robbie's weapon. For a brief moment, this gave Joel an opening. He threw several explosions around the ground as Robbie brought plants to absorb them. In one swift movement, Joel's weapon sliced through the air, aiming straight for Robbie's neck. It looked like it was about to be over, except Chapter 95 The Cruel vs. the Forgiving. Milliseconds before the blade of Joel's Reaper's saber was about to make contact with Robbie's neck, I heard the chant once again. "Let's go, Ninja." The dark blade of Joel's Reaper's saber sliced into nothing but thin air. Robbie had teleported away, using the ability of Ninja. He appeared behind Joel, instantly summoning his vines from his arms. Rain Helleboras. With no time to recover, Joel was caught in the unyielding grip of Robbie's thick vines. Joel was completely immobilized. He struggled all he could, but once he had been grabbed by the vines, there was basically no escaping it. "I was so close," Joel commented. "Ah, that's what you're hung up on?" Robbie answered. Joel looked over at the main settlement area. To his dismay, he noticed that each one of the villagers was still being held by Robbie's vines. It seemed that he had been using part of his energy to keep all of the people in the village immobilized during the entire fight. "You weren't even at your full strength. I decided to walk over. By the way, you're lucky I sent one of my minions over," I said to Robbie. "What do you mean?" he asked. "They were going to all freeze to death and your efforts would have been in vain." "Crap, I completely forgot that it was cold. I had sent one of my residential heater scout minions to keep them all from dying. I didn't exactly care about their lives per se, it was more that I wanted to see what Robbie was going to do with them. It would have been a little awkward if he was holding on to all of them and they all froze to death." "Thanks. I didn't want them to die." "You're welcome, I guess. So what now?" asked Joel. "Well, we're probably going to loot you guys and then leave." Joel was clearly unhappy but there was nothing he could do about it. Rosa Grievik. At first, it appeared as if nothing happened. However, Joel was quick to realize what had been done to him. "You took everything." He was completely ignored. Robbie walked over to me. "I think I should get a little bit more than half, is that okay?" he asked me. "That's fair enough. I literally did basically nothing the entire fight aside from keeping the villagers from all freezing to death." All of a sudden, a huge number of resources were transferred into my inventory. X8394 wood, X14509 stone, X349 meat, X409 apple, X56 iron. "I want to keep some of the special items," Robbie said. "Yeah, that's fine with me." For doing practically nothing, I was definitely compensated quite lavishly. After looking around a little bit, it seemed that Robbie was basically finished. He released his grip on all of the villagers, however, he was still holding on to Joel. "What do you want from me?" he sighed as he still couldn't move his body. Robbie thought about it for a little. "I mean, I don't really have anything I want you to do for me, I guess you can just go back." It seemed that Robbie was just going to release him. "Are you kidding me?" "Nope." Joel was completely disarmed since his inventory had been sucked dry. Without any weapons, there wasn't anything he could do against Robbie anyways. A few moments later, the vines slowly uncoiled and Joel was free once again. He was completely dejected, after having his pride crushed to pieces by Robbie. "Let's go," announced Robbie. "We're leaving now?" The two of us made our way back into the woods, walking back the way we came. We trekked through the forest, making our way through the dense shrubbery. Eventually, I made it back to my settlement. Well, thanks for today." I wasn't exactly sure what to say. It was fun. Let's do it again another time." "I guess so." With that, Robbie left, disappearing into the forest. Today was a weird day. The traveling and fighting had taken quite a while, and by the time I got back to camp, the sun had basically completely set. I made my way inside of the hut and started cooking dinner since it was around that time. A few minutes later, Chloe opened the door to the hut. "Hey, William. Welcome back. What's for dinner?" she asked. "The same as always." My minions were also starting to return at this time, so I decided to wait outside. My minion manager made its way over to me. "I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered. X 4,300 wheat. X 1,728 wood. X 8,592 stone. X 189 apple. X 217 meat. X 11042 leaves. X 85 iron. X 15 gold. X 5 diamond. X 1 platinum. Other, N//. It was a large number of resources, and the amount I was gathering at the end of each day was gradually increasing. I decided to take this time to sort out my inventory and make some more minions. As I organized everything, preparing for the night, Chloe grabbed something out of her inventory. "Hey, look at what I crafted." I looked over and saw a large, brightly colored bow. "It's a butterfly bow, isn't it nice?" I had seen the recipe for it a few days ago. It was one of the bows that required a large number of ores to craft, which was what Chloe specialized in collecting. Its main feature was the fact that it could effectively shoot several arrows at the same time, and the arrows would have a throttling effect, homing towards the nearest target. It was honestly a pretty good weapon. It'd be quite useful against small hordes or zombies or groups of stronger zombies. After looking at her new weapon, I made my way outside and checked out everything to make sure there weren't any problems. From what I could see, there seemed to be nothing to worry about. I had crafted some more minions which would act as extra support even though I was already pretty safe. I crafted 2 more warrior minions today which I planned on specializing tomorrow. Aside from that, I decided to have dinner and get to sleep early. Killer Winter was ending soon, and also the rank rewards would be distributed soon as well. I needed to make sure I didn't lose my top 10 positions if I wanted to get the armband. Whatever the case, I finished my food and went to bed. Chapter 96 Work and Reward. I was awoken by the sound of nothing in particular. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the light, I stretched my arms, getting out of bed. I made my way outside and noticed that it was a little brighter than usual. I guess I must have woken up pretty late. The chilly wind was quite an effective wake-up call, forcing my body to quickly circulate blood and sharpen my mind. My residential heater scout minion quickly made its way over to warm up the area. I had a quick look at all of my minions. They were simply standing around, doing nothing in particular. From what I could see, there weren't any major losses. It was just like all the previous nights. Seeing this, I sent them off on their expeditions. As I grabbed my fine logger's axe out of my inventory, my minions began making their way out of the settlement to collect resources during the day. I had fine-tuned my group so that each group had more than enough escorts for each resource-collecting minion. Yesterday, I took very few casualties during the day, meaning my escort system was quite effective. With everything set up, I walked over to a tree and began cutting at its trunk. Just based on the fight I watched the previous day, basically, all of the highest-ranking humans were quite skilled at sword fighting. I guess it was just the nature of this place. My swordplay was quite lacking in comparison to theirs. Part of the issue was my lack of experience with a weapon. Since I've been able to rely on my minions for most of my resource collection and combat, I've needed to fight personally a lot less. This resulted in my hand-to-hand combat ability being significantly worse than many of the other people here. With that motivation in mind, I swung my axe, smashing into the trunk of the tree. +8 wood, +7 wood, +8 wood, +1 coal. Actually, now that I thought about it again, it would probably be more effective if I directly trained my swordplay with one of my minions. It'd probably be a lot more direct training than cutting down trees. The amount of wood and other resources I got from chopping trees was pretty much insignificant, which meant I didn't really have any reason to do so. I called back one of my warrior minions to spar with me. They were probably the best I had in terms of sword skill. I decided to craft a simple wooden sword, so I wouldn't accidentally destroy my minions, especially since the warrior minions were so expensive. As I walked over to me, I wasn't really sure how to train with it. It didn't have a spar command, so if I wanted to fight it, I'd likely have to set myself as a target. I could always cancel the command at any time, so I'd never really been in much danger, but it felt a little awkward having it see me as an enemy. I raised my wooden sword and prepared to fight it. Once it got within range, I swung my sword, only for my attack to be blocked by it. Several splinters of wood snapped off of the wooden sword during the contact. Yikes, I should probably use a better weapon. I quickly cancelled the attack order on my warrior minion so I could craft a better weapon. I decided on a simple steel sword to replace my wood sword. With my new sword, I ordered the warrior minion to attack me once again. I got into the best defensive posture I could and watched the movement of its blade. As it swung its sword at me, I deflected the attack, using the momentum to close the distance between us. I tried to land a hit on it, but it quickly recovered its position and blocked my attack. We traded several blows before I managed to outmaneuver it and land a hit. My steel sword smashed into the metallic-like exoskeleton of the minion and caused it to smash into the ground. Upon further inspection, it seemed like it hadn't taken any physical damage, only sustaining damage within my system. Even though I could freely use it as a training partner, it wasn't really technically capable enough to effectively spar with me. It was more like a doll for me to just trade hits with. I would need to practice on real human opponents if I wanted to improve my technique. The main thing was that I had never had any actual sword training before, in the form of kendo or fencing or other sword-like sports. As a result, my technique was as amateur as it gets. Most of the fights I'd been in were won using Mayuri's ability and just swinging the sword. I'd like to practice in a way where I'd actually be able to learn techniques. However, at the moment, it didn't seem very possible. I decided to just train my arms with my warrior minion for the time being. I did want to get used to using Mayuri Lakii, and especially Tenjin Kyo-rin, which was a different type of sword. I practiced with my warrior minion, blocking its attacks and countering with my own. We fought each other for several hours before my arms were finally starting to seriously fatigue. I cancelled his attack orders and I took a seat on the ground to catch my breath. It might be worthwhile to increase my EPS further so I didn't get overtaken in the last few days. There were 6 more days before the end of Killer Winter and 5 more before we received our rank rewards. I was still pretty curious as to what the Shadow Realizers did. Now that I thought about it, there was someone named Tom Ford on the global rankings. Also, judging by the last name, it was possible that he was related to Chloe. I wonder what the connection was between everyone. I might ask her about it when she gets back. A new species has been introduced into the apocalypse. Chapter 97 Final Days of Killer Winter. Several days passed and Killer Winter was nearing its end. Today was supposedly the day when we'd receive our rank rewards. I took a seat on my bed and waited for the inevitable announcement. Rewards, distributed in 6 more days. Top 5 rewards. Gold armband, gives X2 resource gain when worn. Shadow Realizer, the effect is to be revealed. Top 10 rewards. Silver armband, gives X1.5 resource gain when worn. Shadow Realizer, the effect is to be revealed. Top 100 rewards. Shadow Realizer, the effect is to be revealed. Top 10,000 rewards. Lesser Realizer, the effect is to be revealed. Your rank, #10. Your rewards, X1, Silver Armband. X1, Shadow Realizer. Before long, the 2 items appeared in my inventory. After receiving them, I decided to take out my Silver Armband and wrap it around my bicep. It fit quite snugly, squeezing against my arm. However, the main thing I was interested in was its ability, the fact that it multiplied all resource gain by 1.5x. I left the hut and walked through the main entrance. I then made my way to the nearest tree I could find and took out my fine logger's axe. Plus 12 wood, plus 11 wood. I see what it meant now. It straight up just multiplied the sources I gained by 1.5. It was certainly very useful, an artifact which only accentuated the power of the upper ranks. Now, after equipping the armband, I wanted to see what this Shadow Realizer did. I held it in my hand, and from what I could see, it did absolutely nothing. What is this used for? I tried swinging it around for a little but it still didn't seem to do anything. Seeing as I couldn't get it to do something, I decided to just put it back into my inventory for the time being. It'd probably be revealed soon enough of its ability. Today was the last day before the end of Killer Winter. I expected a lot more action once Killer Winter was concluded. As a result, I wanted to organize my army and all of my resources. Resource Division, 146 minions. Show more. Combat Division, Standard, 207 minions. Show more. Combat Division, Magic, 90 minions. Show more. Utility Division, 26 minions. 13x Builder Minion. 12x Scout Minion, Utility. 1x Minion Manager. When I looked through my advanced system controls, I noticed that my Tier 4 Archer Scout Minion had finished training. With that, I replaced the minion which was holding the Knight Elite position. My army was steadily improving, with hundreds of minions being built and all of the minions slowly specializing and increasing in strength. 1x Advanced Warrior Minion, 8x Warrior Minion, 1x Scout Minion, Archery, Bow Saint, 50x Scout Minion, Swordplay, 94x Scout Minion, Archery, 54x Scout Minion, Combat. I decided that my combat division was already quite large, so I could begin investing more resources into the resource gathering division. I wasn't really too worried about anything in particular at this point, but I still had space to improve in terms of strength. Global Rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 3306. 2. Noah Gate, 2124. 3. Oliver Moran, 1899. 4. Robbie Soley, 1407. 5. Maya Keller, 1339. 6. Josh Glazebrook, 1319. 7. Louis Talman, 1267. 8. Jack McKenna, 1252. 9. Thomas Ford, 1250. 10. William Hunter, 1245. Your rank, #10. Your estimated progression score, 1245. My progression hasn't been as fast as I'd have liked during the past few days. I seem to have stagnated to some extent since the number of resources I'd been gathering wasn't growing as much as I'd expected. However, there were likely going to be some pretty big changes once Killer Winter ended, so I was making preparations for it. I was pretty bored, waiting for the final day to pass. I decided that if I wasn't going to do anything, I might as well collect some wood. I noticed that sparring with my warrior minion wasn't really that useful, so in the end, I just resorted to strengthening my arms by chopping down trees, until I could find a better way to improve my physique. I found a nice spot where I had a wide area to swing my axe around. I took out my fine logger's axe and smashed its blade into the tree, shaking leaves off of the top. Plus 11 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 2 coal. I was still getting used to the larger number of resources that I was getting. It was certainly satisfying to see the improved efficiency, although, now that I thought about it, the top 5 would now be increasing the distance between us, since they had even stronger armbands. It was a pretty odd system. The top 10 and top 5 humans are now going to exponentially increase the gap between them and everyone else. Now it was prestigious to have an armband, not only because of the buffs but also to show that you're an elite. With them, you basically solidified your position on the global rankings and proved to other people that you were in fact very strong. As I contemplated the various consequences, I continued to push my body, cutting into the wood of the tree. Plus 11 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 2 coal, plus 11 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 11 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 10 wood. My arm was slowly fatiguing as I cut into the tree. I haven't really been doing a lot the last few days. I did some more logging here and there, but for the most part, I had been progressing pretty slowly. I continued to chop trees, waiting for the day to come to a close. Plus 12 wood, plus 2 coal, plus 11 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 11 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 10 wood. I continued this cycle of resting and working for several hours until finally, the night was steadily approaching. I set up dinner for the two of us and waited for my minions to return and distribute the resources. I made my way inside and took a seat on the bed, listening to the fizzling of the fire and watching the pot of stew slowly cook. Time passed as I made preparations for the night. Chloe returned and my minions were on standby. Little did I know about what was to come in the next few days. Chapter 98 Vampires. I was awoken in the middle of the night by the alert of one of my minions. Both Chloe and I quickly got up and opened the door of the hut. This is new, I haven't been alerted by one of my minions in weeks. Is there a big issue? I'm not sure yet. As I looked out into the settlement, I noticed that there was something attacking my minions. It had managed to make its way past the walls and was attacking my internal forces. I had already lost quite a few archers and other combat minions. I drew Eye as I approached this mysterious enemy. Its movements looked humanoid, however, it seemed much too strong to be a human, and most importantly, it seemed too wild. It was nimble and strong, tearing my minions apart without much trouble. Suddenly, I received some sort of notification. The Shadow Realizer is your weapon against the vampires. My weapon against the vampires? Suddenly, the thing noticed my presence and began charging at me. It was incredibly dark, so I could only see a dark figure in the distance. As fast as I could, I called my elite minions to my side as I prepared to engage in combat. As the creature got closer, I managed to get a good view of it. From a brief glance, it seemed to look like a normal human boy. However, it had abnormally long fingernails and long canines which stuck out outside of its mouth. Not only that, it was wearing a long white cape and it had a sword attached to its hip. I see now, this must be a vampire. Rook and Bishop were the first to engage it, but the vampire swiped at them with his hands, causing them to crash into the ground. My minions fell to the ground, after suffering a powerful blow from the vampire. It was incredibly strong. I called more minions over, but I had my doubts about their effectiveness. My minions weren't very good at fighting a singular strong enemy. It seemed to have been able to break through my lines without too much issue in the first place. Its movements were very animal-like, erratic and unpredictable. The vampire looked up at me, however, it had a very distressed expression, different from what I expected. Its face showed agony, pain, and suffering. Blood. I need fucking blood. Suddenly, it lashed out at me, diving straight at my body. As fast as I could, I swung Eye, cutting off both of his arms. Blood was spread across the dirt as his arms fell to the ground. However, a few moments later, a string of blood pulled his arms off of the ground and rejoined them to his body. They had strong regenerative powers. I noticed that it had stopped and wasn't attacking me. In the opening I raised Eye and tensed my body, concentrating on the movement of the blade. Cut him down, Mary. A dense purple aura gathered around Eye before a powerful shockwave of air was sent smashing into the vampire. The impact sent the vampire crashing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sword, drink my blood. Small streams of blood began feeding into the sword from the vampire's arm. Crap, what was this? All of a sudden, he rushed at me again. This time, he was holding the sword in his hand. Shit, it was way too fast. There was no way I could fight him. I called Bishop and Rook back to me, positioning them just a bit in front. For some reason, the vampire didn't show any hesitation, charging directly at my minions. More minions were arriving to help out, but I was still in quite a bit of trouble. Chloe took out her butterfly bow and fired a volley of arrows toward the vampire. Quite a few arrows managed to dig themselves into the flesh of the vampire, however, the wounds quickly healed several seconds later. How are we meant to kill this thing? With no other choice, I decided to back up, sending many of my combat minions forward to buy time. Despite taking lots of damage, the vampire showed no loss of strength, continuously cutting down my minions, one by one. I drew Tenjin Ko-rin. Chain him down, Tenjin. Hard, almost unbreakable chains were conjured, holding the vampire in place. He struggled violently, jerking at the steel chains. However, it appeared that the chains were just strong enough to keep him immobilized for a little while. All of my minions began attacking the vampire at the same time, slicing at its body and piercing him with an endless number of arrows. Eventually, he managed to break out of my chains, but at this point, it was obvious that he had begun to lose strength. I guess he wasn't invincible. Sword, drink more blood. More blood began leaking out of his arm, feeding into the dark, crimson sword. In one big swing, he managed to push back my entire force of minions. The shockwave brought about a large cyclone-like wind. All of my minions were sent crashing into the ground, giving him precious time and space. Blood. Give me your blood, worthless human. It began charging toward me once again. This time, I used Tenjin Ko-rin in an attempt to keep the vampire at a distance. Chloe was shooting volley after volley of arrows, significantly slowing him down. He frantically swung his sword, trying to knock away the arrows, but he wasn't able to block all of them. Despite all of that, the vampire persisted. He dashed straight at me, holding his sword out in front of him. Without no other options, I had to block his attack with Tenjin Ko-rin. As soon as the two blades made contact, a dark red aura began seeping onto my blade. Shit. I jumped back as fast as I could and tried to create some space between the two of us. My minions had gotten back up and were engaging him once again. He fought hard, cutting down my combat minions as they pushed towards him. Chapter 99 Fear, Tension and Apathy. How on earth is this shadow realizer thing meant to work? At the moment, I'm basically just whittling the vampire down with pure strength. He was like a ball of violence, attacking everything, without any hesitation. I wasn't sure if that was the nature of all vampires or if it was due to something else. He seemed to be craving blood, so it might have been due to that. Whatever the case, I wasn't going to let him drink my blood. As he continued to pursue me, I swung Tenjin Ko-rin, deflecting his weapon. However, it was pretty clear that he significantly outmatched me when it came to melee combat. His movements were incredibly fast and fluid, breaking my guard. If it wasn't for Chloe's support and my minions constantly pressuring him, I probably would be dead already. These vampires really weren't something to be scoffed at. Not only that, they seemed to be the natural predator of humans. It constantly clashed with my minions, trading blows and pushing them back. Even though he appeared to be weakened, I still wasn't able to land a decisive blow on him. To be honest, I didn't even know how to kill him. I hoped that he would slowly weaken to the point where his regeneration slowed down so I could actually kill him. I had no idea how vampires worked. I stuck Tenjin Ko-rin back into the sheath attached to my back and drew Mayor Lucky Eye again. I was still more proficient with using the smaller blade. It offered me more defensive capability and mobility. I ordered all of my minions to charge the vampire at the same time. As he swung his sword, trying to defend himself from all of my minions, I decided to quickly push in. He was distracted trying to block the several swords which were all aiming for his body. In the chaos, I managed to get a clean connection with his torso. The blade of Mayor Lucky Eye ripped into his flesh, drawing out a huge amount of blood. The vampire tried to escape by running away. However, my endless number of minions made it near impossible, constantly berating him with attacks. His body was cut all over, and even though he had a very strong regeneration, it wasn't capable of healing all of the injuries all at once. He was very obviously struggling against my might. Arrows and swords constantly damaged him, leaving him on the ground, trying to scramble away. Despite all of this, his regeneration was still keeping him alive, attempting to heal all of his injuries. He swung his sword. It slashed the various minions which were attacking him. He swung his sword. Again and again, he fought back. Sword, take it all, my blood. He was using his last-ditch effort now. Blood began blowing out of his arm as freely as a stream of water flows down a river. The thin red liquid rippled down his arm, feeding his weapon. His sword grew an even deeper tone of red. It was almost black. His expression changed. I backed up. This was going to be a violent outburst. The vampire screamed in pain. I could feel the pressure building up around the area. This was going to be dangerous. Chain him down, Tenjin. I conjured chains, holding down all of his limbs. He was silent for a brief moment. However, a few seconds later, he jerked his arms away. The chains instantly snapped and he easily broke free from Tenjin's grasp. My minions rushed to restrain him, but it was to no avail. He was incredibly powerful. His movements were swift, like lightning. The vampire was able to deflect the blows of all of my minions. His blade dances through the air, blocking all of the attacks which were aimed at him. I held out Mayor Lucky Eye in front of me and braced myself for what was about to come. He rushed towards me with immense speed. My eyes could hardly follow his movements. Give me more power, Mayori. Okay. I felt a sudden surge of energy through my body. My arms felt light, my legs felt light, but most importantly, my mind was clear. Focusing all of my attention, I tracked the vampire's movement as best as I could. He was right up against my face. The two of us both swung our weapons as fast as we could. A few moments later, the vampire fell to the ground. Ow, my arm hurts. The surge of energy I had previously gotten had completely dissipated. My entire body was sore now. I was so tired that I could hardly stand up. That was too close for comfort. I looked down at the bleeding vampire. It seemed that his strength finally ran out. His wounds were no longer healing. Instead, his body began degrading into the ground. The weapon he was holding fell out of his hand. It seemed that the weapon wasn't disappearing. I made my way over and picked it up off of the ground. However, the moment I held it in my hands, it instantly vanished into the air. What on earth? A few moments later, the corpse of the vampire was completely gone. Instead, all that was left was a little mark on the ground. Is it over? Asked Chloe. I think so. I looked around at my minions. From what I could see, I had sustained quite a large number of casualties from the vampire. I wonder, what was the vampire population? At this rate, I was going to be slowly destroyed by them. Their physical strength greatly exceeded mine. Most importantly, they wanted blood. This meant that they were basically forced to attack us. We were its prey. As I slowly caught my breath after that fight, I made my way back into the hut. I reclined onto my bed, resting my body. These vampires, how was I going to deal with them? Were they of different levels? Did they live in groups? Did they have their own settlements? If a single vampire was that powerful, I would stand no chance against a large group of them. Life just got a whole lot more difficult. Volume 3 End. Chapter 100 Human Civilization. A human has been detected. A human? I was awoken by the alert of my minion. My body was still tired from the fight the previous night. Was it Robbie? I made my way outside, breathing in the chilly yet comfortable air. Killer winter had officially concluded, and as a result, there was no longer a need to keep a residential heater scout minion nearby at all times. I walked over to my wall, escorted by my elite minions. "What do you want?" I asked. "Your rank #10, William Hunter, right? How do you know my name?" "That's not relevant right now, I've come with a message." "What is it?" "Are you aware that there are vampires who are attacking humans?" "Yes, I am aware of that. We have formed a very large alliance of people. We want to ask for your cooperation in fighting against these vampires. At this rate, our entire race is going to be wiped out by them." "I'll think about it. I highly request that you agree. We will provide you with any information we have gathered on them. At this moment in time, the human race is in peril. Vampires have been wreaking havoc, killing thousands of people." I thought about it for a little. It was certainly true that vampires were extremely dangerous. At the moment, I would struggle immensely against them alone. I guess cooperation was a necessity. "All right, I guess I agree to cooperate." "Good, I'll provide you with all the information we have on them at the moment." Suddenly, the informant conjured a book into his hand. After clasping two hands on the book, he magically duplicated it. Holding two copies of the book in his hands, he passed one to me. "Inside the book is a map of the general area. If you want to communicate with us, you should go to the place labeled City Center. There are always people gathered there." "Okay, thanks. By the way, the book will automatically update whenever I write something in mine." "Ah, that's useful. Make sure to check it every once in a while." I decided to open the magic book and read the contents. Note, any information here may be partially or completely incorrect. Vampires appear to be creatures which have recently been transported to the world. From what we can tell, they are our enemies. They want to drink our blood, not the blood of animals or zombies. The only thing that they are weak to is the sun. We have currently tried to categorize them based on the knowledge we have. Lower vampires, they have weak regenerative abilities and white weapons. They are still significantly stronger physically than the average human. Upper vampires, they have incredibly fast regeneration and use dark red weapons. They can't be killed by chopping off their head. So far the only way we've been able to kill them is by making them run out of blood. These vampires are capable of feeding their weapons with their own blood. Usually, they chant something like "Sword, drink my blood." Their physical abilities are greatly accentuated upon doing so. We are trying to segregate them into more precise groups. Any information you can provide will be extremely helpful. Go to the city center and chat with other people if you have information or if you are worried about something. This book is incomplete. It seemed that they didn't have a lot of information in regard to vampires either. I had only come into contact with one vampire, and from the sounds of things, it must have been one of the upper vampires. However, it had only been a single day, so it was to be expected that there wouldn't be much information. With this in mind, I'd likely have to begin setting up some countermeasures. At the moment, my minions weren't very effective against them. Physical attacks seemed to just be instantly regenerated. The only thing that my minions were good for was stalling and whittling it down. I decided to send my minions out on expeditions first. From the information provided, they shouldn't be very active during the day since the sun was out. There was a chance that the information may be incorrect, so I kept a larger group of minions beside me than usual. With nothing else to do, I considered making my way to this city center. There was a good chance that there might be some useful stuff there. From the map that was provided in the book, it looked to be several kilometers away, which meant that it was going to be a pretty long walk. Although, it wasn't like there was anything more useful to do. I started trekking through the forest, with my minions surrounding me. I was walking with my elites and all of my warrior minions and a few archery scout minions. My feet trudged through the vegetation, wearing it down so that there was a slight path being formed behind me. The walk took a decent amount of time, but eventually, I saw a very large settlement in the distance. It was much larger than any other villages I'd seen up until this point. There were hundreds of buildings with paths in between. It was pretty much an actual city, just with some more archaic infrastructure. As I reached the outskirts of the city, I was greeted by several people. "Hi, are you coming to the city center?" they asked. "Yeah. I'll lead you over, follow me." I looked around and noticed that I wasn't the only one who was just arriving. There were big groups of humans arriving from all over. I guess these vampires have really shaken up the human population. I joined in with the horde of people as we all made our way toward the city center. Other people looked at my minions awkwardly, although no one commented on them. A few moments later, another person came over. "You're the rank #10, aren't you? Come with me." I guess I was getting special treatment. I left the big group of people and followed this person to another part of the city. In the distance, I saw a smaller group of people standing around. "I've got another leaderboard person here." Chapter 101, Elite Forces of the Human Population. I joined up with a small group of people. We've managed to get another leaderboard person. I looked around at the other people who were gathered there. A few people were either wearing a silver armband or a gold armband. I noticed that Robbie was also in this group. "So what's the deal here?" a relatively short and chubby boy asked. His expression screamed arrogance, although it didn't seem as apparent during his speaking. "We're here to discuss strategies against the vampires. You're all the top-ranking humans in the world, so we're hoping to have some worthwhile discussion." "This sounds like a waste of my time. I only came here because you're here, Maya." The 5th rank, Maya Keller. She was a pretty normal-looking girl, with no outstanding features. "Josh, stop being a pain. You don't have to stay here if you don't want to." 6th rank, Josh Glazebrook. "I'm just here because I'm bored." "You're here as well, William." 4th rank, Robbie Soley. When are we actually going to do something?" I asked. This was an oddly cliché introduction scene. Whatever the case, I didn't exactly come here to have a tea party. I wanted to find out more about the vampires. My minions were still standing beside me in case there was a fight, although, in this group, power was distributed pretty evenly. Maya called the informant who had previously visited my settlement over. There were also a few other people who weren't in the top 10 who were also standing around. I guess they must have been high-ranking in some regard. "Just a few moments ago, I received a report from someone," the informant announced. "What did they say?" Maya asked. "They claimed that there was a vampire who seemed to be leading a small group of lower vampires." "Are you sure that they are not just an upper vampire?" "They were wearing distinct clothing. It was completely different to the clothing of the other vampires, apparently." "So you're saying that there's another level of vampire above upper vampire?" "I'm only saying that that's a possibility. There is probably much more nuance to the strength of the vampires which we haven't discovered yet. Vampires were basically a completely unknown existence to us. Does anyone here have any other information?" the informant asked. "I think we should all share what we know. We might be able to find some differences in our engagements," Robbie suggested. "That's a good idea," Maya replied. Everyone reluctantly agreed to follow along as Robbie began telling us what he knew. "I fought a few last night. I think they were all the lower kind since they didn't chant or anything. They didn't seem to have an inventory and they were all extremely focused on drinking my blood. I think that's just the nature of the vampires," said Josh. "Has anyone got information on what happens when a vampire actually drinks a person's blood? I heard that a lot of humans have been killed by them." I was actually going to get to that," added Maya. "I've been told that the vampires appear to lose some of their drive once they drink a substantial amount of blood." "They lose their drive? So is their desire to drink blood similar to hunger?" Robbie asked. "I would assume so. That would definitely make sense. But apparently they don't drink animal blood," said the informant. There was a brief moment of silence before Josh spoke up. "By the way, what's up with the shadow realizers? What on earth do they do?" "Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing," added Maya. "It seemed that no one here knew how it worked or how to use it. We all took our shadow realizers out of our inventories and held them. They were little devices which were around the size of a small pencil case. They appeared much more technological than everything else I'd seen in the apocalypse. I'm going to try smashing it on the ground." "Wait." Before Maya could stop him, Josh slammed his device straight into the dirt. It caused a dent in the ground, but still, nothing happened. All of a sudden, the device latched onto his arm. He tried to rip it off, but it wouldn't budge. "What the heck?" Light began emanating from the device. However, a few moments later, the device shrunk, sticking into Josh's arm like a little chip. "Arg, what's happening? I think it's doing something. You might have figured it out." Maya grabbed Josh's arm and observed the little device. Josh's face went red. What was this situation? Skipping past the awkward interaction, I decided to carefully look at what was happening. Josh held his arm in pain for a little while before the pain seemed to have disappeared. I can see words. It's like my system." "Words?" I think this is how it's meant to work. Following Josh, the rest of us also placed the shadow realizers onto our arms. The same thing happened to all of us. The device latched on, it shrunk before imprinting itself into our skin. As it finished its initiation, I also saw words appear in front of me. Shadow Hunter System Initiating. Name, William Hunter. Initiator. Date of initiation, the 9th of June 2027. Type, B. Conjurer. Soul mark, inactive. Memories, intact. Type C. Affinities, rank F. Abilities / attributes, soul of devouring hope, destiny return, darkness hatred. Personal reality. What on earth was all of this? A moment later, it all vanished from my sight, and after that, a much simpler screen appeared. Was this like a second system? Shadow reality. This system is the only way to defeat progenitors. Most abilities can only be used against vampires. I've got some sort of system, commented Josh. I'm pretty sure we all do, replied Robbie. So what now? Maya asked. I think we're meant to get experience of some sort. All right everyone, let's do things until one of us manages to get experience. We split up and began making our way toward the woods. My minions should be concurrently collecting resources at the moment. I checked the menu again to see if I had gathered any experience just based on the fact that my minions were at work. Chapter 102 Shadow Realizer to System. Shadow Reality. I guess that I'd actually need to go and do something. I made my way over to a tree and took out my fine logger's axe. I swung it a few times, smashing into the rough bark and collecting some wood. I was hoping that maybe gathering resources would give me experience in this new system thing. Plus 11 wood, plus 13 wood, plus 11 wood, plus 10 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 12 wood, plus 1 coal. Shadow reality. I guess the experience growth wasn't very fast, but the good thing was that resource collection did indeed give me experience, and if there's one thing that I'm good at, it's collecting a ton of resources. There was still a significant amount of time, so the end of day report was still a little while away. However, I decided to call over some of my minion groups which were closest to me. This way, I can quickly get some resources and level up. I looked around at the others who were gathering resources with various different methods. Robbie seemed to have plants which were clinging to lots of the trees in the area, ripping the wood off of them or something. I guess everyone had their own way of getting bulk materials. These were the top-ranking humans after all. A few minutes later, several of my minions made their way over and dumped whatever resources they had into my inventory. I checked the menu once again. Shadow reality. I almost forgot how efficient my minions were. The moment I received the resources, I was instantly able to level up. After looking at the menu for a little while, I was shown a new screen which was similar to my other system. Shadow path. Level 2+1. Then, a long list appeared in front of me. Shadow path rewards. Level 1, system unlock. Level 2, regeneration blocker ability. Level 4, soul mark activation. Level 5, all-knowing world ability. Next page. It decided to show me all of the rewards for leveling up, it seemed. I had just hit level 2, meaning I should have this regeneration blocker ability now. I looked through the various menus to see if there was a precise description of what it did. Just from the name, I assumed that it slowed the regeneration of vampires, but I didn't have any specifics. After looking for a little while, a description just popped up straight in front of me. Regeneration blocker reduces the speed of regeneration in nearby vampires. The ability is passive and does not need to be turned on. Conversely, the ability also cannot be turned off. This ability stacks with nearby shadow hunters who have the ability . Such an ability would be necessary if someone wanted to stand a chance against stronger vampires. It seemed that it could target all the vampires nearby, meaning as long as one person in a group had this ability, everyone would be able to fight the vampires more effectively. I walked over to Robbie and asked him about his system. Have you unlocked any abilities? I asked. Yeah, I just unlocked something called regeneration blocker. Oh, I have the same exact ability. I guess it made sense. This was the world giving us a way to fight back against the vampires. It was also interesting that the ability stacked. It meant that if enough of us were in an area, we could substantially slow the regeneration of the vampires, maybe even stopping it completely. Shadow reality. It seemed that the experience required to level up had increased again. I looked over at some of the others who were also gathering resources. There were a few people who weren't in the top 10 who were also here, meaning they must have received either a shadow realizer, like the rest of us, or a lesser realizer, if they weren't in the top 100. A few minutes later, Maya called everyone back together to discuss something. I've just been informed that someone is being attacked by a vampire a few hundred meters from here. I think this is a good opportunity for us to gather more information with regard to them and also test out this regeneration blocker. That sounds fun, I'm down, said Robbie. I'll come too, added Josh. I guess I'd tag along as well since everyone was going. Our elite group began traveling through the forest toward the designated location. I still had several of my combat minions following me, since they were escorting me at all times. We ran for a few minutes before Maya suddenly stopped. Apparently it's around here somewhere. All of a sudden, there was a loud scream coming from behind the trees. Maya and Josh quickly rushed over as Robbie and I decided to stay back and observe first. Maya and Josh quickly engaged in combat with the vampire as it rushed toward them. The forest was covered by the thick leaves of the tree, so the sun wasn't really able to penetrate through. I guess that was why the vampire was still able to hunt even during the day. In the midst of the chaos, I couldn't really see what type of systems the two of them had. There was a lot of debris and dirt being kicked around, and all I could see was that the Maya was using a sword and Josh was using a knife. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity darted through the forest. Several of the nearby trees had their leaves fried to a crisp as the electricity traveled through the area. It looked like Josh had a knife of Electromasters, which was one of the earliest magic weapons which I was aware of. A few moments later, I saw a severely injured vampire desperately feeding blood to its sword. It was clear that the vampire wasn't regenerating at all. Instead, it was bleeding from several wounds. Sword, drink my blood. It was just like the vampire I fought that night. Its sword darkened in tone as more blood dribbled onto the blade. Maya and Josh braced themselves for the incoming attack. I moved my minions in front of me and looked at them from a distance. It seemed like they had it under control for the most part. I assumed that they were going to try to interrogate it for information, considering it seemed to speak English. Chapter 103 Duke to Progenitor. I looked over at the fight, which seemed to be pretty much over. However, in the distance, there seemed to be another creature making its way over. As it walked between the trees, I noticed a white swaying coat jacket. It was incredibly clean, with no marks of dirt or dust. It felt strong. Its gait protruded confidence, like it was showing its power for the world to see. As it got closer, it managed to see one of its fellow vampires, which were lying, heavily wounded, on the ground. Robbie and I took a few steps back, but Josh and Maya didn't seem to take note of it. There's another one, said Robbie. I'll take care of it. You two can take this vampire back to the camp. Robbie grabbed the vampire and slung it over his shoulder as Maya and Josh prepared to fight the other one which was coming. I decided to leave with Robbie since I didn't really want to be another bystander in a battle. The two of us made our way back to the settlement and placed the vampire on the ground. So what are we going to do with it? He asked. I guess we can ask it some questions. The vampire was at death's door, but it was still barely conscious. From what I could see, it was regenerating, albeit very slowly. It was probably no faster than the regeneration of a human. The two of us looked at it as it wriggled around, trying to block the sun. It's going to die from the sun. Shoot, let's take it inside, said Robbie. We took it into one of the empty buildings on the outskirts of the settlement. A few moments later, it muttered something. Blood, please, give me blood. I guess it'd be worth it for the information. I drew Mayorlaki and made a little cut on the tip of my finger. As tiny droplets of blood leaked out, I lifted my finger over the vampire's mouth, feeding it with my own blood. The moment my blood dripped onto its mouth, it seemed to regain a lot of energy. Its wounds appeared to be healing much quicker, even with the two of us nearby. Suddenly, the vampire lunged at me and tried to get more blood from my hand. I quickly grabbed its head and smashed it back onto the ground. Boy, you only get as much blood as I give you, I said. It looked at me in despair as I retracted my arm, wiping off the rest of the blood with my sleeve. It seemed to have gathered enough blood to stay alive for the time being. I looked down at the vampire, and now that some of its wounds had healed, I was able to distinguish that it seemed to be a young girl. Well, on the outside that was. So, why were you walking around the woods, attacking people? I just wanted to drink blood. From what knowledge I had, if the reason for the blood drinking was similar to hunger, then there wasn't really much reasoning I'd be able to do. However, there were some other things I was interested in. Do you have a leader? A leader? Yes. Do you listen to orders from anyone? Yeah. I have to listen to this tall, white-haired, bloodsucker. Lest is his name. Wait, did she just refer to her leader as a bloodsucker? Surely that's a derogatory term. I quickly grabbed her by the collar of her shirt. How come you're referring to your leader as a bloodsucker? Eh? What? Why are you hurting me? I'm sorry. I softened my grip. Tell me, what are you? Me. I'm a vampire. Is that all? Well, I noticed that tears were building up in her eyes. I used to be a human. That was it. I see. I had been thinking about it for a while. Vampires had the ability to make more of themselves. However, for the others to not have noticed it, I would assume that it'd be one of the most important facts to be included. My only reasoning was that either the groups of people were always wiped out before they could see it happen, or there was some other condition that I was not aware of. Tell me, did you become a vampire after getting bitten? Yes, it was a few days ago. What could the condition be? I racked my brain for a conclusion. From the previous fight, I assumed that this girl was one of the upper vampires, which meant that she was quite strong. If the vampires had the ability to create such powerful members, there would be no end to their slaughter of us. There must be a condition somewhere, something that stops them from making so many, otherwise, we'd already be overrun. Was the white-haired vampire who bit you? Yes. White-haired vampire. Was it the one that came after we fought her? I tried to think. Robbie, do you have any idea of how vampires might be making more of themselves? I have no idea. Ah, so Robbie's a retard. I was on my own here. Hold on, if the white-haired vampire was a vampire of higher rank, that must mean that it'd be stronger than the upper vampires. It would have to be significantly stronger than the vampires we'd fought up until this point. If that were the case, Josh and Maya might be screwed. I decided to check the global rankings just in case. Global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 3,356. 2. Noah Gate, 2,164. 3. Oliver Moran, 1939. 4. Robbie Soley, 1,447. 5. Maya Keller, 1,342. 6. Louis Talman, 1,293. 7. Jack McKenna, 1,292. 8. Thomas Ford, 1,288. 9. William Hunter, 1,285. 10. Agnes Ambrose, 1,266. Your rank, #9. Your estimated progression score, 1,285. I knew it. From what I could see, Josh must have been killed. Hey, Robbie. Yeah, Josh is dead. How do you know? Check the global rankings. A moment later, Robbie also came to the realization. Chapter 104 Overwhelming Strength. So what does this mean? He asked me. If the vampire is capable of killing even the top 10 humans, our best bet is to get out of here. Are you sure that's what's going on? I'm not sure, but if Maya comes back, it'll confirm it. I decided to send a few of my minions into the forest to try to find Maya. If we wanted information, there was no better place to get it. I was going to stay in the settlement for a little longer, but if I hear from my minions that the white-haired vampire is nearby, I'm escaping as soon as possible. I still had to think about what I was going to do with the vampire who was lying on the ground in front of me. So Mrs. Vampire, do you have a name? They call me Celeste now, but my name used to be Selly. Alright, what do you know about the white-haired vampire you were talking about? He's really strong. I don't think anyone disobeys him, except, he follows the second progenitor's instructions. No one disobeys him? Second progenitor's instructions? We really must be missing a lot of the gaps in our knowledge of the vampire hierarchy. As I tried to come to terms with what was happening, one of my minions rushed into the room. Maya has returned. Maya's back. Robbie and I made our way outside and looked out into the distance. Limping back toward the settlement was a severely injured Maya. She started hurrying toward the two of us as she saw us from the distance. Robbie, William, he killed him and made him into a vampire. Did Josh get turned into a vampire? Maya collapsed to the ground and began crying. Help, the vampire is too strong. It was in the depth of the woods, only a few hundred meters from the settlement. William and Robbie had left with the injured vampire. Maya, this vampire looks stronger than usual. I think it's best we stay cautious then. The two were relatively confident in their strength. Invoke, magic armor, type 2. Josh's body was suddenly covered with a dense blue aura. Josh and Maya drew their weapons, in preparation for the upcoming fight. The vampire slowly walked closer. Ho, where did you guys take Celeste? I need her. The vampire spoke in an almost musical tone, with pleasant yet uncomfortable intonation in its voice. What's up, vampire? Have you come to drink some blood? Taunted Josh. I've got plenty of blood. I just want Celeste back. His voice was calming, yet it instilled a sense of unease within Josh and Maya. Too bad, we've already captured your little friend. That won't do. Maya took a step back as the vampire seemed to be preparing to attack. With perfect cleanliness, the vampire drew his long crimson sword. Sword, drink my blood. Unlike the other vampires that they had observed, the sword of this vampire violently drew blood out of his arm. After a few moments, it seemed to be full. The vampire shook the excess blood off of his arm. Seeing a small opening, Josh charged in with his knife of Electromasters. As he lunged in with his arm, the vampire easily sidestepped his attack. What? In one fluid motion, the vampire lifted his leg and kicked Josh in the side. The impact was so powerful that a loud thump echoed through the forest as Josh was sent crashing into trees. Several trees were knocked down, causing a large impact in the forest. You're stronger than the other vampires I've met, Josh replied. Josh slowly picked himself up after smashing into the trees. He still had his strong magic barrier which was protecting his body. Maya raised her arm and activated a trap on the ground. Oh, what are you doing over th? The vampire's words were cut off. Suddenly, the ground beneath the vampire changed into a purplish color. The legs of the vampire were swiftly cut off, as cleanly as a razor blade. Hey! A few moments later, following a string of blood, the legs of the vampire rejoined to his body. How are you still able to regenerate so fast? I guess it's just the power of love, isn't that right? In response, the vampire charged toward Maya. She raised her arm once again and activated another trap. The ground beneath the vampire changed to a tone of blue. He was suddenly frozen in place, completely immobilized. Not even his mouth could move. Josh, kill him. With his knife of Electromasters, he stabbed straight into the vampire's chest, before unleashing a huge amount of electricity into its body. The vampire's body was starting to get fried, releasing large amounts of smoke into the air. A few seconds later, the trap wore off and the vampire fell to the ground. Ow! However, sensing that something was amiss, Josh quickly jumped back. The vampire wriggled around for a little before picking himself back up. That's not fair, you know. How are you still not dead? Muttered Josh. Huh? That's not a very nice thing to say. The vampire held his rich crimson sword out and began walking toward Josh. Josh quickly chanted in order to change his magic armor. Invoke, magic armor, type 3. The aura around Josh became an almost colorless gray. Ooh, you can change that? Shut up, vampire. Josh swung his knife of Electromasters straight at the vampire's neck. However, the vampire swung his sword, swiftly cutting off Josh's arm. His arm hit the ground with a dense splat. Arg, what the fuck? Josh fell to the ground as he watched blood pour out of his wound. You know, I think I want you as a vampire. Go away, you murderer. Murderer? I don't think that's right. I haven't even killed anybody. Josh looked up in fear as the vampire walked closer. Suddenly, the ground beneath the vampire changed again. Josh, get away. Hey, I'm not that dumb, said the vampire. This time, the vampire swung his sword at the ground, smashing the tiny device that Maya had planted into pieces. With that, the ground returned to its original color. Did you really think that I wouldn't notice that? No way. In another swing, the vampire sent a powerful shockwave of air toward Maya, causing her to be sent crashing into the trees behind. Once the dust settled, she saw the vampire with his fangs in Josh's neck. Chapter 105 Retreat and Flee. What are we going to do? Maya was breaking down, crying into her hands. Suddenly, the informant rushed into the room. We've been in communication with the nearby elven city. They've agreed to let us join forces. Huh? The elves? Yes, they are also being attacked by the vampires, even more so than us. They are offering an alliance with us for mutual protection. I don't think we have another choice. At this point, the white-haired vampire was likely still roaming the forest. It would be just a matter of time until this settlement was completely destroyed by vampires. I didn't really have anything too important in my settlement. The main thing was if I didn't join them, Chloe and I would probably end up getting killed by vampires sooner or later. We didn't have anywhere near enough strength to defeat them. We're also trying to get into contact with Mackenzie, Noah and Oliver. We need as much strength as possible. All right. I sent an order out to all of my minions to begin making their way toward me. I also sent a few to inform Chloe and get her to join us. My only choice at this time was to abandon my settlement and join the elves and other humans. As long as I had my minions, I'd be able to collect resources no matter where I was staying, so my settlement wasn't really that important. Are you coming? I asked Robbie. Of course, I don't want to die alone. I looked outside around and noticed that everyone in the settlement was frantically trying to get their stuff together in preparation for the migration. I guess when there's a common enemy, even different races will gladly team up. It was true though, the vampires were a completely overwhelming existence. Around an hour later, Chloe and the rest of my minions had also arrived at the settlement. William, what's happening? She asked. We're moving to the Elven City. How come? Is it something to do with the vampires? Yes, they are too strong. If we don't team up, we'll all be wiped out. So what are we going to do about this vampire? Robbie was referring to Celeste, who was still lying down on the ground. We should leave her here, shouted Maya. Huh? The white-haired vampire, he was looking for her. I guess that would be the best way to slow him down. There was a chance that he'd stop pursuing us if he got back what he wanted. With that, we decided to leave Celeste here in the settlement. She didn't exactly reject the idea either. Once everyone made their final preparations, the entire settlement gathered near our building as the informant led the journey toward the Elven village. I kept all of my minions nearby for protection. However, there were several hundred if not thousands of people in this settlement. At this point, it'd be almost impossible for a weaker vampire to break through. Maya, Robbie and I were positioned near the front of the group, along with the informant who was leading it. We marched through the wood. However, we were moving at a very slow pace due to the big group that we were walking in. We were constantly forced to match the pace of some of the slower members of the group, thus bringing down the speed of our movement significantly. As we trekked along, I thought about my strategies for dealing with this situation. Obviously, I wanted to improve my fighting ability against the vampires. From the looks of things, the only way would be to progress through the Shadow Hunter system. I hadn't collected my resources from all of my minions yet. I'd do that once we arrived at the Elven City so I could more effectively organize everything. I decided to have another look at the main screen as we were walking. It was something that I was only given a slight glimpse of during the initiation. Name: William Hunter. Initiator. Date of initiation: the 9th of June 2027. Type: B. Conjurer. Soul mark: inactive. Memories: intact. Type C. Affinities: rank F. Abilities / attributes: Soul of Devouring Hope, Destiny Return, Darkness Hatred. Personal reality. It was quite esoteric. Most of the categories didn't seem to make much sense. However, I hoped that my minion system would allow me to quickly level up my Shadow Hunter system. If resource collection was the main way to gain experience, then I had a big advantage over other people. I'd have a more in-depth look at it once we arrived at the Elven village. As we walked along, more and more were beginning to get tired and drag down the speed of the group even more. William, let's go on ahead, this is getting annoying. All right, sounds good to me, but don't we need to follow the informant? I've actually been to the Elven village before, so I know where it is. Oh, well sure then, I guess I'll follow you. Robbie walked over to the informant. We'll just go on ahead. That's fine, but do you know where it is? Yeah, I've been there before. All right, the informant spoke out into the crowd. Those who want to go on ahead can follow Robbie here. I'll stay back and lead the rest. A large group of the stronger and fitter people began making their way to the front and Robbie and I began walking more quickly through the vegetation. Now that we were moving much fast, we eventually lost view of the bigger group. However, we had quite a few people following us. How far is it? I asked. I think it's around 1 kilometer or 2 from here. In total, it seemed to be around 20 or so kilometers from where we began. Maya, Robbie, Chloe and I were walking at the front, looking around for stray zombies and vampires. In the bigger group, I didn't see any zombies since most of them had been taken care of by the others. However, in the smaller group, my minions were forced to engage some of the zombies which were hidden in the bushes and plants. For the most part, the walk was relatively calm and without issues. Chapter 106. Did I forget something important? Part 0. It was the first and only time I would ever take a bus. It was a warm summer day, in early January. I took my seat on the public bus which I had never once experienced before. The seats seemed oddly placed, with some facing each other, while some faced the front. They were all a bright orange-white color with various playful patterns. It had a welcoming feel, unlike the transport I was used to. There were sections marked out for those with disabilities and those who are physically disadvantaged. As I took my seat near the back, I noticed there were a few other students, all attending the same school I was in. They were scrolling through their phones, something I took no interest in. I leaned my head against the window and looked out to see the blur of buildings and cars which moved past in my line of sight. The bright summer sun shined brightly against the road, causing a little refraction which obstructed the view of distances far away. The vivid green trees and lush greenery would signify the beginning of a new stage of my life. Slowly but surely, the bus began filling up with more and more people, until the 2-seat rows were practically all taken up by at least one person. Most were students, but there was also the occasional member of the public. Eventually, people were forced to ask someone a simple, "Can I sit next to you?" It seemed as if the common etiquette was to never reject the offer. It wasn't long before I was also offered the question, "Hey, can I sit next to you?" They looked over at me expectantly from the other side of the seat. Yeah. It was the common response, so I just decided to make it easy for myself. The person was another student at our school. They were a girl with long brown hair and two snugly fit white hair clips clipped to the front of her hair. She took off her bag and placed it on her lap as she sat on the seat next to mine. I didn't mind having to sit next to someone else. It didn't really bother me, unlike some of the other people who reluctantly move their belongings to clear space for another. It was odd, however. Usually, the students who got on the bus would look for someone of the same gender to sit next to. I didn't necessarily think that it meant anything in particular, but it was odd how she decided to sit next to me despite there being several other girls occupying one of two seats in a row. I didn't think much of it though and continued aimlessly looking out the window. "How are you?" I first registered the sound as background noise before realizing that it came from the person next to me. It took me a few seconds before I looked over at the girl who was staring directly at me. "I'm all right," I replied, lacking a better response. She didn't seem turned off by my monotone, uninteresting response. "You're going to National Selective School as well." She could likely tell from my uniform. I also noticed that she was going to the same high school as I was. Yeah, I was definitely not skilled at social interaction, but that wasn't exactly any fault of my own. After the short unavailing conversation, the girl opened back up her phone and scrolled through social media, which I unintentionally caught several glimpses of. I did have a phone of my own, however. I neither had the friends nor the desire to care about it. I fixed up my collar a little and opened my phone, displaying the lock screen with 8:14 a.m. plastered in the middle of the screen. The bus turned around the corner and the subsequent momentum caused people on the left to very slightly slide towards the right. As my shoulder touched hers, she quickly slid back bashfully, although I wasn't quite sure why it was so significant. It was a monotonous bus trip without any events, however I had never felt a level of calmness quite like the slow relaxing journey. "Hey, do you use Snap?" She looked towards me with her phone open to her profile page. I knew about the existence and general idea of Snapchat, though I didn't use it. No. It was a boring, socially inadequate response, but I had nothing more to add. Really? Everyone uses Snapchat these days. I also knew about that. Just on this one bus trip, I had witnessed almost every other student I saw at least open the app a few times. "Sorry, I don't have it." She didn't seem to pursue the idea any further. As the bus continued on its arduous trip, I looked out the window, watching people walk their dogs, haul their shopping and participate in many other usual activities which I have never experienced personally. "What's your name?" It was a pretty simple question, and I was honestly surprised the girl next to me hadn't become disinterested by my uncomforting tone of speech. "William." A simple reply to a simple question. Was I meant to ask for her name? Oh well, I suppose it didn't matter. "I'm Chloe," she said. Eventually, I could see the school from outside my window. I wasn't told much about what it was like, so it was at least a little exciting to see it for myself. They weaved around several scarce cars dropping off students and stopped at a wide-signed bus stop. The girl next to me began standing up and slowly made her way off the bus. I followed not far behind her and exited through the door, which was conveniently placed in the middle of the bus. I was splashed by a breath of fresh air as I stepped off, breathing in the new life which I was now to be a part of. The big group of students walked past the garden of vegetation on either side of the sidewalk, under the gentle warmth of the summer sun. We eventually made it to the wide front gate of the school with a big sign with National High School on it and an oversized colorful poster with the words, "Welcome new students." The courtyard of the school, which was just past the gate, was covered with cleanly-kept grass, giving off a vibrant, relaxing aesthetic. My ears were filled with the subtle yet substantial chatter of the students around me. It seemed that many of them had already made or were already friends with several of their peers. There were a few other signs scattered along the main path of the school which read, "Opening ceremony" or "toilets" or any other useful information that a new student might need. We eventually all filed into the gym, listening to a brief ceremony which was prepared by the teachers and some of the captains of the school. They didn't give any unique advice which I hadn't heard before, so I disregarded the effectiveness of the speeches. Before long, as we all exited the gymnasium, I was approached by a small group of people. They were a group of 3 girls and 2 boys and seemed to be an already established friendship circle, although it seemed rather new due to the apparent awkwardness between them. "How are you?" I was asked. I gave them my usual answers to their systematically redundant questions, as I always did. I walked with the little group as we made our way towards another gathering. This time the topic of conversation was the classes. We had already been assigned our classes and they were emailed to us the day prior, so the teachers were basically reiterating what was to occur during the first few periods we had. Which classes are you all in? The question was posed. As everyone in our small group gave their answer, I noticed I was the only one with a different class to the rest. I wasn't all that dejected though. My mind wasn't really filled with any stress or anxiety at this moment. My hope was that I would be able to enjoy this school life of mine, however short it may turn out to be. My head hurts. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was on my way to the elven village. I looked at Chloe who was walking beside me. Why do I feel like I just forgot something really important? Oh well. Chapter 107 Accelerated Progression. We eventually arrived in front of huge stone walls. The walls were over 10 meters tall, towering over the rest of the forest. We walked along the wall until we were met by several elven guards who were standing in front of the main gate. Come in. I guess they'd already been informed of our arrival. Our group made our way into the city, walking in through the large wooden gate. Inside was a large bustling city, with hundreds of buildings and tons of people. There were roads that were paved between the various different houses. From shops to services, it was much more advanced than any city that the humans had. Not only did they have significantly better infrastructure, but they also seemed to have organized law enforcement and health centers. We were being led around by one of the elven guards who was watching the entrance. Please make your way over to the guild so we can take down your names and abilities. Our group slowly migrated toward the main guild building, which was a few blocks away. We slowly made our way inside and lined up in front of the reception area. Everyone was slowly getting their information taken down by the several receptionists behind the counter. I took this time to collect all of the resources from my minions. I requested an earlier end-of-day report from my minion manager. My minion manager made its way over to me. I've got the end-of-day report. Total resources gathered: X 5,780 wheat, X 3,288 wood, X 10942 stone, X 299 apple, X 318 meat, X 16042 leaves, X 102 iron, X 34 gold, X 5 diamond, X 2 platinum, other, N//. Suddenly, my experience bar filled quite extensively. Shadow reality. Well, it definitely was pretty easy for me to level up. Just from collecting one day's worth of resources, I gained over 1,000 experience. I assumed that this would probably be faster than most other humans. Then again, who knows what the top 3 are doing? They seem to be progressing at an incredible rate. I also forgot that I had my silver armband, which increased my efficiency even more. With that, I was able to level up the system several times. Shadow Path Rewards. Level 1, System Unlock complete . Level 2, Regeneration Blocker Ability complete . Level 3, Personal Attribute Distribution Conjurer Type complete . Level 4, Soul Mark Activation. Level 5, All-Knowing World Ability. Next page. Shadow Reality. I was already ready to level up again. However, I was still collecting my first Shadow Path reward. A few moments later, I was shown to a new screen. Name: William Hunter. Initiator. Date of initiation: the 9th of June 2027. Type: B. Conjurer. Soul Mark: inactive. Memories: intact. Type C. Affinities: rank F. Abilities / attributes: Soul of Devouring Hope, Destiny Return, Darkness Hatred. Personal reality. From what I could see, nothing changed. I waited a few moments to see if anything else was going to happen, but I was left hanging. After waiting in silence for a little while, I decided to just level up again. Shadow Path Rewards. Level 1, System Unlock complete . Level 2, Regeneration Blocker Ability complete . Level 3, Personal Attribute Distribution Conjurer Type complete . Level 4, Soul Mark Activation complete . Level 5, All-Knowing World Ability. Next page. There was a lot to look at. Name: William Hunter. Initiator. Date of initiation: the 9th of June 2027. Type: B. Conjurer. Soul Mark: active. Memories: intact. Type C. Affinities: rank F. Abilities / attributes: Soul of Devouring Hope, Destiny Return, Darkness Hatred. Personal reality. What was a soul mark? I checked my arms and legs, but I didn't see any marks appearing on them. However, I didn't need to wait like last time. I was shown another screen. Strength amplification 150%. Speed amplification 150%. It must have given me some boosts to my physical ability. There wasn't any information on how to increase it further, but it was good to know that I was getting stronger. However, it still probably wasn't even close to enough if I wanted to defeat the stronger vampires. At this point, I still had enough experience to level up one final time. Shadow Path Rewards. Level 1, System Unlock complete Level 2, Regeneration Blocker Ability complete Level 3, Personal Attribute Distribution Conjurer Type complete Level 4, Soul Mark Activation complete Level 5, All-Knowing World Ability complete Next page. Shadow Path Rewards. Level 6, Soul Mark Strength Increase. Level 7, Anti-Vampire Resilience Passive. Level 8, Regeneration Blocker Plus Upgrade. Level 9, Soul Mark Strength Increase. Next page. There were many more rewards past the 5th level. Whatever the case, this was my weapon to fight back against the vampires. From what I knew, it seemed the vampires weren't too interested in attacking my minions. They seemed to be primarily motivated by the need to drink blood, and since my minions didn't have any blood, I assumed that they wouldn't want to waste their energy on them. As a result, I should be able to send them out on expeditions without too much issue. I would still keep them in small squadrons for safety, but I didn't need to keep them as tight as I did during Killer Winter. I checked my resource collecting division. With Killer Winter now over, I was going to invest more resources in minions which can collect resources. I wanted to get some woodcutter minions and increase my efficiency. Resource division 198 minions, 3x woodcutter minion, 11x miner minion, 35x scout minion farming, 67x scout minion mining, 74x scout minion woodcutting, 8x scout minion hunting. It was getting pretty late, so I'd probably wait until tomorrow before I sent them out again. A few minutes later, it was my turn to speak with one of the guild's people. "Hi, what's your name?" they asked. "William Hunter." "All right, how old are you?" I'm 17. "Ah, so you're pretty young." She jotted down the notes on a little clipboard. "And what rank are you on the human rankings?" "I'm ranked 9th at the moment." "Oh, so you're on the leaderboard. That's great." "You think so?" "Of course. We need people like you." "Oh." She frantically took down some more notes. "Okay, do you mind telling me what system you have?" I have a minion system, I guess." There wasn't really much reason for me to hide it from them since I had minions escorting me at all times. It didn't take a lot of effort to deduce what my system did anyways. "Okay, can you tell me some specifics? I can create various minions which can do tasks." "All right." Chapter 108, White-Haired Vampire, Part 1. "Lest, I need you to make some offspring." Lest was kneeling, looking down at the second progenitor's feet. "Your wish is my command." "Good, this is what I like about you." Listening to the second progenitor's order, Lest began making his way into the forest. It was only the second day since all of the vampires were transported to this unknown apocalyptic world. Just like all the other races, they too were pulled out of their homes and thrown into this mysterious place. Lest was a relatively young vampire. Well, at 300 years old, he was only at the beginning of his life. He had a full head of pure white hair, gently flowing as he walked through the rough terrain. He searched the area, looking for a settlement of humans. After having no luck for a little while, Lest quickened his pace, running through the forest like a lightning bolt. To any passers-by, all one would be able to see was a white blur. Finally, after searching for several minutes, he managed to see a very small camp. It had only 4 huts and seemingly 4 people inhabiting them. He made his way out from behind the trees and looked over at the humans. "Hey!" His voice was eerily musical. The humans turned around in shock. "What the hell? Who are you?" one of them shouted. "Now, which ones do I want?" he wondered. He had a quick look at the humans. If he wanted to make offspring, he would have to drink their blood, although he'd have to do it before he killed them. I don't want offspring who are too weak." After a short inspection, he drew his crimson-red sword and dashed toward the humans. In one swift strike, he instantly cut down 3 of them. The only one remaining was a young girl. She managed to block the attack with a shield at the last moment. "So you're the strongest one here. What are you doing?" "No. Did you kill them?" She still hadn't completely realized what had happened. "All right, you get to be a vampire now." Before she had time to think, Lest grabbed her by the arm and sunk his teeth into her neck. Ah, stop, please. Slowly, Lest drank the warm, metallic blood from the girl's neck. Eventually, he let go and the girl fell to the ground. A small pool of red liquid dripped from Lest's mouth. He showed a smile. What happened? The girl asked. You're a vampire now. What? What's your name? My name. Lest leant down and lifted her chin. Yes, tell me your name. No, no, go away from me. Ah, it's too late now, you're already my offspring. He grabbed her arm and lifted her up. Come on, tell me your name, please. Tears were forming in her eyes, she was in complete despair. Ah, this is no good. Seeing the scene, Lest drew his weapon once again. Gently, he made a cut on his wrist. Out of the wound, some dark red liquid flowed. Here, this should calm you down. He held his wrist against her mouth. Involuntarily, the girl began drinking Lest's blood, taking in gulp after gulp. Hey, leave some for me. He pulled his arm away from her. A few moments later, the girl seemed to have completely calmed down. What's your name? I am Selly. Selly, huh? I don't like that name very much. Let me think. Ah, your name will be Celeste from now on. C.E. Lest. Yes, that'll be your name. Lest got up from the ground and began making his way back into the forest. Celeste followed behind him, seemingly being pulled by some invisible force. The two of them walked through the woods, as Lest searched for his next target. After a little while, he suddenly stopped, as if he noticed something. Ah, where's your weapon? My weapon. Say come to me, sword, okay? Come to me, sword. Suddenly, a sheath appeared on the side of her hip. It wasn't as elegant as the Lest's, but it still appeared very clean. A few moments later, the particles which were surrounding her eventually dissipated, leaving her with a brand new sword. Ha ha, it's always fun to watch that happen. What is this? It's your sword, take good care of it. Now that Celeste had received her weapon, the two of them began making their way through the woods, zipping around the trees. Now that she had become a vampire, Celeste's physical abilities had become much stronger. She was much faster and much more agile than before. The two of them traveled through the forest, searching for any humans they could find. Eventually, a little bit in the distance, they caught sight of two people walking around. From Lest's judgment, he didn't think they looked very strong. Ah, they are not really my type. Hey, Celeste, go kill those two and drink their blood. But go on, blood's very tasty, you know. Motivated by her desire for more blood, Celeste drew her weapon and charged toward the two humans. After becoming a vampire and drinking Lest's blood, she had slowly begun to lose her humanity, losing sight of her rationality. Blood was all that she could think of. The two people quickly turned around and took out their weapons. Celeste swung her sword, slashing at their bodies. They quickly blocked with their own weapons. However, Celeste was much stronger. She knocked one to the ground. She stabbed the other one in the chest. That's right, now drink their blood. She jumped on top of the one who had fallen to the ground. After pinning them down, she lowered her head, sinking her fangs into their neck. Ah, stop, please. Eventually, they lost consciousness. She continuously slurped blood out of their neck until she had had enough. The other one slowly bled to death on the ground, staining the dirt with red. Good job, Celeste. I just killed them. That's right. As she got back up, the situation started getting to her head. Ah, you're probably not used to it yet, but tell me this, did it taste good? Why yes, it tasted good. That's it. Follow your desires. If you want to drink blood, drink it. Blood tastes good. Ha ha, now you get it. As Lest began walking once again, the invisible force started to pull Celeste toward him. The two of them continued to explore the woods. Chapter 109 White-Haired Vampire, Part 2. After a little while, the two of them decided to take a short break. I wonder where all the humans are, asked Lest. Celeste didn't answer his question. Suddenly, the two of them noticed some movement in the distance. As Lest stood up, Celeste quickly drew her sword. Hey, Celeste, what are you doing? In one clean stroke, Lest's head was cut off. His head hit the ground with a splat. I have to leave, but I need more blood, human blood. I need to get stronger. After this, Celeste quickly ran towards the movement in the vegetation. She rushed over, with her sword out, and confronted the people she saw. As she held her dark red blade in front of her, she looked over at the four humans. As she got closer, a slightly chubby boy engaged her, shocking her entire body with a bolt of electricity. Electricity traveled through the trees, burning the leaves to a crisp. Through the pain, she swung her sword at him. However, he easily deflected the attack. The blade of her sword smashed into the blade of his knife of Electromaster's, and her body was left wide open. She jumped back as fast as she could. Sword, drink my blood. Blood leaked from her arms, dripping down to the hilt of her weapon. Once again, she charged toward the humans, however, her attacks were deflected once again. These humans were much stronger than the ones she had previously fought, easily blocking her attacks. It hurts. She was bleeding all over. The electricity fried her skin, causing bits of it to peel off. She slowly began seeing the hopelessness of the situation. I just wanted to escape. She was picked up and taken away. Lest picked his head up off of the ground and attached it back onto his neck. What am I going to do with that girl? As his head slowly rejoined, he noticed that there was some pretty intense fighting in the distance. He had felt a shock travel through his body. He slowly began making his way before noticing that Celeste had been taken. What a hassle. Asterisk. His fangs stuck into the neck of Josh. Slowly, he drank the blood, like juice, straight out of his neck. After a little while, he stood back up. It seemed that the girl who was with Josh had run off. Isn't it sad? Your comrades just abandoning you like this? You piece of shit, what did you do to me? Oh, not much, I just made you into one of my offspring. Huh? Don't tell me. I'm a fucking vampire? Hey, don't make it sound so bad. Josh crawled backwards, hitting his back on a tree. Suddenly, the tree fell over, crashing into the ground. The entire trunk of the tree had been destroyed by the impact. As he looked around, he noticed that the arm that he'd previously lost was reattaching to him. Ooh, you're strong, you'll be able to become a marquis. Who said I was going to work with you monsters? Go away. Come on now, life's more fun as a vampire. Josh tried to stand up and run away. However, before he could make his move, Lest lunged in and grabbed him by the arm. No running away. Piss off, you disgusting bloodsucker. Lest made a small cut on his hand and began feeding Josh. You're going to listen to me. Josh tried to resist, however, his instinct stopped him. Slowly, he began drinking the blood out of Lest's hand. The more he drank, the more he wanted. His craving for blood had fully developed. Josh was now completely and utterly a vampire. Now that he'd gotten a taste of Lest's blood, he no longer had his desire to resist. Alrighty, now say come to me, sword, okay? Come to me, sword. This time, a huge amount of aura began gathering around Josh. It was so strong that Lest was forced to take a step back. Josh held his face in anguish as the aura concentrated around his hip. A few moments later, a dark red sheath was conjured into existence. What's this? It's your sword. Josh stood silently as he observed the weapon which had appeared on him. Come on, let's go get Celeste now. Oh, okay. Lest looked around to see if there were any settlements nearby. The two of them dashed through the forest, searching for the place where Celeste could be. They weaved between the trees, doing a complete loop of the general area. After almost 10 minutes, they finally came across a large village which had been all but abandoned. That's weird. I can smell Celeste here, but there's no one here. Josh stayed silent. You're in your rebellious phase, aren't you? He looked around before making his way toward one of the buildings. As he broke in, he saw Celeste lying on the ground, huddled up in a ball. Come on now, we're going back. Celeste looked up at Lest and pulled herself up. The two new vampires followed behind Lest as he began making his way back to the cave where the second progenitor was. As they quickly traveled through the forest, Lest looked over at Josh. He's strong, definitely at least a marquis, maybe he could even be a duke like me. They were like blurs in the forest, swiftly moving toward the cave where a group of vampires were staying. Less than a few minutes later, they arrived. Josh and Celeste walked behind Lest as he entered the cave. A tall, black-haired vampire wearing grandiose clothing walked up to them. Welcome back, Lest. I see you've made some offspring. Yes, I've got one who I think might be a marquis or a duke. Really? Which one is it? It's the boy. The second progenitor slowly walked toward Josh. The progenitor raised his leg and kicked Josh in the side, sending him crashing into the wall. Fragments of rock fell from the roof as the impact echoes through the cave. The dust slowly settled and Josh slowly pulled himself up off the ground. What was that for? Shouted Josh. The second progenitor looked over at Lest. What's his name? I'm not too sure. He then turned to Josh. What's your name? You bitch, what do you th? Suddenly, the progenitor grabbed Josh by the face and smashed him into the wall once again. Chapter 110 White-Haired Vampire, Part 3. There's no need for that type of language. His gloved hand gripped Josh's face. Josh struggled and tried to pull his arm away, but it was to no avail. The progenitor's strength was immense, it was like an immovable object. Eventually, he gave up and stopped wriggling. Now, answer me, what's your name? It's Josh. I don't like it, your name will be Fuola from now on. What the he? Before he could argue against it, the progenitor pressed his hand against his mouth. Your name is Fuola, you will be a duke. With that, the second progenitor turned to Celeste. What's her name? It's Celeste. Not bad. The progenitor slowly walked over. His footsteps pounded through the cave, echoing for everyone to hear. Step by step, his gait extruded confidence. It was like he had no fears in this world. His black cape lightly fluttered as he made his way toward her. Again, the progenitor raised his right leg. Why? Celeste was sent flying into the wall. Hold on, she's not as strong as the other. It's fine, I didn't kick her as hard. Slowly, Celeste got back to her feet as the wound caused by the impact healed. All right, you can be a Viscout. After making the declaration, the second progenitor began walking deeper into the cave. Lest, don't make any offspring who are weaker than the Viscout. I've got too many weaklings right now, and they are all struggling to get enough blood. Okay. In fact, don't make any who you think would be weaker than an Earl. But I don't think there are lots of humans who would be that strong. Doesn't matter. All right then. The second progenitor slowly walked deeper into the cave and was eventually covered up by the darkness. His footsteps also gradually faded away. I wonder where I'd find strong humans. Fuola seemed to be worked up for some reason. What the matter, Fuola? I need blood. Let's go hunting then. Upon seeing the state that Fuola was in, the three of them left the cave and started darting through the forest. Humans weren't exactly of extremely high supply, it took time and effort just to find some. They searched all around, trying to find a settlement or something that signified the existence of a human population. Damn, the other vampires must be clearing this place. Fuola was already feeling the pain of the hunger. His mouth was dry, his entire body was in pain and his mind was unable to think straight. The longer he waited, the more accentuated the symptoms became. Blood. I'm starving. I can't seem to find any humans nearby. They continued frantically running through the forest, trying desperately to find humans to drink. They constantly looked around, trying to locate any signs of human civilization. Almost 20 minutes later, they finally caught sight of a settlement. Let's go get some blood, shall we? The three of them sprinted toward the settlement. However, they weren't the only vampires there. Just around the corner, another group of vampires appeared. Damn, the two groups looked at each other. Both sides were desperate. The settlement was small, there were maybe 5 or so people there at the moment. There wasn't enough blood for everyone. As a result, one side had to make concessions. We got here first, go away, one of the other vampires shouted. The vampires weren't exactly a unified front. Each of the 6 progenitors had their own offspring and their own needs. They were not on good terms with each other. Fuola, Celeste, go and kill those other vampires. Fueled by his hunger, Fuola immediately charged towards the other vampires, drawing his sword. Celeste followed shortly behind and they engaged in combat. I might see how they do. Celeste stayed behind and watched from a distance. Sword, drink my blood. Fuola fed his deep red sword, giving it more power. He quickly lunged in and stabbed one of the opposition vampires. They tried to retaliate, but before they could get a single blow in, every single limb was cut off. Fuola quickly killed all of their weaker vampires, leaving them with only 2 members remaining. Celeste engaged one of them, Fuola engaged the other. Lest, all you do is look down on us. There was a dark blue-haired vampire who was also wearing a white cape. The vampire drew his weapon, feeding it with blood of his own. Fuola charged in and swung his sword, however, the blue-haired vampire managed to deflect it. It was clear that this vampire was stronger than the others that Fuola was fighting. The two of them traded blows until the blue-haired vampire managed to make deep cut in Fuola's chest. His clothing was stained with red as the wound slowly closed itself up. Invoke magic armor. Suddenly, Fuola was covered with a white aura. It seems that he kept his abilities from when he was a human. Lest was still watching from a distance. Fuola and the blue-haired vampire continued to fight, blocking and striking each other's weapons. However, slowly but surely, Fuola was getting the upper hand. He managed to make several deep wounds in the haired vampire, forcing him to retreat. Why is this offspring of yours so strong? The blue-haired vampire yelled. Without giving him a millimeter of space, Fuola continued his attack, slashing into the vampire's skin, cutting him over and over. Eventually, the vampire's regeneration slowed down as he ran out of blood. The blue-haired vampire was running out of energy. He was tired. Eventually, he fell to the ground, unable to regenerate his injuries fast enough. Stop. I give up. In one fell swoop, Fuola killed the vampire. Fuola made his way over to help Celeste. The other vampire was significantly weaker. In just one motion, Fuola decapitated it. The vampire didn't even have time to react. Its head fell to the ground, disintegrating. Good job, guys, let's have dinner. The three of them made their way into the settlement. It seemed that their fight was just far out enough so that the humans didn't realize. The vampires had the meal of their lives, draining everyone of their blood. Ah, that was nice. Fuola is even stronger than I expected. Chapter 111 Oliver Moran's Soliloquy. Let me ask you a question. How does someone fall in love? We've all seen romanticized love at first sight all over the media. But that simply doesn't exist, right? If I got you to walk down a long road with people standing on either side, would you suddenly fall in love with any of them? No, right? You can consider them pretty, you can consider them attractive, but in the end, that's just an appearance. There's no secret connection between two people who've never met. So how does someone fall in love? Can two people suddenly develop a magic connection, succeeding space and time, linking them together like a soft, fluffy chain? No, right? Magic doesn't exist. As cliché as it sounds, love is just a human thought process. It's a feeling where two people feel inseparable, where they are willing to spend any and all the time they have with each other. But isn't that in itself fundamentally flawed? Any other relationship like that would be toxic. An alcoholic who can't function without alcohol, who feels connected to alcohol, would be considered unhealthy. A shut-in who spends most of their day playing video games, craving it like an illicit substance, would be considered unhealthy. All healthy relationships require space, you say? With all these counteracting elements, what is love? Can you really love something with all your heart without being crushed? Regardless, we are getting sidetracked. If love isn't something that is developed supernaturally, then how is it developed? Maybe love is developed by an unrepairable favor, like a princess saved by a knight in shining armor? But that in itself sounds wrong. Love is not meant to be an infinite guilt but an unconditional acceptance. Asterisk asterisk. The first to fall in love loses. It wasn't like nobody ever liked me. There were still people who confessed to me, but they were never the people I liked. At first, I thought that this was just bad luck. But this was obviously no coincidence. Love in its most fundamental form is established by forming a genuine connection. That's why it is so much easier to fall in love with your friend than it is with a stranger. Love is already in the air when you already have a working relationship. You're merely building on top of an already stable foundation instead of starting from scratch. So, can you manufacture love? I'm not talking about making someone fall in love with you. What I wanted to find out was, can you manufacture love within yourself? This itself is extended from the idea of love at first sight. You simply input the idea of love into your head when you see the person. In love at first sight, the subtle glance from a cute person, instead of letting your brain accept that as a mere glance from a stranger, you think, maybe we have a connection? This is when you subconsciously claw yourself into a rabbit hole which gets harder to get out the deeper you go. You didn't have a connection with this person, you made yourself think you did. This is why I spent the very last 3 years of my life fawning for a girl who barely even knew me. Actually, that would be a lie. I didn't really like her either. Not in a cliché way. I only pretended to like her. That's why it felt different. There was no foundation or even a base. It was just the walls of a house placed on the dirt of the ground. It was funny. Why her? I thought she was somewhat cute, but that was it. Aside from one time when she sat next to me on the bus, I had practically no experience with her. I had no problem with it, though. Despite everything, my artificial affection for her gave me a little bit more motivation every morning. In the meantime, I had actually been through many more romantic experiences. It wasn't until after that I realized, maybe I was the outlier. That I was the one different from everyone else, not the other way around. Asterisk. It was a cold, crisp afternoon like any other. I was sitting on my couch, happily texting some friends. There was this girl who used to always start texts with me with a naive hi or maybe something more extravagant like hey. I thought of it as nothing much. She's just a talkative person, I guess. Obviously, in hindsight, that was not the reason. Partially because I was consumed in another world coveting another girl, one who had already consumed all of my thoughts. People really are blind when it comes to something regarding themselves. I wouldn't break my rock-hard defense of innocence until a message, practically punching me in the face and then kicking me whilst I was on the ground, was sent to me. The person I like is you. Oh yeah, I get it now. It was years too late. It wasn't even that I didn't like her. I actually liked her very much since primary school, but that changed nothing. There was someone else I liked. My mind was being eviscerated by a monster generated by my own selfish desires hidden under a facade of innocence and childishness. However uncomfortable it was to accept, my almost broken yearning for her was as healthy as one thing could be. It was like a respectful distance between the crude concept which is romantic relationships. I never got too close, I was not addicted. It was like a subtle boost of energy at periodic moments in the day when I would see her and think, cute, nothing less, nothing more. Is this what love is? Could this really be love in its purest form? Something as unimportant and irrelevant as a subtle craving formed by a hole in one's heart? Could something like this really be love? Love at first sight. What a fluid yet unreachable ideal. Despair, the space left open within the darkness of one's heart. Ha 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 ha. Is this really it? Ha 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 ha. Tell me, how does someone fall in love? Maybe I'll find out in the future. Oliver, stop talking about such superficial things, it's cringe. Hey, it's not superficial, why do you always have to be such a downer, Noah? The second-rank and third-rank humans sat beside each other, looking out into the forest. Chapter 112 System to Growth. The day passed without anything major occurring. All the humans were given houses to live in, but for some reason, my house is a little more lavish than the others. I guess they gave special treatment to the leaderboard humans. My residence was a little townhouse with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, toilet and bedroom. It was quite nice, especially the fact that I didn't have to share it with anyone else. It was getting pretty late. I had sent my minions out early in the morning on expeditions as normal. I hoped that the vampires wouldn't see them as a threat or as food so they'd be able to work without issue. It was around time for them to return, so I was interested to see if anything had happened. I took a seat on the couch and looked up at the roof. I hadn't really thought about it for a while now, but despite how bad my life was, there was still one person who I missed. I wonder where my sister was. When I was young, I was kicked out, living my life in an experimental facility and then a boarding school. I didn't get to interact much with my family, but there were still a few distinct memories, and especially, a single truly good memory. It seemed that Mary hasn't taken it. For the most part, Mary seemed to only be taking my bad memories, which was kind of her, well if she was doing it on purpose. Then again, they were the majority of my memories anyways. A few moments later, my minion manager opened the door. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered. X 5,880 wheat. X 3,388 wood. X 12942 stone. X 329 apple. X 338 meat. X 17042 leaves. X 112 iron. X 39 gold. X 6 diamond. X 2 platinum. Other. N/. The moment I collected the items, my experience bar filled rapidly once again. I was able to progress to the next level of my Shadow Hunter system. Shadow Reality. Shadow Path Rewards. Level 6 Soul Mark Strength Increase complete . Level 7 Anti-Vampire Resilience Passive. Level 8 Regeneration Blocker Plus Upgrade. Level 9 Soul Mark Strength Increase. Next page. It seemed that the experience requirement for leveling up wasn't increasing as quickly as before. The threshold had only increased by 50. I guess it's so it wouldn't be impossible to keep leveling up, although such design seemed distinctly deliberate. Whatever the case, my soul mark had increased in strength. Strength amplification 250%. Speed amplification 250%. I guess I was stronger and faster again. As I looked at my Shadow Hunter system again, I noticed that I could still level up. Shadow Reality. P. From what I could see, the threshold was only increasing by 50 each time. As a result, I should be able to keep up this momentum in terms of leveling up. Shadow Path Rewards. Level 6 Soul Mark Strength Increase complete . Level 7 Anti-Vampire Resilience Passive complete . Level 8 Regeneration Blocker Plus Upgrade. Level 9 Soul Mark Strength Increase. Next page. A brief moment later, descriptions of all of my abilities appeared. Regeneration Blocker reduces the speed of regeneration in nearby vampires. The ability is passive and does not need to be turned on. Conversely, the ability also cannot be turned off. This ability stacks with nearby Shadow Hunters who have the ability. All-knowing world shows you the rank, none, Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke or Progenitor of any vampire you see. It will also show you the percent of blood still in their body. Once a vampire drops below 10% blood, they will be extremely weak. Anti-vampire resilience means you are immune to any passive vampire manipulation and also to blood manipulation from progenitors. To be honest, I had more questions than answers. Apparently, vampires are ranked like royalty. I assumed that if the all-knowing world ability showed ranks, they must be ranked on strength. I wonder what that white-haired vampire was ranked. He was strong. It would be useful for me to go outside and gauge the strength of the vampires at some time. Aside from that, what was passive vampire manipulation? I don't think I've come into contact with anything of that nature yet. Well, it was nice to have these abilities for the next time I'd have to fight a vampire. I wanted to go and improve my sword skills. My minions were capable of passively gathering resources without any input from me, meaning it'd be worthwhile for me to improve my physical ability in the meantime. I assumed that there should be some elves with good swordsmanship who I could learn from. The elves seemed to have a much better grasp of technology and skills than we did. From what I heard from Elric about his sister, there should be elves with very good control of combat. Hold on. Elrica's sister. I'm sure I could manipulate her if I used Elrica's name. Well, there's my plan for tomorrow. Asterisk. As I organized the rest of my minions, I decided to head upstairs and get some sleep. It was the first time in a long time that I got to sleep in a proper bed. I got to feel the soft blanket, the squishy mattress, the warm embrace. It was truly heartwarming. As I huddled up and tucked myself in, I slowly fell asleep, feeling the safest I had felt in a long time. I got the best sleep I had ever gotten. I was awoken by nothing, absolutely nothing. As my eyes slowly consumed the light from the window, I heard the faint sound of birds chirping in the distance. I looked outside and watched the leaves sway on the tree which was by the side of the house. For the first time in a long time, I actually felt calm. However, I had things I needed to do. I got up and made my way outside. I decided to send my minions out on their expeditions for the day. I wanted to continue leveling up my Shadow Hunter system as much as possible. I assumed that it wouldn't be too long before we would be at all-out war with the vampires. I walked around the street, having a look at the elven city. It was honestly amazing in comparison to everything that the humans had made up until this point. Chapter 113 Population Issues in an Elven City. As I made my way down the street, I looked over at a small cafe which had a few elves sitting outside, basking in the sun whilst eating their food. It was so peaceful. As I walked past it, I couldn't help but feel a slight desire to go and try something. I guess I can spare some time. I made my way inside and a short little elven girl dressed in checkered clothes and an apron greeted me. Welcome, just one person? Yes. Take a seat wherever you'd like. I looked around and in the end, I decided to sit by the window. The waitress handed me a menu and brought a small jug of water. Order at the front. With that, she walked off to serve the other customers. I took a look at the menu, scanning through the various different foods on offer. There were a huge variety of foods which I hadn't eaten for ages. There were things from omelette rice to fried chicken to burgers. As I looked through the menu, I noticed that the currency seemed to be in a weird item which I didn't have. It was called krona. I definitely didn't have any of it on hand. This was awkward. With such an advanced society, I doubted that they'd just take the gold or other ores I had in my inventory. I guess I'd have to find a way to get some of this currency if I wanted to buy things here. Surely I could just sell my items at a pawn shop or something. Noticing this issue, I sneakily exited the store and made my way down the street. As I got closer to the main gate, I noticed that there was a pretty big commotion. Out of curiosity, I made my way over and eavesdropped from behind a building. We're going to die if we stay out here. Please, I beg you. There were the crying voices of lots of humans. I looked over and saw an elf who appeared to be a high-ranking official based off of their clothing which seemed quite eloquent. The official was talking to some of the elven guards about the situation. What are we going to do about all of them? The guard asked. We're running out of housing. Don't let them in unless they are ranked in the top 100. What? It's what I said. You can confirm their rank by asking to see their shadow realizer. But I told you, we don't have enough space for everyone. We have to prioritize the more capable ones. If they are ranked in the top 10,000 then tell them to stand by until I get further confirmation. So, I should turn all of these people away? Even if this was the biggest city in probably the entire apocalypse, there was still only a limited amount of space. I guess they must have been taking in humans in droves and as a result, the city is beginning to get overpopulated. It was to be expected that something like this would happen. They seemed to be prioritizing the stronger humans which made sense. I glanced over and looked at the guards who were escorting out the humans who were begging to get in. I guess some people just weren't as lucky as others. I assumed that there were likely other cities they could try to find refuge in, although this one was definitely the most prosperous by far. Past the gate, I realized that there were extremely large groups of people who were all huddled outside. I guess the vampires must have really been destroying human settlements at an alarming rate. With all these people outside, it was going to be hard to even find the high-ranking ones. After sifting through thousands of people, after witnessing this scene, I decided to turn around and go back down the street. Far in the distance, there was something that resembled a castle. I assumed that that was where the royal family was staying. There was another wall separating it from the rest of the city, albeit the wall was significantly smaller and thinner than the main wall. There were a similar number of guards around that wall as there were around the main entrance. I guess the royal family was really important here. Well, I kind of figured as much based on Elrica's story all that time ago. Ilana was probably stationed within that section of the city. If I wanted to talk to her, I'd have to find some reason to enter the castle. I had several thoughts, but I wanted to see if I'd just be let in due to my status. I slowly made my way over to the guild building and talked with the guild woman who was at the counter. Hey, I want to talk to Ilana. Is there a way I can do so? Ilana, do you mean the royal guard? Yes. It's pretty hard to get permission to enter the royal palace. Can I send a messenger or something? You can't without good reason. Without good reason. I wonder what a good reason would classify as. Well, for the time being, I guess I'd just wait. I wasn't exactly in a rush to talk with her either. After having a chat with the guildwoman, I left the building and made my way back toward my house. Actually, I was going to find some way to get some currency. I looked around the main commercial area, which was filled with various stores and services. There didn't seem to be any pawn shops, although I did come across something that resembled a bank. With no other ideas, I decided to just make my way inside and see what I could do. There were a large number of other humans in here as well for some reason. There seemed to be some staff members who were patrolling the area. All of a sudden, one of them noticed my armband and called out to me. Are you a leaderboard human? Yeah, I suppose. All right, come this way. The other people in the bank looked at me with envy as the staff member opened up a separate area on the counter just for me. Don't mind them, we were told to give special treatment to leaderboarders. Okay. Chapter 114 Leaderboard Privilege. Hi, so what's your name? I'm William. I remember hearing about you. You're the 9th ranked, right? I checked the global rankings. Global rankings. New Gen Humans. 1. Mackenzie Franklin, 3,556. 2. Noah Gate, 2,364. 3. Oliver Moran, 2,239. 4. Robbie Soley, 1,649. 5. Maya Keller, 1,452. 6. William Hunter, 1,376. 7. Louis Talman, 1,323. 8. Jack McKenna, 1,309. 9. Tom Ford, 1,295. 10. Ethan Hickey, 1,286. Your rank, #6. Your estimated progression score, 1,376. I was actually ranked 6 now. I'm 6th ranked now. 6th ranked. Yeah, I must have passed some people in the last couple of days. Wow, alright, let me sort this out. The bank teller began rummaging through some sheets of paper. I guess being a leaderboard human really meant a lot here. I was receiving a lot of jealous glares from the other people in the bank who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The influx of humans here must have caused a lot of people to seek currency. To be fair, in such a wealthy-looking society, I assumed that the currency wouldn't be too hard to get. I had come here mainly because I didn't really know where else to ask for money, but maybe there was some sort of system where the city distributed funds to all of the humans. Whatever the case, there was a lot I didn't know. A few minutes later, the bank teller seemed to have finished organizing the files he was going to show me. In front of me, he laid out 3 pieces of paper. I can give you these 2 offers. You don't need to make a decision as you get both. You can have a look at some of the other ones if you like, although I doubt you'd want them. Offer 004. For any human who is ranked above 100, the applicable human will be generously offered 400 krona for their time in the city. If they join the guard or any other official military establishment, they will be offered a further 20 krona per day. They are given immediate access to join either the guard or the main army and do not require an assessment. Conditions. 1. The applicable human is only allowed to take this offer once. 2. The applicable human must be ranked 100th or above on the global human leaderboard at the time of application, proof required. Otherwise, the applicable human can also show their shadow realizer as proof of being in the top 100 at some point. They all appeared to be just free sums of money. Offer 019. For any human who is ranked above 10, the applicable human will be generously offered 1000 krona for their time in the city. They are also given access to the exclusive major combatant program and also given an express VIP money card. Conditions: 1. The applicable human is only allowed to take this offer once. 2. The applicable human must be ranked 10th or above on the global human leaderboard at the time of application, proof required. Otherwise, the applicable human can also show an armband, silver or gold, as proof of being in the top 10 at some point. 3. For details on the major combatant program and express VIP money card, please refer to Section 2. Section 2. The exclusive major combatant program give access to all military rights to the person in question. For more details, please consult the local mayor. The Express VIP money card is a card which gives various benefits which are decided by each individual business. Ask the business for more details. Well, this was just a step up from the previous. I guess there were a lot of free things for me to get. These were the two that I was given just for being a top leaderboard human. I looked over at some of the other sheets which included different conditions. It seemed that the other offers were more for some of the less privileged humans. They were just worse than my offers in every way. Offer 001. For any human who recently entered the city as a refugee, the applicable human will be generously offered 20 krona as an initial loan. This will allow them to sustain themselves for the first few days until they are able to find a job. The loan will work at a 5% interest rate per month with a 5 krona repayment fee. They will also be given a refugee card. Conditions: 1. The applicable human is only allowed to take this offer once. 2. The applicable human must have entered the city within the last 5 days. 3. For details on the refugee card, please refer to Section 2. Section 2. The refugee card will offer various employment opportunities as outlined by the Emergency Refugee Act. There are few other offers, but they were all for various different types of refugees, none of which really benefited me. All I needed were the two offers that I were given anyways. They provided more than enough depending on the value of a krona. I signed my name on both offer 004 and offer 019. After that, I handed them back over to the bank teller as he stamped them and started getting some money. It seemed that they had paper money, similar to the currency we used to have before we were all transported here. Oh yeah, so are you interested in joining a military organization? What exactly does that entail? Usually it means participating in defensive operations and fighting when called for. I guess that doesn't sound too bad. Oh, don't worry, you will always get a choice. They'll never force you to fight if you don't want to for whatever reason. However, you will get paid if you do choose to participate in combat. Well, in that case it's all fine then. I'll put you down then. After finalizing the paperwork, the bank teller handed me a large lump of money before printing out my various other benefits. I felt a lot of glares on me as I held the large sum of money in my hand. Chapter 115 William to Elf Girl. Conveniently, the money was absorbed into my inventory, so I didn't have to carry it around everywhere. After collecting my Express VIP money card, I left the bank and made my way down the clean, comforting street once again. I didn't have anything in particular that I wanted to do, so I decided to just take a short walk and explore the city. Now that I had a decent amount of money, I'd be able to buy things that caught my fancy. The city was extremely large. It was split into separate sections, with residential, commercial and industrial zones. I was wandering around the town center. There were lots of different plants and flowers which gave the entire area a nice atmosphere. After a little while, I decided to take a seat on a bench and enjoy the view. From here, you wouldn't even think that we were in the middle of the apocalypse. For the past several weeks, I've either been worrying about zombies, vampires or freezing to death. With this view, it made those thoughts feel crazy, as if the world was nothing but sunshine and rainbows. However, I assumed that this wouldn't last long. Eventually, more and more people would be displaced due to the vampires and I'd likely have to go back to the battlefield. But I still wanted to enjoy this, as long as it'd last. After staring at the water fountain in the middle of the park for a little while, I decided to get up and have some lunch. I had more than enough krona for a decent meal and the elven development provided lots of different options. As I made my way through the street, I heard a slight commotion coming from the distance. "We're starving, it's because you stupid elves are so selfish." Huh? What was going on? No, please stop. I'm sorry. Quick, take her money. I can't find it. It's probably under her clothes somewhere. This was not good. I didn't really care all that much, but I decided to have a look anyway. The noise was coming from an alleyway which was somewhat separated from the main street. Following the voices, I made my way over and saw several people grabbing and assaulting a little elf girl. It was quite the uncomfortable scene. As I showed myself around the corner, they all looked over at me. It's another human. Hey, come help us. We're going to get some money. It was pretty clear what was going on. You're pretty poor, aren't you? Don't tell anyone and we'll split some of the money with you. How gross. Sorry, but I'm not suffering from the same problems that you guys are. Don't tell me. I had no qualms about getting in a fight. However, it would probably be less of a hassle if I could deal with this without angering the human population here or causing a big commotion and causing issues between the elves and humans. After taking a short moment to think about my options, I decided that I'd lift up my sleeve a little. My silver armband was clearly in view for all of them to see. Holy shit, here's a leaderboarder. Crap, let's get out of here. They quickly let go of the girl and rushed in the opposite direction. A few moments later, the entire area was filled with the sound of silence. I slowly made my way over to the elf girl who was huddled up on the ground. From what I could tell, she had suffered some injuries from the people who were attacking her. There were a few scratches here and there, but there looked to be a pretty major bleed on her head. Blood was dribbling onto the ground as she slowly lifted up her head. Don't move too much, I told her. The girl slowly turned to look at me. I walked up to her and picked her up off the ground. I felt blood begin to stain my skin as she lay in my arms. Contrary to how she looked from afar, she seemed to be much older than I expected. Based on her looks, she was probably of similar age to me, if not older. She gently grabbed onto my shirt as I began carrying her back onto the street. I wonder where the nearest medical center was. I remember seeing one near the gate when I just arrived, although that was a pretty significant distance away from where I was. As I walked along the street, I could hear her gentle breathing in my arms. The main issue currently was that I didn't really want to bring to light the racial tension between our two races. If the elves found out that humans were attacking young elven girls, the consequences would likely be pretty bad. It might even escalate to the point where humans could be kicked out of the city entirely. Spreading this cycle of hate wouldn't be good for anybody. I might have to act as a warrior of justice and punish those humans who were attacking her. The concept didn't sound that appealing to me, but it was one of the only things I could do if I wanted to keep the peace between elves and humans. The other problem was that once I brought her to a medical center, they'll probably ask her about what had happened. When they do, there wouldn't really be a good way to keep the incident a secret. I'd likely have to try to convince the doctor that I'd punish the criminals personally. Turns out this was going to be a bigger hassle than I had originally expected. Whatever the case was, I still needed to find a medical center first. She was bleeding pretty profusely from her head and definitely needed medical attention fast. I didn't want to move too quickly, the worry of hurting her even further. Who are you? Suddenly, I heard her light voice. I'm a self-proclaimed hero of justice now, I guess. Was I wrong though? I was single-handedly preserving the peace between elves and humans. Chapter 116 Elf Girl to Medical Care. After walking around for a little while, I finally saw something that looked like a medical center. I slowly made my way over and took the girl inside, still in my arms. I lightly kicked the door open and made my way inside. Immediately, I was greeted by the receptionist. Oh my goodness, what happened? She was attacked. She's got a few bodily injuries and a pretty major head bleed. I'll get a doctor right away. I stood at the doorway for a little while as I waited for the receptionist to return. A few moments later, she came back out with a doctor beside her. The elf doctor made his way over and offered to take her off my hands. I can take it from here, thank you. Sorry, but is it okay if I also come in? You're still worried about her? She's in good hands, you don't need to worry. No, I'm worried about something much bigger than that. I don't really get what you mean, but come in then I guess. We made our way into one of the rooms and I laid her down on the bed. It was a pretty old-school medical center, but it was clearly quite well kept. There were lots of different equipment and medicines with clean beds for the patients. From what I could tell, everything was quite professional. The doctor began examining her and started to treat some of her wounds. After a little while, he turned around and looked at me. So what was the thing you were worried about? The people that attacked her, they were humans. Did you turn them over to the police? No. But why? They need to be punished for what they did. The thing is, I'm worried about souring relations between the elves and humans. What? We have a common enemy right now and we need to focus on that. If problems end up arising between our two races, there are going to be very bad consequences. What are you? I'm asking you to keep this a secret, I said firmly. I can't do that. One of our girls got attacked and you want me to keep it a secret? How about this? I'll bring you the heads of all the people involved in the attack. Huh? Wait. It's a pretty harsh punishment, don't you think? I mean, trust me, no one will benefit from broken down relations between us. There was a short moment of silence. How can you be sure that you are capable of doing so? He asked. You don't need to worry about that. I guarantee that I can do it. But tracking down and killing several people, it's not something that anyone can just do. Do you know about the global rankings of humans? I mean, I suppose. I'm ranked 6th. He was suddenly taken by surprise. I pulled up my sleeve and showed him my silver armband. You are. Please, it's for the good of everyone. I guess so, if you say you'll punish them. Thank you. A few minutes later, the doctor finished up disinfecting and bandaging up the wounds of the elf girl. She slowly got up off of the bed and waddled over to me. She looked down and grabbed my shirt. Thank you. It's fine. I got up to leave but she continued holding onto my shirt. What is it? Nothing. I guess my tone sounded a bit harsh. I patted her on the head before leaving the medical center. I, unfortunately, had some justice I needed to uphold, for the sake of the entire human population. Now that I thought about it, it sounded pretty profound. What a hassle. As I made my way down the street as I thought about how I was going to do this, if I wanted to keep everything on the low down, I'd have to kill them without anyone noticing. This meant that I'd have to find some way to assassinate them. If someone saw me killing a few humans, there may be even larger consequences, especially for me. I guess I could always just hire someone else to do it for me. However, my idea at the moment was to somehow lure them outside of the city. If they were outside of the city, it would be much easier to kill them without repercussions. They weren't exactly good people. I'm sure I could do it pretty easily if I lured them with money or something else valuable. As I made my way further down the street, I heard some footsteps behind me. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Ah, what perfect timing. Hey Robbie, how good are you at assassinating people? What's this all of a sudden? It's for the sake of humanity. You can sugarcoat it all you want, but I'd prefer it if you could start from the beginning. I decided to explain the entire situation to him. It took more effort than I would have liked, although, a little while later, even he seemed to be able to understand the importance of the task. Well, my plants are a lot better for this than your minions. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Well, we can sort this out tomorrow then. I've been getting somewhat bored anyways. The elves are nice but the humans here are quite annoying. It was starting to get late so the two of us went our separate ways. By the way, where are you staying? He asked. I've got a house a few hundred meters that way. Oh, my house is over here. Well, I see you tomorrow then. Okay. Eventually, I made my way back toward my nice comfortable house. I unlocked the door and made my way inside, going up in preparation to take a shower. I seem to be pretty addicted to hot showers at the moment. I guess it was a symptom of being in the forest for so long. I relaxed as the hot water splashed onto my back. After cleaning myself up a little, I got into a new set of clothes I was given and decided to rest on the couch. All of a sudden, I heard someone knocking on my door. What was someone doing here so late? I walked down the stairs and opened the door to see the elf girl standing there. In her hands, she was holding a bouquet of flowers. Her face was bright red. Chapter 117 Elf Girl to Princess. Standing beside her were two guards. Young miss wanted to talk to you. Young miss, these are for you. She swiftly looked away after pushing the bouquet of flowers into my chest. Some of the bright petals of the flowers scraped against my body and fell to the ground as she pushed them harder and harder against me. Why yeah, thanks. I got it. I looked up at the two large guards who were standing beside her. As I made eye contact with one of them, they informed me of their role. Young miss is the princess of the city, we're her bodyguards. I was questioning how she knew where I lived but I guess that explained it for the most part. She was wearing a very long dress but I could still see the bandages which were on some parts of her body. I thought that they'd at least force her to get some rest but I didn't really know about how royal families worked. I took the flowers and placed them on my dining room table. I looked back over and saw that they were still standing at my door. I wanted to go to bed but since they were already here, I might as well show some hospitality. They were technically the ones providing this house for me. Do you guys want to come in? Suddenly, she looked away again. Why is this so awkward? Even after my invitation, the girl continued standing at the doorway, practically frozen. Oh my. I made my way over to the door once again and grabbed her arm, intending to pull her in since she seemed to be pretty indecisive. So soft. The guards both prodded my face with their spears as I quickly let go of her arm. Whoops. Sorry, I forgot that she was so injured. It's okay. I'm fine, she assured. The guards lowered their weapons from my face. I'll come in if you don't mind. Yeah, that's fine. She made her way inside and took off her shoes. Following pretty shortly behind her were her two guards. She suddenly turned and pointed out the door. You guys don't need to follow me everywhere. We're under orders. You were injured last time because you ran away by yourself. She pouted and began pushing them away, however, they didn't budge due to their size. After a short moment, she gave up and walked towards me. Sorry about them, she said. It's fine. She took a seat at the dinner table as I made my way over to the kitchen. Do you want something to drink? I asked them. I'll have some tea if you don't mind. All right. I already had some water boiling, so I put the tea leaves and water into a cup. I took the tray over to the table and passed them out to the guests. Wait, we need to check it first, said one of the guards. One of the guards poured a little bit of the tea onto their hand and drank it. Everyone watched the guard in silence as he waited for something to happen. Obviously, nothing happened since I didn't poison the tea. For some reason, the guards were still suspicious of me. They were both staring at me as if they were waiting for me to do something. I guess they wanted me to drink my tea. I lifted the cup and took a sip. I guess security was pretty tight. After they observed me for a little longer, they finally allowed the princess to drink it. By the way, what's your name? I asked her. I realized that I hadn't even gotten her name yet. My name's Aina. Nice to meet you, Aina. She suddenly smiled as I said her name. Well, I'm William, I continued. Oh, nice to meet you too. I guess we'd already met, but this was just the formality. I continued drinking my warm tea as I watched her awkwardly fiddle around. I wasn't really sure what to say at this point. In fact, I wasn't really sure why she was here at all. She seemed to just be thanking me, although now we were all awkwardly sitting at my dining table. Her guards were sitting silently, not touching the tea I gave them. This was a really uncomfortable atmosphere. After I finished my cup of tea, I decided to get up and see if they wanted to leave. So did you guys have any other business with me? Oh, not really. I began packing away the cups and putting them into the sink to be washed later. Her guards had stood up, but she was still sitting in the seat. I made my way back over and looked at them as I waited for someone to say something. Well, I'm sure you guys want to get some sleep, so I won't hold you all here. I began leading them to the door since they all didn't seem to know what to do. I waited as they slowly made their way over. Well, thank you for letting us stay, Aina said. It's my pleasure. Eventually, they began making their way outside. Suddenly, Aina turned around one final time, her hair swaying hypnotically. Do you want to have lunch with me tomorrow? I didn't really know what to say. I should be free. Yeah, see you tomorrow then. With that, she turned and quickly hurried off. I watched as her guards followed closely behind her. It was pretty late at night, so there were hardly any people outside. Finally, I closed the door and made my way upstairs to my bed. I still had some issues in relation to the justice I needed to uphold, although it would be significantly easier with the help of Robbie, so it wasn't too worrying. At least my lunch was sorted for tomorrow. I didn't initially feel like going, but I hoped that getting close to the princess would help me get into contact with Ilana. She'd be pretty useful to me in the future, especially since I had information that she'd desperately want. Resting on my soft bed, I leaned to the side and closed my eyes. The world slowly drifted into darkness. Chapter 118, Exploring the City. I was woken up by the sound of my Minion manager approaching me. I must have forgotten to check it last night. I did sleep pretty early, so I guess they hadn't returned yet. With the bright sun shining into the room, I checked the end of day report. Although it wasn't really the end of the day, it was more like the start. Oh well, I guess the details didn't matter that much. I've got the end of day report. Total resources gathered: X 5,880 wheat, X 3,498 wood, X 14142 stone, X 339 apple, X 349 meat, X 18042 leaves, X 122 iron, X 41 gold, X 7 diamond, X 2 platinum, other, N//. I ended up gathering slightly more resources than I did the previous day. I decided to craft all of my resources into various different minions, mostly focusing on resource collection. After that, I decided to check my Shadow Hunter system. Shadow reality. Well, as expected, I had gained enough experience to level up again. At this point, I was easily able to upgrade my system at least once every day. I guess that must have been part of the reason for my rapid rise up the global rankings, although I was pretty close to them anyways. I looked at my Shadow Path to see what rewards I had earned. Shadow Path rewards. Level 6 Soul Mark Strength Increase complete Level 7 Anti-Vampire Resilience Passive complete Level 8 Regeneration Blocker Plus Upgrade complete Level 9 Soul Mark Strength Increase. Next page. I guess I was getting an upgrade to my regeneration blocker. I didn't receive any information in regard to the upgrade, so I assumed that it was just increasing its potency. At this point, any reduction in a vampire's regeneration would be extremely important. Just judging by the regeneration speed of some of the weaker ones, I assumed that the stronger ones would be basically invincible if they were regenerating at full speed. To be honest, I'd like to test my abilities against a vampire soon. I would probably wait a few more days and level up a bit more, but all these upgrades should allow me to kill the weaker vampires with relative ease. At some time, it'd probably be up to us leaderboarders to kill the main vampire forces. The elves were very advanced, but in terms of military strength, they were only as strong as their technology and skills brought them. They had no cheats like us humans, meaning someone proficient with their weapon like Ilana would likely be as strong as they'd get. Shadow reality. Well, I still had enough experience to level up again. Level 6 Soul Mark Strength Increase complete Level 7 Anti-Vampire Resilience Passive complete Level 8 Regeneration Blocker Plus Upgrade complete Level 9 Soul Mark Strength Increase complete Next page. It was simply another Soul Mark Strength increase. I checked it to see how much I developed. Strength Amplification 350%. Speed Amplification 350%. It was a pretty decent improvement, the same as last time. I guess I'd go outside for a run and see how much of an effect this had. Now that I thought about it, it'd be good to find an elf to practice sword fighting with. I still needed to increase my proficiency with Tenjin Kyo-rin since I still wasn't very good with the large weapon. After fixing up some organizational issues with my minions, I began making my way outside onto the street of the Grand Elven City. It was pretty early in the morning, so I still had some decent time until my lunch date with the princess. I wasn't really sure how she was meant to find me, but I'm sure she'd find a way. The royalty of the city seemed to have some very overbearing rights over all of the citizens. I walked through the street, looking at the various storefronts. There were lots of different retail shops selling things from books to clothes to furniture. I didn't really have anything in particular I wanted to buy, so I did a bit of window shopping but didn't see anything of interest. Eventually, I walked to a separate block where I saw something that seemed of interest. It was a pretty grand building which seemed to be for sword training. I couldn't really tell exactly what it was, but I decided to go inside and check it out. It was called Swordplay Dojo, although it didn't really resemble a conventional dojo that much. As I walked inside, I saw that there was a reception area where a relatively old lady elf was sitting. Hello, what exactly is this place? Ah, you're a human, aren't you? Yes. Well, we've got instructors who teach sword fighting here, although the price is pretty high. I mean, I've got a decent amount of money. She grabbed a sheet from under the counter and showed it to me. Prices. Group lessons Monday, Wednesday, all day. 1 hour, 10 krona. 3 hours, 25 krona. Group discounts available. Private lessons anytime. 1 hour, 65 krona. 3 hours, 150 krona. Based on the value of the currency when I was at the bank, these prices would be simply unaffordable for most humans, since they were probably hovering around the 50 krona mark in terms of net wealth. However, I had quite a large sum of money and I was constantly earning more just from the military contract, which meant that these prices weren't too bad. Depending on how good the teaching was, the improvement in my swordsmanship would definitely be worth the money. So, who's the instructor? The public lessons are taught by Alec, who used to be in the Royal Guard. The private lessons are taught by my husband, Lyex. He used to be one general for the main Elven army. Both the instructors are retired, but their skills are still there. They seemed like pretty convincing qualifications. It'd probably be worth a try. The private instructor free today? Yeah, no offense, but are you sure that you can afford it? It's fine, I'm sure I can afford it. Don't buy it if you won't have enough money to put food on the table. Yeah, no, I think I'm alright in that regard. She was really cautious, maybe something happened with another human who tried to get lessons here. Chapter 119 Training and Eating. Alright then, how much time do you want? I'll just get 1 hour for now. I still wanted to make it in time for lunch, so I decided to just start off with 1 hour. It'd be good to see how skilled the trainer was as well. Okay, he's free now, that'll be just 65 krona. Alright, I took the money out of my inventory and handed it to her. You're sure you want to do this? Yes, I'm sure. After collecting the money, she made her way into the back of the building and called for the instructor. I waited awkwardly in the reception area until a little while later, a muscular and very toned man walked out beside the old receptionist. Is this the boy? Yes. Well, come in then. He led me into the main training area. It was quite large, with slick wooden floorboards and way too many mirrors. It reminded me of a dance studio, although there were a lot more weapons than you'd find in a dance studio obviously. I didn't really know what to do, so I just waited for him to give me further instructions. Suddenly, he threw me a training sword. Alright, just come at me. I charged towards him and raised my sword. I swung at him several times, but each time he managed to use my own momentum and parry the attacks. It seemed as if he was reading me like a book, predicting my every move. Every time I went in for a stab or a slash, he would always react swiftly and either block or parry the strike. He stepped back and created some space. Here's your first problem. Your moves are way too predictable. Add some feints in. They are necessary if you want to outmaneuver the opponent. At the moment, all the opponent has to do is choose the best defensive technique to counter your strike, which is extremely easy, given the large amount of time it takes for your attack to actually connect. He came at me, jerking certain parts of his body. My arms automatically attempted to block his strikes, but it turns out that they were feints. With my body in a bad position to block his committed strike, I didn't have enough time to react and the sword hit my chest with a thump. Secondly, you need to keep a good distance between you and your opponent and especially be able to read his moves and identify his biases during a fight. The more you are able to learn about your opponent, the easier it will be to counter them. The best thing we can do now is just practice. Come at me a few more times. I continued sparring with Lyex, the instructor, and for a decent amount of time, I was completely outclassed, unable to land even a single hit on him. My eyes just couldn't read his intentions and his movements were always misleading. Every time I swung my sword it seemed that he always was in the perfect position to block it. We continued training for the entire time. He didn't seem to struggle at all as he fought me, easily breaking past any defense I'd try to muster. Whenever I tried to attack him, my attacks would be easily repelled. As the lesson came to a close, he made his way over to me. Honestly, you weren't that bad, but you are definitely an amateur. Oh, a discount? I'll drop the price to 60 krona for 5 hours. You're the first human I've ever trained and you've got a lot of potential. But mostly, your style of fighting is really interesting. Really? Well, that sounds good to me. Are you free now? We can continue? Sorry, I've got to go somewhere for lunch. I'll come back this afternoon though. Alright, I'll be waiting. I made my way out of the building and onto the wide open street. Now that I thought about it, we never specified where to meet up. I guess I'd look around for a little, but if I don't find her I'll just go back and get some more training. As I began walking through the city, I was quickly stopped by a very intimidating looking guard. Young miss is looking for you. Well, was this really the best use of manpower? The guard led me through the city, and eventually, the two of us reached a very high-end restaurant near the palace wall. It was really posh, with marble pillars and uncomfortable large chandeliers, golden tablecloths and waiters dressed in suits. I had literally never been to such a place in my life. I followed the guard inside as we were led over to the place where the elf princess, Aina, was seated. It was somewhat awkward since she had 3 guards also sitting around the table. Hi, William. Hey. I took a seat on the free chair and looked down at the menu on the table. There was a basket of bread and water already sitting in the middle of the table for snacking. I guess this was commonplace in all high-end restaurants. I looked over at Aina, who seemed to be fiddling with her fingers like last time. She didn't even look up at me. She really was shy. As I looked at the prices on the menu, even my pretty decent amount of wealth was in peril. A meal was around 200 krona. These were prices that I simply couldn't afford. I wonder, was she paying for me? I didn't really want to take their kindness too much, but I'd be literally living on the streets if I bought a 3-course meal here. I was saving money for more sword lessons as well. At this rate, I'd have to begin taking odd jobs to stay above water. I looked over at Aina, who still wasn't looking me in the eye. What was I meant to do here? Suddenly, one of the guards began talking to me. It's fine, order whatever you like, it's on us. Thank goodness. Now that my wallet wasn't in peril, I decided to actually have a good look at the meals on offer here.